Today, a spiritual fox beastman was brought to me for treatment. I found that his body was already infected with evil energy. He suddenly went berserk just like your second brother, and now he's trapped in my cave, Ruer said. Hearing this, Sandai's face also grew serious. How could this happen? The spiritual fox beastman has been part of the tribe for a week. Could he have been injured by a fierce beast while out hunting? Sandai asked. Evil energy usually invades a beastman's body quickly. Almost no beastman can resist for a week. Ruer shook his head. No, his name is Huguang. His partner told me that he was injured by a fierce beast when he saved someone last time. The injury wasn't serious, so he didn't come for treatment. But today, he suddenly fainted, and we had to bring him here. Sandai looked even more puzzled. He had survived so long. Could this evil energy be evolving? Are there now latent periods for this evil energy? So, why did you come to me? Sandai asked, suspiciously. He wasn't as skilled in medicine as Ruer. Ruer looked a bit ashamed. I can't treat him alone. When I treated the king and Huguang before, you were there. I was wondering if I could ask for your help and go with me to treat Huguang. Don't worry, the spiritual fox beast man has already been. He won't get hurt like last time. His condition is very severe. If we can't treat him thoroughly today, he probably won't survive. Ruer was uncertain. He even felt that the miracles that happened twice before were thanks to Sandai's presence. Her good luck seemed to bring miracles to the king and Huguang. If Sandai wasn't there this time, Huguang might have died. Ruer wanted to try to save him. Hearing Ruer's plea, Sandai nodded without hesitation. Of course. That's impossible, came the cold voice of Tong Cang from behind Sandai. He stepped beside her, his gaze icy as he looked at Ruer. You're just a beast healer who can't even guarantee to cure a beast man. What good is it to send Sandai, a female, to do this? She won't get hurt. How can your promise be trusted? King? Why are you here? Sandai looked surprised. Did you forget what I told you last time? Tong Cang's expression was displeased, his face as stormy as a brewing thunderstorm. Sandai lowered her head, feeling ashamed. She hadn't really intended to do anything, she was just helping out before. But seeing Tong Cang's cold, sharp eyes, she dared not explain. Seeing the young female so quiet like a quail, Tong Cang's heart softened a little. His tone became gentler. Where is the leather skirt you promised me? I've been waiting so many days, but I haven't seen it delivered. The animal skin skirt is finished. I will deliver it to the king's cave soon. Sandai raised 3 fingers, showing a serious face that indicated she was not slacking off. Tong Cang was pleased, like a well-behaved cat, and turned to commanding Ruer, find 2 veterinarians to help you. In the future, don't come to Sandai for dangerous tasks. If she gets overwhelmed by negative energy, you can't handle the consequences. The strong pressure felt like a mountain pressing down, making Ruer almost unable to breathe. Yes, he replied. Then go quickly and find veterinarians to treat you. Are you waiting for that beastman to die? Ruer didn't answer, and turned to leave. Sandai didn't dare speak for Ruer, thinking that the big villain must be in a bad mood today. Ruer was unlucky, caught in the middle and scolded harshly. Tong Cang's gaze swept over Sandai's face and said, remember to send the animal skin skirt. After that, he turned and left. Sandai smiled, waiting until Tong Cang was out of sight before pouting. Serving such an emperor was really tough. She turned her head and saw that Huguang looked a bit strange. Sandai asked, second brother, what's wrong? Huguang shook his head and remembered Ruer's words. He just mentioned that crazy beast man, the one called Huguang, right? Sandai nodded.
Huguang.
When I was in the spirit fox tribe, he helped me fend off an attack from a fierce beast. That's why I wasn't bitten to death. Later, I asked him to see a veterinarian. He said it was fine, but I didn't expect. Huguang's expression was complicated. If it weren't for Huguang, he might not have survived to see his sister. Sandai didn't expect that Huguang was also her second brother's lifesaver. Second brother, don't worry. You and the king have both been affected by negative energy, but now you're lively and healthy, right? Huguang will be fine too. I'll check on Rue later. Sandai comforted him. No, the king doesn't want you to go, but I will. Huqiu quickly shook his head. He couldn't let his sister make up for his guilt over Huguang. Sandai thought for a moment and said, all right, I still have some medicine that might help. Second brother, please take it to Rue.
Huqiu didn't refuse this time.
Since his sister gave him medicine, it must be good. Back at the cave, Sandai began preparing. She pricked her finger with a needle, letting blood drip onto white wine and crushed mint leaves. She didn't have many herbs, so she used mint leaves as a substitute. She wasn't sure if her blood should be taken internally or applied externally, so she prepared both just in case. After packing everything, Sandai handed the items to Huqiu. Second brother, this is for Huguang to drink. This one is for applying to wounds. Give it to Rue. He knows how to use it. She didn't dare give her blood directly to Rue, instead covering it with white wine and mint for safety. Huqiu nodded but didn't open the container. He carefully protected it against his chest and headed toward Rue's cave. Where? Isn't that Tiger Lie's second brother? Why is he in such a hurry? Luo Yuer didn't want to hear Tiger Zai crying in the cave. She was lying under a tree to cool off and relax. When she heard Ingxi's words, she immediately opened her eyes. Sure enough, she saw Huqiu holding something precious in his arms, walking quickly and looking anxious.
So urgent?
Could it be that Sandy is in trouble? Luo Yuer's eyes flickered as she smiled. If Sandy was in trouble, she would be eager to celebrate with fireworks. Let's go and see, Luo Yuer said eagerly, getting up and following Huqiu. They arrived at Rue's cave, but because of the raging beastmen outside, no one noticed Luo Yuer. Rue, my sister asked me to deliver medicine. Please try this on Huguang, Huqiu said urgently. Sandy's medicine? Rue's eyes lit up when he heard this. He quickly put down the herbs he was holding and took what Huqiu handed him.
Sandy?
Luo Yuer, standing behind the crowd, tiptoed when she heard Sandy's name, her expression darkening instantly. Although Sandy wasn't the one in trouble, she was involved. Thinking about Huqiu and Wang's unusual behavior, Luo Yuer suspected there was a hidden secret in that medicine. Taking advantage of the beastmen not noticing her, she bent down and squeezed inside, quickly reaching Rue's medicine area. She reached out to open the clay jar containing the medicine. Luo Yuer placed one hand on the lid of the clay jar. Just as she was about to twist it open and see what was inside, Rue reached out and snatched it away. Luo Yuer, why are you here again? What are you doing with my medicine? Rue looked at Luo Yuer with a stern gaze. He had noticed her sneaky behavior earlier, but she was busy tending to Huguang's wounds and had no time to act. Although he didn't know what Sandy had sent him, he thought Luo Yuer often caused trouble for Sandy. He instinctively didn't want her to get involved with Sandy's things. Luo Yuer looked embarrassed. I was just curious and came to take a look. Isn't it because he's badly hurt and needs help? I'm a female, so I would be more careful than you males. Rue frowned seriously. No need. You should leave now and not interfere. As he spoke, he kept the clay jar close to his chest, preventing Luo Yuer from seeing inside. Luo Yuer's face looked unhappy. Why could Sandy help and learn medicine with him, while she was just an obstacle? What was wrong with her compared to Sandy? She held back her anger, her eyes darting over the clay pot, but she could only smell a hint of mint and saw nothing else. As a female tiger tribe member, she had a keen sense of smell. Nearby, a bamboo tube still unopened emitted the scent of alcohol. Seeing Rue's cautious gaze, Luo Yuer could only leave first. She waited outside the crowd, and soon heard the beast man in front exclaim, "He's awake. Huguang is awake. This is amazing. Rue, your medical skills are really impressive. You even cured the beast man who was going mad." Luo Yuer suddenly stood up. Cured again? Wasn't it said that beast men corrupted by evil energy couldn't be healed? Could it really be Sandy's medicine working? Soon, she dismissed the idea. How could it be? She had only smelled mint earlier. Mint couldn't be a rare medicinal herb, could it?
Wait.
If it's not the herbs that worked, then what was it? Luo Yuer felt something emerging in her mind. Sandy must be hiding the truth. Inside the cave, Huguang woke up and the beastmen gathered around him. Where am I? What happened? Huguang opened his eyes, looking around confused. You were corrupted by evil energy and went mad. Rue used my sister's medicine to cure you. How do you feel now? Huqia pushed forward to explain. I went mad? Huguang couldn't believe it. He couldn't remember what had happened before. Hearing Rue say that the beastmen discovered what had happened to him, Huguang was shocked. He never thought evil energy could turn beastmen into irrational monsters. Thank you for saving me, Rue veterinarian, Huguang said gratefully. Rue quickly waved his hand. Thanks to Sandy's medicine. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to help. Huguang looked at Huqiu again. You were hurt by the evil beast to save me. No need to thank me. If you need help in the future, just come find me, Huqiu, he said, patting his chest. Huguang pursed his lips, feeling touched and wanting to say more. Your body is still weak.
Don't talk.
Rest well, Rue interrupted, encouraging him to rest peacefully. The nearby beastmen, hearing the conversation, asked curiously, Rue, Huqiu, is Sandy's medicine really so amazing? Can it even clear evil energy? Then the beastmen in the tribe won't have to fear evil beasts anymore. As long as they could return to the tribe alive and be treated with Sandy's medicine, it would be enough. Huqiu was about to proudly say something when he suddenly heard Rue say, It's not that. Medicines that can cure hostility are definitely more valuable than ordinary herbs. Sandai's medicine-making is also not easy. Everyone should be careful and try not to be injured by the fierce beasts. Otherwise, it will be very hard to catch and treat the berserk orcs. It's not just about the medicine. Yes, Rue is right, Huqiu quickly responded, nodding in agreement. If everyone needed to ask his sister for medicine, she would be exhausted. The orcs' previously bright eyes dimmed again. But having a chance to save their lives was a good thing. At least they wouldn't have to wait for death like before. Thinking this way, the orcs' mood improved again. After sending Huguang back to the Spirit Fox orcs' residence, Huqiu went to see Sandai and told her what had happened. When he learned that Huguang was awake, Sandai and Tinkong's guesses were confirmed once more. It seemed her blood really had a special effect on the fierce beasts. Second brother, did I have any strange experiences when I was a child? Or did I eat anything weird? Sandai asked Huqiu cautiously. In TV shows and novels, the protagonists often encounter adventures that cause strange changes in their bodies. For example, developing immunity after eating poison, so they are immune to all poisons when they grow up. What about her? She couldn't have eaten the fierce beasts when she was a child, could she? Huqiu thought carefully and shook his head.
No, you've always stayed in the tribe.
Except for the time you went missing before giving birth to the 3 snake cubs, you haven't left the tribe. The food was always tested by our parents to make sure it was safe. Little sister, why are you asking this? Huqiu asked curiously. Sandai shook her head and explained, It's nothing. Just that a lot has happened recently, and I can't remember everything from before. Huqiu immediately looked worried, thinking his sister was afraid of danger. Don't worry, little sister. I will protect you from now on. Nothing like before will happen again. It was his fault that she had suffered so much. He must become stronger to protect her in the future. Sandai smiled happily and nodded, pushing the thoughts from her mind. Okay, I believe second brother. As they talked, they suddenly saw a young boy outside the cave with deer antlers on his head. Little friend, is there something you need?
Sandai went out to ask.
The deer tribe orc had previously helped her find crystals that could be exchanged for credits. She felt very fond of the deer tribe orcs. The shy young antler boy hesitated and said, We found a type of stone that looks very much like white crystal. It's also white, but it doesn't taste salty. I wonder if we can extract edible white crystal from it. Could you go take a look? Hearing about a new stone, Sandy immediately became interested. Of course, where is the stone?
I'll go see.
Seeing Sandy so eager, the antler boy felt encouraged and quickly led the way. Seeing this, Huqiu also immediately followed, glaring at the antler boy with suspicion. Why is he blushing so much?
Just talking, no need to be so shy.
Although he's still young, what if he has bad intentions toward my sister? I need to be careful and make sure she doesn't meet someone like their father, a bad guy. Soon, Sandy followed the antler boy to the cave near the deer tribe's home. Several boys around 14 or 15 sat under a tree. When they saw the antler boy had really brought Sandy over, they all stood up and said worriedly, "What are you doing? This stone might not be useful." "Why bother, Sister Sandy? It could be a joke." "It's okay. Where is the stone you mentioned? I want to see it." "Even if it's useless, it's fine," Sandy said with a smile, observing their nervous expressions. Hearing this, the boys eagerly stepped out from behind the trees and pulled out the items. Sandy looked at them and was surprised. "Did you find these yourselves?" These boys are still young, so normally they shouldn't go hunting. Hearing Sandy's question, the boys quickly answered excitedly, "Yes, we found them ourselves. Today, we went out to learn hunting skills and accidentally found this kind of stone. We brought it back, thinking it was white crystal, but after tasting it, we found it wasn't salty." Hearing their explanation, Sandy remembered. The orcs are considered adults at 16, meaning they can go hunting, find mates, and start families. In smaller tribes, the hunting age might be even younger. Since this world is different from the modern one, teenagers are already strong workers. "Sandy's sister, is this stone useful? Is it white crystal?" the antler boy asked carefully. "This isn't white crystal," Sandy replied. The boys looked disappointed. She smiled and explained, "It's not white crystal, but it's another useful kind of stone. It's called limestone and can be used for building houses. It's very helpful. You've done a great job for the tribe." Sandy praised the boys generously. Once this was said, the boys with drooping ears immediately smiled. "Really? Can these stones still be useful?" "Sandy's sister, there are many such stones in the forest. Do you want them? We can go dig more tomorrow, when we learn hunting skills." Like being energized, each boy looked lively and excited. Seeing the cheerful boys, Sandy smiled and said, "You don't need to dig them yourselves. Go find Huguang. I still need many of these stones. You won't finish digging, but I will have Huguang tell the king about your discovery of limestone. The king will reward you."
Yay.
"Thank you, Sandy's sister. Next time I leave the tribe, I will go look for stones again." Watching their happy faces, Sandy seemed to see hope for the future of the beast world, and her smile grew brighter. Soon, Huguang arrived. Sandy explained the use of limestone to Huguang. She had originally planned to replace bricks with mud to build a stone house, but now with limestone, she could build a stronger house. Huguang also remembered that the tribe's cave was almost too small, and when he heard Sandy had a way to build houses for the beastmen, he got excited and actively arranged for the beastmen to dig limestone. The pangolins digging every day brought back plenty of white crystal, ore, and coal stones. The tribe had accumulated a lot of coal stones now, enough to last several months. They also refined a good amount of white crystal, enough for the beastmen to eat for a month without drinking beast blood. But they never thought too much about white crystal, and as an important resource, they could trade it with other tribes in the future, so refining white crystal couldn't stop. Since there was so much coal stone, Huguang simply arranged for the pangolin beastmen digging coal to switch to digging limestone. After all, it's all about digging stones. As long as they dig stones, they can exchange them for food and white crystal, and they had no objections. The next day, the pangolin beastmen dug limestone from the place discovered by the deer ant boy. With limestone, Sandy could start building the house. Previously, Huguang had arranged for beastmen to help make ceramic tiles and bricks. Although there weren't many, the materials accumulated over time were enough to build a big house. Since they were building a house, the first step was to choose a site. The Black Abyss tribe had many open spaces, but Sandy planned to build her own house, especially since it rained heavily sometimes. Having a house meant she could build a kitchen and chimney, so she could cook even in the rain without being smoked out. There was still more than a month before the time, and with enough labor in the tribe, they would definitely have enough time to build the house. After much thought, Sandy finally decided to build the house on the open space in front of the cave. Using the cave for storing supplies is very convenient, as it keeps everything nearby and avoids the extra effort of building a separate storage. Her family only has herself and 3 young ones, so during heavy rain, it would be hard to go out in the rain to get supplies. Having chosen the location, Sandy couldn't wait to start construction. She initially thought that about 10 male helpers from the snake tribe would be enough. However, when she mentioned building the house, Ching Sui was the first to volunteer along with Snake Yonglai. "Miss Sandy, you need to have Snake Yong come help with the work," Ching Sui said affectionately, holding Sandy's arm. Snake Yong also smiled happily and nodded. "Yes, I stay at home mostly to raise silkworms, so I have nothing else to do. I will help you." Sandy was his lifesaver, and he was willing to repay her with his life. Among the helpers were members of the deer tribe and some disabled beastmen. The disabled beastmen only included those with minor injuries, like a hurt ear or one eye, which didn't affect their ability to work. There were over 20 of these beastmen. Even some young men from the newly joined Spirit Fox tribe came to help. They were handsome young fox-eared boys, shy and blushing when Sandy looked at them, quite different from the cunning little foxes Sandy had imagined. "It was Huguang who asked us to come," explained the shy fox-eared boy. "He's still recovering and can't work, so we're here to thank Sandy for helping him. Just tell us what needs to be done." When Sandy was with the Tiger Hill tribe, she had good relations with them. They were willing to help her sister with chores. And on top of that, Sandy was very beautiful and gentle, more so than the females of their Spirit Fox tribe. Sandy counted and found there were 28 males willing to help, more than she had planned. Now she didn't need to ask Snake Liang for help anymore. "All right, I won't be too polite. But working is hard, and it takes time away from your hunting and silkworm raising. So, I'll provide 1 meal a day as a thank you for helping me build the house," Sandy said gratefully. These males volunteered to help, and she wouldn't take advantage of them. "Can I get a meal too?" Ching Sui's eyes lit up when she heard Sandy. Others might not know, but she knew very well Sandy's cooking was excellent. Just helping with the house was enough, but if she could eat Sandy's food every day, she would gladly work every day. "Deal," Sandy agreed. Sandy smiled and nodded. There is so much food for the males. She can't finish it all alone. It's good that Ching Sui is helping. The other males felt a bit shy and wanted to refuse. Ching Sui urged, "What are you waiting for?
Say yes."
I tell you, eating food made by Sister Sandy is a real blessing." Sandy also said, "No need to be polite. The food was sent by the king. I'm just helping prepare it, so you don't have to light fires and cook when you go back. Later, she can use ingredients from the supermarket to make delicious meals for them as a reward." Hearing this, the males felt shy but nodded. "Well, then, we won't be polite. Don't worry, we'll work hard." They found workers to build the house, and early the next morning, they started working. To make the house strong, the foundation had to be well built. Early in the morning, the males dug the ground in front of the cave, following Sandy's instructions, busy with the work. The 3 little snakes were very excited, running around with the little wolf cub Mimi. They carried tiles and bricks here and there. Seeing the males sweating, they brought water buckets and bowls to give them drinks. The little cubs didn't understand much about building a house. They just knew it was lively, fun, and made them happy. The males were also amused by the 3 little snakes. Look at Sandy's 3 cubs, so well-behaved. They help with work even though they're so young. Unlike my cubs, who only eat and sleep. And they're even older than Xiaoqing and the others. The male said with a smile, but he was thinking about how to teach his cubs when he went back, so they could learn from Xiaoqing and the others. Sandy smiled, but didn't say anything. Sandy Qing and Sandy were helping, but she knew Sandy Foam well. He was just having fun. Still, she didn't want to discourage the cubs' enthusiasm. As long as they didn't cause trouble, she let them do whatever they wanted. When the males started working, Huanyun arrived.
"Mom, why are you here?"
Sandy quickly put down what she was doing and went to greet her. Huanyun took a bamboo basket off her back and scolded, "Such an important matter. Why didn't you tell me?" "I can't help much, but your father stored some food. I heard you're cooking for the males working here." With so many males working, you must need a lot of food. Sandy looked at the basket, which was filled with various sized pieces of meat, some whole, some cut. It was clearly all her parents' belongings. Mom, I don't lack food. Once the house is built, the tribe's beast men will need it. The king promised to give me food. Sandy unconsciously held Huanyun's arm and pouted.
I don't care about that.
Your father wanted to come too, but I told him to go hunting. Is there anything else I can do here? Even Huanyun, who usually kept a serious face, couldn't resist when his daughter was acting spoiled. He simply let go of her hand and walked inside. Sandy sighed helplessly, knowing she couldn't refuse. She said, "Then mother will stay and help me cook. My husband and second brother will come back from hunting this afternoon, and they can join us for dinner." Since they were already preparing food for a group, 3 more people wouldn't matter. Although their family now lived in a tribe, the elders probably didn't want to bother her and rarely came to visit. Ching Sue and Yuechan had come early in the morning to help. When they saw Huanyun arrive, they quickly stood up and called out, "Aunt Yun." In front of the cave, there were a few large stone tables and some water jars. The 2 women were cutting meat and washing vegetables, preparing ingredients for lunch. Adult males usually eat only once a day, typically after returning from hunting in the afternoon. But Sandy planned to cook at noon, giving enough time for preparation. The beastmen also had enough strength to work, especially since lighting a fire at night would waste wood. "Thank you both for helping Sandy," Huanyun said kindly, her eyes full of warmth. Her daughter Sandy hadn't had many good female friends in the tribe before, but now she had such close female friends in the Black Abyss tribe. Huanyun was happy for her. "Aunt Yun, I'm not working for nothing. Sandy still feeds me," Ching Sue said generously. Yuechan chuckled softly. A male nearby cast a glance at the loud Ching Sue. Her loud voice must mean she's healthy. Another male pulled him and whispered, "That's Ching Sue. She already has 2 mates, but she hasn't had any cubs. I heard from my partner that she might not be able to have cubs." Hearing this, the male quickly looked away. Most males seek mates to have offspring, and few are willing to choose a female who can't bear cubs. Because there were many people to feed, Sandy decided to cook a large pot of food. There were fish balls, beef balls, and radish balls, various boiled and fried meatballs. Even if they cooled down, they wouldn't lose their flavor. Yesterday, Tinkong had sent over a lot of fresh meat in advance. The 4 of them cut, minced, and rolled the meat into balls, then cooked them in 2 large iron pots. Soon, both pots were filled with delicious food. Sandy planned to make braised pork and soy-braised pig's trotters, 2 large pots of each, since one wouldn't be enough for everyone. Besides the meat sent by Tinkong, Sandai secretly took quite a bit from the supermarket to add to the supplies. Since the resources are free, she didn't want to waste them. This way, the males could eat more. After preparing 2 large meat dishes, it was almost noon. Sandai also made a lamb soup with white radish and red dates, which was nourishing and tasty. The radish and lamb were cooked until soft, so almost no one could tell they were not ordinary food. Sandai really wanted to make 2 more pots of rice, but the orcs hadn't found rice plants yet. It would have been strange to suddenly bring out rice, so she decided to skip it. Anyway, the orcs were already satisfied with the meat and soup. The males worked hard all morning. When they smelled the delicious aroma coming from Sandai's cooking nearby, they felt their spirits lift and kept licking their lips while working. They didn't know exactly what tasty food Sandai was making, but it smelled so good they had never experienced such a wonderful smell before. The group of males was full of energy. Sang Feng had been shyly turning around in front of Sandai several times. Sandai smiled and took a small bowl, filled it with some meatballs. "You 3 share this. Save some for later to eat other delicious food." "Got it, mother." Sang Feng happily took the small bowl and ran to share the meatballs with his older brother and sister. At noon, the sun was directly overhead. Since the big tree near the open space had been cleared, the sunlight was so hot it almost cooked everyone. Sandai called the males to stop working and come to eat. The males were very excited and quickly gathered around.
Mother, Kui, Yuechan, come tu.
Xiao Qing, Xiao Yu, Xiao Feng. Go get water to wash Grandma's hands, Sandai instructed. As soon as they heard it was time to eat, the 3 snake cubs became more eager to work. They carried a bucket of water and pretended to wash their hands in it. Seeing this, the males realized they needed to wash their hands before eating. They looked down at their dirty, muddy hands and stepped back. I'll just wash at the river. No need for water, one said. Me too. I'll go to the river to wash, another added. Their hands were so dirty that the water in the bucket turned murky quickly. It was cleaner to wash at the river. The group hurried to the river to wash their hands and also washed off the dust from their bodies, worried that Sandai might dislike their dirt. Soon, the males returned, their hands and faces now clean. Sandai prepared a large ceramic basin for each of them to eat from. The males took their basins and went in front of Huanyun to serve food. They scooped some meatballs, some braised pork, and a big pig's hoof into each basin, filling them to the brim. The first male to finish his meal couldn't help himself. He walked to the side and grabbed a pig's trotter to nibble on. Delicious. How can this pig's foot be so tasty? It's fragrant and tender. I've never had such good pig's foot before. Everyone take your time eating. If there's something you don't like, you can choose other dishes. There are also 2 pots of lamb soup. After you're done eating, come and get some lamb soup. Seeing that the males were satisfied with their food, Sandy smiled and said, I love it. I love it so much. Exactly. How could we not like such delicious food? Just having something to eat is enough.
We don't complain.
If they were picky about such good food, it would be ungrateful. Sandy wanted them to come to the table and eat, but the males waved their hands and carried a large clay basin to a shady spot under the trees to sit and eat. They didn't cause Sandy any trouble and even didn't throw the bones on the ground after finishing. Usually, the males would finish eating and casually toss their trash, not caring about cleanliness. But at Sandy's place, seeing them clean up the table thoroughly after meals, they subconsciously dared not litter. Seeing how relaxed and comfortable they ate, Sandy didn't force them. After finishing the meat, the males came to scoop more soup. What kind of meat is in the soup? It feels a bit like mutton, but it's not greasy at all. It tastes really good. Sandy, your cooking skills are amazing. If I could eat such delicious meat every day, I'd come here to work every day, no problem. Every day?
Dream on.
I'd be happy to work every 2 days. 3 days, no. Once a week is enough. Watching the males argue, Sandy looked confused. Why were they fighting over eating? Eating was just eating. Why did they start arguing? No fighting allowed. After finishing their meal, the males casually went to the river to wash the large clay basin and returned. Sandy wanted them to go back for a rest at noon since eating full makes people sleepy, and resting would give them more energy to work. But the males were full of energy and refused to rest, insisting on starting work right away. They wouldn't dare go back to rest. If Sandy thought they were lazy and replaced them tomorrow, they wouldn't get such tasty food anymore. That was unacceptable. They wouldn't give Sandy that chance. The males worked diligently, and by midday, they had completed the tasks Sandy had planned for the day. If they kept going like this, the house could be built in less than a month. Seeing them sweat profusely, Sandy cooked 2 more large pots of green bean soup, added sugar and big ice cubes, stirred and poured it into buckets to bring to the foundation. Everyone take a break and have a drink to quench your thirst. Drinking a bowl of chilled green bean soup on a hot summer day is the best feeling. The males thought it was just water, but when they came closer, they saw it was a big bucket of bright green liquid. What is this? They asked. It's made from green beans, cooked to help cool down in the heat. I've tried it, and it's safe, Sandy explained. Song, knowing she liked eating fruit, often sent beastmen to gather different kinds of fruit for her. The tribe's beastmen knew about this. When they heard Sandy's explanation, no one doubted her. The males took a sip and immediately widened their eyes. Is this ice? How can it be ice? Let me try. Yes, it's really cold and sweet, they exclaimed. All of them looked surprised because they'd never tasted cold water before. They had heard from other beastmen that in some tribes, it snows in winter, and there are ice blocks. Back then, the water would be icy cold, but the Black Abyss tribe had never experienced it. Sandy didn't hide anything and explained, "It's made from a type of stone called saltpeter. When you put it in water, it makes ice. Saltpeter reacts with water and freezes." She also added, "I don't have much of it, just found it by chance before." She didn't plan to bring out ice every day, just occasionally. The beastmen wouldn't suspect. Plus, it was a good way to let them learn about saltpeter. Maybe someday, a beastman would find a saltpeter deposit. Stone that reacts with water to make ice? That's so amazing! The males were shocked again. They had never heard of such a magical thing in their lives. If someone else told them, they wouldn't believe it, but hearing it from Sandy, they instinctively believed her. "Sand, what does saltpeter look like?" "I'll look for some when I leave the tribe next time," one of the males asked. Sandy then described the features of saltpeter. In reality, she had never seen it herself. These features were from her online research, and the ice in the green bean soup was bought from a supermarket. Of course, she would never admit this. The males were very excited. If they could make ice with saltpeter, their mates would be very happy. Who wouldn't want to drink cold water on such a hot day? After drinking, the males worked even harder. The three little snake cubs had drunk green bean soup before, but this was their first time tasting ice. They held small bowls, sipping carefully with bright eyes, as if they had discovered a new world. 3 people from the illusion cloud also drank a bowl each. Sandai carefully observed the illusion cloud's reaction, noticing she showed no interest in asking about herself and seemed indifferent about how she knew these things. As she had said, it was just as the illusion cloud told her. 3 days passed, and the male had already finished the foundation, which Sandai estimated would take about a week. Next, they would start building the house. Sandai plans to build a large house big enough for herself, her cubs, and her parents and second brother to live in together. The 3 cubs now live together, but when they grow up, they will need separate rooms. With her and her 3 cubs, that makes 4 rooms, plus 1 for her parents and 1 for her second brother, totaling at least 6 bedrooms. There will also be a kitchen, a wood storage shed, and a bathroom. Unlike modern times, there is no good drainage system here, so the toilet will inevitably have odors. The bathing and toilet areas need to be separate, and the family will need more than 1 toilet and shower. They also need a drainage system, 2 toilets, and a septic tank. Sandai explained her ideas to the male in charge. The male looked confused. "Sandai, I understand the bedrooms you mentioned, but I don't quite get how to do the toilets, showers, and drainage. I don't understand how to make all that work." Sandai explained several times, but he still only understood part of it. Seeing his confused expression, Sandai sighed deeply. It seems difficult for the beastmen to understand these things. She wondered whether to settle for a simpler solution outside the yard, just a squat toilet, when suddenly the male clapped his forehead and said, "Sandai, I'm not very smart, but our tribe's dear Zay often studies strange things. Maybe he understands. Should I ask him to try?" From Sandai's tone, it seemed these tasks didn't require many people, just some complexity. Dear Zay? Sandai suddenly remembered this person. Maybe Dear Zay really could help her build it. "All right, please go ask Dear Zay to come," Sandai said with a smile. Thinking about the hope of having her own toilet and bathroom built made her very happy. Currently, she and her 3 snake cubs are using sand in the cave for toilets. It's smelly, and they have to clean up waste every day. After living in this ancient era for a while, she really missed the convenience of her previous life. Soon, the male brought Dear Zay over. "Is there anything you want or need me to do? As long as you can help me build the house, I will try my best to satisfy you," Sandai said to Luo Yuer. Luo Yuer still looked as messy as usual, with tousled hair, a shabby outfit, and barefoot. Qingsui saw this and couldn't help but wonder, "Miss Sandai, can this male help you? He doesn't seem like the type to do work." Sandai smiled and explained to Qingsui, "What I need him for isn't physical labor. His strength is here." She pointed to her head with her finger. Qingsui remained doubtful. Such a messy male. How smart could he be? Luo Yuer heard Qingsui's words but didn't mind and said calmly, "I don't want much. Just teach me how to make the toilet you mentioned and the drainage system. I'm very interested." From what the male said, once the toilet is built, the beastmen can relieve themselves inside the house. As long as the drainage system works well, there won't be any bad smell. He had never heard of such a new thing before. For him, food and supplies weren't important. He was only curious about these unfamiliar things. Sandai was surprised. She didn't expect Luo to be so easy to talk to. Nothing else you want? Luo nodded and thought for a moment before saying, if you have other new things to tell me, that would be even better. Oh, and I want to eat with you too. In recent days, after the beastmen of the Luo tribe returned to their cave, they carried a strong smell of meat. He usually didn't care much about food, but these days, the smell made him almost unable to sleep. If Sandai hadn't come to invite him, he might have gone over on his own. Of course, no problem, Sandai agreed immediately. She wasn't short of ideas. She was worried that many things the beastmen couldn't make. With Luo's help, they could do twice the work with half the effort. Sandai immediately shared her ideas with Luo. Luo listened seriously, nodding now and then and asking questions. Are you saying the middle of the toilet needs a pipe connecting to the septic tank, and after excretion, water can flush it away? Build a drainage ditch in the bathing area and kitchen, just like in a bathroom. These don't need to connect to the septic tank, right? And what are windows and chimneys? After Sandai explained, Luo mostly understood. He just couldn't figure out how there could be transparent stones that could block wind and rain. Sandai said those stones are called glass, made by melting sand. He wanted to try making it when he returned. All right, I will study these. They are not very difficult, just a bit troublesome. But you need to tell me more about those transparent stones. Dear Zay is very interested in glass. Seeing Dear Zay agree quickly, Sandy was very happy and immediately started explaining the details of glass. He even went to the supermarket to look for related books and shared all the information he found with Dear Zay. In the following days, Dear Zay came to work every morning and evening. He didn't talk much. To other males, he seemed like a shy, odd person. But after spending time with him, everyone realized he was just quiet and he was easy to get along with. Moreover, he could do everything Sandy told him, and he seemed smarter than them. Over time, they became more familiar with him. Orcs admire strength and envy clever minds, and Dear Zay is the second kind of orc. With everyone's help, the house was built day by day. Tiger Chong and Tiger Chiu came to help whenever they had free time, especially Tiger Chiu, who almost hunted every day and kept an eye on the males working, especially the young and strong ones. He was more active than the supervisor. Tiger Chiu was worried that his sister might be taken by careless males. After 20 days, Sandy's new house was finally finished. To save space, Sandy built a small 2-story house. The ground floor had a living and dining area and 3 rooms. The upstairs had 4 rooms. The toilet wasn't as good as the one in the previous life because of smell, so the kitchen and firewood storage were built separately in the front yard, while the backyard had a shower room and toilet. As for the storage, she used a nearby cave for supplies, so she didn't build another one. She inspected the house inside and out, mostly built according to Sandy's plans, and she was very satisfied. The house made of cement and bricks was sturdy, warm in winter, cool in summer, and not easy to get damp. It had drainage systems around it, so even during floods, it wouldn't be flooded. The yard was paved with bricks, making it clean and bright. Even the path from the rooms to the kitchen had a covered walkway, so rain wouldn't get them wet. Sandy was very happy and told the males helping, if any of you want to build a house, you can follow my method. Find a orc who can make tiles and bricks to exchange materials or learn how to make them. There are only a few orcs in the tribe who can make tiles and bricks. Some are willing to trade materials, but others lack supplies and prefer to learn to do it themselves. Sandy didn't interfere and let the orcs negotiate on their own. Anyway, she allowed all the orcs in the tribe to learn. Immediately, a male excitedly said, "When I find a mate in the future, I will build a house like this for my partner." The things Sandy used were definitely good quality, and soon, the females in the tribe would all like this clean and beautiful big house. After finishing their work, the males were reluctant to leave, thinking they wouldn't get such tasty food again. After sending off the males, Sandy took the 3 snake cubs and Huan Yun to clean and prepare the land. Sandy Ching carried a water bucket, while Sandy Feng and Sandy Yu wiped the walls with cloths. Mother, can we really live in this house? What if it rains or winds? Will it collapse? Sandy Feng asked curiously as he wiped dust from the wall. Recently, the tribe's young ones often asked him these questions. He always answered confidently that their mother's house was very sturdy. Still, he worried a little. This house has 2 floors higher than our cave. Do you think it might break if we step on it too hard? Sandy Ching asked softly, holding the water bucket and gently stomping on the stairs to test if it was solid enough. He needed to make sure it was strong so his mother wouldn't fall. Big brother, if it were going to break, the males who built it would have damaged it already. They are much heavier than you, Sandy said with a helpless tone, rubbing her forehead. Sandy smiled softly. Xiao Yu is right. Since so many males come and go without problems, the house must be strong. Later, we can live on the 2nd floor and Grandma and Grandpa can stay downstairs. Is that okay? Yes. Grandma and Grandpa will live with us in the new house. Sandy Feng cheered happily. Sandy Ching and Sandy Yu looked excited too. They all liked Grandma and Grandpa, but Grandpa didn't visit often. If they could live together, they could see each other every day. Huan Yun, hearing this, pouted and said, "Stop teasing the kids. My mate and I have a cave to live in, so we won't come to your place." Sandy smiled without arguing. There was still a month before the Great Flood. When the rain started, she planned to use the excuse of inviting the elders to stay for a couple of days. If the heavy rain continued, they wouldn't be able to go back. The constant rain would make the beastmen anxious. Although every household had some stored food, she wasn't sure if it would be safe. It was safer for their family to stay together and look out for each other. Since construction began, Sandy's house had attracted the attention of the beastmen in the tribe. After it was built, many beastmen would pass by, curious to look at it. Sandy built her house not only for herself, but also to improve the orcs' living conditions and solve the problem of insufficient caves in the future. When she saw these curious orcs, she simply smiled generously and did not chase them away. However, when the orcs saw Sandy notice them, they ran away quickly like mice seeing a cat. Sandy. Is she really such a scary thing? One morning, Sandy came out of the mountain cave to fetch water from the basin at the entrance for washing. She saw several small heads with orc ears peeking out from the leaves behind the house. "Little ones, are you here to play with Xiao Qing and the others?" Sandy looked at the small orc cubs and wanted to say that Xiao Qing and the others would wake up soon. But the cubs, like frightened birds, hurriedly hid in the leaves. One chubby barriered cub, flustered and unsteady, fell from the tree.
Ow!
Sandy only heard a cry of pain, and the small cubs quickly disappeared from her sight. She touched her face, feeling puzzled. Am I looking very scary now? I'm not fierce or intimidating, so why did even the cubs run away when they saw me? I remember I was quite popular among the cubs before. Mom, who are you talking to? Sandy Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes and came out of the cave, his round eyes full of confusion. After waking up, his fur was wrinkled, and there were red marks on half his face from the mat, looking adorable. Sandy couldn't help but pinch him a couple of times, then explained, "A few cubs were behind the tree just now. I thought they came to play with you, so I talked to them. But then they suddenly ran away." The little guy was well-liked in the tribe and had many friends. Hearing his mother's words, his sleepiness immediately disappeared. Ran away? Why did they run? Yesterday, they even said they wanted to see our new house, Sandy Feng mumbled softly with a pout. Sandy Ching's teasing voice came from behind. "Silly, not everyone is as shameless as you. Orcs entering someone else's territory is rude. They probably didn't really want to come see it. How am I shameless?" Sandy Feng immediately became unhappy, puffing out his cheeks in anger. "Your face isn't thick. So, who's the one going to the cubs' place every day to munch on their fruit?" Sandy Feng. "I don't want to talk to my big brother anymore. They're the ones who voluntarily gave him the fruit." "Okay." Sandy Yu followed behind, already used to their bickering, and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Although they argued, it did not affect the friendship between the three of them. Listening to the brothers' conversation, Sandy suddenly remembered that the orcs seemed to have run away when they saw her. Were they feeling shy? Sandy had thought that the orcs would spread the word themselves once the house was built. When they were interested, they would come to learn more. But she forgot about this. Orcs usually wouldn't enter other orcs' homes unless it was important. So, how could she promote her house? Sandy thought hard and suddenly had an idea. Xiaofeng, today you tell the young ones that tomorrow I plan to hold a housewarming party at the new house. I want to cook for the first time and invite the orcs who helped build the house to food. I love lively gatherings. The more orcs that come, the better. Invite everyone to visit my house freely, Sandy said to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. Really? Mother wants to invite them? Anyone can come? Yes. When the time comes, call all your little friends too. Xiaofeng, take them to visit, okay? Sandy asked gently.
Yay.
Xiaofeng jumped excitedly. Then he turned around quickly to fetch water and brush his teeth with a small toothbrush, mumbling, I'll go soon. They'll be so happy. Sandy's little sister, Moon, tilted her head worriedly. Mother, what if they still feel shy and don't want to come? Sandy smiled. If they're too shy, just ask them to bring a small gift. Anything is fine. Orcs who bring gifts can visit the house and taste the food I make. She knew orcs were very honest and didn't want to take advantage of her. If they brought gifts, they would feel more at ease. Moon thought for a moment, her eyes forming two small crescents. Mother, that's a good idea. The three little ones quickly finished washing their faces. They used the wooden toothbrush Sandy made, brushed their teeth, grabbed a few fruits, and didn't even wait for breakfast. They eagerly acted as messengers, rushing to spread the news in the tribe. At first, the orcs hesitated, but when they heard they could bring gifts, they immediately decided to go. If they went empty-handed, they would feel embarrassed. Hearing they could taste Sandy's delicious food if they brought gifts, they remembered how jealous they had been when she was building her house. The orcs hurriedly searched their belongings for good gifts they could give. Sandy was happy to let them go. She was just being kind. They shouldn't take advantage of her kindness or be ungrateful. By the river, Luo Yuer was out playing with her tiger cub. The cub had grown bigger and could run and jump. Every day, it was full of energy. During the day, Eagle Creek went hunting with Tiger Lai, but Luo Yuer found the cub too lively and brought it out to burn off some energy. Two tiger cubs are completely unaware of how much their mother despises them. They are playing and chasing each other on the grass, sometimes chasing butterflies, sometimes chewing on bugs, and having fun until they stick out their tongues. Luo Yuer, however, is listening carefully to the nearby female animals discussing. Sandai's house has been built, and they are planning a housewarming banquet. They even invited the beastmen to visit and taste the food. A hint of jealousy flashes in Luo Yuer's eyes, but then she notices the tiger cubs and suddenly has an idea. She heard that Sandai's house is very big, with 6 large rooms, 3 for the wild offspring, 1 for Sandai and Tiger Hill, 1 for the elders, and 2 empty rooms. Such a big tile house is different from a damp, cold cave. It is spacious, bright, and comfortable. Since tiger cubs are also Yun's grandchildren, they can share a room with tiger cubs, right? She used to raise wild chickens that ran around in caves and even went to others' caves to leave droppings, which caused trouble with other beastmen. Big Tiger, Second Tiger, come here. Luo Yuer thought that she could use Tiger Cub's identity to stay nearby, so she became gentler toward them. When tiger cubs first saw their mother's face, they ran over with their heads big and clumsy, cautiously rubbing against her hand. Mother will take you to eat delicious food tomorrow. You must listen to what I say. Be nice to your grandmother, understand? Luo Yuer brainwashed tiger cubs. They blinked their big eyes, seeming to understand and not quite understanding at the same time. The next day, Sandai woke up early to prepare the meal. The new house had already been cleaned, and she had even asked Lu Zhe to make furniture, beds, cabinets, tables, and benches, all made of high-quality Wangwali wood. In her previous life, these were very expensive, and she never had the chance to touch them. Sandai drew design sketches with charcoal on paper and showed them to Lu Zhe. He was very interested in this new way of designing, agreed to give her some paper and charcoal, and after explaining the principles of papermaking, he happily started making furniture for her. Now, each room was furnished, and because the rooms were spacious, Sandai even added desks for the three cubs to study and learn to read in the future. Since they hadn't moved in yet, and the new house was free of formaldehyde, Sandai kept the decorations simple, placing a few potted plants in each room. The kitchen was equipped with 2 stoves and 2 large iron pots, with a wide countertop, making cooking and preparing food very convenient. The males went hunting during the day and only returned in the afternoon, so Sandai had plenty of time to prepare everything without rushing. Just as I was about to go into the kitchen to prepare food, I saw Huan carrying a bamboo basket of things. "Mother, why are you here so early?" Sandai asked in surprise as she went out to greet her. "Yesterday, I told second brother to pass on the message that mother didn't need to come help. The family could come together for dinner in the afternoon. I didn't expect Huan to come anyway. You don't have a partner, and such a big event. How could I not come to support you?" Huan said with a bit of a playful scold. Then she looked around and asked, "That young man, Wang, wasn't he supposed to come today?" Sandai took Huan's hand and led her inside. "Mother, he's not really my anything. Why would he come here? Come in and sit." The 3 little snake cubs weren't home. They had already gone out to gather their little friends. Hearing Sandai's words, Huan looked a bit disappointed and then turned her gaze back to the basket, saying, "Dyer, this is what your father dug up yesterday. The fruits you mentioned before, called and Sichuan pepper, can be used for cooking. Your father found them in the forest, and they might be useful for you today. That much? Thank you, mother and father. This will last me a long time." Sandai looked happily at the in the basket. "This is a good thing. It's not only good for removing fishy smells and making tea when you're cold, but it also helps fight cold. During rain, many beastmen might get cold and wet. Mother, these can also be used for medicine. If there's more in the forest, tell father to dig some up and keep them," Sandai said. Many things are available at the supermarket, but she couldn't take a lot out. Since her father found these in the forest, the beastmen could go and dig or plant them themselves. Huan was surprised to hear they could be used medicinally and nodded. "All right, I'll tell him when he gets back." In the morning, Qing Chui and Yu Chan also came to help. The 4 women worked busy in the kitchen. Huan, who had been pampered by Tiger Chong before, had rarely done housework in the original story. Now, with Sandai, she was quite skilled at washing and cutting vegetables. They had practiced a lot recently. Sandai couldn't help but feel her nose sting and became even more determined to be good to her mother. They spent most of the day preparing a lot of hearty dishes. Yes, a lot. The cooked dishes were packed into large wooden basins, ready to be reheated when the beastmen arrived in the afternoon and served directly. Human beef, spicy pepper chicken, oyster sauce clams, sour and spicy beef, pickled pork ribs, salt and pepper shrimp, cold pig ears. The kitchen corner was filled with all kinds of dishes. Sandai even prepared milk tea and sweet drinks, noticing that the beastling children liked sweets just like human children. By the afternoon, the hunting team returned earlier than usual. After quickly finishing the food, they went home with their partners and brought along their young ones to Sandy's new house. The 3 little snakes arrived first, excitedly bringing a group of small cubs. Sandy brought a large basin filled with beef jerky, dried pork, and dried fruits that she had unpacked from the supermarket, and distributed it to the little cubs. "There are drinks on the table. If you want something to drink, little Qing will take you to get it," Sandy said with a bright smile. On the table, there were already various flavors of milk tea served in ceramic cups, some brewed, some with fruit, and others made with taro balls and mochi, all chilled with ice cubes. The cubs' eyes sparkled like they had entered paradise. They cheered happily, calling Sandy affectionately as Auntie. One cub, overwhelmed with excitement, even shouted Mama along with Sandy's partner, Sangfeng. This made Sangfeng almost lose his temper and chase the cub away. Qing Chui loved the cubs the most. Seeing so many, she took the initiative to help serve the milk tea, smiling so broadly she couldn't close her mouth. Soon, both females and males arrived. Huan greeted them at the door, while Yuchan helped collect the gifts, mostly food, animal pelts, and various stones they had found. In the living room, 2 long tables were set up, with small bowls filled with different dishes. Since there were many guests today, Sandy couldn't let everyone eat full meals, so the portions were small for tasting. The orcs initially felt a bit shy, but seeing the cubs happily eating from their bowls, they boldly took their own bowls and joined in. These mischievous little ones would eat everything if the adults didn't, as they were shameless and bold. The females, like the cubs, preferred sweet drinks and milk tea. Sandy chatted with the females while showing them around the first floor. Luo Yuer took advantage of the crowd, letting the tiger cubs sneak in with the cubs, while she followed behind the females. She came empty-handed, planning to grab some food and drinks, but when she heard Sandy describing the house, she couldn't help but follow the females. This house is so big. It's much brighter than the cave. As long as the sun doesn't set, it stays bright here. That's great, unlike the dark cave all day long. Is this where we sleep? It looks so soft. And this big wooden block can actually be opened. It's hollow inside. Sandy first showed the females around the rooms. The females were curious about the furniture and couldn't help but touch it. Their sleeping areas were just laid with dry grass, and they had never seen furniture or wardrobes before. Sandy carefully explained, "This is a wardrobe. You can put your commonly worn animal skins inside, so they won't be scattered everywhere. This way, the room stays clean and tidy." She also decorated the wardrobe doors with patterns, which looked very delicate. Behind the crowd, Luo Yuer looked at the spacious, clean, and odor-free room, her eyes filled with envy. Why does Sandy live in such a big, comfortable cave, while she lives in a small, cramped one? Sandy not only has the largest cave in the tribe, but also lives in such a nice house. Thinking about her own dark, smelly cave, where she shares it with 2 partners and 2 tiger cubs crawling around at night, Luo Yuer became more determined to move in. "Sandy, what is this small room? Is it also for sleeping?" she asked, curious, as she arrived at the bathroom and looked at the strange-shaped toilet. "This isn't for sleeping. It's a toilet, used for waste," Sandy explained. As she finished, the chattering females suddenly quieted down.
Then,
"If we use it here, won't it smell?" one female asked softly. "Can we put sand inside?" They usually find a spot outside the cave to go, which can smell, but the open space and wind help the smell go away after a while. The tribe also regularly has beastmen clean up the waste. Here, the space is small and the wind can't reach, so the smell might stay trapped inside. You can't put sand in it, but you can flush it with water. The water will wash away the waste, so there won't be any smell, Sandy said with a smile, opening the toilet lid and demonstrating. Watching the water suddenly appear and then disappear inside the toilet, the females were amazed. "Really? It works like that? That's so amazing! Does that mean Sandy won't have to go outside to find a place to do her business anymore? This toilet is so convenient. I want to build one like this in the future. Sandy, can you teach me how to make a toilet?" Some females who were closer to Sandy had already started thinking about when they could build a toilet. Of course. Deer Zay from the Deer tribe can make a toilet. If you want to make one, you can ask him, or let the males learn from him, Sandy generously replied. Deer Zay, who was somewhat aloof and didn't go hunting often, didn't have a good life, but managed to survive. Now, she could introduce him to some work helping him improve his life, so he could contribute more to the tribe in the future. That's great. The females cheered happily, grateful to Sandy. Sandai hasn't moved in yet, and there aren't many important things at home. After a brief introduction, she let the visiting orcs explore on their own, so she could rest. The first group of orcs acted as guides, enthusiastically showing the others around and saving Sandai some trouble. "Mother, drink water." Xiaoya immediately brought a bowl of sweet water when she saw Sandai come out of the crowd. "Thank you, Xiaoya. I'm a bit thirsty," Sandai said, rubbing her head. She felt the sweet water was overly sugary. It's thoughtful of her daughter. The 2 little ones, Xiaoqing and Xiaofeng, had long since gone off to play with the cubs. Sandai's sister, Yuechan, led Xiliang inside, holding a fine lamb leg. "What are you bringing? Are you worried I might bully Yuechan while you're away?" Sandai joked with a smile. Xiliang had been in and out of the house many times during construction, so there was no need for a tour. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. No, not at all. I just saw this piece of meat and thought of bringing it to you. I want Yuechan to eat well here. She says your cooking is delicious, and she's been thinking about it every day. You're talking nonsense. Yuechan blushed and lightly punched Shiliang's arm. Seeing the young couple flirt and have such good feelings, Sandai couldn't help but smile softly. All right, I won't be polite. I'll cook a roast lamb leg for you later.
Don't leave so early, she said.
Okay, Shiliang grinned eagerly, waiting for this. Who in the tribe isn't tempted by Sandai's cooking? By the way, Sandai looked at Shiliang and suddenly remembered when Huanyan asked about Tinkong. Recently, she hadn't seen Tinkong when she went to cook for Xiaobai. Is the king not in the tribe lately? Shiliang replied, yes, I heard a few days ago that there's a highly skilled veterinarian in another tribe. The king wants to find a way to treat Xiaobai's scars, so he's been away these days. Oh, I see. Sandai nodded. She had been planning to wait until the orcs left before asking Tinkong to come see her. Sandai, do you need to see the king? I'll tell you when he returns, Shiliang asked. Sandai quickly waved her hand to refuse.
No, it's nothing.
I was just asking casually. Although she said that, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, something she didn't even realize herself. Just then, her gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure in the yard. It was a young female, wearing rabbit beast fur, with a curvy figure. She looked about 18 or 19, with long chestnut hair reaching her waist, making her appear petite and charming. Her face was stunningly beautiful and captivating. Sandy suddenly thought of a word: fox spirit. This was exactly the kind of fox tribe beastman she imagined, especially those fox eyes, giving off a restless feeling. Sandy noticed that this female was not only striking in appearance and figure, but also that the male standing beside her was her second brother, Huqiao. Huqiao was bending over, talking to her, and they seemed very close. Sandy raised an eyebrow. Was her second brother up to something? Coming here with such a challenging female. Seeing that they were focused on their conversation, Sandy didn't plan to disturb them. She decided to wait until they left to gossip with her mother. But unexpectedly, Huqiao saw her and happily waved, calling out, "Sister." Then he walked over with the female. "Second brother, who is this?" Sandy smiled at the female and asked Huqiao. "Her name is Huling. She's a female from the Spirit Fox tribe, the same tribe as me and our parents," Huqiao explained. Huling? Hearing that name, Sandy suddenly remembered a story from a book. Her second brother liked a female named Huling, but she was vain and superficial. After Huqiao was injured, she immediately abandoned him. She refused to let a healer treat Huqiao and lied to their parents, saying Huqiao was fine, which delayed his treatment. As a result, Huqiao died in the cave, and after his death, his body was found infested with maggots. When their parents confronted Huling, she had already found new mates and didn't care about Huqiao's death. She even said that his death was deserved. Their mother was so angry she fell seriously ill, which left her with lifelong health issues. Thinking of this, Sandy's smile faded a little. "Sandy sister, I've heard Huqiao mention you before. You're very beautiful. Probably the prettiest female I've ever seen," Huling said shyly with a sweet voice. Sandy looked at her with a half-smile. "It's the females from the Spirit Fox tribe who are truly beautiful. Second brother, your taste is really good." Huling thought Sandy was complimenting her and smiled even more happily. Sandy's eyes flicked and she suddenly asked, "Second brother, since you used to live in the Spirit Fox tribe, you should know them well. Why did you only bring Huling here today?" Huqiao and their parents went to the Spirit Fox tribe as refugees. When they arrived, Huling didn't even look at Huqiao, let alone recognize him. Huqiao arrived at the Black Abyss tribe. In the original story, Hulai and Luo Yuer had already gained some fame there. Huling knew that Huqiao was Hulai's younger brother and they had a good relationship. She thought about using Huqiao to get closer to someone powerful and find a chance to meet him. Her naive second brother still believed that people only just discovered his inner beauty. She remembered that in the story, Luo Yuer was jealous of Huling's beauty for a while. Now, with Huguang and Luo Yuer's story already disrupted by herself, Sandai could guess who Huguang was targeting just by her toes. She was probably after her. Huguang was stunned when asked this question. She didn't expect Sandai to suddenly ask that. When she was in the Spirit Fox tribe, she didn't know Huqiu yet. Back then, she had no idea Huqiu had such a strong background or that he had a talented sister with abundant resources. At that time, Huqiu looked like a wandering beast man, messy and unkempt, and they lived in a cave provided by their tribe. She didn't bother to get to know such a male. Huqiu scratched his head, not catching Sandai's hidden meaning, and answered simply, "Back then, I didn't know Huguang." Sandai nodded, seeing her second brother was simple-minded and probably wouldn't understand her meaning, so she said nothing more. Her second brother was falling in love now, and if she told him that Huguang was not a good person and might harm him in the future, he wouldn't believe her. It might even cause a rift between siblings. She wouldn't be foolish enough to do that now and become the villain. Little sister, Huguang is a good female. She just came to the tribe and hasn't made many friends. Maybe she can play with you and Yuchan in the future, Huqiu said. Just now, Huguang was talking about this with her. Since her sister was so kind, she would definitely get along well with Huguang. Huguang immediately agreed, smiling and looking at her with big eyes, her voice sweet and sincere, giving a feeling of honesty and innocence. Yuchan, standing nearby, felt a bit embarrassed to refuse. Sandai, however, smiled and said, "That won't do. Yuchan and I work during the day, so we don't play. Second brother, if you think I play every day, I'll be angry." Hearing this, Huqiu quickly apologized. "It was my mistake, sister. Of course, you're not playing. You're doing serious work." "Sorry, sister." He was clumsy with words and only meant to say that she could play with the fox spirit when they rested. He didn't expect his sister to misunderstand. Sandy certainly wouldn't be angry with her second brother. She just smiled and asked the fox spirit, "I remember the spirit fox tribe has several females, right? Is it that the fox spirit doesn't get along with the female fox spirits? Why don't they have friends?" Tiger Hill paused for a moment, then realized. The fox spirit had just been coquettishly telling him that there were no females to talk to in the tribe and that she wanted to make friends with Sandy, so he brought her here. Now, hearing Sandy's words, he turned to look at the fox spirit. The fox spirit hesitated. I just wanted to get to know Sister Sandy." Sandy nodded with a smile, looking her up and down without saying anything. The fox spirit felt as if her thoughts were seen through. Her eyes were clear and pure, with no threat at all. She secretly clenched her teeth, wondering what was wrong with Sandy. The beastmen from the Black Abyss tribe all said she was easy to get along with, so why was she always against her? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, suddenly there was the sound of cups and bowls smashing on the floor in the living room. "Stop eating. You've already had 6 bowls. If you finish, what will the other beastmen eat? Go away. Who told you to come to my house?" came Sandy Feng's angry voice. Sandy hurried over to see a group of people gathered in the living room, with several broken bowls on the ground. Sandy Feng was holding a small tiger cub by its tail, not letting it go. The cub's mouth was greasy, and its paws were covered with traces of sneaking food. It struggled constantly, scratching at Sandy Feng. Although the cub was small, its claws were very sharp. In just a moment, Sandy Feng's hands were scratched with several bloody cuts. But Sandy Feng stubbornly refused to let go. Sang Qing also held down another sneaky tiger cub nearby. "Xiao Feng, let go. You've already eaten the food. You're hurt and bleeding. Let go quickly." Seeing this, Sandy hurriedly shouted for Sandy Feng to loosen his grip and stop struggling with the cub. She quickly ran over. Before she reached Sandy Feng, another figure moved faster. She dashed out from the crowd, pushed Sandy Feng aside, and hugged the tiger cub into her arms. Sandy Feng was knocked off balance and squatted down with a thud. "Ouch! My skin is all bruised," Sandy Feng said painfully, unable to speak clearly, clutching his backside and crying out. Sandy felt heartbroken and quickly picked up the little cub. "Xiao Feng, did you fall? Are you okay?" Sandy Feng shook his head, wanting to say he was fine, but when he looked up at his mother, Tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. Mother. Boo-hoo, it was just a little pain, but why can't I control my eyes? Never mind, if I can't control it, I won't. Anyway, Mother is here, so it's not embarrassing. It's okay, little foam, Mother is here. Sandai suddenly felt very worried. She checked that Sangfeng had no other injuries before pulling him behind her and looking at the visitors. Sangqing also let go of another tiger cub and ran with Sengyue to stand behind Sandai. They want to stand on their mother's side. Luo Yuer, who told you to come? Sandai looked at Luo Yuer holding the tiger cub with a stern gaze. She wouldn't be polite to Luo Yuer. Yuechan saw who was coming and hurriedly explained, Sangdai's sister, I didn't see her just now, I don't know when she sneaked in. If she had seen Luo Yuer, she definitely wouldn't have let her in. Qingxue also came over, patting Yuechan's shoulder to comfort her. It's okay, it's okay. There were many people just now, and Sangdai knows about it. It's not your fault. Even if you had eyes on the back of your head, you couldn't stop some females with bad intentions from letting cubs sneak food. While comforting Yuechan, she also looked at Luo Yuer with a sarcastic tone. Luo Yuer's face turned red with anger. She retorted, How come my tiger cub is just sneaking food? Sangdai is my daughter, and the tiger cub is also my grandson. They come to eat some meat from their grandma. How can that be called stealing? When Huanyin arrived, she immediately wiped her eyes and sniffled, Mother, I know you don't like Hulei, but the tiger cub is also your grandson. They, like Sangfeng, are your bloodline. Even if you don't feel sorry for Hulei, you should feel sorry for your grandson. They haven't been full since they were born. Yuer. Hulei squeezed through the crowd, seeing Luo Yuer crying and complaining, thinking she was bullied, and quickly ran to her side. Sandai saw Huanyun's face turn unpleasant and frowned. These two guys, if they didn't know better, might think she and Mother were bullying them, not letting them eat. The fox spirit nearby saw Huanyun and brightened up. She thought, this must be the mother of Hugu. She heard she liked Sangdai's 3 cubs, so she must also like these 2 tiger cubs. She immediately stepped forward, pretending to be gentle, and said, You should get up quickly. You and Sangdai's sister are family. Sangdai's sister wouldn't let your cubs go hungry. It must be a misunderstanding. Little Foam, apologize to the tiger cub, and this will be over. Beast men care about face. The fox spirit thought that since Sangdai invited so many beast men and even said everyone could enjoy the food, she would definitely blame Sangfeng for not letting the tiger cub eat earlier, which would embarrass her. By saying this, I am gentle, caring, and reasonable, and I also help them resolve a misunderstanding. Sandai and Huanyin will surely see me in a new light. Huling was secretly proud of herself, but Huqiu quickly pulled her aside and whispered, Stop talking. Not only has her sister already fallen out with Hulai, but even in their old tribe, her sister didn't get along with Luo Yuer. How could she expect Xiaofeng and Luo Yuer's cubs to apologize? Also, it wasn't Xiaofeng's fault earlier. It was Luo Yuer who sneaked in, and the tiger cubs who ate too much. Other beastmen and cubs, even if they are greedy, only eat a little, not 6 bowls like that. When Huqiu reminded her, Huling realized everyone looked upset. What was wrong? Was she wrong? I won't apologize, Mother. I didn't do anything wrong. He came in and stole food. I told him to leave, but he clawed me. I don't want to apologize. Sandai immediately pouted, looking very upset with red eyes. He wasn't even mad at Huzi for hurting him or making him apologize. Why doesn't this female understand? Sandai thought angrily, glaring at Huling. He disliked this mean female. When Hulai appeared, Huanyun's face darkened further, and her eyes looked unfriendly. The other beastmen also looked at Huling with strange eyes. Is this female crazy? How could she make Xiaofeng apologize? Seeing everyone's unkind looks, Huling felt wronged and shrank back behind Huqiu. Huqiu-ji, I didn't say anything wrong. If I apologize, it'll be fine. It's just some food. Is it really necessary? Huling looked pitiful, as if everyone was bullying her. Normally, Huqiu would have felt sorry for her and agreed with her.
But now...
Huqiu frowned in displeasure, pulling her hand away from Huling's grip and softly correcting her. Of course, it's necessary. Whoever is wrong should apologize. Why should Xiaofeng apologize for Luo Yuer bringing the tiger cubs in to steal food? That's not right. Although Huqiu liked Huling, he stood firm on principles and didn't always agree with her. Seeing his second brother wasn't swayed by Huling, Sandai looked relieved. It seemed his second brother could still be saved. Xiaofeng, don't worry. You don't need to apologize. With Mother here, no one can bully you. Sandai patted Xiaofeng's head, and Xiaofeng immediately looked like a well-behaved kitten, calming down. He was holding Sandy's thigh, looking at the enemy with suspicion, guarding his gaze on Huli and Luo Yuer. In his mind, he had already equated Huli and Luo Yuer as bad females. Huli's smile froze on her face, and when Huqiu rebutted her, she felt her dignity was completely lost. She secretly made a strong note of Huqiu in her heart. How dare he embarrass her in front of so many beasts? Even if Huqiu tried to comfort her, she wouldn't forgive him so easily. There are plenty of males who want to become her partner. Huli directly turned her head away and stopped talking to Huqiu. Luo Yuer, seeing someone helping her, immediately felt encouraged. She grabbed Hulai's arm and complained to Huanyun. Mother, Hulai is also your own child. Even if you are biased and only like Huqiu and Sandy, and dislike Hulai, you should still care about your grandchildren, right? We're not like Sandy, who has such great abilities, nor like Huqiu, who has your and father's support. I and Hulai have a hard life, but if you care about the 2 grandchildren, and since the new house is so big, you can raise them here. Just give them a corner to live in, and feed them a meal. Anyway, Hulai is still your and his father's child. Luo Yuer pretended to be pitiful, wiping tears and lowering her head, but a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. She had always fought with Sandy and never gained any benefit. This time, she decided to change her approach. Instead of fighting Sandy, why not take her achievements for herself? Sandy is kind-hearted after all. As long as Huanyun softens her heart and agrees to adopt Huzi, she probably won't just let them stay in the corner. She will definitely give them a room. Then she can move in under the pretense of caring for Huzi, and the house would be hers. This was a free gain. Hulai stood nearby like a sculpture, his face as dark as charcoal. His greatest fear was not being liked by Huanyun, and Luo Yuer not only mentioned it, but kept repeating it. It was as if she was rubbing his face in the dirt. Ayun, seeing Huanyun's face turn pale, Huqiu quickly supported her. Ayun, don't listen to her nonsense. Huqiu, hurry up and kick this guy out of the house. Yun hated hearing the names Hulai and his father. Every time beasts mentioned them, she had nightmares at night. Huqiu said this with dissatisfaction, glaring at Luo Yuer and Hulai. These 2 troublemakers. Sandy also gave Snakeliang a signal, planning to send the people away directly and find a quiet place to deal with them secretly, so as not to upset her mother here. Snakeliang immediately prepared to step forward and act. At that moment, Huanyun steadied herself by holding onto Huqiu's arm, took a deep breath, and seemed to make a decision. She raised her voice and said, "Hold on." Luo Yuer's face lit up with joy. This old female was indeed soft-hearted. I knew that no female could not care for her grandson, even if she was a beast. Mother, I knew you wouldn't stop caring for your grandson. Luo Yuer just started speaking when Huanyun coldly interrupted her. You're right. I've never liked Hulai. Even if he's your cub, I don't like him either. Hulai, you're here just in time. Haven't you always wanted to know why I favor Huqiu and treat you badly? Today, I will make everything clear so you and this troublemaker won't keep bothering Dyer. Huqiu looked worriedly at Huanyun. Ayun. Huanyun's eyes were firm. Seeing this, Huqiu no longer tried to stop her. He just held her hand tightly to give her strength. I don't like your father. He forced me to mate with her, which made me pregnant with you. I wanted to abort you, but he kept blocking me and lying to me. He said if I gave birth to you, he would take you away and never appear again. He only wanted a cub. I was soft-hearted and believed him, so I gave birth to you.
Who knew he was just lying to me?
He never planned to take you away. He didn't even want to pretend anymore, and even tried to force me. I stabbed him with a bone knife. He ran away from the tribe and never came back. I couldn't bear to see you starve, so I raised you. But you, just like your father, have never told the truth since you were young. You even spread rumors in the tribe. It was I who drove your father away. He never respected me as his mother. Hu Lai grew older and looked more like his father, like a devil. He kept wandering in front of Huanyun. Those days, she was almost driven crazy, haunted by nightmares. Not letting Hu Lai starve was already her soft-heartedness. Huanyun looked coldly at Hu Lai and said clearly, "Since you already know, I will tell you now. From now on, you don't need to acknowledge me as your mother. I will pretend I never gave birth to you. You and Luo Yuer and your cubs have nothing to do with me." When Luo Yuer heard Huanyun's clarification, she was struck like a thunderbolt. She never expected that her plan would fail because of Hu Lai's never-seen father. As soon as she spoke, all the beastmen's eyes focused on Hu Lai. Their gazes were strange and full of contempt. In the orc community, forcing a female to mate is considered extremely shameful and disgraceful. Only the most and useless males would do such a thing, and all orcs look down on them. If a male behaves this way, the entire tribe would reject him. Moreover, this bad trait can be passed down. Although Huli has a mate, he also has 2 tiger cubs. What if his cubs learn this behavior from their grandfather? Suddenly, all the orcs became cautious, thinking they must warn their young ones not to associate with those tiger cubs, especially the female cubs at home. Huli looked very upset. He tightly held Luo Yuer's wrist and asked, "Why did you come here? Why did Huanyun have to tell everyone about his father? His father is already gone. Does this old female need to speak so badly about him?" Huli hates when she talks about him and his father with such disdain, as if they are dirty. Huli didn't respond to Huanyun but directed his anger at Luo Yuer. He knew he couldn't do anything here because many males were present, including Huqiang and Huqiu. Luo Yuer is his mate, and she doesn't get along with the other orcs, so no one would help her. Luo Yuer felt pain in her wrist, and her face twisted in pain. She shouted, "Let go! Why can't I come? I just wanted to take the cubs for a walk." Who knew your mother would be so cruel, disowning her own children and grandchildren? She's such a wicked woman. Shut up. Don't say another word. Huli's forehead veins bulged as he raised his hand high. Luo Yuer stared in disbelief. "What are you doing? Are you going to hit me? Huli, you good-for-nothing, abandoned by your mother, now taking your frustration out on me.
What use are you?"
She was furious and didn't care about Huli's feelings, just venting her anger. Huli clenched his fist, gritted his teeth, and finally swung his hand at the air beside him.
"Yuer."
Ingshi ran in from outside, shielding Luo Yuer in her arms and scolding Huli. "How can you hit Yuer? Yuer, let's go." Luo Yuer felt humiliated and wanted to leave quickly. She followed Ingshi, head down and looking ashamed. Huli also grabbed the cubs, forcing himself to squeeze through the crowd. Huanyun revealed the truth. The tension that had been tight inside him for years suddenly loosened, and he lost all strength, falling backward. "A Yun! Mother!" Sandai and Huqiang shouted together. "Grandma!" The 3 little snakes also hurried over, looking worriedly at Huanyun. "Father, don't be anxious. Let everyone disperse. I will handle it." Sandai quickly stepped forward, instructing the beastmen to step back and leave enough space to avoid suffocation. Then she forcefully pressed on Huanyun's pressure point. After a moment, Huanyun's breathing stabilized, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Mom, how do you feel? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Seeing Huanyun wake up, Sandai sighed in relief and asked with concern. The gloom in Huanyun's eyes had disappeared, replaced by a relaxed expression. She slowly exhaled and looked at them kindly.
"I'm fine."
"Sorry to worry you all," she said. Despite that unpleasant experience, she was comforted by having her adorable and obedient dare, along with Huqiu and the 3 little snakes. With them, she felt her life was complete. "I'm really sorry for making you all laugh at me." Huanyun looked around at the beastmen. Today was supposed to be a happy day, but because of her, Dare's situation was affected. She felt guilty. The beastmen quickly shook their heads, saying it wasn't Huanyun's fault. Huan Yun was a female and Sandai's mother, so they naturally wouldn't be upset with her. All right, everyone continue the tour. There's nothing wrong now. There are rooms upstairs. I'll take you to see them, Ching Tsue responded quickly, inviting the beastmen to leave. They didn't want to stay around and make Huan Yun uncomfortable. Yuechan and Shiliang also helped guide the beastmen to tour the house. Soon, the onlookers dispersed. Huling watched as everyone's attention was focused on Huan Yun and felt a bit annoyed. Seeing Huan Yun fainted from anger, Huqi realized today wasn't a good time to discuss anything. He quietly whispered to Huling, "Maybe I should take you back first? Next time, I'll introduce you to my mother." Huling was even less happy. She had come here, and now he wanted her to leave. He hadn't even shown her the big house properly. She hadn't eaten any of the food, and now he wanted her to go. Did he really consider her one of his own?
This is what you said.
Next time, if I come again, it won't be so easy. Huling stomped her foot and turned away angrily. Huqi hesitated, speechless, with a confused look. He hadn't been angry just now, so why was Huling angry now? He wanted to chase after her to explain, but Sandai stopped him. "Second brother, mother isn't feeling well. Help her to bed and let her rest for a while," she said. She couldn't let second brother make the same mistake again. If she had a chance to shake off Huling, she would cherish it. Huan Yun seemed to truly share a deep bond with Sandy as she immediately supported her forehead, pretending she might faint at any moment. Tiger Hill dared not go out now and quickly came over to help Huan Yun lie down on the bed. Outside the house, Huli ran far away and waited for a long time, but Tiger Hill didn't catch up. She was so angry that her delicate, charming face twisted in frustration. She tore off a nearby leaf, crumpling it in her hand. "Tiger Hill, now you won't even comfort me? You really think I can't live without you?" Huli didn't wait for Tiger Hill anymore and simply left. Meanwhile, Luo Yuer returned to her cave, feeling more and more upset. Not only did she fail to get any benefits today, but she also lost face. Thinking about Sandy's big, bright house with beautiful furniture and even a flushing toilet made her feel very unbalanced. She lived in such a primitive, broken mountain cave, while Sandy had a clean, spacious house. Luo Yuer felt very unfair. "Hulai, Ingshi, I want to build a big house like Sandy's too." Luo Yuer ordered her two partners. Once her living conditions improved, she believed her life would become more and more prosperous. Sandy had started from scratch and gradually improved her life, after all. After Hulai returned, he sat silently in the corner, feeling upset. Hearing Luo Yuer's words, he said unhappily, "I spend my days hunting and taking care of Tiger's Eye at night. When would I have time and energy to build a house?" After the last argument with Luo Yuer, Ingshi started going out hunting again. He no longer stayed in the tribe every day, claiming to take care of Tiger's Eye, but he rarely brought back much meat. The main food source at home still depended on himself. Instead, Ingshi had an excuse not to care for Tiger's Eye anymore when he returned. Luo Yuer and Ingshi enjoyed their carefree days, while he worked himself to exhaustion alone. Hulai also felt unfair. Why? When he was with Huan Yun, he was ignored and treated unfairly, but now with a partner, he was still pushed aside by Ingshi?
Why?
Luo Yuer looked at Ingshi when she heard this. Ingshi's eyes flashed with impatience, but he still smiled gently and said, "Let me do it. Luo Yuer, whatever kind of house you want, I'm willing to help you build it."
But
he paused, looking a bit troubled. Sandy had over 20 beastmen help her build her house. "If I don't invite others, I'll be hunting every day, and it might take a long time to finish. I don't mind working a little harder, but it will take a long time before Luo Yuer can move into her new house." Luo Yuer frowned. She couldn't afford to invite anyone. Sandai was the one who cooked meals for the beastmen every day. Why would she bring so much food for the beastmen to eat? Besides, even if she managed the meals, the beastmen might not be willing to come help. Luo Yuer was aware of her limitations. She thought for a moment and said, "Then you shouldn't go hunting. Anyway, Hulai can hunt alone for enough food for us. Once the house is built, you can go hunting with Hulai." As long as they had a big house to live in, other things wouldn't matter much. Ingshi agreed with this idea and turned to Hule. It's up to you. Hule snorted coldly. He knew that this guy couldn't catch much prey when hunting, and he often wasted time and sometimes caused trouble for himself. It was better not to go. That way, Luo Yuer wouldn't have to worry about him building a house. A cave could also be a good place to live. What was the point of that thing? It couldn't eat or drink. Ingshi was pleased with this answer and smiled even more. He immediately said, Yuer, I'll start building your house tomorrow. Don't worry, I will build you a bigger and more beautiful house than Sandai's. Hearing Ingshi's words, Luo Yuer finally showed a satisfied expression. Ingshi was more thoughtful and understood her. Unlike Hule, who was so dull and stubborn, not only a typical macho man but also very chauvinistic, lacking care and attention. In the evening, Huan Yun's condition finally improved. Sandai stayed to help the beastmen with dinner. After eating, she noticed some leftover milk tea and said to a few people, Cui Yuchan, you can take these back and drink them. They won't taste good if they sit too long. Although they came to help, they didn't eat much of the food prepared to entertain guests. Sandai saw this and was very grateful for their help. She also gave them plenty of dried fruit and jerky to take home as snacks. Sandai, you're so kind.
Oh.
The others thought Cui was going to refuse, but in an instant, the items were already in her hands. Both hands were full. Everyone else was speechless. Yu Chan and Shiliang also received some, and they had to accept with a thick face. In the tribe, Tong Cang had just returned from outside. When he saw Shiliang and Yu Chan walking from Sandai's house, he stopped and waved to Shiliang. Shiliang saw Wang and brightened up. He said to Yu Chan, Wang is back. Wait for me. Then he hurried over to Tong Cang. Wang, did you find a way to treat Xiaobai's scar? Tong Cang shook his head expressionlessly. No, I didn't. The tribe he was looking for was gone long before he arrived. The orcs inside were dead or fleeing, and the tribe had become a wasteland filled with the marks of fierce beast battles. He returned home. On the way, he saw a flock of sheep and remembered that young females seemed to like eating roasted whole sheep, so he casually caught one. What do you have in your hand? Tinkong's gaze fell on the milk tea in Shiliang's hand. Shiliang raised a bamboo tube filled with milk tea and explained, this. Today Sandy invited everyone to visit her new house. Sandy made this, and she calls it milk tea. As he finished speaking, there was a sudden lightness in his hand. Shiliang looked again and saw the milk tea had already been transferred to Tinkong's hand. King? Suddenly feeling thirsty, I traded this for you. Tinkong threw the sheep to Shiliang and took the milk tea to his own cave. Shiliang. The next day, Eagle Creek started to work on building a house. At first, he worked hard, leaving early and returning late, learning from the orcs who knew how to make tiles and bricks. The orcs knew he was Luo Yuer's partner and didn't want to teach him at first, but after a few days of his sweet talk and pleasant words, they reluctantly agreed. Eagle Creek was serious at first, seeing that he could make building materials with some clay, but gradually he became lazy. Clay? Just mix in some mud. It's all dirt anyway, so it can be used. When fired, Luo Yuer couldn't tell the difference. The cave was too small, so he dug a bigger one to fire more at once. He also used less coal and stones needed for firing tiles and bricks, just enough to get it done, regardless of how sturdy it was. The tiles and bricks that normally took half a month to fire, he finished in a week. He also skipped laying a proper foundation, just found an open space and started building. He saved on cement as much as possible because digging for cement was too tiring. The bricks were fewer, so he mixed in some broken stones with the cement to make do. Of course, Luo Yuer didn't know any of this. Eagle Creek worked diligently on the exterior, and Luo Yuer watched the house being built day by day, her smile growing brighter each day. Luo Yuer, can't you control your cubs? They've been sneaking into my cave to steal food, and even fighting my cubs. If you don't do something, I might have to take action myself. A female, carrying a tiger cub with bits of meat around her mouth, came out of her cave, looking angry at Luo Yuer. Ever since she was kicked out by Sandy last time, Luo Yuer's tiger cubs had started to misbehave, sneaking into various caves to steal food every day. The tiger cubs were still so small, so they couldn't be punished harshly. The cubs weren't afraid and kept stealing even more next time. Most of the orcs living in the cave had been stolen from, and they complained loudly about Luo Yuer. It's just a little meat. What's the big deal? Young ones play and sometimes get hurt, that's normal. You're overreacting and fussing too much. If you spoil your cubs like this, they'll grow up to be useless in the future. Luo Yuer not only refused to apologize but also spoke confidently.
What are you talking about?
If you don't want your food stolen, why don't you block the cave entrance? Your cubs can't even handle a small tiger cub, so maybe you should look at yourself for the problem. Her words made the female orc furious. Get out of here, she shouted. This broken cave? Who cares? Once my big house is built, I'll move out. You can stay in this broken place. Luo Yuer proudly lifted her chin, showing she didn't care about offending the female orc. Since they wouldn't live together anymore, she didn't care what they thought. The orcs probably wouldn't dare break into her house to fight her. In the following days, Luo Yuer became more and more arrogant, offending nearly all the orcs in the cave. After half a month, her house was finally finished. It was bigger than Sandy's house, built with 3 floors. Even though each floor only had 3 rooms, it was taller than Sandy's. On the day it was completed, many orcs gathered to watch. Luo Yuer was very proud, feeling she had finally won a point against Sandy. Sandy didn't rush to move into her new house. Instead, she continued to focus on stockpiling supplies and gathering more resources. The silkworm eggs she sent out earlier had produced 2 batches, and most of the orcs kept them untouched, saving them for breeding. Now, the 3rd batch of silkworms was quite large. The orcs who raised silkworms in the tribe had increased many times over. Even the stronger orcs kept some at home. Materials like white crystal stones and coal stones were stored in caves that were already full, so surviving a flood wouldn't be a problem. When they learned that many plants in the forest could be eaten, some orcs would hunt and also dig up unfamiliar plants to bring back for Sandy to identify, hoping to find new edible foods. Sandy always took 3 snake cubs with her, teaching them as she went. During this time, they discovered many edible vegetables like radishes, sweet potatoes, and peanuts, which could be stored for a long time. Sandy taught the orcs how to store these foods, and they seemed to have opened a new world, becoming more eager to find plants. Today, I was about to go to the entrance of the tribe to see if there were any new plants. As I passed by a cave where orcs lived, I saw a large group of orcs gathered ahead. What's going on up there? Why are so many orcs gathered? Sandy asked curiously. Such lively scenes rarely happen in the tribe. The busiest time each day is when the hunting team returns and distributes food. Girl Sandy, you don't know yet? Ching Sui asked in surprise. Sandy was confused. What should she know? Ching Sui shrugged and said, That's Luo Yuer's new house up ahead. I saw it this morning. I heard it's finished today and is taller than your house, 3 stories high. Luo Yuer is probably showing off to the other orcs now. Sandy suddenly understood. So that's what it's about. Recently, she'd been leaving early and returning late, busy teaching the orcs how to store food and gather supplies. She hadn't paid attention to what Luo Yuer was doing. She didn't care how many floors Luo Yuer's house had. Even if Luo Yuer built a tall building, it didn't matter to her. Ching Sui looked annoyed and defended Sandy. She's just copying you, trying to be clever. She even built an extra floor to get ahead, and she's not grateful. She's just a backstabber. I heard she's been bragging to the orcs about how her house is better than yours. Sandy suddenly remembered something and asked, Did Luo Yuer hire help? I think my house was finished less than a month ago. The flood season was approaching, and she was counting the days. When she built her house, including gathering materials, it took over a month. How could Luo Yuer finish so quickly? She hadn't heard anyone from the tribe helping her. The orcs were busy storing food just like her. Help? No, she didn't. Her eagle companion built it. Ching Sui shook her head. While they were talking, Luo Yuer, standing in the crowd, saw Sandy and suddenly called out loudly, Oh, it's Sandy. Are you here to see my new house too? Sorry, my house is 1 story taller than yours. You probably won't be mad, right? We're all from Eagle Creek. I wanted a good house, and I said 2 stories are enough. But she insisted on 3, Luo Yuer said proudly, smiling as if she was apologizing, but her teasing expression was full of challenge. Ching Sui's face darkened. What's there to be proud of? It's just 1 more floor. How does a taller house help? As long as it's enough to live in. She wanted to stand up for Sandy. This was a clear provocation. Hearing Ching Sui's words, Luo Yuer did not get angry but smiled instead and continued to boast. I heard that when you built your house, you hired 28 orcs. Ingshi built his house alone. You took 20 days, but Ingshi finished his in just 15. From my point of view, those orcs were just wasting time, going to your place to eat and drink, deliberately slowing down the building process. Sandy looked at Luo Yuer and said with a smile, You don't even realize you've been tricked by those orcs. Nearby, some orcs helping Sandy overheard Luo Yuer's slander and immediately got angry. Luo Yuer, what nonsense are you talking? We didn't slack off. We were working the whole time while building the house. Luo Yuer's words caused public outrage, but she didn't care. Sandy glanced at the small 3-story house behind her. She thought the wall color looked odd, and the ground was not made of bricks but covered with broken stones. When the wind blew, the house looked slightly tilted. She didn't comment but said calmly, building a house isn't about how long it takes to judge quality. If they didn't put in effort, I can see it clearly. As for your house. TSK. Sandy clicked her tongue twice and shook her head, saying nothing more. She appeared calm and indifferent, which made Luo Yuer grit her teeth in frustration. To her, this was more upsetting than losing her temper and attacking. How could this cheap girl not be angry? She must be jealous and just pretending to be happy. Yes, that must be it. Humph. Luo Yuer turned away and ignored Sandy, instead introducing her house to the orcs, hoping to turn the situation around. Sandy didn't leave either. She stood among the crowd, and everyone naturally gave her space, not pushing her. Ingshi couldn't get Luze to build a toilet because the toilet was too complicated and he couldn't learn it. Luo Yuer then settled for a simple dry toilet on the side of her house. Sandy looked at it and thought Ingshi was being lazy. The septic tank at the back was very shallow. With the upcoming heavy rain, the area around the house hadn't yet built a water storage tank, just superficial work. Recently, it had been sunny, so the problems hadn't shown up yet. Once it rained, the water wouldn't drain properly around the house, and flooding would be a problem. The waste in the septic tank would probably overflow. Thinking of that scene, Sandy shivered involuntarily. Luckily, she lived far away from here, so it wouldn't affect her. But the nearby orcs would suffer. Luo Yuer kept talking while watching Sandy's reaction. Seeing her face look bad, she thought Sandy was jealous of her and felt very pleased. Sandy felt disgusted and quickly pulled Ching Sui away. She felt that staying even a second longer would be contaminated. Seeing this scene, Luo Yuer also ran away in a panic. Luo Yuer was so excited that she felt she had slapped Sandy hard and went around. That day, she moved directly into the new house. She didn't want any of the old things from the cave. Everything was replaced. Now that the new home was ready, furniture and supplies wouldn't be far behind. At night, Luo Yuer happily lay in her room. Although she still slept on straw, her mood was completely different from when she was in the cave. The weather had been good lately, with no rain for many days, so she could let Eagle Creek and Tiger Lien cut more wood to make furniture. Luo Yuer fell asleep smiling. But unexpectedly, the next day, it started drizzling outside. Why is it raining again? Luo Yuer woke up and saw the wet ground outside. She frowned unhappily. What bad luck, just moved into a new house and it's raining. Oh well, it will stop eventually. Tiger Lien, Eagle Creek, today both of you go hunting. Remember to bring back more dry grass and animal skins. I want some too. She also wanted to make a soft big bed like Sandy's, so she'd sleep comfortably. Tiger Lien was unhappy, but with charming words from Eagle Creek, who loved to tease, he could only get to work. Otherwise, he would lose his place in this home. Even if he wasn't thinking of himself, he had to consider the 2 tiger cubs and not let them become the next himself. Okay, Yuer, what kind of animal skins do you like? I'll help you catch and tan them, Eagle Creek replied gently with a smile. Tiger Lien shot a quick glance at them and then turned to leave. Tiger Lien, are you deaf? Luo Yuer shouted angrily at his back. Eagle Creek hurriedly comforted her. Yuer, don't be angry. He's probably tired from hunting. I remember you just want the things you like. With Eagle Creek's soothing words, Luo Yuer's anger eased a little. She waved her hand, telling him to go hunt quickly. Her new house was still empty. There was nothing inside. Meanwhile, Sandy woke up early and heard 3 little snakes whispering at the cave entrance. Why are you so happy so early in the morning? Sandy asked with a smile as she approached. Mother, it's raining. The tribe hasn't had rain in a long time. When it rains, we can pick mushrooms. When it stops, we'll go pick mushrooms.
Hee hee.
Sandy's little face lit up with a big, innocent smile. Mushrooms were delicious, and she missed eating them after so long. Sun Qing and Sun Yu were very happy. Rainy weather made things cooler, and there was more water. The animals in the forest could drink water, and they had more food. Recently, the river in the tribe had less water, and it might be even harder to find water in the forest. Sandai looked outside the cave and saw the light rain falling. Her heart skipped a beat. Was the big day coming so soon? Quickly, she calmed herself. She remembered from the book that it first rained lightly for several days, which the beast people didn't notice. Later, it turned into heavy rain, causing floods. The light rain in the past few days didn't affect the beast people's travel or daily life much, giving her some time to prepare. Mother, is something wrong? Is rain bad? Sun Yu noticed her mother's face looked a little worried and asked carefully. Sandai smiled and shook her head. It's nothing. I just worry that getting wet in the rain might make you sick. So, don't go out when it rains. Wait until it stops, then go pick mushrooms or bring an umbrella I made. If she forced the snake cub to stay inside, they might rebel. It's okay, Mother. I feel fine.
Oh.
Before Sun Feng finished speaking, his older brother gave him a playful tap on the head. Don't worry, Mother. I'll watch out for third brother and make sure he doesn't go out in the rain, Sang Qing said confidently, acting like the oldest brother. Sun Feng held his head and pouted. Big brother, why are you only watching me? Why not watch second sister too? Sang Qing shot him a quick look and said, who else would foolishly go out in the rain? Little you wouldn't do such a silly thing. He was healthy, so Mother wasn't worried about his health. She was just concerned for all of them. He's such a silly snake. Watching the interaction among the 3 snake cubs, Sandai's tense heart slowly relaxed. What's meant to come will come back. She had done her best, prepared well, and if the outcome still couldn't be changed, it wasn't her fault. The rain stopped after half an hour. It wasn't enough for mushrooms to grow, so Sun Feng lost interest quickly. When he heard Mother was planning to move some supplies from the cave to the new house, he happily volunteered to help, rolling up his sleeves to carry things. Today's rain was intermittent, just as Sandai expected. The beast people still went hunting as usual, but the beast people refining white crystal stones couldn't light fires outside. Those drying fruit and herbs had to stay inside the cave. Sandai thought it was best to remind Tong Cang in the afternoon, while cooking for Xiaobai, about the upcoming heavy rain. Although Little White is no longer afraid of fire, he mostly stays in his cave. He enjoys being close to Sandy, but he knows the 3 snake cubs do not welcome him. After his last visit, he no longer dares to bother Sandy. However, when Sandy comes to cook for him, he clings to her and plays for a while, listening to her tell stories about the outside world. Little White, look what tasty thing I brought you today, Sandy says as she enters his cave, smiling. She takes out a bamboo tube from behind her, filled with her homemade mango-flavored tea, topped with ice and a thick layer of milk foam. Little White loves foods with a strong milky taste. Auntie Sandy, you're here. Little White happily rushes out of the cave to greet her. Sandy is smiling when she suddenly notices a tall figure behind Little White. She pauses for a moment and quickly greets. Wang? You came to see Little White too? Tinkong nods slightly, his gaze fixed on the mango dessert in Sandy's hand, with a playful tone in his voice. Just one? Previously, even Snake Liang was here. Why didn't he bring him one today? Does he think Snake Liang's status is lower than Little White's? Little White blinks his shiny black eyes, tips his toes, takes the bamboo tube, and happily hands it to Tinkong, saying, "Daddy, drink." "I don't want it." Sandy smiles awkwardly and explains, "I didn't know one was here today. Recently, Wang hasn't been in the tribe." She secretly thinks this petty villain even fights over milk tea with the cubs, so childish. "Should I go back and make another one for you?" Sandy asks tentatively. "No need," Tinkong replies calmly, lowering his head to sip through a reed straw. The rich milk aroma and the sweetness of the fruit surprise him. He usually doesn't like sweet foods, but occasionally eating something sweet feels nice. Little White looks up at Tinkong expectantly. "Daddy, is it tasty?" He loves the food Sandy makes and the milk tea, but he loves his father's company even more. As long as his father visits, he's willing to share all his food. "It's okay," Tinkong answers with no change in his expression. Little White's eyes light up with happiness. "Sandy, why are you fighting over it? If you don't like it, why fight? Who has ever seen a big villain drink milk tea?" She realizes that the most rebellious one isn't the cubs, but this guy in front of her. Recently, the fierce beasts in the forest have become less aggressive and have retreated to their territories. "I haven't gone to hunt them. Instead, I listened to your request, took care of the injuries in the tribe, and went out to find a way to treat Little White's scars." Tinkong's deep voice sounds from above.
Sandy.
After a moment of surprise, Sandy realized that the main villain was explaining his whereabouts to her. Did he think she wouldn't notice? Because she had just mentioned that he had been absent from the tribe lately. As soon as the thought appeared in her mind, Sandy shook her head decisively, dismissing it. How could it be? Someone as decisive and fierce as Tinkong wouldn't bother explaining himself to her. She wasn't even his close friend. "Sandy, can you stop being so self-centered? Did you find it?" Sandy hesitated for a moment before asking. She always trusted her instincts when it came to Xiao Bai. "No." Tinkong shook his head. He remembered Sandy saying that different veterinarians had different skills. Maybe some skilled vets could treat Xiao Bai's scars in the future. Recently, there were fewer wild beasts in the forest, so he thought he might take this chance to look for them. Although there was no progress yet, he was not discouraged. As long as there was a little hope, he would do his best for Xiao Bai. Seeing Xiao Bai with his ears perked up, listening to their conversation, Sandy felt a pang of sympathy. She thought for a moment and said, "King, I heard there's a method where skin from other parts of the body can be transplanted onto scars to replace them. That way, the scars could be removed." Tinkong's deep eyes flashed with a faint light. "But I've only heard about it. I don't know if it's true. Anyway, Xiao Bai's face might still be treatable. Don't be discouraged. As long as we don't give up, there's always a way." Xiao Bai pursed his lips and forced a smile. "Andy Dai, I trust you. I'm fine now. I've gotten used to it, and I have my mask. No beastman will laugh at me anymore." Seeing how obedient and sensible Xiao Bai was, Sandy felt a twinge of heartache. Life isn't fair sometimes. Tinkong remembered her words and became even more determined not to give up. Recently, the wild beasts have been quite calm, and the forest is safer now. "You."
Tinkong suddenly looked at Sandy.
Their eyes met, and he asked in a deep voice, "Are you going to look for herbs in the forest? I can take you there." Shilian said that to win a female's affection, you need to spend more time with her. He still hadn't delivered the snake-shedding dress he made last time. Now he knew the young female didn't like Rue, so he needed to try harder. Sandy blinked in confusion and stared at Tinkong. Going to find herbs? Why did he suddenly say that? It was so strange. Her attention was entirely on the wild beasts. Tung Song has mentioned twice that the wild beasts have recently calmed down. She thinks this might be the calm before the storm. After the heavy rain, these beasts will likely come back like a tide. This news is not good for her. Perhaps the beasts are also gathering strength. Sandai shook her head and said, "I haven't gone out lately." As the heavy rain approaches, It's too late to find new supplies and store them. Hearing Sandai's response, a faint hint of disappointment flashed in Tong Cang's eyes. King, it has started to rain recently. I see that our tribe's orcs have stored a lot of food. I think, since it hasn't rained for a long time, maybe this rain will be quite heavy. If everyone isn't short of food, we can rest well during the heavy rain. If the wild beasts attack again, we will have the strength to fight them. Sandai explained her plan. Will there be heavy rain soon? Tong Cang slightly narrowed his eyes, but quickly grasped the main point. Sandai was momentarily stunned, thinking Tong Cang was affirming. Then she realized he was asking her, so she explained, "That's just my guess. It rained frequently in the tribe over the past 3 days, but it hasn't rained recently. I wonder if this will be the big rain all at once." She didn't dare to guarantee it would rain. Does Tong Cang no longer see himself as a prophet? Tong Cang nodded, his brows lowered thoughtfully. All right, if it rains, I will tell the orcs in the tribe to rest well and not go hunting. He promised. The orcs must defend against the wild beasts, support their families, and protect their homes. There's hardly a moment to rest. Over this period, Tong Cang has also seen how hard the tribe's orcs work. Everyone is desperately hunting just to live a good life. If there's a chance, taking a few days off is fine. Moreover, these words came from a young female. Tong Cang usually listens to her advice. Seeing Tong Cang agree so readily, Sandai felt relieved. The orcs are diligent and rarely rest. They are all workaholics. But with Tong Cang's orders, they should stay obediently in the tribe. After the heavy rain, there will be danger. She doesn't know when the wild beasts might attack, so it's safer for the orcs to stay in the tribe. King, it's a bit cold when it rains. Remember to prepare more animal skins so you and Little White don't catch a cold, Sandai said cheerfully, also reminding Tong Cang. Tong Cang raised an eyebrow. Is this young female caring about him? He automatically ignored Little White. After the reminder, Sandai prepared a meal for Little White. Tong Cang, being shameless, also joined in for a meal. Thinking about the recent excitement, Sandai happily shared his experience and enjoyed a good meal. After the rain, it was hard to start a fire in the cave, so if she wanted to eat her hot food again, she had to prepare it and bring it over. After eating, Sandai returned to the cave, where the 3 snake cubs had already moved all the supplies into the new house. Sandai organized everything neatly. Most of the supplies stayed in the cave nearby, making it easy to get them even in the rain. Once the new home was ready, Sandai took the 3 snake cubs to visit her parents. Since it was raining, she planned to talk to her parents and older brother about moving in together. That's not okay.
I don't agree with this.
Don't even think about it, said Huanyun coldly as Sandai entered the cave. What's wrong?
Mom, what happened?
Why is it not okay? Sandai asked curiously, looking over. She saw Huqiu standing opposite Huanyun, looking worried. Huanyun turned around and saw her daughter had returned. Her expression softened a little. Sangfeng happily ran over and hugged Huanyun's leg, sweetly saying, "Grandma, don't be angry. Mom said that being angry causes wrinkles. Since Grandma looks so nice, wrinkles would make her less pretty." Huanyun was amused by the little one's cute voice and finally stopped being angry. All right, I'm not angry anymore. She then glared at Huqiu and said irritably, "Ask your second brother." Sandai looked at Huqiu, who scratched his head and said, "Little sister, do you remember the fox spirit you saw last time?" Hearing the name, Sandai's heart immediately alerted. "Yes, I remember. What's wrong?" Huqiu's face turned a little red, and he hesitated. "I like the fox spirit and want to be her partner, but Mom doesn't agree." Sandai's eyes widened. Sure enough, the story was unfolding as expected. She left home last time because she was angry, and you two made up afterward? She asked without commenting. The fox spirit had also spoken up for Luo Yuer at that time, and Huanyun disliked Hu Lai and Luo Yuer the most, so she definitely didn't want Huqiu and the fox spirit to be together. Her second brother, a straightforward guy, still asked why. Huqiu chuckled and explained, "I went to comfort the fox spirit. She told me she just arrived at the tribe and wasn't familiar with Luo Yuer, so she was tricked. She said she knows she was wrong and won't say such things again. Sandai sighed. As expected, her silly second brother believed such words without question. Mother, can I ask the fox spirit to apologize to you? She really didn't mean to cause trouble. Hucho scratched his head, trying to think of a good way to persuade his mother. His mind wasn't as sharp as his sister's. Oh right, sister. Hucho suddenly turned to Sandai. Sister, please help second brother talk to mother. I really like the fox spirit. Sandai. You're angry at mother, and now you want to drag me into it? No way. Huan Yun snorted coldly, annoyed. Don't fool Dare. No matter who tries to talk to her, it's useless. That fox spirit doesn't look like a good person. I don't care if your heart is hot or cold, as long as it's her. Don't even think about it. She'd rather her son stay single his whole life than let such a scheming woman ruin him. When she came that day, she noticed the fox spirit. The woman kept staring at Dare's belongings, never once looking at Hucho. She didn't seem to like Hucho at all. It's easy for a woman to find a partner, but a male can only have one mate. She couldn't just watch her son fall into trouble. Mother. Hucho begged, but Huan Yun was unmoved. She turned her head away, refusing to look at Hucho. Seeing Huan Yun angry, Hucho's father glared at him with disappointment. Enough. Stop making your mother angry. Don't make her sick again. It's just a woman. There are plenty of good women in the tribe. Why do you have to pick someone your mother doesn't like? Hucho looked troubled. The three snake cubs raised their heads, sensing the tense atmosphere. Sandai saw this and remembered the story from the book. Despite Hucho's pleading, his mother still refused to let them be together. In the end, Hucho was coaxed by the fox spirit to do things first and ask later. This made his mother so angry, she couldn't get out of bed for days. It seemed pointless to just wait for her to oppose. She needed another plan, or it might hurt their mother and son's relationship. Mother, I think second brother really likes the fox spirit. We don't understand her well. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. How about this? Let second brother invite her to our house for a meal. We can all get to know each other. If there's a misunderstanding, we can clear it up then, Sandai suggested with a bright idea. Yes, yes. Hucho immediately nodded, grateful to Sandai. She's so good to him. No, Huan Yun quickly refused without hesitation. Invite that woman to our home? That's just asking for trouble. Sandai advised, Mother, you should give second brother a chance. It's not easy for him to find a suitable mate. If he finds someone and it turns out she's not good, then you can oppose him. I believe second brother won't go against you after that. Don't you agree? She turned her head subtly, setting a trap for Hucho. Hucho hurriedly nodded, without noticing Sandai's hidden meaning. Yes, yes, mother, just agree to me this once. Sandai then went over to Huan Yun, whispering softly in her ear. Mother, I am on your side. Second brother is stubborn. If you refuse directly, he won't give up easily. He might even be tricked by the fox spirit and brought into the house. Let him see the true face of the fox spirit, and he won't be so obsessed afterward. Huan Yun was initially angry that her little girl had been influenced by Hucho, but hearing this, her mood immediately improved. After some thought, she finally nodded. All right, I agree, because of Dare's sake. Hucho's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. Thank you, mother. Thank you, sister. I'll go call the fox spirit now. Hucho then waved his hand and looked at him, feeling a headache at his foolish expression. Second brother, go quickly. Today I will cook myself to show you off, Sandai said with a smile. Hucho happily left. Huqiang saw that his daughter had easily resolved a crisis and secretly gave Sandai a thumbs up behind her back. He had learned that from that little brat, Sanfeng. You just spoil your second brother too much, Huan Yun said with a helpless smile, pinching Sandai's nose, her eyes full of affection. But seeing the harmony between the siblings, she felt very comforted. Even if she and Huqiang were no longer around, she could rest assured that they would support each other. Sandai playfully stuck out her tongue and pulled Huan Yun's arm. Mother, I brought some good food today. I'll make something delicious for you all. Today, the cubs and I will eat here. It's good that they managed to resolve the hidden danger of the fox spirit before the flood. There's no need to rush moving the elders. A beast like the fox spirit, with a wicked heart, would definitely try to take advantage of others after the flood. She would be her main target. Huqiang, being honest and simple, would be easily deceived by her. Instead of waiting for things to happen, it's better to act proactively. All right. Huanyan was happy to hear Sandai wanted to stay and eat with her. Huqiang also smiled happily. Since coming to the Black Abyss tribe and meeting Dare, Yun's smile has increased a lot. Moreover, Dare has become much more obedient and sensible now. She no longer makes a Yun angry and often manages to make her happy. Mother, I want to help too. Sang Qing immediately rolled up her sleeves and happily ran over. Two small tails followed behind her, and she looked at her eagerly, waiting for her to give a task. All right, then the three of you help Mother by bringing the coal stones and firewood outside, Sandai said with a smile. The old couple's cave is deep inside. If they light a fire inside for cooking, they would get smoked out. Since the orcs learned to use fire, most of them cook at the cave entrance or outside the mountain cave. Once the food is ready, they carry it back inside. Sangdai's place is no different. Outside the mountain cave, there are several stone and earth stoves built for cooking. She took out the old couple's clay pot and placed it directly on the stove to use. Huqiang took today's hunted game and the food Sandai brought to the riverbank to wash and cut according to her instructions, then brought it back. Sandai prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup: boiled shrimp, potato beef brisket, cold beef salad, braised pig's trotters, and a Christian carp tofu soup. The beef and pig's trotters were brought back by Huqiang. The shrimp and fish were caught by Shi Liang at the reservoir. They were delivered fresh today, still alive before cooking, very delicious. Common ingredients like scallions and garlic are found in the forest by the orcs, so Sangdai's dishes are not surprising. However, her flavors are just a bit better. Meanwhile, Huqiao shared good news with Huli. Huli was still upset at first, but when she heard Huqiao was taking her home for a meal, her eyes lit up. The first thing that came to mind was Sangdai's bright, clean, and beautiful big house. She wondered if, by going there for dinner, she might also have a chance to mate with Huqiao and then move in. Your mother and your sister both agree that we can be partners? Huli asked happily. Huqiao hesitated for a moment and replied vaguely, "You'll find out when you go." Although he was simple, he knew Huli's temper was bad, and she liked to get angry. If he told her the truth directly, she would definitely be upset and refuse to go. Anyway, once Huli went, and their mother knew it was just a misunderstanding between her and Huli, she would agree. Hearing this, Huli thought it was almost certain it would happen. The thought of living in Sangdai's big house made her smile. Huqiao, you're so good to me. Last time I was angry at you at Sister Sangdai's house, but it was my fault. I misunderstood you. Last time, it was several days before Huqiao came to see me. I was still angry with Huqiao for a long time. She then decided to let Huqiao become my partner. This silly boy really cared about it, and said he wanted to get his parents' approval before mating with me. I thought with my parents' support, it would be easier to move into the main house, so I agreed without rushing. I didn't expect this simple-minded guy to be so efficient. Foolish people are easy to handle, I thought to myself. Let's go to your house quickly, Huling said, holding Huqiao's arm eagerly. Huqiao looked at Huling's smiling face and felt his heart race. Blushing, he nodded okay. Though his dark face was so red it looked like a monkey's bottom, it was hard to tell. Huling happily followed Huqiao. Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong. Huqiao, are we going the wrong way? This isn't the way to the main house. No, I'm sure I'm not mistaken about my home, Huqiao said with a silly smile, leading Huling to the entrance of the fox spirit beastman's dwelling. Huling was surprised. Why is it here? Second brother, you're back. Perfect timing. The food is ready. Just carry it into the cave, and we can eat. Dad even squeezed fresh juice from the fruits. Sandy greeted them, pretending not to notice Huling's stiff smile. Beastmen can't really tell the difference between drinking fruit juice and eating fresh fruit, but Huqiang knew Huling liked it, so he was willing to learn how to make it. All right, Huqiao happily agreed. Then he turned to Huling. You know where my cave is. You go inside first. I'll go get the food. Huling hesitated. She also lived here, of course she knew. But she didn't want to go into Huchio's broken cave.
It was evening now.
Many beastmen came and went, cooking outside their caves. Huguang's appearance was striking among the females, and the beastmen looked at her with curiosity. But most females' eyes were full of teasing, whispering in corners. Huguang said she was going to live in the main house soon. Why is she back here? What main house? Don't you know? Huanyan doesn't agree for them to be partners. I heard Huichio argued with Huanyan today about this. It was Sandy who spoke up, and Huanyan finally agreed for Huichio to bring Huling to meet. Sandy is such a kind-hearted beast. TSK, she's always showing off in front of us. I thought she was so capable, but it turns out she's not even worth her. They were all from the same tribe. Of course, they knew what kind of person Huling was. Only those naive males are fooled by the charming appearance of the fox spirit. Sandy, who was suddenly given a good person card, was silent. The fox tribe's beastmen have keen hearing, and these females didn't hide their attraction to the fox spirit at all. The fox spirit heard everything clearly and looked even more displeased. Little sister fox spirit, why don't you go in? Do you not like it here? Sandy saw her face was not good and asked with a forced smile. The fox spirit responded with silence, thinking this female was deliberately mocking her. She glanced at the expressionless Huayun behind Sandy, suppressed her irritation, and forced a smile. Of course not, she said, then quickly avoided everyone's gaze and entered the cave. Hutu, you said you would take me to your house for dinner. Why are we here? Fox Spirit pulled Hutu, who was serving food, aside and asked in a low, annoyed voice. Hutu was confused. This is my home. My sister said she would treat you well, and today she's cooking herself. I tell you, my sister's food is the best in the tribe. You should eat more later. Fox Spirit's temples throbbed. She was a spiritual fox beast man and lived in the same cave as Hutu. If they mated and she still had to stay here, why would she bother mating with Hutu? Was he just after this broken cave? Seeing Hutu still smiling foolishly, Fox Spirit suppressed her anger. Forget it. As long as she could get Huayun to agree that she and Hutu could become mates, Sandy was Hutu's sister, and they had a good relationship. Surely she would help Hutu. Maybe they could even build a big house just for them. Then they wouldn't have to squeeze together with Sandy. Wouldn't that be better? The family sat at the dinner table. Fox Spirit, try this fish soup. It's very fresh. I'll peel a shrimp for you. Hutu carefully served the soup and peeled shrimp for her. In their home, Huayun never had to do anything. The shrimp in her bowl were always shell-free. Hutu watched every day and learned that this was what males should do. Fox Spirit only slightly curled her lips, forcing a weak smile, but didn't eat. Under Sandy's influence, the elders and Hutu had learned to use chopsticks, but Fox Spirit couldn't. So, Hutu placed a spoon in front of her. To Fox Spirit, this scene felt like they were excluding her. Why did they all use the same utensils except her? Was Sandy feeling unworthy? And that fish? Only useless cat tribe beastmen would eat such things. Sandy actually cooked this for her, which she saw as an insult. Fox Spirit secretly felt even more dissatisfied. Hutu was also diligently peeling shrimp for his wife and daughter. Seeing Huayun's stern face and silence, he didn't dare speak first. The table was silent as a chicken. Sang Feng tilted his head curiously and asked, "Why don't you eat? Do you not like it? If you don't eat, can I have it?" The little one drooled and stared intently at the peeled shrimp in the Fox Spirit's bowl. Sang Qing patted Sang Feng's restless little hand and said, "Mother makes such delicious food. How could any beast not like it?" Hearing this, the Fox Spirit felt even more embarrassed. She stiffly forced a smile and looked at Sandai, pretending to be kind. Sandai is so amazing. She can make so many tasty dishes. I think other females at home can't do anything, and the males do all the cooking. She sneered secretly. These dirty, hard chores didn't need to be done by females. Only females like Sandai, who can't find a partner, had to do everything themselves. Once she found a partner in the future, she wouldn't have to do this like Sandai. Huichio didn't notice the sarcasm in the Fox Spirit's words and thought she was praising her sister. He immediately smiled and agreed. My sister is indeed amazing. Fox Spirit, you should learn from my sister. Not only does she cook well, but she also raises the cubs well. Look at Xiao Feng and the others. They're so round and cute, much better than the other cubs in the tribe. Hu Qiu kept praising Sandai blindly. Fox Spirit. She was supposed to learn from Sandai? This fool, if it weren't for knowing Hu Qiu was really that stupid, she might think he's pretending. Hee. Okay, I will definitely learn from Sandai's sister. Good. Fox Spirit forced a laugh, almost squeezing out the last 3 words from her teeth. Hu Qiu hadn't noticed anything wrong and pointed at the soy sauce and mustard on the table. Fox Spirit, try this. Dip the shrimp in it, it's really tasty. Sandai liked this food, and the elders and Hu Qiu often ate it too. Over time, they grew to like the taste of mustard. Especially boiled shrimp dipped in soy sauce and mustard. It's a perfect combo. Fox Spirit felt a bit embarrassed to just sit there and do nothing. She picked up a shrimp with her hand and dipped it forcefully into the soy sauce. Before she stirred the mustard, she dipped the shrimp, and most of the mustard stuck to it. Sang Yu blinked, watching Fox Spirit's actions, hesitant to speak. She looked at her mother, noticing that besides Hu Qiu and her, everyone else didn't seem to like Fox Spirit. Forget it, she wouldn't say anything. Fox Spirit ate the shrimp in one bite, thinking to herself, she wanted to see how much of Sandai's food she could eat, enough to make Hu Qiu praise her. But as soon as she took a bite, a strong, spicy flavor flooded her taste buds, hitting her forehead. Fox Spirit immediately put on a pained expression. She spat out the shrimp meat and hurriedly grabbed water from the table to drink, but the spicy taste lingered in her mouth, swirling around and making her wish she could disappear right then. Sang Feng was surprised and opened his mouth wide. Is it so tasty that you're drooling? That's pretty exaggerated. Huguang. Seriously, it's so delicious it makes me drool, but I'm actually just overwhelmed by the spice. Sandai almost burst out laughing after taking a sip of soup. He hadn't realized before that her little Feng's mouth could be so sharp. Hu Qiu patted his head. Oh no, it's all my fault. I forgot that most people aren't used to this kind of food. Sorry. It's my mistake. Drink more water. The spiciness will go away soon. He apologized while handing Huguang some juice. Huguang didn't have time to be angry and drank the juice eagerly. After a while, she felt the spicy sensation in her mouth lessen. She had almost thought her nose was going to burn off. Her fair face was now bright red from the spice, looking like a monkey's bottom, sweating all over, with some leftover juice on her face. Nothing like her usual charming and alluring appearance. You're such a fool. Huguang was so angry she almost spat blood, venting her frustration openly. As soon as she spoke, she realized her mistake and looked up to see Hu Qiu with a hurt expression. Hu Qiu looked wronged. This was the first time Huguang had called him stupid and insulted him. Hey, I didn't mean it like that. Seeing everyone watching her, Huguang quickly changed her tone and tried to explain. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Huan slammed her bowl heavily on the table. She looked at Huguang with a blank expression and interrupted. Enough. Hu Qiu is foolish, but he's also someone I've raised with great effort. He's not here for you to bully. Hu Qiu wanted to defend Huguang, saying, Mom, Huguang didn't bully me. I just got overwhelmed by the spice. Huan shot him a glance, and he immediately shut his mouth meekly. Huan continued, Hu Qiu was once driven mad by evil energy, but Dyer saved him. We can now live peacefully in the Black Abyss tribe thanks to Dyer. Hu Qiu nodded in agreement, showing some flattery. Huguang looked confused. What was this old woman trying to say in such a roundabout way? Dyer has achieved everything she has on her own. She didn't rely on her parents, brothers, or a partner. She's a female raising 3 cubs, more difficult than any other female. Neither I nor her father, nor Hu Qiu, would covet anything she owns. Those things are her future, and we won't take a single one. Hu Qiu nodded like pounding garlic. That's right, my sister's is my sister's. Since his sister had worked so hard, he didn't feel right taking advantage of her. His mother didn't need to say these words. He knew them in his heart. Huling's face darkened. What does that mean? Does it mean Sandai won't support Huqiu anymore? Huanyan said, if you become a partner with Huqiu, I will have his father and Huqiu dig a cave nearby for both of you to live in. I have some supplies and I will give you half. The other half will be kept for Dyer. As for everything else, it will depend on Huqiu himself. Huling's expression changed on her face. She curled her lips, unable to believe it. You want me to still live in such a broken little cave? The mountain cave where the fox spirit beast people lived was almost full. Even if they dug another cave, it could only be small, probably less than a third of the size of the current one where the elders lived. She didn't even like this cave, so how could she possibly want an even smaller one? Huling felt that Huanyan was deliberately insulting her. She looked at Huqiu, wanting to show her displeasure, but Huqiu said, Huling, don't worry. I will work hard to dig a bigger cave outside in the future. When I have the ability, I will personally build you a house. I will also hunt diligently so you and our future cubs can eat well. Huling, no, who is waiting for you to work hard? It's not like it's already built. Why should I wait for an uncertain future? I don't want to wait. I want a new house now. I don't want to live in a cave. If you don't let me live in a big house, I won't mate with you. Huling immediately turned hostile and put her demands on the table. Huqiu was stunned. In his memory, Huling had always been gentle and dependent. Even when angry, she was adorable.
But now,
she seemed to have turned into a beast. Then I will work hard to build a new house. Wait for me a month, no, 20 days. Ingshi can build a house in 20 days too.
Huqiu was a bit panicked.
Huling looked disgusted and took 2 steps back. You build it alone? No one helping you? Then what will you eat during these 20 days? What will you use to support me? He liked Huling because of Sandai's influence and the wealth of supplies. Sandai didn't help Huqiu at all. Huqiu had no advantage with her. I'd rather go find the hunting team's tongue snake, beast people. They are strong, and they catch many prey. You have nothing. Why should I mate with you? Why should I wait for you? Huqiu was unable to refute. The fox spirit looked at the food on the table, then stopped pretending and said disdainfully, Fools, if you have no strength, don't look for a partner. And stop praising Sandy's cooking as if it's the best in the world. Honestly, it's not that special. They had never tasted good food, so they cherished Sandy's cooking more. Fox spirit, how can you say that? You weren't like this before. Huqiu's eyes widened with a hurt look. Fox spirit didn't bother arguing and left without looking back. It was a waste of her time. Huqiu clutched his chest, unable to chase after her, and sank into a chair.
Qiu, don't be sad.
She probably tricked you before. Now you see her true face.
You should be glad.
Otherwise, if you become her partner, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Huqiu, feeling sympathetic, tried to comfort him. Usually, unless a partner died, a male could only have one mate in his lifetime. Sandwind nodded eagerly, excitedly agreeing, yes, yes. Luckily, she didn't eat much of the food on the table. If she finished it and then left, it would be a waste. What a pity about that shrimp earlier. He blinked his shiny black eyes and reached toward Fox Spirit's bowl, cutely asking Uncle Huqiu, can I eat this? Fox Spirit hadn't eaten anything yet, and the food was clean, no waste. Her mother said wasting food was shameful. He giggled mischievously. Sandy was silent. Everyone else was silent. What a heartless act. Didn't they see she was still upset? Was it appropriate to ask now? Huqiu couldn't accept the reality at first. The gentle, clever, and lively fox spirit he knew seemed to be just pretending in front of him. No wonder she never spoke a word when she was in the spirit fox tribe. No wonder she was so warm when her sister's house was built. No wonder she was unhappy when he brought her to this cave. Huqiu was straightforward, but that didn't mean he was foolish. His mind kept recalling past moments with Fox Spirit, and suddenly he understood everything. There were many loopholes. But even after understanding, the pain was unavoidable. He looked at Sandwind's innocent pleading eyes and tiredly nodded, Eat. Just eat everything. Then he lowered his head, feeling dejected, as if he wanted to shut himself off. You're hopeless, Yun said impatiently, scolding him. There were so many good females in the tribe he didn't like, but he liked Fox Spirit. What was the use of having good eyes? Why was he the same as everyone else? Sandy was so smart, but he was so foolish. Hee. Thank you, Uncle Huqiu, Sang Feng said sweetly, then took the bowl and carried it away to share with his older brother and sister, Sang Qing and Sang Yu. Uncle Huqiu's heart was bleeding. She kept stabbing him with her words. Seeing Huqiu looking gloomy and defeated, Sang Dian comforted him. Second brother, fox tribes and beast people are naturally cunning. Your straightforward personality makes it normal for you to be deceived. Just remember the lesson. Huqiu was indeed hurt, but mostly he felt ashamed of himself. The female he liked had been secretly eyeing his sister's house all along. He felt he would never have the face to see his sister again. Huqiu wanted to say something, but finally just shook his head. Second brother, finding a partner depends on fate. If it doesn't work out this time, we'll work hard to become stronger. Next time, we'll be able to seize happiness. Hearing Sang Dian's comforting words, Huqiu's eyes finally regained their sparkle. Sister, you're right. If he were as capable as his sister, with such talent, the fox spirit would surely be willing to become his partner. But he was also glad he didn't have his sister's skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know that the fox spirit didn't like him at all. Thinking this way, he felt the current outcome was actually a good thing. He needed to work hard, become stronger, so he could protect his sister and also give his future partner a better life. Seeing Huqiu regain his spirit, Sang Dian sighed in her heart. If her second brother fell into despair, she would be the one to blame. Although he wasn't very clever, he was strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find himself while lost from his tribe and protect his parents from injury. He had a low profile and didn't like to stand out. When he was in the tribe, he was overshadowed by Hulai's dominant aura, and in the Black Abyss tribe, he was almost invisible. But she knew that every time her second brother brought back prey, it was no less than the tongue snake orcs. And this was even when he was still injured from the evil energy corrupting him. Sang Dian was confident in her second brother's strength. If it were any other male, he would have already boasted loudly to all the females how strong he was. Only her simple-minded second brother just focused on his own work. As long as he breaks free from the original plot, he would definitely live a good life. After the family had eaten and drunk their fill, Sang Dian finally brought up her own request. Father, mother, could you move in with me for a while? Huqiu immediately shook his head. Move in with you? No way. We're not without caves to stay in. It's fine here. Just now, Ayun said they wouldn't take advantage of Daili, then went to stay with Daili. Isn't that just making others laugh?
It's only for a short time, Dad.
Xiao Qing and the others keep mentioning you all. They want to live with Grandma and Grandpa. Also, my new house is so empty. It's a good chance for you to come help me take care of Xiao Qing and the others. Huqiu still shook his head, while Sandai looked kindly at Huanyun. Mom, look. Second brother just had such a thing happen. If we stay here, he might keep running into Huling every day. What if second brother gets even more upset? Or, what if Huling doesn't give up and keeps bothering second brother? It's safer for us to go to my place. Sandai was acting cute and reasoning with her mother with feelings. Huanyun wanted to refuse outright, but after hearing the rest, she was touched. Seeing her mother's hesitation, Sandai immediately hugged Huanyun's arm and swung it gently. Mom, I miss you so much. Since our tribe was attacked by wild beasts and we separated, we haven't had a proper time together. Come stay with me for a while. Hugging her mother and shaking her, Sandai's face was full of affection. Who could resist a daughter saying she misses her? Her mother softened instantly. She looked at Huqiu and thought about Sandai's words, then finally agreed. All right, just a few days. Come stay with me, my dear. Plus, it'll keep second brother away from Huling. It's only a few days. She wouldn't stay long. After she calms Daili, she'd come back with Huqiu. Thinking this way, Huanyun happily agreed. Sandai happily hugged Huanyun's arm, rubbing her face against her. I knew Mom is the best. Huqiu muttered softly beside her. Only mom is good. Does that mean dad isn't good to you? Dad is good too, hee, Sandai quickly added sweetly.
All right.
You're a mother now, and Xiao Qing and the others are still here. Aren't you embarrassed? Huanyun playfully poked Sandai's forehead with her finger. Sandai didn't feel shy at all. She was first herself, then the mother of the kids. She also had the right to miss her mother. After dinner, it was almost dark. Sandai and her parents agreed that tomorrow, Huqiang and Huqiu would go hunting first, then come help Huanyun move some things. When they returned, they'd move the rest. Tomorrow, they would move into the new house directly. The elders and Huqiu all listened to Sandai's plan. The next day, the rain was even heavier than yesterday. Sandai took advantage of the brief pause in the rain to quickly move more supplies with Huanyun. The males in the tribe all come eagerly to help when they see them. The supplies at Huanyun's place are limited, mainly some salted meat, animal skins, white crystal stones, and silkworms for the next batch of cocoons. Sandai often brings white crystal stones to the elders and encourages them to stockpile supplies, which makes them realize the importance of being prepared. Every day, they manage to stock up quite a bit of meat, accumulating over time. They have stored enough to fill half a cave. Yesterday, it was covered with animal skins and stacked with wooden boxes used for raising silkworms, so Fox Spirit didn't see it. There are also some dried fruits. Gao Liang Huqiang has also started storing a lot of food, following the example of vegetarian beasts. They are not picky eaters and will eat anything that fills their stomachs. About 10 males volunteer to help, and in 2 trips, they moved all the supplies. Sandai organized these supplies in her cave and tidied up the elders and Huqiang's rooms, making the beds. When Mimi saw visitors at home, she sniffed eagerly behind Huanyun. Mimi has a bad temper and often shows teeth and growls at the beasts in the tribe, but it knows Huanyun visits often and has a good relationship with her owner. After sniffing the familiar scent, Mimi accepted Huanyun as one of their own. The little wolf pup has grown quite a bit now, especially since Sandai feeds it well. It eats a lot and has grown strong. Even as a young pup, it's as big as an adult husky. Looking at it, it still has room to grow. Be good, Mimi. Go play by yourself, Sandai said, tossing a large cow bone to Mimi. Mimi leapt up, grabbed the bone, wagged its tail like a happy dog, and then carried the bone outside to chew. It knew not to dirty the house floor. Huanyun watched with surprise. She had seen this wolf pup before, but didn't realize it was so intelligent. Kai, where did you find this little wolf? You've raised it so well. Someone who doesn't know might think it's a young beastman, she said. But with its red eyes, it was clear it was just an ordinary wild animal. Beastmen don't have red eyes, except for those driven mad by rage. Mother, even though wild animals don't have intelligence, some are very clever, like wolves and bears. Wolves can even be tamed, Sandai explained happily. During the day, Mimi stays at home to guard. She and her 3 snake cubs can go out, and if beastmen come near, Mimi will run to find them. This makes her life much easier. Wild animals can be tamed? Do they understand what you say? The mysterious clouds are incredible. In the eyes of the orcs, wild animals are just food. If it weren't for Sandy, who would think of raising their own food and making the food listen to them? Sandy thought about Mimi's cleverness and nodded. They should be able to understand, right? In the following days, the rain outside grew heavier and heavier. At first, it was intermittent, but by the 5th day, it rained all morning without stopping, and in the afternoon, it showed signs of getting even worse. The sky was dark and gloomy, with clouds that seemed ready to fall from the sky. The 3 little snake children were originally happy. They could go out to pick mushrooms once it rained. They had plans with their friends. But since the rain kept falling, they promised their mother they wouldn't go out in the rain. So, the 3 little ones sat at the big door, resting their chins on their hands, looking sadly at the pouring rain outside. When will this rain stop? Is the sky broken? Why is it still raining? Sandy muttered to herself constantly. Behind the 3 snake children, Huanyun couldn't help but smile. How could the sky be broken? But this rain is really heavy. It's getting worse, and I wonder when it will stop. With such heavy rain, Tiger Chong and Achio probably won't catch many prey either. Huan Yun looked at the heavy rain, worry flickering in her eyes. Anyway, there's enough food at home for now. If they can't catch prey, they should just come back early. Such heavy rain probably makes the forest even more dangerous. Hearing their words, Sandy thought to herself, when will it stop? It's still early. This rain has already started, and it might go on for a month. But she didn't show her thoughts and comforted her mother. Mom, don't worry. Dad and second brother know what they're doing. They went out hunting together, and they can't come back just like that. If she told Huan Yun in advance that the rain would last a month, she would definitely worry. So, it was better not to say anything. Hearing Sandy's words, Huan Yun sighed. Mom, Dad and second brother must be cold and uncomfortable after getting soaked. Let's boil some hot water and prepare some soup for them. It can help warm them up. Seeing that Huan Yun was still restless, Sandy decided to find something for her to do, so she wouldn't keep worrying. She quickly got busy, thinking it would help her stop overthinking. You're right. I'll go boil hot water and make soup. As expected, Huan Yun's attention was soon diverted, and she went to the kitchen. Tong Cang returned to the tribe with the patrol orcs. The orcs couldn't help but murmur, this rain is really strange. It's getting heavier and heavier. Is it trying to make up for the rain from earlier? The orc next to him agreed, saying, I've felt a bit cold these past few rainy days. It's never been this cold when it rains before. I wonder how many animals the hunting team will catch today. The weather is strange, and the orcs care most about their prey. Fortunately, the wild beasts have been calmer lately, and there are fewer of them in the forest. Otherwise, rainy days would be really hard to manage, the orc said happily. Tong Cang walked at the front, listening to the quiet discussion behind him. His mind suddenly remembered what the young female had said when she came to see him that day. He stopped and turned to look at the orcs behind him. The orcs fell silent, looking down nervously, thinking the king was going to scold them. But Tong Cang spoke instead, saying, starting tomorrow, if the rain doesn't stop, we'll send 2 patrol teams of orcs outside the tribe to patrol. The hunting orcs can stay inside and rest. The orcs were ready to accept punishment. But when they heard the king's words, they were stunned. The king wasn't going to punish them? He even allowed the hunting orcs to rest? They knew their patrols weren't fixed. All the hunting teams took turns. So, that meant they could also rest. Forget it, Tong Cang said after a moment of thought. The orcs' excitement quickly faded. Sure enough, the king wouldn't be so kind. He was always strict. How could he let them rest? Take half of the tribe's white crystal stones and distribute them to each orc. Those who contribute more to the tribe can receive extra, Tong Cang added. According to the young female, the rain probably wouldn't stop anytime soon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let him tell the orcs to rest. If it goes on for too long, the orcs will still feel weak without fresh beast blood to energize them. Only eating white crystals can give them strength, so this kind of rest is truly rest. The orcs opened their mouths in surprise and stood there in shock. Tong Cang frowned slightly. Didn't hear clearly? The orcs quickly shook their heads excitedly, then nodded vigorously. We heard clearly. We'll notify everyone right away. In the past, the orcs in the tribe could only barely eat enough. Although their life was better than other small tribes, it was still just enough to survive. If they didn't hunt for a day or two, they would go hungry. So hardly any orcs dared to rest, working hard every day, hunting and doing chores from dawn to dusk. They constantly worried about running out of prey someday. Since Sandai arrived, everything has changed. Now they have stored food, and the king even allows them to rest. For the orcs, this is almost like a dream come true. The orcs immediately spread the news. When the hunting team returned, they worked together to distribute the white crystal stones. Items like white crystal stones and coal are shared resources of the tribe. The tribe only gives out the necessary amount daily or distributes based on effort. Any extra must be exchanged with other supplies. Besides Sandai, other orcs have been saving their white crystal stones carefully. When the orcs received the message to rest and got their share of white crystal stones, they were stunned. Why are there so many white crystal stones? Does the king no longer plan to control us? Did we do something wrong? Some even thought this was a sign of punishment. The person delivering the white crystal stones was Sibling. Hearing the frightened questions from the orcs, he kindly explained, "Don't think like that. The king thinks everyone has been working too hard lately. Since it's raining and hunting isn't going well, it's better to rest in the tribe until the rain stops and then go hunting." But what about these white crystal stones? White crystal stones are also for everyone's health. The king said, "Without hunting, we have no beast blood to drink, so eating the stones gives us strength." Sibling polished his words and relayed Tinkong's message to the orcs. When distributing the stones, he did so in a whole cave at once. All the orcs gathered there, listening to him, and their respect for the king deepened. Older orcs couldn't help but wipe their noses and choked out, "The king is the best orc in the world. I've never seen so many white crystal stones in my life. The king even gave them to us. When the rain stops, I'll hunt even harder." "Me too. Everyone should rest well in the cave, regain strength, and go all out once the rain stops." The orcs were all excited, showing they were willing to die for the king at any moment. Sibling was very pleased with this effect. Having been with the king for so long, he knew exactly how to make words sound more impressive than they really were. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived being suspected as a rival, only being sent to mine coal. Sibling gave a speech at each cave entrance. Soon, the entire tribe received the news. Most orcs were very happy. Although they couldn't stockpile white crystal stones, they had gathered plenty of other food with Sandai, like silkworm pupae, sorghum, and dried fruits. Even non-herbivorous orcs had stored some. The orcs used their daily white crystal stones to make cured meat, preserving the extra meat for future use. Today, almost every household's cave is stocked with at least half a cave's worth of food. It's just a few days of rest. The rain may stop in a day or two. They won't just sit around and do nothing, so most of the orcs are at ease. However, a few are unhappy with the arrangements made by Tinkong, such as Luo Yuer. After Sibling left the cave entrance, Luo Yuer stood behind the crowd, pouting and complaining, "It's just a little rain. In the past, when it rained, we still went hunting and rested. As I see it, the king is lazy and doesn't understand the importance of being prepared. Food will run out someday. When there's no food left, you'll just have to cry." She then ordered the others, "You too, go hunting tomorrow." She doesn't raise silkworms or harvest sorghum. She eats the fruits as soon as she picks them. The prey tigerly and the white crystals they get from hunting are just enough for daily meals, so she hasn't stored any food. If she doesn't hunt, what will she eat or drink? Tigerly frowned unhappily, thinking, why should he hunt when other orcs don't have to? At this moment, Ingshi responded gently, "Okay, I'll listen to Luo. Whatever she asks me to do, I'll do." "Tigerly." Luo Yuer smiled contentedly, reaching out to brush her hand over Ingshi's muscular chest, saying, "The vet said my body is fully recovered. Once the rain stops, I'll give birth to your cubs." "Yuer, you're so good to me." Ingshi held Luo Yuer's hand, and they exchanged tender looks in front of Tigerly. Tigerly was furious, but knew that giving birth to cubs was her right as a female. Even other mates couldn't stop her. Doing so would only earn her the label of being jealous. He could only swallow his anger. Turning his head, he saw other females nearby wiping rain off their mates with animal pelts. "Good job hunting today. Wipe off the rain, and since it's going to rain less tomorrow, I'll make you a new animal skin skirt." "Hee hee, you're so good to me." Watching the other orcs happily together, Tigerly felt even more annoyed. Meanwhile, Tinkong and Huqiao returned directly from the hunting team. Because Sibling had informed the hunters that they no longer lived in the Lingo Beastman's cave, Sibling didn't come to Sandai, but instead sent a message back. "Grandmom, Uncle and Grandpa are back." Hearing the voices of the 3 snake cubs, Sandai and Huanyun went to the door and saw 2 yellow figures running toward them in the rain. The 2 large yellow tigers, in beast form, were Tinkong and Huqiao. The 2 people just arrived under the eaves and instinctively tried to shake off the water on their bodies. Huanyun quickly stepped out and threw 2 animal skins onto them. Wipe yourselves dry. Tiger Chong and Tiger Chiu felt warmed inside, thinking Huan Yun was worried they might catch a cold. But soon, they heard her say, "Don't come in yet. Dry off completely before coming inside. It's raining and water inside the house is hard to dry. Don't dirty the cub's house, and don't splash water everywhere like before." All males have this bad habit of not liking to wipe off water with animal skins and prefer to shake it off. The father and son looked at each other, feeling she was worried they'd dirty the house. Did she think the house was more important than they were? Tiger Chiu pouted, but then he remembered how much effort and time his sister had put into building the house. It seemed very precious. He also thought his mother had a point. The father and son obediently wiped off the water. Only after they were dry did they go inside. Huan Yun then went to the kitchen and brought back 2 bowls of soup. "Dyer taught me how to make it. Drink some. Don't get wet in the rain and catch a cold." The father and son took the bowls and finished them in a few sips. "Mom, today's rain is too heavy and the weather outside is cold. No wild animals are coming out in the forest. They're all hiding in their nests. We only caught 2 rabbits. I heard other hunting teams didn't get much either." Tiger Chiu finished and pointed to the 2 wet, lifeless wild rabbits under the eaves. Huan Yun had already prepared and comforted them. "It's okay. 2 rabbits are good enough. I was worried you might get into trouble in the rain. As long as you're safe back home, that's what matters. We still have food, so just wait for the rain to stop, and then go hunting again." The little wolf cub sniffed near the rabbits and circled around the father and son, seeming to check their scent. Everyone was used to the wolf cub's behavior. "Second brother, are you going hunting tomorrow?" Sandai asked from the side. Tiger Chiu suddenly remembered, "Oh, I almost forgot. The king just ordered that the hunting team can rest at home tomorrow. Once the rain stops, we'll go out again." The king also gave everyone some white crystal stones. "No need to hunt? That's good. It's dangerous to go out in such heavy rain." Hearing this, Huan Yun immediately felt much more at ease. Sandai also sighed in relief, thinking that Tinkong had listened to her words. With the heavy rain today, it seemed it wouldn't stop for at least a month. Not only would it not get smaller, but it might get even heavier. During such times, staying safely inside the tribe was the best choice. Under the urging of Huan Yun, the father and son went to take a bath and changed into clean animal skins. Both felt refreshed and energized. Hu Chiu couldn't help but comment, "My sister was right. She built a chimney in the new house, so we can light a fire even when it rains." Other beastmen find it hard to light fires in the caves. Although it's possible to light fires in caves during rain, it's difficult to do much without the smoke escaping, or else the beastmen would choke. The other beastmen could only keep fires going, but they couldn't enjoy luxurious hot baths like us, who can come back and drink tea. Sandai smiled without replying and picked up 2 rabbits, saying, "These 2 rabbits are quite fat today. I'll roast them later." The heavy rain had already started, and her parents and second brother had moved over. She had nothing to worry about now. Soon, they would just eat and drink at home, waiting for the rain to stop. "Sister, put down the rabbits. I can handle it. Don't get your hands dirty." Hu Chiu quickly stepped forward and took the rabbits from Sandai. With him here, there was no way he'd let his sister do the work. Sandai smiled happily and let him take over, even asking, "Second brother, I want the complete rabbit skins." One rabbit was white, the other was patterned. Though they looked a bit muddy now, once cleaned, they'd make beautiful small bags. She wanted to make 2 little shoulder bags for Xiaoyu. "No problem, I've got it," Hu Chiu said, placing the 2 rabbits in one hand and patting his chest with the other, smiling confidently. He would fulfill his sister's request without hesitation. Hu Chong also wasn't idle. He turned to ask, "Are we running out of water? I remember there are a few big water jars at home. I'll go outside and fill them so we don't have to fetch water from the river." He then went to the backyard to find the water jars. When the father and son returned home, Huan Yun and Sandai's mother and son seemed a bit useless in comparison. Sandai wanted to tell her father to rest for a while, but she had already taken several buckets outside to fetch water. Unlike in the human world, where industrial pollution taints the environment, The rain here is clean and safe to drink directly. Huanyan held her back, smiling and shaking his head. Let him do his work. Your father just can't sit still. The 3 snake cubs also gathered around Huqiu, curious to see how he cleaned the prey. Mimi was also nearby, her fluffy, soft tail raised and occasionally wagging. Huqiu threw whatever he cleaned up in front of Mimi, who quickly caught it and wagged her tail happily, eating it all in one bite. Not a single scrap was left. Evening fell. Sandy roasted 2 rabbits and took some rabbit heads from the supermarket. She used these to make a spicy rabbit head hot pot. She also set up a small stove with alcohol fuel and arranged a tiny hot pot. The family happily enjoyed the hot pot together. Although it was pouring rain outside, it didn't affect the warm and cozy atmosphere inside. In the tribe, the orcs celebrated in their caves. They had food, white crystal stones, and coal for fire. They weren't worried about running out of fuel for roasting meat. The heavy rain didn't bother them much. After eating and drinking well, they even played some sports at night. Many orcs had better days than usual. Luckily, Sandy lived far away and couldn't hear the noises at night. Luer, however, was different. She had moved out to a new house nearby, but it was still close to the cave. The orcs weren't shy and made loud noises, so she couldn't sleep well at night. During the day, Huli and Ingshi didn't bring back any prey, so she was almost hungry and couldn't sleep. The next morning, with panda eyes, she urged them to go hunting. Ingshi was very gentle and said, Luer, wait for me in the tribe. I will definitely bring back prey for you. Even if it rains, I won't let Luer go hungry. Huli rolled his eyes and looked annoyed. Ingshi always talked nicely but rarely came back with anything. Usually, Huli had to hunt to fill their stomachs. Luer was used to this and often believed Ingshi's words, which made her feel better. She said, hurry and go hunting. It's raining outside. Come back early. She stood at the door as cold wind and rain blew in, making her sneeze. Ingshi quickly said, Luer, go inside now. Don't catch a cold or get sick. I'll feel bad. Luer felt warm inside and watched them leave before closing the wooden door. The door wasn't very sturdy. To save effort, Ingshi hadn't built a threshold, so water was starting to seep in. Luer only felt the cold wind outside and rubbed her arms. She didn't bother about the rainwater seeping in and went straight back to her room. She slept on the 3rd floor, while Ingshi and Huli were on the 2nd floor, and her cubs stayed on the 1st floor. In the future, if she found a new partner, she planned to let them live downstairs. The 3rd floor was her territory, and only the males she chose at night could come up and sleep with her. Imagination is perfect, but reality is harsh. Her room is now empty, and the only animal hide at home has been used to make her bed. She decides to lie down and sleep deeply, not going anywhere. Once the rain stops, she plans to have Tiger Lee make a proper bed covered with thick, soft animal hides. As she thinks about this, Luo Yuer falls asleep. However, she is soon awakened by loud cracking sounds. What is that noisy sound? Is some little rabbit throwing stones at my door? Luo Yuer sits up in bed. During rain, she blocked the window with wood, so she can't see outside. She goes downstairs. When she opens the door, a cold wind hits her, making her shiver. Outside, various white objects fall from the sky, hitting the ground, trees, and rooftops with loud bangs. The ground is covered with a layer of white stuff. When she opens the door, something splashes into the house. Luo Yuer picks it up and finds it is ice, cold to the touch. Is it snowing ice? She is a bit stunned. The ice pieces are small, about the size of a fingernail, and some are as big as a fist. Luo Yuer is glad she didn't go outside directly. If such big ice chunks hit her, she might get hurt badly. She quickly closes the door, forgetting her 2 hunting partners outside. In the forest, Tiger Lee and Eagle Creek split up after coming out. Eagle Creek finds a nearby cave close to the tribe and sleeps peacefully, showing no sign of the gentle attitude he had when facing Luo Yuer, nor any intention to hunt. Outside, the heavy rain pours down. Tiger Lee worries about his 2 cubs. If he can't catch prey, the cubs will go hungry too. He grits his teeth and endures the rain while hunting. but the rain is too heavy. After searching for a long time, he finally spots a leopard also out hunting. Tiger Lee crouches behind the grass, ready to attack. Suddenly, objects like stones fall from the sky with loud cracking sounds, scaring the leopard away instantly. Tiger Lee's fur is also hit painfully. He growls and shakes off the ice chunks, wanting to chase after the leopard, but it has already disappeared without a trace. The ice continues to fall densely from the sky, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Black Abyss Tribe. The orcs quickly notice the strange weather. Is that ice? It's actually snowing ice? I knew today felt unusually cold. Not just today. Recently, it's been colder than usual. The orcs gathered at the cave entrance, watching as ice chunks the size of fists fell like rain. Each one was frightened. One large ice piece shattered a thick branch right in front of them. The orcs gasped in shock. Wow, thank goodness the king told us yesterday not to go hunting today, one said. Otherwise, some orcs might have been hit and killed by these ice chunks. Yeah, if such big ice blocks fall on your head, you might get hurt or worse, another added. If we weren't inside the cave, the females and young ones might have gone outside too, they thought, feeling scared at the idea of being hit by falling ice and bleeding. I heard Sandy suggested that when it rains, we should stay inside the tribe and rest, said one orc. Thanks to her, we avoided a disaster. Sandy is truly our lucky star, another said. When the rain stops, I must go thank her properly. Whenever they talked about Sandy, a strange feeling of safety filled their hearts. The strange rain of ice no longer seemed so frightening. Still, some orcs were very scared of this strange ice rain. Why did the ice suddenly start falling? We've never seen such big ice chunks before. They just dropped from the sky. Could this be a punishment from the beast god? Someone whispered. The orcs all fell silent. I think so, said a snake-skinned orc named Xiao Mian, who was covered in beast fur. She snorted coldly. And she's not a lucky star. If it weren't for Sandy coming to our tribe, would so many things have happened? Before she arrived, everything was peaceful. Since she came, the tribe has become strange. Maybe the beast god is upset and sending these ice blocks to show its displeasure with her. Xiao Mian's eyes flashed with resentment. Ever since she hurt her foot by hitting a stone, she had been hiding in the cave and dared not go outside. Today, everyone was inside the cave, and with all the commotion outside, she finally gathered her courage to look out. The orcs saw her and looked at her strangely. She used to be popular among the males, but now they avoided her, and the females refused to talk to her, treating her like a monster. If her partner could leave her, she would have starved to death in the cave long ago. Everyone knows she has a bad relationship with Sandai. Her partner finds it very difficult to go hunting, and now they have been moved to the weakest hunting team. She also looks down on Sandai's teachings to the orcs about raising silkworms and eating sorghum. Her current life is completely different from before. All of this is because of Sandai. Seeing everyone fall silent, Snake Xiao Mian realizes her words have made an impact. Even though Sandai is now in a high position, her words still affect her somewhat. As long as someone feels unhappy with Sandai because of this, Snake Xiao Mian is happy. Snake Xiao Mian, stop talking nonsense. Everything Sandai does is to help the tribe. Many orcs she saved have survived because of her. How could the sky god punish her? The falling ice and Sandai have nothing to do with each other. Xiaoliang, standing among the crowd, was the first to defend Sandai. Even Yuchan, who is usually shy and afraid to speak loudly, stepped forward bravely and agreed, saying, "That's right. Don't slander Sister Sandai. She is so kind. She has saved many orcs. Our orc tribe is alive today because of her." Many orcs only managed to fill their stomachs thanks to her help. The sky god would never punish her. Hearing this, the orcs behind also started to speak up. Yes, we dear tribe orcs have always been hungry and cold. Sandai taught us how to raise silkworms, harvest sorghum, and identify edible plants. Without her, we wouldn't survive. I lost an arm, and it was Sandai who saved me. If it weren't for her, I would have lost more than just my arm. My life was at risk. Seeing so many orcs supporting Sandai, Snake Xiaomian felt a surge of jealousy. She clenched her teeth and looked at the weakest Yuchan. Then tell me, why did the ice fall from the sky? Can you give a reasonable explanation? If you can't, then it's Sandai's fault. She knew how to pick the softest target. You. Yuchan was also angered. How could such a stubborn woman be so unreasonable? She racked her brains but couldn't think of a good explanation. Just then, a scruffy male pushed his way out of the crowd. She doesn't need to explain herself to you.
This is just sophistry. Sandai has nothing to do with the falling ice.
If you insist on blaming her, then I'll tell you you're so ugly that the sky god can't stand you. You better give me a reason to. Luo squeezed to the front of the crowd. His words made Snake Xiaomian very angry. Ugly? This scruffy male called her ugly? You're talking nonsense. The falling ice has nothing to do with me. Snake Xiaomian snapped in frustration. Yes, what does Sandy have to do with this? Luo asked back. You are all ordinary females, and Sandy is just a bit smarter than others. She is not a goddess and cannot control the weather. Turning around, Luo looked at the orcs inside the cave. Everyone, it will rain, wind, and thunder, and lightning. If that's the case, then falling ice chunks are not impossible. Maybe other parts of the continent have experienced it before, and it's just the first time for our tribe. Hearing Luo's words, the orcs suddenly understood. That makes sense. Since it can rain in the sky, why can't ice chunks fall? Falling ice chunks isn't a bad thing, as long as we don't go outside. The weather is getting cooler, so that's pretty good too. Orcs are often afraid because of the unknown. They don't know what dangers unknown things might bring. Once they realize it's a normal phenomenon, their fear disappears. Seeing everyone quickly accept this, Shishaoan's face turned green with anger. Why are so many people defending Sandy? She wanted to speak, but everyone refused to give her a chance. One by one, they dispersed and returned to their caves. Since they weren't hunting now and it was a bit cold outside with falling ice, they decided to stay inside to conserve food. Watching the orcs' backs, Shishaoman was so angry she stomped her feet. Inside Sandy's brick house, the 3 snake cubs were the first to notice something unusual outside. Mama, it's not good. Stones are falling from the sky. Will our house get smashed? Song Feng was peeking through the door, and seeing the scene outside, she hurriedly ran upstairs in a panic. Song Yuer followed behind, and when she saw what was outside, she softly corrected, "It's not stones. It's ice chunks. It's the ice Sandy took out earlier." Song Feng suddenly stopped, looking incredulous. Ice chunks? How is that possible? How can ice fall from the sky? You're so silly. If ice can't fall, then stones can, right? Song Qing helplessly supported her forehead, wondering how her brother's brain worked. The 3 snake cubs were chattering about outside. When Song Dot heard the noise and came out, she heard them say that ice was falling and quickly went to the door to look outside. A cool breeze hit her as she saw large hailstones smashing down with a loud noise. Mama, will our new house be smashed? Seeing their mother come out, Song Feng immediately stopped arguing and looked at her worriedly. If the house gets damaged, they will have to go back to living in caves. After all, in the orcs' view, caves are the strongest homes. It's okay. This is hail, a natural event like wind and rain. It just doesn't happen very often. Our new house is very sturdy and won't be easily broken. Sandy recovered and humorously explained to the little ones. When they built the house, she considered all kinds of extreme weather. That's why the materials used were very strong, with good quality and strict control during construction. Those that didn't meet standards were already discarded. Plus, the orcs built the house carefully without cutting corners. Sandy was confident in its quality, at least for now. She didn't worry about it breaking soon. Hail? The 3 little snakes looked at the new word, their eyes wide with curiosity and admiration. Mommy knows so much. Yes, hail usually doesn't last very long, but don't go outside during a hailstorm or you might get hurt, Sandy added. She just looked outside and saw the hail was as big as a fist. She had never seen such large hail in her previous life. This could be considered a natural disaster. She only knew about long rains lasting a month, but the book didn't mention hail. Since she was already here, she could only wait and see what happens. The elders and Tiger Hill also came to the living room. Hearing Sandy's explanation, their anxious feelings, like those of the little ones, finally eased a bit. Why is there suddenly hail? I've never seen it before. Tiger Hill looked confused and asked Sandy. Sister, how do you know so much? Sandy's face stayed calm. I heard about it from some orcs I met on the way when we got separated. She only heard about it. She didn't know where the orcs were because they had already gotten separated. All right, since the hail is falling and it's a bit cold, Chio, go get some animal skins for Dare and Little Moon to wear so they don't get cold. Huan Yun interrupted Tiger Hill's question. Tiger Chong also nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Our tribe used to be like the Black Abyss tribe. Hot weather all year round. Rarely this cold. The little ones aren't used to it, and we don't want them to get sick. I heard females are most likely to get sick when it's cold. Hearing this, Tiger Hill immediately shifted his attention and stopped asking questions. He went upstairs and brought down 2 animal skins. The 3 little ones peeked through the door, curious as little children, their heads pressed together, watching the hail falling outside. As Sandy said, the hail stopped after about 10 minutes. After getting Sandy's approval, the 3 little snakes opened the door and ran outside. The rain paused for a while after the hail, and the air outside was very fresh, filled with the smell of dirt and plants. Looking around, the vegetation on the ground was knocked over by the hail. Even the tree branches had fallen quite a bit. It was as if the whole land had been trampled by an army of ice, leaving a mess everywhere. Sangfom opened his mouth, his small mouth round like an egg. Luckily, Mother didn't let us go out. If we had been outside just now, we would probably be like these trees, with our arms smashed. The little guy looked scared but more determined to listen to his mother in the future. Sangqing and Sangyue didn't argue this time. They nodded happily, agreeing completely. But they were still amazed by nature. Sangfom crouched down, picked up an ice chunk from the ground, and curiously licked it. This ice is edible. Big brother, second sister, let's grab some before it melts so Mother can make us chilled mung bean soup. The little guy loved cold food ever since trying it once. However, Sandy rarely made such treats, and the 3 little snakes were still young and shouldn't eat too much ice. Seeing so many ice chunks now, Songfeng's small head spun quickly as he kept collecting ice into his arms. Sangqing and Sangyue looked on with dislike, but still helped pick up quite a few ice pieces. Of course, when they got home, the ice had mostly melted. Not long after the hail stopped, it started raining heavily again, even harder than before the hail. Huan Yun looked at the heavy rain outside, worried. Why is the weather so strange? I've never seen hail before, and it's been raining for days. Why is it not only continuing but also getting heavier? The tribe used to have rain often, but even the heaviest rain would usually lessen or stop halfway. This rain seemed endless. She almost thought what Sangfeng said, that the sky might be leaking. It's okay, Mother. Rain is good. It hasn't rained for a long time, and the river water is getting low. If it doesn't rain more, where will we get water later? Sandy hugged Huan Yun's arm and comforted her softly. Besides, with rain, Dad and second brother can rest at home. I have plenty of food and supplies, so we can stay inside for a month without going out. Mother can stay with me every day. Isn't that good? Sandy said happily, acting a little spoiled. Huan Yun was finally convinced and put on a kind smile. Yes, Diley is right. Mother can stay here peacefully. One day, the rain will stop, and I will make delicious food for you. Sandai winked playfully and signaled to the 3 little snakes. Sangyu reacted quickly, hurried over, and sweetly begged Huan Yun to play with her. Huan Yun immediately smiled happily, and all her worries disappeared. Sangdai went to the kitchen and specially found a cookbook from the supermarket. She tried various new dishes, inviting the elders, Huqiu, and the 3 little ones to taste her cooking. The whole family was busy, so no one had time to worry. Meanwhile, Hulei and Ingshi returned to Luo Yuer's house in the rain. Hulei was on a wide grassland when hail started falling. There was no shelter around, and he was injured by the hail. Despite that, he kept hunting and finally caught 2 wild chickens before returning in the rain. As soon as he entered, he saw water all over the floor on the first level, deeper than his ankles. Huguang remembered something, his face changed, and he threw down the chickens, rushing to the room.
Zai zai.
Huguang hurriedly ran to the room. The floor was already soaked with water, level with the living room. As he entered, he saw 2 tiger cubs lying in the water, which was almost covering their necks.
Zai zai.
Huguang's eyes turned red. He quickly rushed over and lifted the 2 cubs out of the water. They had been in the water for a long time and were shivering from the cold. When they heard Huguang's voice, they only whimpered softly. The wet tiger cubs looked pitiful. Huguang hugged them tightly to warm them up. Ingshi followed closely behind, returning from a hidden cave along the way back to the tribe. He saw Huguang heading home and hurried to follow. They arrived almost together. Luo Yuer heard the noise and came downstairs, just in time to see Ingshi entering with 2 dead wild chickens by his side. Ingshi, are these your hunted prey? I'm hungry too. She mistook the chickens for Ingshi's catch. Ingshi paused briefly, then smiled gently and said, I'll go kill them for you. We'll eat soon. Luo Yuer nodded, but just then, Huguang stormed out of the room angrily, glaring fiercely. How are you taking care of the cubs at home? The cubs had been playing in the water all day. Don't you think it's better to take them upstairs? There's no mother like Luo Yuer who ignores her young ones. Luo Yuer glared at the tiger cubs, showing no concern on her face. Instead, she looked annoyed and said, They're already so big. They can walk, and they know there's water below, so why don't they run? Isn't that silly? Tiger Lai, maybe your cubs are a bit slow in the head. If they were human babies, Luo Yuer might feel a little worried. But these 2 tiger cubs, even though she gave birth to them, looked no different from animals in her eyes. Tiger Lai was so angry, he clenched his fists. Tiger Lai, really, with so much rain, Luo Yuer is already scared being home alone. She's not paying attention to these things. How can you blame her? Eagle Creek naturally supported Luo Yuer.
Exactly, I don't care about that.
Luo Yuer nodded as if it was obvious. Tiger Lai was speechless. The 2 of them kept arguing, and it made him so mad, he wanted to explode. He looked at Eagle Creek, then took the tiger cubs upstairs. You're still giving me the cold shoulder. You didn't bring back a single prey, and your cubs are foolish. Why are you angry at me? Luo Yuer also looked displeased with Tiger Lai and said to his back. Eagle Creek pretended to be the peacemaker, stirring the situation to stop their fight. After settling the tiger cubs, Tiger Lai went to clean the water from the first floor and blocked the door with stones and mud to prevent water from seeping in. Although it wasn't as good as a cement threshold, at least the water inside wouldn't get too deep. When he finished, he saw that the 2 wild chickens had already been eaten by Luo Yuer and Eagle Creek, leaving only a few chicken bones and feathers scattered on the ground. Over the next few days, Sandy spent her time either making delicious food at home or counting the rainy days. After a while, even though she studied cooking every day, she started to feel a bit bored. So, Sandy took out a set of mahjong from her space. She and her second brother and parents could just gather around a table. Sister, what are these green little stones? Tiger Hill came out of the room and saw Sandy arranging green square-shaped stones on a small table in the living room. Curious, he asked, these are mahjong tiles, a kind of game toy. Second brother, go call Dad and Mom. I'll teach you all how to play. Hearing about the game, Tiger Hill immediately got excited and hurried to call Tiger Chong and Huan Yun. They have been staying inside for a week. The rain outside hasn't stopped, and there have been several hailstorms. At one point, Wang sent an orc to inform them, worried that the orcs might get anxious about the rain, so they should stay at home until it stops. Since the rain hasn't let up, they haven't gone out. The 3 of them are almost bored to tears. At first, they were happy to rest, but after a while, they couldn't stay still. Their arms didn't feel like arms, and their legs didn't feel like legs. Every time they opened their eyes, they hoped the rain would stop so they could go outside and play. Dad and Mom, I'll teach you how to play. The loser has to draw a turtle on their face, Sandai said eagerly as soon as everyone was gathered. She quickly made them sit down, explained the rules, and demonstrated how to play. Orcs are quick learners and pick things up easily. The three of them learned very fast. Huan was the fastest, even winning a few rounds herself. But Sandai, being experienced, naturally wouldn't lose to them. Tiger Hill initially won a few rounds, but later, he was always the one losing. As for Dad Huguang, he never won from start to finish. An entire morning passed, and his face was already covered with small turtles drawn by the three little snakes watching nearby. It was ruthless and hard to watch. Sandfong stood behind Huguang, looking at his cards, and suddenly tilted his head and asked, "Hey, Grandpa, your cards seem different from Grandma's first winning hand. Why aren't you winning?" Although he didn't understand why winning at Mahjong was called Hu, he thought that Hu meant winning, so it should be good. Sandai and the others looked at Huguang. Suddenly, she understood. Her dad wasn't slow to learn, but he was always letting Huan win. "Little kid, don't talk nonsense. You don't know how to play. Don't listen to Feng's nonsense." "He's mistaken," Huguang hurriedly said with a laugh. Feng looked disappointed and said, "I'm not wrong. It's obvious. I'm not stupid. I watched from the side and understood how to play." Then he looked at Sandai with bright eyes. "Mom, can we also play?" Sang Qing, nearby, nodded to join in. Seeing Huguang's face darken, Sandai couldn't help but smile. "Mom will give you a different toy to play with. Mahjong is for adults," she said. Then she went back to her room and took out a set of flying chess from the supermarket. The three little snakes playing together was perfect. Sandai returned to the living room and handed the flying chess to the kids, explaining how to play. The colorful game quickly caught their attention. Even the usually reserved Sang Yu looked interested. Watching the three little snakes happily playing, Sandai smiled kindly. Suddenly, she remembered the little white cat she was staying with at Tingtian. "I don't know if Little White will feel bored. If Little White could be here, playing with the three little ones would be even better. Both the adults and the young ones now have new toys, and staying at home is no longer so boring." The first thing Huqiu does after finishing his meal every day is to gather the family around the game table. "This mahjong is so fun. I feel like I could play forever and never get tired," he chuckles happily. He has long forgotten about the fox spirit. Huqiu is addicted to mahjong and can't stop playing until Sandai takes out playing cards and werewolf kill. Originally, the elderly couple and Huqiu were worried about the long rain, but now their attention is fully on the game. They have no time to think about anything else. Staying at home every day, with plenty of food and playing all kinds of new games, they are very happy. Sandai can't stop the rain, but she enjoys the holiday at home peacefully. She manages the kitchen, preparing strong-flavored foods. Using ingredients from the supermarket and seasonings, even the strong-smelling mutton is unrecognizable to the family. No one notices that she often brings food from the supermarket to supplement. The family stays inside, not only avoiding hunger without hunting but also growing healthier and rounder. In the Black Abyss tribe, other orcs don't have the good days like Sandai's family, but they still have enough food and are not worried about starving. They have stored plenty of silkworm pupae, sorghum, dried fruits, and cured meats in their caves, along with white crystal stones given by the king. The orcs eat sparingly, so they can have strength to reproduce at night. Unlike Sandai's family, most of the orcs are young couples, with only 2 single men and a middle-aged couple. Do they feel bored staying at home? Of course not. This is the perfect time for reproduction. Sandai doesn't have the chance to move around the tribe. If she gets close to other orcs' caves, she would blush and feel her heart pounding. The males work diligently, and the females rarely leave their caves. Even the vegetarian orcs and those with disabilities, who had the worst days before, now don't go out and still don't go hungry. The orcs stay in their caves, thinking about Sandai's kindness. They always remember that their good life now is thanks to Sandai. Without her help, they wouldn't be where they are today. The orcs live freely and happily in their caves, but some others are not doing so well. By the 7th day, Luo Yuer's house was already close to collapsing under the heavy rain. Her house is built on low ground, Unlike the mountain caves where orcs live, which are higher and protected from flooding, water usually doesn't flow into the cave entrance, except during heavy rain, which can cause some water to seep in. But her house is different. The windows, doors, walls, and tiles all were poorly made by Eagle Creek. During light rain, it's okay, but during a heavy storm, the house can't hold up. First, the threshold built by Huguang broke, then the walls started to leak, the roof dripped, and the windows also leaked. Eventually, the house turned into a waterfall cave. More than half of the first floor was flooded, and all the rooms were filled with water. Luo Yuer could only stay in her room, trying to block the leaks with her friends. But it was no use. Outside, the storm raged, and inside, water kept dripping. Luo Yuer was soaked and angry, kicking the wall and shouting, "Eagle Creek, how did you build this house? Why does it leak so badly in the rain? How am I supposed to live here?" Eagle Creek looked guilty, eyes shifting nervously. "Yuer, I built it according to Sandy's method. Maybe this kind of house just isn't sturdy. And who could have guessed it would rain for so long? If it was just normal rain, the house would be fine." Luo Yuer thought for a moment. Her house was leaking, so Sandy's place probably wasn't much better. This made her feel a little better. But she hadn't been happy for 2 seconds when the house suddenly shook. Boom! Lightning flashed, and the ground beneath her feet trembled. The house collapsed with a loud crash. "Yuer, where are you?"
Sandai.
Eagle Creek and Huguang dug through the rubble, one searching for Luo Yuer, the other looking for Sandai. Both Luo Yuer and Sandai were badly hurt. After digging them out, they looked messy and exhausted. Without a shelter, the rain poured down like bullets, hurting them badly. In the end, Luo Yuer had to sneak back into the cave. Before she moved out, she had already made enemies among the neighbors. Now injured and hungry, she wanted to borrow some food and supplies from her neighbors and find a veterinarian to treat her wounds, but no one paid her any attention. Huguang had no choice. He couldn't let his family starve. He forced Eagle Creek to go hunting in the rain. The two of them were living worse than the disabled orcs before. Luo Yuer also heard the gossip and mockery, losing her confidence to leave the cave. Sandy counted the days, and more than half a month passed like this. During this time, she had the orcs release water from the reservoir every 5 days. The reservoir's outlet and downstream areas were covered with large nets to prevent big fish from escaping during flood releases. Small fish and shrimp didn't matter much. The reservoir still had plenty of fish and shrimp to reproduce. When small fish and shrimp moved to other waters, it allowed them to breed freely. Later, when the orcs went hunting, they could also catch fish and shrimp to eat. Thanks to the flood release and the drainage channels in the tribe, there was little impact on the village. Nearby, there was no standing water. During heavy rains, the water simply flowed away through the channels. On the 20th day, Sandy asked Huqiu to tell Tinkong that they could catch fish and shrimp from the reservoir during flood releases to eat. She guessed that the tribe's food supplies were running low. They weren't starving but had used up more than half of their stored food, making the orcs feel uneasy. Using fish and shrimp to supplement their food would help stabilize morale. Most orcs had already forgotten about this, but when Sandy asked Huqiu to remind them, they remembered that there were fish and shrimp in the reservoir. However, they didn't have high hopes because fish and shrimp didn't provide as much meat as wild animals, and even if they could eat them, it wouldn't last long. Still, Tinkong followed Sandy's suggestion and sent 30 orcs who could swim to catch fish and shrimp in the reservoir. The leader was an orc from the crocodile tribe. He initially just wanted to try his luck, but once in the water, he found that the fish and shrimp in the reservoir were bigger than any he had seen before, fat and healthy. He immediately led his team to fish. Although it was pouring rain, it didn't affect their underwater activities at all. The orcs were excellent swimmers, moving freely beneath the water. Soon, they threw fish and shrimp onto the shore, where other orcs were already waiting with bamboo baskets to catch them. Seeing the baskets fill up with fish and shrimp, the orcs' smiles never left their faces. The rain pounded on their faces, but they no longer felt the pain.
Great.
So many fish and shrimp. Even if it rains for 10 more days, the orcs won't go hungry now. Sandy is amazing. She managed to raise such healthy fish and shrimp. Yeah, if it weren't for Sandy, we wouldn't have dug the reservoir for fish and shrimp. The reservoir even diverted rainwater away from the tribe, so it didn't flood us. The orcs celebrated wildly in the rain, each carrying a full bamboo basket back home. King, the orcs who went to fish in the reservoir have returned. They said there are many fish and shrimp, and they're very fat and healthy. Even if the rain keeps falling, we won't have to worry about food, the orc from the snake tribe reported to Tinkong as soon as he returned. Hearing Snake Liang's words, Tinkong's stern face showed a faint, almost unnoticeable smile. The young female was indeed clever. The reservoir she dug so long ago and the fish she raised were now useful. Let them distribute the fish and shrimp caught today. No need to go fishing every day, just once every 3 days, Tinkong ordered. The heavy rain seemed endless, and if they went out every day, there wouldn't be enough fish and shrimp in the reservoir to feed the entire tribe. Yes. Snake Liang eagerly went to make arrangements. Bai came out of the cave, tilting his head with a bit of sadness, looking at the pouring rain outside. Daddy, when will the rain stop? It's been 20 days already. He hadn't seen Aunt Dai for 20 days. His father patrolled the area with beastmen in the rain every day and had no time to visit Aunt Dai. If this kept up, when would he see his mother again? Tinkong's eyes darkened as he looked at the heavy rain outside.
His voice was low.
It will be soon. He had never experienced such continuous rain before. Luckily, the young female had prepared in advance, stockpiling plenty of food, coal stones, and white crystal stones for the tribe. Without this, the beast men might have starved after so long without hunting. Recently, the forest was quiet, with few wild animals and no sight of fierce beasts. Yet, despite this calm, Tinkong didn't feel happy. Remembering the young female's warning, he sensed that the danger of this heavy rain was not just about food shortages. Every day after patrolling the forest, he would check on Sandy's new house. Though the windows were blocked during the rain, he could hear the joyful voices of the young female and her family inside. Knowing she wasn't affected by the rain eased his mind. Bai listened to his father's vague answer, moved to a spot where the rain didn't splash, sat down heavily, and looked at the heavy rain close up, listening to the sound of water hitting everything. He muttered, I wonder what Aunt Dai is doing at home now. Aunt Dai would probably be making delicious food for Feng and the others, right? Although she made food every day, and his father sent someone to bring it to him, he still felt it wasn't the same as when Aunt Dai personally delivered it. After his face was disfigured, he stayed in the cave, used to loneliness. But since Aunt Dai appeared, he couldn't help but crave companionship and love. Tinkong looked down, noticing the disappointment flickering on Bai's face, and softly said, Should I take you to find her? The 3 young females at home, who are the same age as Little White, should be able to play together. Little White immediately shook his head and said, No, I don't want to go. Feng and the others don't like themselves, although he also likes Aunt Dai. But they are not bad people, and he doesn't want them to be upset because of him. If they are unhappy, he would be unhappy too.
So he chose to stay.
The father and son stood at the cave entrance, watching the heavy rain, both thinking of the same female. In Sandy's brick house, after Snake Liang reported to Ting Song, he hurriedly brought a bamboo basket full of fish and shrimp, all the biggest ones, to Sandy's home. The basket was large, holding about 7 or 8 fish, each weighing around 20 to 30 jin, almost none under 20 jin. There were also some green prawns and large, totaling nearly 300 jin of fish and shrimp. Sandy looked surprised and said, Why did you bring so many? 2 or 3 fish, and these are enough for us. With so much fish, their family couldn't finish it in a short time. Snake Liang smiled and said, Everyone asked me to bring it. They all asked me to thank you. If it weren't for you helping us build the reservoir and raising these fish and shrimp, during heavy rain when we can't hunt, we'd just have to wait and starve. Now we can still eat fresh meat. All thanks to you. He had already said that Sandy couldn't finish so many fish and shrimp, but the beast men insisted he bring them. They even wanted to share their own portion, but Snake Liang stopped them. Sandy didn't refuse, knowing it was a kind gesture from the beastmen. She only knew that fish and shrimp bought from the supermarket grew quickly, but she didn't expect them to grow so fast. In less than 3 months, they had already become this big. Luckily, the beastmen didn't understand how fast fish and shrimp grow, or they would definitely be suspicious. The beastmen who went fishing today said there were still many fish and shrimp in the reservoir. Wang told everyone to go catch them every 3 days. If this continues, the fish and shrimp in the reservoir will last for a while, and they should be able to wait until the rain stops. Snake Liang also mentioned the situation of the reservoir. Sandy nodded and said, "It will definitely be enough. If the rain stops in 10 days, the fish and shrimp in the reservoir will last a long time." Without food, the beastmen won't be anxious and can send more people to patrol with Tong Cang. If monsters cause trouble, they can be discovered quickly, reducing casualties as much as possible. Hearing Sandy's words, Snake Liang's face lit up with a smile. Since Sandy said it could be done, it definitely could. By the way, Xiliang, don't rush to go back. Rest at home for a while. There are fresh fish and shrimp here. I'll prepare some food, and you can help me deliver some to Wang and Xiaobai. Also, bring a portion back for Yuechan to try. Sandai said. Since Xiliang has arrived, there's no need for a beastman to come out in the rain later. Okay, Xiliang replied honestly, sitting patiently in the living room. His actions showed what it means to follow instructions. If Sandai says east, he won't go west. When the 3 snake cubs saw Xiliang, they happily gathered around him, asking about the outside of the tribe. Xiliang looked at the 3 cubs with a gentle smile, answering their questions patiently without any impatience. Watching them, he couldn't help but think that his future children with Yuechan would be just as obedient and cute as these little ones. However, Yuechan was still young, and carrying a baby was her body. He had to endure it. When he couldn't hold back, he would do as the veterinarian suggested, using fish foam to separate them, just like the first time. Although he had plenty of time to be with Yuechan lately, it was also very difficult for him. Sandai took the fish and shrimp into the kitchen. Huqiu immediately came over to help kill the fish, ensuring his sister's hands wouldn't get any fish smell. They slaughtered a large rainfish weighing about 30 jin, divided it into 3 parts for grilling. They also cleaned the freshwater, then steamed them. Finally, they used fresh shrimp and various seafood from the supermarket to make a mixed seafood dish. Although the rain had been falling constantly, the weather was not as cold anymore. They wrapped waterproof beast skins around outside, so as long as they didn't get caught in the rain, the food wouldn't cool down quickly. Sandai, thank you. Yuechan loves your cooking the most. She'll be very happy, Xiliang said, holding the food box and thanking Sandai. Naturally, he was grateful if it could make Yuechan happy. The tribe's beastmen were also busy killing fish to prepare grilled fish. Although the rain made fire starting inconvenient, they gathered at the cave entrance, taking turns grilling fish over a single fire. This way, there wouldn't be much smoke, and it wouldn't affect the breathing of the beastmen inside the cave. Luo Yuer was originally hiding in the cave. When she heard the noise outside, she didn't go out to check. It was only when she caught the smell of grilled fish that she crawled out from the corner. What's that delicious smell? Has the rain stopped outside? Why are there beastmen eating grilled fish? Luo Yuer sniffed and suddenly stood up excitedly. She could smell the fish. On the other side of the corner, Huguang was watching over 2 tiger cubs. Since the last time they played in the water, the cubs had become unwell. They used to be lively and active, but now they stayed in the cave and didn't move much, looking sickly. Huguang felt very sad but had no resources to call a veterinarian for treatment. Luo Yuer paid no attention to the cubs at all. Hearing Luo Yuer's words, Huguang looked up with a cold face and said, "That fish was caught by the beastmen sent by Wang from the reservoir." Luo Yuer glanced at the empty cave and frowned. "Fish caught by Wang's people? Why don't we have any?" She stared closely at the 2 cubs. "Could it be that you secretly gave these 2 troublemakers the fish?" Huguang was instantly furious. "We didn't get any fish at all." "Don't talk nonsense. Why do they all get fish to eat, but not us?" "No way, I need to go out and talk to them. One can't be so biased." Luo Yuer felt unfair and especially tempted by the smell of the fish, which made her drool. She then stormed out angrily. Eagle Creek followed behind her. Huguang, with a dark face, hugged the cubs and ignored Luo Yuer. If she wanted to cause trouble, let her do it herself. At the cave entrance, Luo Yuer loudly caused a fuss, demanding food from the beastmen responsible for distributing fish and shrimp. Why does everyone get fish except me? I'm a female. You lowly males all get fish, but I, a precious female, am supposed to go hungry? If I get too hungry, can you bear that responsibility? Luo Yuer, confident as a female, scolded the beastmen in charge of distributing food. The beastman looked upset by her words, clenched his fists, but held back because she was a female. In the beastman tribe, males were not allowed to hit females. Luo Yuer was feeling proud, eyeing a fish already caught and placed on a banana leaf, planning to take it back to the cave. The beastmen thought she was easy to bully because she was a female, so as long as she stayed firm, she could take what was hers. But before she could get close to the fish, several females blocked her way. How dare you come here asking for fish? When the reservoir was built, all the beastmen in the tribe contributed. Only you, Huguang, didn't help your family. You didn't do any work at all. I remember you said building a dam was useless and told us not to waste effort. You even mocked us, saying our work was pointless. Everyone worked hard to get the fish, but your family didn't do any work. Why should you get a share? If everyone were like you, none of us would work. We'd just wait to eat and might starve. The females weren't afraid of Luo Yuer. As fellow females, they argued loudly, spitting saliva onto Luo Yuer's face, making her face twist with anger.
You
all!
Luo Yuer snapped, furious.
The plump female in front pushed her roughly into the corner. Go away. Don't bother us here.
Seeing you makes me sick.
Who was it that once refused to stay in the cave, saying they wanted to move out and build a house like Sandai? The house collapsed, and they had to come back in shame. If you want fish, return all the food your young one stole from us before, and we'll share the fish with you, the female said confidently, extending her hand. Only shameless people act like that, and she was just more shameless. Luo Yuer's face turned green. What stolen food? You're talking nonsense. My young ones have never stolen food. She refused to admit it. It's a joke. Maybe the fish we share isn't even as much as what the cubs steal. She felt she was being cheated. If you don't return it, then leave. Don't think just because you're a female, you're special. There are other females here, the plump female snorted, acting like the boss. If you cause trouble again, don't blame us for kicking you out of the cave.
You dare.
Luo Yuer glared, but she didn't believe it. The female sneered and glanced outside at the heavy rain, which looked like a waterfall, almost obscuring the scene outside the cave. See if I dare. With this heavy rain, Wang has to go patrol. He's not free to deal with your nonsense. When he finds out, he'll say you're stealing our food. Do you think he trusts you or us, the many beastmen? As she spoke, all the beastmen stood behind the female, staring directly at her, making her scalp tingle. Luo Yuer was speechless, stammering, Fine, you all gang up on me. What's so great about it? It's just a little fish. I don't care. She then angrily retreated to her cave. As for Yingxi, he had already sneaked back when he saw things were bad. Luo Yuer stomped her feet in anger. These bullies, these savages. They wouldn't share the fish with me, right? The reservoir is right there. Who still doesn't know how to catch fish? Huguang, Yingxi, you two wait outside until no one is around. Go to the reservoir and catch fish to bring back for me. If she doesn't share, she can just go catch them herself. Catching fish is much easier than hunting. The fish are in the reservoir, so there's no need to look for them, and they won't run away. The heavy rain has been falling for so long that now, in the forest, it's hard to find prey. Huguang, although reluctant, knows that only the fish in the reservoir are available now, so he has to listen to Luo Yuer and go catch fish. Yingxi also agrees. He's craving fish since the beastmen outside are eating fish too. Originally, he thought that the beastmen in the tribe couldn't go hunting and were living hard lives. When they moved back to the cave, he realized that only the three of them were hungry, while the others could eat their fill. After the beastmen outside finished eating and left, the two sneaked to the reservoir to catch fish. However, one is a tiger beast and the other is an eagle beast, neither of whom are good at swimming. Ingshi can't even get into the water. Hili, because he hadn't eaten enough for a long time and his body lacked salt, cramps in his hands and feet after getting into the water and almost drowned. Forget about the fish. He nearly lost his life in the reservoir and became food for fish and shrimp. The two returned empty-handed, and Luo Yuer's hopes were dashed again. In the end, Luo Yuer, starving and unable to eat, had to drink water desperately. She sent Hili outside to gather wild grass and leaves to fill their stomachs, so they wouldn't starve. Sandy was at home, enjoying delicious food and playing mahjong, while teaching the 3 snake cubs to read. Her days were very comfortable. She knew nothing about what was happening with Luo Yuer. The elders and Huqiu were curious, and even learned a few words themselves, managing to write their names in crooked letters. After a month of heavy rain, the first good news finally arrived. The sky cleared. The beastmen of the Black Abyss tribe, though not starving, felt uneasy watching their food supplies in the cave gradually decrease. They had never experienced such a long period of resting in the cave since childhood. Now, seeing the heavy rain outside the mountain cave finally stop after a month, everyone showed happy expressions. The rain has stopped. Now we can go hunting. Lying in the cave for a month, our bones are getting stiff. I thought this day would never come. The rain falling so long was unbelievable. Luckily, the beast god didn't forget us and made the rain stop. The beastmen talked excitedly. Some marveled at how long the rain lasted. Others were happy they didn't have to sit and watch their supplies run out. All their previous worries disappeared. The male began preparing to continue organizing the hunting party, while the females, along with the young, were getting ready to go out and see where there were mushrooms. After the rain, mushrooms grew abundantly. Although they didn't dare to eat them, Sandy was eager to try. During this time, the tribe's orcs hadn't starved, all thanks to Sandy. They all remembered that. Inside a brick house, Sandy only heard the excited calls of 3 little snakes.
Mom, Mom.
The rain has stopped. It finally stopped. After such a long rain, there should be lots and lots of mushrooms outside. Let's go pick some. Sandphone was running back and forth excitedly in the living room, and her loud voice quickly spread the news that the rain had stopped to everyone at home. Hearing the noise, the elders and the Tiger Hill also came downstairs. They were upstairs, and after the rain, the windows were sealed so they couldn't see outside, but they could hear that the rain had stopped. Sanding stood at the door like a young master, touching the wall, looking as if she had survived a disaster. Luckily, the house my mother built is strong enough. No water seeped in during the rain. Otherwise, if we had been living in a cave, we would definitely be flooded. Sandy stood obediently beside Sandy, wanting to go out and look, but still waiting for her mother. She looked up at her mother's face, feeling that although her mother was smiling, she didn't seem very happy that the rain had stopped. Did her mother have something on her mind? Was there anything more annoying than endless rain? When they opened the door, the whole family stepped outside. The air was fresh, clear after the rain, and carried the strong scent of soil and green leaves. The leaves on the trees had been battered by hail and heavy rain, leaving only a few remaining. The thinner branches had fallen to the ground. The ground was wet, covered with branches and leaves, looking bleak. Fortunately, nearby drainage ditches had been dug, so although the rain hadn't stopped, there was no sign of flooding outside, and soil erosion was not severe. In the eyes of the orcs, it was just that the rain lasted a bit longer, with no other impact. The rain probably won't fall again, right? Dad, Mom, sister, wait at home for a bit. I'll clean up the yard so it doesn't get dirty on your feet. Huqiu, like a tiger released from the mountains, couldn't stay idle after a month of boredom. He picked up a broom and started sweeping the yard. After a month without cleaning, the ground, despite being paved with bricks and cement, still had dirt and leaves. Huqiu's brother also helped, and soon they cleared the yard. Dyer, the rain has stopped, and we've stayed here for so long. It's about time we go back. The food you ate We'll have your father and second brother hunt again, and they'll bring more later. Huanyan saw the rain stop and just wanted to move back home. She was getting old, and she couldn't keep living off her daughter. As she spoke about packing her bags, Sandra held her mother's wrist affectionately and said, "Mom, why are you in such a hurry? The rain has stopped, but no one knows if it will start again. What if you go back and there's no one here to take care of me and the children?" She acted cute and soft, which immediately moved Huanyan.
Well,
Mom, don't leave just yet. The house is so big, and since no one is living in it, it's empty. If we stay here, I can still enjoy the game my dad and second brother catch for us every day. Isn't that right? The house is so large, I can't clean it all alone, and second brother can help me here. I'd be so tired doing everything myself. After much persuasion, Huanyan looked at the big yard and thought about her daughter doing so much work alone. She couldn't refuse anymore. Fine, she would stay on her face. She didn't care what outsiders thought of her, as long as her daughter was happy. Huanyan gently patted Sandra's hand and said, "All right, I'll stay for now. When you find a partner in the future, your dad and I will move out. How about that? Once Sandra has someone to take care of her, they won't be needed anymore. Then she could move out peacefully." Sandra, who was always sweet-talking, tilted her head and leaned on Huanyan, smiling happily. "Okay. When I find a partner, I'll have him build a big house for you too, right next to mine. That way, we'll be close, and I can see you every day when I open the door." Huanyan and her daughter had never been so close before. Hearing Sandra's words, she couldn't help but smile. "All right, I agree with you." Seeing Huanyan agree, Tiger Chong and Tiger Chiu naturally didn't get a chance to speak. This family was always led by Huanyan. Such a big, nice house, no one wanted to move out. Tiger Chong and his son also wanted to stay, but they didn't want to bother their sister or daughter. Since Huanyan had already agreed, they shamelessly stayed too. "Mom, can we go pick mushrooms outside?" Sandra's little brother, Sanfeng, carried a small basket and ran over to Sandra, looking up with bright eyes. Sanqing and Sanyu also carried small baskets and stood behind them. The three kids were lively and full of energy, and after staying inside for a month, they were getting restless. They really needed a place to burn off their energy. "Yes, I'll go with you," Sandra said, rubbing her little brother's head. Although the rain has stopped, the danger has not disappeared. She is worried about Cabbage going out alone, so she stays close to him for safety. "Yay, Mother is coming with us to pick mushrooms. Can you cook mushroom soup tonight?" Sanfeng excitedly jumps, licking his lips, his dark eyes shining brightly. He hasn't had mushrooms in a long time and misses them very much. "Of course. Today I will cook all the mushrooms that Xiaofeng picks," Sandai responds with a gentle smile. Huanyan waves to the group. "Go ahead. I and your father will tidy up the house." She is older now and doesn't like to walk around much. It's been a month since she went out, and although Tiger Chong and Tiger Chiu go out in the rain to throw trash, the house still needs cleaning. Sandai leads the three snake cubs toward the tribe. The ground is muddy, looking messier than the yard, but many beast men are out tidying up. After a short walk, Sandai spots a tall figure. It is Tong Cang leading a group of beast men, clearing a fallen big tree blocking the road. A month has passed, but Tong Cang still has that cold, stern expression, with no sign of emotion in his brows. He wears a beast skin skirt around his waist, bare-chested, and his muscles bulge as he lifts the log, showing his strength. Seeing him working seriously, Sandai feels shy to disturb him and turns to look for mushrooms elsewhere. "Hey, Sandai, you're out too." Someone with sharp eyes suddenly shouts excitedly upon noticing her. Everyone's gaze turns to her, and Sandai awkwardly stands there, unsure whether to stay or go. Feeling Tong Cang's gaze, Sandai can only nod and say, "The rain has stopped. I brought the cubs out to see if everyone is okay." The beast men quickly respond with smiles. "Yes, we're fine. Thanks to you teaching us to stock up on food early, we didn't go hungry." Sandai, "Thank you so much. If you need anything in the future, just tell us." "Yes, yes. Don't hesitate to ask us." The beast men chat warmly with her. The three snake cubs, seeing the crowd, carry baskets, and look for mushrooms nearby. Surrounded by everyone's enthusiasm, Sandai's awkward feelings quickly fade. Tong Cang, watching the young woman almost overwhelmed by the crowd, a dark shadow flickers in his deep eyes. He puts down the log and strides forward. Feeling the pressure from his presence, the beastmen naturally do not dare block his way and step aside. While she is talking, suddenly her waist tightens and her feet lift off the ground.
Ah!
She exclaimed in surprise when she saw Tinkong suddenly walk up behind her, one arm around her shoulders as he led her to the side. "What are you doing?" she asked. Tinkong didn't reply. He walked to the cleared path, laid his animal hide shirt on the ground, and then gently set her down. He said in a serious voice, "The ground is muddy and wet, with sharp branches that haven't been cleared. Don't walk around randomly, or you might hurt your feet." Even though Sandai was wearing animal hide shoes, Tinkong still thought that small female creatures had thinner skin than males. "I'm not a baby. I have eyes. I won't get hurt," she muttered quietly, protesting after hearing Tinkong's words. She looked down at her animal hide shoes. It was a shame to get her nice animal hide shirt dirty like this. "I'm here to pick mushrooms with the cubs." "How can I pick mushrooms standing here?" "King, you go to your work." "I'm not that fragile," Sandai said as she tried to find the 3 little snakes. Before she could take a step, her shoulder was pressed down by Tinkong's large hand. "Stay here. You can keep them company." Tinkong's voice was firm. Noticing the other animals' gazes, he added, "Xiao Bai misses you. After we finish picking mushrooms, I'll take you to see him. Don't wander off." Hearing this, Sandai didn't leave. She thought about how busy Tinkong was and that she hadn't seen Xiao Bai in a long time, so she stayed put to avoid causing trouble. The cubs hadn't gone far, and she could still see their little figures. With that thought, Sandai didn't notice that Tinkong used the word "go back." Seeing Sandai obediently stay, a faint smile appeared in Tinkong's eyes. He turned around and continued cleaning the path. He swept away the branches and leaves blocking the road, piling them up to dry so they could be used as firewood. The muddy ground didn't bother the animals much, but Tinkong ordered his people to lay blue bricks on the path. Soon, the muddy road was much cleaner. Bored, Sandai's gaze fell on Tinkong, who was working hard. His wheat-colored skin was covered in beads of sweat, sliding down his stern face and strong chest, outlining an attractive curve. Sandai couldn't help but swallow hard. This guy, no matter what he did, was always so different. Looking at the other animals, they all looked dirty and muddy, with no sense of excitement like Tinkong gave her. Sandai quickly looked away and patted her cheeks. "What's wrong? Have I fallen for Tinkong?" Thinking about it, Sandai quickly shook her head. "No, it's not like that. Everyone loves beauty, and she's sure that he simply appreciates her appearance. After all, Tong Cang's face and figure are not inferior to those of big stars or young celebrities from her past life." With this thought, Sandai felt more at ease. She had helped Tong Cang a lot. Glancing at him a little wouldn't hurt, and it wouldn't take away any of her own flesh. Although Tong Cang was working, his peripheral vision kept paying attention to Sandai. So he saw her face flush sometimes, then furrow her brows, then look relaxed again, as if she was thinking of something. He realized for the first time that a girl's face could show so many expressions in an instant. It was really adorable. After walking a certain distance, Tong Cang moved closer to Sandai. About an hour later, the small path leading to the tribe's entrance was cleaned up, paved with blue bricks. The surrounding branches had been cleared, allowing sunlight to shine through, making the area look spacious and bright. The 3 little ones also picked a basketful of mushrooms and ran over to Sandai. Sandai told them to go home first and make mushroom soup when she returned. She then followed Tong Cang toward the cave. Along the way, the orcs saw Sandai and greeted her warmly. If Tong Cang hadn't been there, they would have been eager to invite her home and serve her. Seeing everyone's happy faces after the disaster, Sandai couldn't bear to tell them that the trouble wasn't over yet. When they reached the cave, Xiao Bai saw Sandai and her father return together and squinted happily. The little guy held Sandai's hand and chattered nonstop, not stopping his small mouth, clearly having been starved for conversation during the month in the cave. Sandy was patient and listened carefully, responding from time to time. Tong Cang watched from the side, feeling that this scene was very pleasing to the eye. If only things could stay like this forever. Over the next 2 days, the orcs worked hard to rebuild the tribe, quickly clearing away the gloom of the past month. The forest was in worse shape than the tribe. The number of prey caught was fewer than before the heavy rain, but enough for everyone to eat. Sandy kept track of the days and, sure enough, on the 3rd morning, she heard news of many fleeing orcs pouring out of the tribe. When she reached the entrance, she saw the tribe's hunting team all blocked inside, unable to leave. Outside, there was loud noise, with unfamiliar orcs crying and begging, and the crowd constantly surging. There was even a trend of forcing their way into the tribe. What's going on outside? Why are you all blocking here? Mianyun stood beside Sandy, immediately noticing the tiger orc among the crowd. He stepped forward and pulled the person over, frowning as he asked, Yun and Zai, why have you come here? Seeing the two arrive, Huguang quickly stepped back, shielding them aside, and explained, many beastmen suddenly came from outside. It seems their tribes were destroyed by heavy rain. I heard that many beastmen were washed away by floods, and some were crushed under fallen mountains. These beastmen fled here, seeing that our tribe was not damaged by the water, and wanted to join us. Hearing Huguang's words, Huanyun's brow furrowed even more. Did the heavy rain affect other tribes so badly? She thought those tribes were probably just starving and stuck inside without food. Sandai, standing nearby, listened without surprise. She had long expected such things to happen. Floods, landslides, mudslides. These are common natural disasters after heavy rain. The real situation is much more serious than Huguang described. Huguang only then realized that the heavy rain was accompanied by so many dangers. He nodded and said, yes, luckily we have Zai. I heard that most of the beastmen in those outside tribes died, so there are probably very few left. Hunting is also difficult now. Without the protection of a tribe, they might starve. Behind Sandai, many female beastmen had come over to check the situation after hearing the noise. They sighed deeply. They felt even more grateful that the Black Abyss tribe had Sandai, which helped them avoid this disaster in advance. Since they are blocking the way here, and no one can go out to hunt, why don't we let them in? A worried female asked. Huguang shook his head. There are too many, over 100 beastmen, all weak and barely alive. I heard some are still on the way. Without the king's orders, we dare not let them in. They're strangers, and if something happens after they join the tribe, what then? Besides, they just barely survived the heavy rain, and the tribe has little stored food left. These beastmen are all starving and emaciated, with no strength to hunt. The tribe can't support so many mouths. In the past, beastmen who joined the tribe were usually strong and able to work, providing labor. Just then, Shiliang led a team of fierce beastmen inside, organizing the hunting team to retreat in an orderly manner and guarding the entrance. With a clear view, Sandai finally saw the situation outside. Outside the tribe, a group of skinny, dirty beastmen were either standing or kneeling, pressing together and rushing forward wildly. They ignored Shiliang and others' warnings, as if a beast would devour them if they slowed down even for a second. These orcs had sunken eyes and looked lifeless, like walking corpses. You couldn't see any young ones among the crowd, and even the females were few, mostly just gaunt, muscular adults. Sandy also saw a female being protected in the middle, covering her mouth and coughing constantly, her pale face showing signs of illness. Her brow furrowed unconsciously. After the flood, diseases spread easily. Even if the tribe wanted to control these orcs, they couldn't just let them in. The situation was worse than she had expected. Fortunately, although there were many of them, they lacked strength. With Snake Liang and others present, they could temporarily hold them back. Let us in. We've been hungry for over 10 days. Our animal skins are all soaked. Just give us some food. Please, if you don't take us in, we'll starve to death in the forest. A few refugee orcs pleaded and cried, trying to gain Sandy's sympathy. Female voices still carried weight in the tribe. If the females could speak for them, they might have a chance. Sandy knew they were pitiful, but she couldn't be soft now. She looked away. Mother, it's not safe here. I'll take you back first, Sandy said softly after seeing a few orcs coughing. She pulled Huanyin back a few steps and whispered. She planned to send Huanyin home first, and then go to Tinkong to discuss how to settle these orcs. Huanyin felt distressed, but decided to look away and told Huqiang and Huqiu to be careful as they prepared to leave. Just as she turned around, she heard a sarcastic voice nearby. Such a pity. They're almost starving. Sandy, you're the most capable, right? The orcs in the tribe haven't gone hunting for a month because of the rain, but they still have food and haven't gone hungry. Surely, you can also take them in and make sure they're fed and warm? Sandy turned to see Luo Yuer standing among the crowd. She hadn't seen her for a month. Luo Yuer looked dirty and gaunt, her cheeks sunken, her face pale yellow. Except for no injuries, she looked almost the same as the other refugee orcs outside. Luo Yuer wasn't genuinely sympathetic. She had a terrible month herself. Seeing orcs worse off than her, she even took some pleasure in their suffering. She was annoyed that Sandy was helping the tribe's orcs while she was left to suffer alone. Isn't she someone who loves doing good deeds? Then she should just take in all these refugee orcs herself. The refugee orcs, upon hearing that this tribe hadn't gone hungry for a month, immediately brightened their eyes. Their eyes looked like hungry wolves, and somehow they found the strength to push even harder into the tribe. Yeah, just show some kindness and take us in. We don't need a place to stay, just give us some food. I just want a piece of meat. Your tribe's orcs are so strong and healthy, you must have plenty of food. The orcs in front were not only fat and strong, but the females looked plump and well-fed, clearly living a good life. The starving refugee orcs became desperate. Some even bit into the orcs' hands, trying to rush into the tribe to find food. Back off. Everyone stepped back. Sai Liang suddenly became angry, shouting at the refugee orcs. If you don't retreat now, don't blame us for acting. At first, the refugee orcs were a little scared, but seeing that Sai Liang and the others only drove them away without hurting them, they quickly realized they wouldn't be killed, and they pushed even harder inside. Some orcs even showed fierce expressions and said, "Your tribe has food, but you refuse to share even a bite. You cruel orcs, everyone charge. If we grab it, it's ours. They ignore us, so we take what we need." If they could capture a female or two, they didn't believe the tribe's orcs wouldn't give them food. Seeing this, Sandy's face turned cold, and she angrily looked at Luo Yuer. What do you mean? When pushed to the brink, even a gentle rabbit might bite, let alone these starving orcs. If their anger is pushed too far, they might do terrible things like burning, killing, and looting. As more refugee orcs gathered, even with so many orcs in the Black Abyss tribe, they might not be able to hold them off.
Luo Yuer shrugged innocently.
I just feel sorry for them. Honestly, you have food, just share some with them. Anyway, she's poor and fearless. If these refugee orcs come in and cause trouble, the ones who get robbed will only be Sandy. Luo Yuer secretly hopes Sandy will get into trouble. Luo Yuer, I think you just can't stand everyone doing well. You have no food and want everyone to starve, right?
King Kui stot behint, angrily accusing Luo Yuer.
The other orcs also looked at her with angry eyes. Luo Yuer had become quite shameless and didn't care about Qing Chui's accusations. While they were talking, a refugee orc took advantage of Sai Liang's distraction and slipped inside. With a gap created, the orcs behind surged forward, rushing towards Sandy. Sandai suddenly felt her vision go dark. She saw a skinny, dark-looking orc charging forward, exposing sharp claws. The claws were black and dirty, with dried, dark blood on the tips. Sandai was startled. The orc with claws had a bloodthirsty look in its eyes, clearly having killed an orc before. Tiger Chong and Tiger Chiu had just split from the hunting team, and now only females were nearby. Dyer, be careful. Sandai, sister. Huanyun and Qingxue stood behind Sandai, trying to block the incoming claws, but it was too late. They became anxious and cried out. Sandai wanted to dodge, but her mother was behind her. If she moved, the claws might hit her mother. Her mind raced quickly. Before she could react, a thick snake tail swept over her head, knocking the orc away. Sandai even thought she heard the sound of bones breaking. When she looked back, she saw a huge tongue snake standing behind her. Its powerful presence rolled like waves, and its dark, cold eyes swept over the orcs. Just one glance made the orcs stop their attack. The scene fell silent. Only the knocked-over orc was rolling on the ground, one hand broken, its arm twisted, crying out in pain. The refugee orcs gasped in shock. With a gentle flick of its tail, the snake beast had severely injured one of them. Who was this snake creature? Why was it so strong?
King.
Seeing Tinkong arrive, Shiliang's face lit up with joy. He quickly signaled the tongue snake orc to capture the troublemakers, especially the orc who had hurt someone. With the king here, they felt confident. The refugee orcs all became obedient, quietly retreating from the village, afraid to cause trouble in front of Tinkong. They didn't want to become the next wolf tribe orcs. Dai, are you okay? Huanyun regained her composure and hurriedly hugged Sandai, shielding her with her body. I'm fine, mother. Luckily, the king arrived just in time. Sandai shook her head and looked back at Tinkong's stern face. For the first time, she felt a strong sense of safety just by seeing his face. Tinkong's snake tail slightly curled, forming a protective stance in front of Sandai. Seeing she was unharmed, he retracted his tail and returned to human form. He casually gathered the animal hide around his waist and stood taller than Sandai. He looked coldly at the orcs outside. No one is allowed to let them in without my order. Anyone who dares to break into the village will die. If these orcs hurt the young females, he would let them all die outside and wouldn't help them at all. His cold voice was calm and steady, but the other orcs could sense his clear intent to kill. Yes. Snake Liang responded first. They weren't obligated to help these orcs, especially since they wanted to steal from them. The refugee orcs felt a chill at their feet and dared not think of anything else. Still, they didn't want to leave because this was the only surviving tribe they had found, with food, animal skins, and maybe other supplies. If they left, they wouldn't find a better place to live. Soon, the refugee orcs were driven out and gathered in groups outside. If Snake Liang chased them, they would retreat further, to places where no one was guarding. They refused to leave. Snake Liang returned to Tinkong and asked worriedly, King, these orcs won't leave. What should we do now? What if they go hunting and there aren't enough males in the tribe? What if they break in and steal supplies or hurt the females? With this threat, they couldn't go hunting peacefully. But if they kept too many males in the tribe, the hunting teams wouldn't have enough orcs to catch enough prey to feed the females and the young. Tinkong looked serious. He was usually very tolerant of outsiders and would accept any orcs the tribe could support. But this time, he had no patience. Drive them to the forest and set patrols. Anyone who steps onto the tribe's land should be killed on the spot, he ordered. Snake Liang felt very satisfied and was about to make arrangements when Sandai frowned and interrupted. Wait, King. I just heard them say more orcs are coming from behind. They already know we have supplies. If we wipe them all out, it might push them to do something even more dangerous. They couldn't attack openly. They would sneak in secretly. That would only make the tribe more dangerous. Hearing Sandai's words, Tinkong's murderous intent faded a little. He looked at Sandai and asked softly, Do you have another idea? Do you want to take them in? But our tribe can only hold a few dozen people. With so many orcs, if we only accept some of them, the others will be angry. That will only cause more trouble, Snake Liang quickly explained, sensing Sandai's intention. In the past, if the tribe had more caves, they wouldn't have refused these refugee orcs from the start. But now, the tribe simply couldn't accommodate more. Snake Liang knew how much Sandai's words carried in the king's mind. As long as Sandai spoke, the king would consider it and probably agree. It's a yes and no. Sandai shook her head. So many orcs. Letting them move in isn't a good idea, but they can stay nearby for a while. We can teach them how to build houses since caves aren't enough. If they can't find shelter, they can build their own. Snake Liang's eyes lit up. Build houses? That's a great idea. Why didn't I think of that? But soon after, he looked worried again. But with so many orcs, how many houses would we need? And they're almost starving now. Asking them to work might be too much, and they probably won't want to. Snake Liang knew deep down that they trusted Sandy, which was why they listened to her. The outsider orcs, however, wouldn't trust her so easily. I have a plan for that, Sandy said with a clever smile and a wink. With so many workers available, she had plenty of ideas to make use of them. She quickly shared her plan with the others, listing what they needed to prepare. Before Tinkong could speak, Snake Liang immediately agreed.
All right.
I'll take care of it right away. Tinkong looked at Snake Liang with suspicion.
Who was in charge of this tribe?
He hadn't spoken yet. Sensing Tinkong's gaze, Snake Liang grinned confidently. He wasn't afraid. Anyway, Sandy's word was almost as good as the king's. What Sandy said, the king would agree to. Snake Liang hurried off to make arrangements. Not far away, Luo Yuer watched Tinkong rescue Sandy, easily calming the chaos. A hint of jealousy flickered in her eyes. She perked up her ears, trying to overhear their conversation, but she dared not get too close, so she couldn't hear anything. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Luo Yuer thought, I want to see what Sandy can do this time. No matter how capable she is, she can't possibly feed so many mouths. Outside the tribe, the refugee orcs, seeing they were no longer being expelled, finally relaxed. As they rested, they suddenly saw some strange objects being brought in and set up in the open space at the entrance, with fires lit underneath. The refugee orcs watched as the most beautiful and fair female orc directed others, while a few males moved back and forth, placing something into large round containers over the fire. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted out. They sniffed the air, unable to resist swallowing their saliva, their eyes fixed eagerly on the scene. What are they doing? Is that meat? It doesn't look like it, but it smells even more delicious than meat. And what's that red thing underneath? Are they using some kind of ritual to chase us away? The refugee orcs drooled, their eyes filled with a mix of fear and longing, two complex emotions swirling together. Some of them escaped from small tribes of dozens of people and didn't know what fire was. They couldn't understand Sandy's actions at all. Sandy kept an eye on the movements of the outside orcs. Although they had their ears up and were secretly watching this side, no one dared come closer because of the stronghold. She showed a satisfied expression, thinking that as long as she could control these orcs, it would be easier. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, only a good villain could handle it. Sandy told Shiliang to bring all the fungi the females had gathered over the past 2 days and dumped them all into a large clay pot at the entrance of the tribe. After the rain stopped, although the plants were damaged, the forest quickly grew new wild vegetables and bamboo shoots. Sandy and the cubs picked a lot and washed everything before adding it to the pot. When the mixture started bubbling, Sandy added seasonings and white crystal stones, and the males used long spoons to stir constantly. The orcs from the Black Abyss tribe looked confused about Sandy's method. What's Sandy trying to do? Why is she boiling those poisonous fungi? You probably don't understand. Sandy is so smart, she's definitely trying to get rid of these hidden dangers outside. I think she wants to feed the outsiders and poison them. I think so too. They've been hungry for so long, they'll rush to eat soon. If they get poisoned, they won't fight for our territory anymore. The orcs naturally felt hostility toward outsiders who entered their land, especially since the refugee orcs wanted to steal their food and hurt their females. They simply couldn't tolerate it. Isn't that too cruel? A kind-hearted female asked softly. They're just poor orcs. Just chase them away, no need to kill them all. The female next to her quickly made a shushing gesture. Stop talking. You think they're pitiful now, but when they really break in and hurt people or steal our food, they won't think we're pitiful. They'll remember that we didn't give them food and hold a grudge. Exactly. If you're soft-hearted, you have to take on their suffering yourself. Hearing this, the gentle female immediately fell silent. No matter what, Sandy's decision must be for the good of the tribe. Sandy also heard the discussions around her. She didn't mind. When the fungi in the pot were fully cooked, She told Xiliang to open the blocked entrance and stepped into the view of the orcs. A gentle breeze carried the aroma behind her, drifting toward the refugee orcs and making it even stronger. Sandy could hear their swallowing sounds and the bubbling noise louder than thunder. She took a deep breath and loudly said, "I know it's not easy for you to escape here, but our tribe has also just survived a month of heavy rain. Hunting in the forest is hard now, and our food is only enough for us to survive. I just spoke with our tribe's leader, and he agreed to share some of our limited food with you to help you get through this tough time." As soon as she finished, the refugee orcs cheered loudly. The orcs couldn't believe their tribe was willing to give them food. A group of hungry-looking orcs immediately stood up and stared intently at the large clay pot behind Sandy. The orcs from the Black Abyss tribe thought she was planning to poison them. "Quiet. Be careful, or they might hear us. If they find out there's poison, they won't eat it," Sandy said. Everyone thought she was planning to kill them, but they still supported her. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing the excited expressions on the refugee orcs' faces, Sandy continued, "But I won't give you food for free. There are too many of you, and just now you almost attacked our tribe and hurt our women." Hearing this, the refugee orcs' happy faces faded, replaced by shame. Yes, they had almost hurt her, so she probably wouldn't give them food easily. "Sorry, we were very hungry just now," they said. "So, how do you think you can get food from us? Will you trade your women? We still have a few women." The only thing they could think of was to trade their women. Women were the most valuable resource they had right now. "No, I don't need women. I just want you to help me find some things," Sandy said with a smile, shaking her head. She clapped her hands, and Snake Liang quickly brought out a row of long wooden boards filled with various wild vegetables, bamboo shoots, and mushrooms. These were all plants that grew wildly after the rain. Anyone willing to put in a little effort in the forest could find them. It was much easier than hunting. The refugee orcs looked confused when they heard she didn't want women. What exactly did she want from women? Was there something more precious than women? Could they find it? "All these plants you see, if you can find them and bring back a basket, I will give you 2 meals a day. 1 meal will be 2 bowls of porridge. I should mention, it might not have meat, but it will have white crystal stones that will give you strength to work and hunt," Sandy said. After that, she asked Snake Liang to bring out a bunch of small baskets. The small basket can only hold about 2 jin of wild vegetables. It is the usual basket used by the 3 snake cubs to pick mushrooms. It's not big, but when used to cook porridge, it makes 4 bowls easily, with some left over. These are very difficult times, and Sandai cannot give meat to the refugees. That would be too luxurious. The wild vegetable porridge can fill their stomachs and help them survive, which is already good enough. Sandai guessed correctly. These refugees don't care whether there is meat in the pot. A brave, middle-aged male stepped forward. "Are you saying that just by finding a basket of these plants, we can get 4 bowls of food a day? The fragrant stuff in the pot? Those things smell better than meat." "Yes, just 1 basket of plants a day can exchange for 4 bowls of porridge, but it must be from the plants I have, not weeds." Sandai nodded confidently. She knew the plants in the forest very well and had eaten all the edible ones, so there are no plants she doesn't recognize. "Our tribe is already full and cannot take you in, nor will we let you enter. But if you're willing, you can come to get a basket and find plants to exchange for food. I want to make it clear beforehand. If there's another attack like before, our tribe will not give out any food." Sandai doesn't want to be overly kind. She just doesn't want to lose these workers. To get benefits, she must control herself and the countless refugee orcs behind her. This way, the Black Abyss tribe's orcs won't need to maintain order. They will find their own ways. The refugee orcs looked at each other with mostly hesitant faces. Although the female spoke very well, what if she was tricking them? Is there really such a good thing in the world? "I'll try." The first to speak was a middle-aged male. Sandai signaled Snake Liang to give him a basket and help him identify the wild vegetables and mushrooms. Although there are many types of wild vegetables and mushrooms, it's enough to recognize 1 or 2 kinds to fill a basket. This is not difficult for the orcs. Once he had won, several others immediately stepped forward. Over 20 males followed, took their baskets, and then transformed into wolf, tiger, leopard, and other beast forms, disappearing into the forest. The other refugee orcs didn't move. They seemed doubtful. They were already tired and had no strength to be played with. Sandai was not in a hurry. She let Snake Liang keep the porridge warm over a small fire. Once someone tasted the porridge, they would naturally believe. The aroma kept drifting out, growing stronger and more inviting. The refugee orcs kept swallowing their saliva nervously, but they didn't dare look at Sandai's stern and cold-faced companion, Tong Cang. They could only stay quietly outside, afraid to move. They waited like this for over half an hour. Then, a thin, emaciated leopard beastman returned, carrying a basket. The leopard beastman transformed into human form, placed the basket in front of Xiliang, and looked exhausted, with pale lips, clearly using his last strength. Weakly, he asked, "Can these be exchanged for food?" The leopard beastman was starving and didn't care about privacy anymore. Sandai, already skilled at turning her head, suddenly felt a large hand reach out behind her, blocking her view. A deep voice sounded from above. "Yes, Xiliang, give him some to eat." She felt a cold touch on her palm, but instead of coldness, she felt a burning sensation, like being scorched by fire. She froze in place, stunned. Xiliang moved quickly, scooping 2 large bowls of porridge and handing them to the leopard beastman. The beastman eagerly took the bowls, ignoring the scalding heat, and started drinking. He gulped down the hot porridge, the bowls still steaming, until they were empty and licked clean. Just after finishing, more beastmen arrived with gathered wild vegetables. More and more orcs tasted the porridge, making the refugee orcs outside look envious.
Salty.
"There's actually white crystal stone in here. Oh my god, I've never tasted such rich, white crystal stone in the tribe before. It's so fragrant and delicious. This is even better than meat. When will we get food again? I want to pick more plants next time. Can I exchange 2 bowls for a basket of plants?" "No, just 1 more bowl, or even half a bowl." All the refugee orcs who tasted the porridge couldn't stop praising it. It wasn't really that delicious, but they had been starving for so long that the wild vegetables and mushrooms were very tasty on their own, especially with the white crystal stone. After eating, they felt their strength returning. Of course, Xiliang didn't dare agree. He looked at Sandai and Tong Cang for approval. Tong Cang frowned as he looked at the group of shirtless males swaying around, his face darkening. He found these males quite annoying. "No, but if you take another basket of plants, you can exchange it for a leather skirt." "Each male can only do this once," Tong Cang said coldly. "Leather skirt? Then give me another basket, and I'll go pick some more." "I want one too." "I want one too." Although it didn't matter whether the males wore leather skirts or not, since they were given for free, no one wanted to miss out. Yes, trading plants for food and animal skins is almost the same as giving them away for free. It is much easier than hunting. When they saw that the refugees actually received food, the other hesitant beastmen couldn't sit still. They rushed forward, stretching out their hands to grab baskets. "Don't push, everyone one at a time. There's enough for all." Snake Liang was busy managing everything. The wild vegetables handed over were washed by the males and then put into the pot to cook into porridge. By midday, the porridge in the pot hadn't decreased. Instead, a pile of wild vegetables had accumulated beside it. Almost all willing refugees had eaten the porridge, and they no longer stared at the tribe like hungry wolves. Instead, they looked obedient, like calm sheep, waiting outside for the next meal. A few tried to hide weeds to sneak past, but Snake Liang noticed. Without needing to do anything himself, the refugee beastmen dragged them away and beat them. Seeing they no longer caused trouble, Tinkong arranged 2 teams of beastmen to maintain order in the tribe, then sent out the hunting team. "Sandy, you're amazing. So many beastmen are listening to you and behaving well. Now the hunting team can go hunting peacefully," Ching Sui said, standing nearby and praising Sandy. Sandy always surprises her. Sandy smiled and said, "It's everyone's effort." The wild vegetables and mushrooms were all gathered by everyone these past 2 days. The white crystal stones are from the tribe, so they have nothing to do with me. Behind Qingsue, a timid female asked, but how come they ate the mushrooms and seem fine? Aren't mushrooms poisonous? They thought Sandy was trying to poison the beastmen. It looked different from what they imagined. Sandy explained, mushrooms are poisonous, but some are safe after cooking. I taught everyone that the mushrooms I showed them can be eaten once cooked. The beastmen from the Black Abyss tribe didn't dare to eat raw mushrooms, so she didn't force them. She only cooked for the cubs, the elders, and her second brother at home. Now, with these refugee beastmen testing the poison, they could also believe that the mushrooms are safe. No poison? Raw mushrooms are toxic, but once cooked, they're safe. It's amazing, isn't it? The beastmen from the Black Abyss tribe stared in shock, their eyes wide. So, Sandy wasn't trying to poison them but really wanted to save them? Seeing everyone's disbelief and surprise, Sandy smiled and said, although cooked mushrooms are safe to eat, everyone still needs to be careful. If they're not cooked thoroughly and are eaten, you'll need a veterinarian. Hearing this, everyone no longer regretted not trying the mushrooms earlier. Anyway, they didn't care much about the food, and now Sandai was here. If they cooked by themselves, they might end up eating undercooked food. In the evening, the hunting team returned with a full load of prey. As they passed by the refugee orcs, although they looked envious, no one was hungry anymore. The tribe had a strong Tinkong guard, so no one dared to have bad thoughts. Inside the cave, Luo Yuer was furious when she heard that Sandai had actually settled the refugee orcs. She clenched her fists in frustration. This Sandai prefers to give food to those lowly refugees instead of me. Huel Eagle Creek, you two don't need to hunt tomorrow. Go dig wild vegetables and eat those instead. Isn't it just digging wild vegetables?
I can do that too, she said.
But we don't have white crystal stones. Without eating meat or drinking beast blood, we won't have strength. Huel frowned and opposed Luo Yuer's plan. I told you to go, so go. Not drinking beast blood just means no strength, but can you catch prey? If we keep starving, Cece and I will die of hunger, Luo Yuer said impatiently. Huel's face darkened, but he couldn't argue back. 3 more days of peaceful life passed. On the 4th day, Sandai took 3 snake cubs to help distribute food at the tribe's entrance. Before they arrived, they heard a loud commotion ahead. Something's wrong. The orcs outside are fighting. Hurry and find the king. What happened up ahead? Sandai stopped the young boy running back and asked. The boy was also helping check wild vegetables and distribute food. Seeing Sandai, he quickly replied, today a large group of orcs came suddenly. They were lining up nicely to get baskets for picking vegetables, but then some orcs started fighting, overturned the pots, and it turned into a fight. We can't break through, and some orcs are injured. Sun Feng looked unhappy and pouted. What's wrong with these orcs? Food is so precious, yet they waste it. Sun Qing also complained. Exactly, mother treats them so well, but they don't appreciate it. Only Sun Yu tilted her head, her round black eyes full of suspicion. Big brother, they are all hungry and probably have no strength. How can they not break free? Sandai also felt something was off. These orcs had gone hungry before, so even if they were upset, they wouldn't flip over such precious food. The young boy hesitated. I don't know either. Everyone was trying to calm the situation. It was urgent, and he just came back to report without paying attention to the details. Go inform the king first.
I'll go see what's happening, she said.
Sandy knew she couldn't get much information, so she told the young boy to go back quickly. She also warned the 3 little snake creatures to stay behind and not get too close, to avoid danger since she couldn't protect them. The 3 obediently nodded, promising they would hide well. They were still young and couldn't protect their mother, only adding trouble. Sandy hurried to the entrance of the tribe. Outside, a fierce fight was already underway. It was clear that the most aggressive fighters were a few ragged-looking orcs. The orcs who had fled a few days ago had already changed into animal skins, making them easy to identify. Today, the orcs looked weaker and more scarred, but they seemed even more fierce. Something was definitely wrong with these orcs. Sandy looked serious and shouted to the orc snake creatures in front. Everyone spread out. Let the orcs in front disperse. Don't fight them, and don't try to stop the fight. When people gathered together, it only made things more chaotic. The orcs saw Sandy and seemed to find a sense of direction. They quickly obeyed. The orcs from the Black Abyss tribe retreated first, forming a line in front of Sandy to prevent another attack like before. The refugee orcs saw this and followed suit, scattering in all directions. Just then, an orc nearby shouted in alarm, "Red eyes. His eyes are red. He's been corrupted by anger." These orcs with red eyes are the ones fighting. No wonder they flipped the pot so easily earlier. Be careful, if they catch you, you'll catch their anger too. The crowd had been gathered tightly before, so no one noticed anything strange. Now that everyone was spread out, it was clear what was happening. The refugee orcs were terrified and hid even farther away. Sandy frowned deeply. These orcs were corrupted by anger. Could it be that the wild beasts had already begun to run wild? It had only been less than a week since the heavy rain stopped. The tribe's hunting team had already gone out, and the young boys searched everywhere but couldn't find Tinkong. He ran back anxiously just as Tinkong returned with a patrol of orcs, rushing into the crowd. Tinkong quickly subdued a few berserk orcs. Sandy just relaxed a little when she saw him, but then she noticed that several orcs wrapped in animal skins behind him were moving strangely. Upon closer look, those orcs had their faces covered with skins, revealing only half their pale faces. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their twisted expressions seemed uncontrollable, like zombies about to mutate. "Tinkong, watch out behind you," Sandy shouted urgently, realizing these orcs were also acting strangely. Just as she spoke, the orcs tore off their skins and flung them aside. Their bloodshot eyes turned red, like blood-filled orbs, and they lunged at Tinkong, transforming into large, red-eyed bears ready to attack. Tinkong was knocking out a raging orc when he heard Sandy's voice and raised an eyebrow. The small female had been watching so carefully. Was she always watching him? Could she be concerned about him? Before the brown bear orc could get close, Tinkong transformed into a swift snake, suddenly growing taller. His thick, powerful tail swung and hit the bear's head, making the flesh on its face shake 3 times. The sharp, heavy paws of the bear orc couldn't hurt Tinkong's snake scales. Nearby, the snake orc also reacted quickly, wrapping its tail around the bear's leg. The bear orc lost its balance and fell forward. Taking the chance, Tinkong knocked out the bear orc and tied them up. His movements were smooth and skillful, like flowing water. This was based on experience he had learned earlier when capturing a berserk tiger. Thinking he might need to treat other berserk orcs in the future, he shared this experience with the tribe. Now it was being used. Seeing Tinkong quickly subdue several berserk orcs, the orc looked at him with admiration. If they had such a strong leader to protect them, maybe their families wouldn't have been destroyed. Tinkong changed back to his human form and looked at his subordinates. Take them to Eagle Rue. He can treat them. If they don't cooperate, break their limbs. Rumor had it that Eagle Rue was searching for herbs to clear anger. These berserk orcs could serve as test subjects. If later the secret of the small female was discovered, there might be a way to replace the herbs, so she wouldn't be targeted. Yes, the orcs behind him quickly took the tied orcs away. Sandy pushed aside the orcs and ran to Tinkong's side. She immediately saw a group of orcs hiding behind animal skins, constantly retreating. "They don't seem right," Sandy shouted, pointing at the group. The berserk orcs had been with them. Tinkong's expression darkened. He shot a glance, and his subordinates immediately moved forward to surround the group.
Bang!
Over a dozen orcs trembled with fear, kneeling on the ground. They covered their faces with their hands, lowering their heads, looking ashamed. They were wrapped in stinky animal skins or leaves, with dark liquid faintly visible. Snake Liang stepped forward, pulling up an orc and lifting its face. The surrounding orcs gasped. He's also been corrupted by the anger. Could all these orcs be corrupted by the anger? So vicious. Corrupted and hiding it. I thought they were injured, and I even shared my porridge with them. I didn't expect they wanted to hurt us. Drive them away, no, better to kill them. If they go berserk like those orcs earlier, we will all be bitten to death. The corrupted orcs are a source of infection, and if we're careless, the entire tribe could be affected. The refugee orcs avoid them completely. We didn't mean to, we just want to survive.
I don't want to die. Please don't kill me.
I'm still sane. Look, I'm fine. I can control myself. The corrupted orc anxiously explains. His eyes are red, as if blood might seep out, which is terrifying and unconvincing. Sandy ignores their words. These orcs are like ticking time bombs. She looks at Tong Cang. King, we need to check all the orcs outside. If some are hiding, it will be a problem. Tong Cang nods and immediately orders his men to count all the refugee orcs. Over the days, the refugee orcs who receive food have become familiar faces. Some are well-behaved and have even helped with the checks. All new refugee orcs are gathered for inspection. After checking, they find 3 more male orcs with red eyes. Red eyes indicate infection by the wild rage. Orcs normally don't have red eyes. Tong Cang ties these orcs together. Sandy looks at them and asks, "Are you all from the same tribe? Where are you from? Why are so many orcs infected by the wild rage?" Seeing they can't hide or escape, they have to answer honestly. "We're not from the same tribe. We met on the way. Our tribe survived a heavy rain, but then wild beasts attacked. All our people were killed. We escaped and saw many tribes being attacked by wild beasts, so we gathered and fled. We didn't know some of the orcs were infected. They went berserk and bit us. We were lightly injured and managed to survive, but those with worse injuries were eaten alive." The orcs tremble as they speak. They might be recalling the terrifying scene or afraid they will turn into monsters that eat people. "So you kept this a secret. Do you want to kill all the orcs?" Sha Liang angrily says. If Sandy hadn't discovered it, and if the king wasn't in the tribe, these orcs might suddenly go berserk, causing great loss. I don't want to die. I just want to survive. If everyone knew we were infected, we would be driven away or killed.
You won't die.
You're not berserk yet, and there's still a chance to cure you. Sandai looked at them seriously and spoke. The orc who had been crying looked up in disbelief. Really? Even if the evil energy is taken over, there's still a chance to heal? Yes, our tribe's healer can treat orcs affected by the evil energy. You can all receive treatment, but you must follow the instructions. Sandai nodded confidently and then turned to look at the nearby refugee orcs. Anyone who was scratched by the raging orc earlier, step forward. Our tribe won't banish you. We will arrange for a healer to check you, but this is your only chance. If you hide the injury now and are caught, you will be banished and never allowed back. Sandai's voice was gentle, but everyone present understood her words clearly. They knew that this female had authority, second only to the tribe's leader. If she said banish, then it would happen. The forest was hard to find food in, and there were also dangerous beasts, so staying here was life-threatening. Leaving meant death. Moreover, there was a chance to cure the evil energy. Soon, a young male orc stepped forward. I was just scratched on my arm. I was bitten too. I only got a small cut, no bleeding. Can I still be checked? More than 10 orcs came forward one after another, all injured while trying to intervene earlier. They were kind-hearted, and Sandai wouldn't make things difficult for them. She nodded and said, "All can be checked. Don't worry, your injuries are minor, and it won't be a big problem." Sandai's words seemed magical. The initially anxious orcs suddenly felt at ease. They obediently followed Shiliang to Eagle Rue for examination. Before long, the orcs outside the tribe were reassured. Tong Cang looked at the small female with her fair forehead already sweating slightly. He raised his hand slightly, saw dirt on his palm, and quietly lowered it again. He said in a deep voice, "Next time there's such danger, don't come. With so many males in the tribe, there should be someone useful. I understand. I won't go near if there's danger. I'm not stupid. Isn't it obvious when something's wrong?" Sandai wiped her sweat and smiled. But thinking about the rampaging evil beasts, she knew peaceful days might not last long, and her smile faded. Hearing Sandai's playful words, Tong Cang's stern expression softened a little. He reminded her, I just went out to patrol and didn't see any evil beasts. But these orcs' tribes have been attacked, so the forest might not be safe in the future. Never mind. I'll send a few more tongue snake orcs to you, so in the future, have them accompany you when you go out. Tong Cang originally wanted to tell Sandai not to come here, but thinking she probably couldn't stay idle and wouldn't listen, he changed his approach. Instead of trapping her, he decided to send more people to protect her. Good, Sandai nodded wisely. She was quite cautious about her safety, and having someone to protect her was the best. Seeing how obedient the young female was, a faint smile appeared in Tong Cang's eyes. At that moment, a flying snake emerged hurriedly from the bushes and transformed into a human form. King, it's not good. Our hunting team encountered a large group of fierce beasts in the forest, and several hunting groups are trapped, he reported anxiously. Just then, another beastman rushed back, also looking worried. King, we've found many fierce beasts in the forest, and they are moving toward the tribe. Everyone present was startled. The king hadn't noticed any fierce beasts during his patrol. Where did these beasts come from? Have they learned to hide their tracks?
King, what should we do now?
Snake Liang looked anxiously at Tong Cang. In the past, when they encountered fierce beasts in the forest, there weren't many, and they stayed within hunting areas far from the tribe. Now, these beasts are already heading toward the tribe. Fierce beasts that occupy an area release a strong aura, which not only corrupts the beasts but also damages the plants. If an area is occupied for a month, it becomes barren. Their home could be destroyed, leaving no food, not even wild vegetables. Tong Cang's expression grew serious, his brows furrowing. Immediately recall the hunting teams. Gather all the beastmen. Those able to fight, come with me. You, take half of the beastmen to rescue the trapped hunting teams. Yes. Snake Liang immediately went to gather the beastmen. Little Sandai, Tong Cang looked down at the small face scrunched up beside him. He initially wanted to tell her not to worry, but then changed his words to, when I'm not here, I trust Xiaobai to take care of you. Sandai didn't expect the fierce beasts to arrive so quickly. Seeing Tong Cang's cold face, she suppressed her worries and nodded.
King, don't worry.
I promise to keep Xiaobai healthy and chubby until you return. A gentle light flickered in Tong Cang's eyes. I won't let the fierce beasts reach the tribe, he said softly. And I won't let them hurt you. Soon, all the able-bodied males of the tribe gathered in the open space. The hunting teams outside hurriedly returned. To ensure the safety of the tribe, Tong Cang didn't take all the beastmen with him. Instead, he arranged for 2/3 of them to go, while the remaining third stayed behind to maintain order and daily life. Sandy, Sister Sandy. Sandy only felt her clothing being pulled. Turning around, she saw a small, dirty-faced refugee boy carefully pinching the hem of her clothes asking softly, Can I go? I may not be much help, but I can fight the fierce beasts. I'm not afraid of death, nor of being corrupted by their evil energy. My mother was bitten and killed by a fierce beast. I want to avenge her. The boy was thin and small, with a face lacking flesh, speaking softly, but his eyes were full of determination. Sandy looked down, surprised as she gazed at the boy. This was the first time she saw a young male among the refugee orcs. Though small and undernourished, his brown beast-like eyes seemed to hold endless strength. You. Sandy hesitated to speak. Just then, several more males stepped forward behind the boy, more than a dozen, even more. I want to go too, take me along. Our tribe was destroyed by the fierce beasts. Anyway, I might as well die trying. If I can kill one more beast to avenge our people, it's worth it. Exactly, I'm willing to risk it. Besides, isn't your tribe's healer supposed to be able to cure the evil energy? Maybe if we get hurt, we can still survive. The refugee orcs kept stepping forward, quickly forming a large group. Sandy glanced over and saw they were all orcs who had eaten the vegetable porridge she had given them in recent days. They had eaten white crystal stones. Although they lacked meat, their voices were strong and no longer looked sickly. Sandy turned to look at Tong Cang. Tong Cang and the other orcs were also surprised. They hadn't expected this group of refugee orcs to have such courage. The tribe's help hadn't been wasted. "You're too weak," Tong Cang said coldly, sweeping his gaze over the group of orcs. "You all are too weak." The orcs who had stepped forward looked ashamed and lowered their heads. Yes, they were so weak that their tribe had been destroyed by the fierce beasts. How could anyone look up to them? But then, Tong Cang's voice rang out again. "However, you have spirit. I approve. Snake Liang, pick 50 strong males and bring them along." Tong Cang ordered the Snake Liang beside him. When he heard this, the orcs' eyes lit up with joy. They puffed out their chests, showing off their strength, as if Tong Cang was taking them somewhere good, not into a dangerous battlefield. Snake Liang received the order and began selecting suitable orcs from the crowd. Although these orcs had only eaten porridge for days, they were still weak and could not compare to the orcs from the Black Abyss tribe. Snake Liang didn't understand why the king would take them. It was undoubtedly a suicide mission. Since the king has given the order, he won't speak out of turn. The refugee orcs rush forward eagerly, but only 50 are chosen. Those not selected look disappointed. At this moment, survival is no longer their main goal. Life has a greater meaning. Sandy watches this scene and feels a surge of courage in her heart. Maybe this is the true meaning of the orcs' stubborn resistance. Until the very end, they will never give up hope of living. Everyone, don't be discouraged. The king only wants to prevent unnecessary sacrifices. Now, your main task is to recover your strength and health. Once you're ready, the king will lead you into battle, Sandy says with a smile to calm the orcs. Those who weren't chosen quiet down. While gathering the orcs, a patrol returns to report that the fierce beasts are approaching the tribe. Their intention is clear. They are eyeing the big prize, the Black Abyss tribe. "All orcs, follow me to fight back the fierce beasts and protect the tribe," Tong Cang commands. All the orcs shout in unison, their voices rising like waves, loud and powerful. Sandy takes the opportunity to visit Eagle Rue's cave, bringing herbs and sealed alcohol, carefully packed and handed to Tong Cang. "King, here are the herbs and alcohol. If anyone gets hurt, you must clean and treat the wound immediately," she says. Tong Cang, the strongest warrior among the orcs, must stay safe. He takes the package, his eyes deep and serious, and gently brushes her fingertips. He lowers his head, his voice cold but with a hint of softness. "When I return, I will." Sandy's heart skips a beat, feeling her heartbeat quicken unexpectedly. Before she can hear the rest, her words are drowned out by the deafening cheers of the orcs. Looking up again, Tong Cang has transformed into a soaring serpent leading the army of orcs on their way. Sandy bites her lip, watching his dark figure. What did he just say? What will he do when he returns? She only regrets that her hearing isn't as sharp as a male's. Many females in the tribe come to see off their partners. Snake Liang holds Yu Chan's hand, reluctant to part. "Yu Chan, wait for me here in the tribe," he says softly. Tears in her eyes, Yu Chan holds his hand, then lets go and gently pushes his chest. "Go quickly. I'll wait for you to come back safely. If you don't, I'll find a new partner," she teases. Snake Liang knows she's joking, so he pulls her into his arms tightly, then turns and rushes into the team without looking back. He's afraid that if he looks back, he won't be able to leave. Moon Chin sniffed her nose, trying not to let tears fall. The beasts taken away by Tinkong Cang were mostly strong and skilled fighters. If weak beasts went, they would just die. 3 snake children stood at Sandy's feet. "Mother, the king is so powerful. He can surely drive the fierce beasts away, right?" Sand Foam tugged at his mother's clothes and looked up to ask. Their old tribe was also attacked by fierce beasts, so they escaped here. Now the fierce beasts have come again. If the Black Abyss tribe is also destroyed, won't they have to run away again? "Yes, the king will definitely drive the fierce beasts away," Sandy said confidently, patting the little ones' heads. Sandy returned home with the children, followed by 4 Tingsha beastmen. Before Tinkong Cang left, he arranged for them to protect Sandy. Sandy wanted to invite them inside, but they only stood about 10 meters outside the house, not planning to come closer. Sandy had to give up. In the evening, Huqiu hurried back from outside the tribe. Sister, Sibling and the others are back. They brought the trapped hunting team, and they are now being treated by Eagle Rue's veterinarian. Sandy, who was cooking dinner, ran out with a spatula, surprised. Has the king also returned? Huqiu shook his head. I haven't heard that the king is back, but the beastmen led by the king seem to have driven the fierce beasts out of the forest. You can rest assured, the tribe is safe for now. He noticed that his sister had been distracted all day, starting after the king left. He thought she was worried about the fierce beasts attacking again, and the family was in danger once more. As soon as there was news, he hurried back to tell her. Sandy's joy faded a little, but then she thought, since the fierce beasts were driven away, Tinkong should be fine. Second brother, where is Sibling? I want to go see him too. Sandy put down the spatula, wanting to ask directly. All right, I'll take you, Huqiu said without hesitation, then bent down into a big tiger and carried Sandy on his back. Huqiu also wanted to go, but Huanyan stopped him and handed him a spatula. What are you going to do causing trouble? Stay at home and take care of the children. Daili is busy outside. We can cook good food at home and wait for Daili to come back. He didn't want Yuechan to worry, so he immediately came to bandage her wound. Yuechan is timid. It's better not to make her worry. Sandai nodded, then asked, any news from Wang? When Sandai mentioned Wang, Sibling hesitated, a hint of understanding flashing in his narrow eyes. He deliberately looked uncertain and sighed. Wang. I'm afraid he can't come back for a while. Sandai's heart tightened. Something happened to Wang? Sibling shook his head silently. Sandai was almost frantic. Just tell me quickly, what happened to Wang? Is he hurt? No, Eagle Rue, give me some herbs. I need to go find Wang. If Tinkong really was in trouble, only her blood could wake him up. She must not let anything happen at this critical moment. Sibling suddenly smiled. Wang is fine. I said he can't come back now because he's still outside stopping the fierce beasts. Sandai's worry about Wang didn't seem like her usual feelings for him. It looked more like how she cared for Yuechan. Sandai paused, then turned and glared at Sibling. When did he start hiding things? If Wang knew how much you care about him, he'd be very happy. Sibling smiled innocently. Before Sandai could ask, he changed the subject. Wang asked me to the hunting team back first. He said if we don't drive the fierce beasts out of the forest, everyone can't survive. So, he's leading people to chase them away. Drive them out of the forest? How far would that be? Sandai hadn't been outside the tribe and knew that the forest the beast spoke of wasn't just a small patch, but covered a large area of land. She looked around. About 20 members of the hunting team were injured. How dangerous would it be to chase the beasts out? Yes, Wang said the heavy rain has also limited the beast's movement. Now is a good chance to strike. Sibling nodded. Sandai's worries quickly faded and she calmed down. Tinkong was not impulsive. Since he made his decision, he must have had his reasons. If Wang can't come back soon, they must need food, right? Sandai suddenly looked up and asked. Just like in ancient warfare, you can't fight and farm at the same time. Sibling paused, as if he just thought of this, and said, yes. Oh. Sandai clapped her hands and decided, Sibling, take the water-skilled beastmen to the reservoir to catch fish and shrimp. Use white crystal stones to preserve everything. Also, gather the stored food in the tribe. Tomorrow, we'll send it all to Wang. Recently, the orcs outside the tribe came to exchange wild vegetables for food and also stored up quite a lot. They packed everything and took it away. Snake Liang nodded repeatedly and was about to make arrangements when he suddenly remembered something. But if we take out all the food, what will the orcs in the tribe eat? The tribe still has many females and young ones. With so many mouths to feed, everyone needs food. Sandy asked back, with me here, are you worried that everyone will run out of food? Since the fierce beasts have been driven back, the hunting team can go hunting again. Plus, with wild vegetable porridge, at least no one will go hungry. Don't worry. Little sister, my second brother, still has some stored grains. The leftovers from the rain. Take them to Wang and the others, said Tiger Hill, without hesitation. Snake Liang hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, I'll arrange it now. If Wang encounters any trouble, the Black Abyss tribe might not be able to protect itself. He clearly knew which was more important. The reservoir is close to the tribe and not very dangerous. Snake Liang led the orcs to fish overnight. The next morning, all the fish and shrimp were piled on the open ground. The females brought white crystal stones and hurried to marinate the catch. Sandy took the opportunity, when the orcs weren't paying attention, to take out many fresh fish and shrimp from the supermarket to make up the quantity. Since there were so many, the orcs wouldn't count each one, and after marinating, they wouldn't notice if the numbers were off. The tribe worked together, and within half a day, all the work was done. Sandy looked at the pile of marinated fish and nodded with satisfaction. This much, if made into soup, should last about a week. To prevent the orcs from rushing to eat without cooking, Sandy didn't bring them fungi. After thinking for a moment, she also took out many salted duck eggs and century eggs from the supermarket, claiming they were large bird eggs she stored, and asked Snake Liang to deliver them. That afternoon, Snake Liang led a team to deliver the food to Tinkong. Watching the continuous flow of supplies out of the tribe, Sandy felt a bit more at ease. She then went to the entrance of the tribe. The orcs outside were gathering more and more, already over 1,000. If this kept up, it might affect the orcs' travel in the Black Abyss tribe. After careful thought, she asked the tongue snake orc sent to protect her, "Please help me tell them that the orcs who exchange wild vegetables for 7 days just need to follow the daily instructions. I can teach them how to build tents that block the wind and rain. After a month, they will get priority for housing." With the crystal stones, Sandy no longer lacked fungi and animal skins to sell at the supermarket. Most of these useful supplies had already been stored up. Now they could be put to good use. Having a place to stay gave these displaced orcs a sense of belonging. With so many orcs working together, the houses can be built quickly. They can also store grain at the back to supply the front lines. Sandai needs to quickly organize these orcs for work. The snake orc immediately went to repeat Sandai's instructions to the refugee orcs. "Tent? What's that? Didn't you say your tribe no longer has caves to live in? How can they still provide us with shelter? Are they trying to trick us?" The new refugee orcs were suspicious. Sandai asked the snake orc to bring some animal hides and wooden stakes. She directed the snake orc to tear the hides, support them with wooden sticks, and drive the stakes into the ground at the 4 corners. A simple tent was set up. In her past life, she had learned how to set up a tent while camping. Although the materials here are simple, the tent can still be used. Living in it is better than sleeping outside. The refugee orcs were amazed. Can it really be like this? One tent can fit 2 people. No problem for partners to live together. If you want a bigger one, just sew the hides to make it larger. The hides were pre-cut and sewn, with resin applied at the seams to prevent leaks. A layer of dry leaves and grass was laid on the ground, making sleeping more comfortable than outside. Most importantly, living in a closed space makes orcs feel very safe. Sandai explained, "Our tribe no longer has caves to live in, but we will build houses. They are safer and cleaner than caves, windproof and rainproof. I lived in a house all rainy season. It's absolutely safe. Working means we can have a place to stay. Does that mean we can join your tribe? I want to. If your tribe hadn't given me food, I would have starved. Even without a place to stay, I'd still work."
Hey,
Are you stupid? They're offering a shelter, and you refuse? I want to work in exchange for a place to live. The refugee orcs became excited. Some even adopted a competitive spirit, but they were quickly pushed aside. Orcs who are willing, come over here to get a wooden token. Those who receive a token will have orcs come tomorrow to tell you what work is needed, Sandai said, pointing to the left. A wooden table was set up under a tree, with a basket of wooden tokens beside it. Each token had a number written on it in red ink, from 1 onward. The orcs learned to read these Arabic numerals easily. In the future, they could use the numbers on the tokens to be assigned work, making the process more efficient. Orcs haven't yet developed ink, so there's no worry about fake orcs. Once the scent of orcs is on the ink, it's also easy to tell them apart. The new refugee orcs initially wanted to rush forward, but saw that the orcs ahead had already lined up voluntarily. Some orcs tried to cut in line, but when they reached the wooden table, they heard an orc from the Black Abyss tribe say, "No cutting in line. Go to the end and wait." The orc felt everyone's eyes on him and, for the first time, felt embarrassed. He sheepishly moved to the back of the line. Once most people follow the rules, a few will feel ashamed of breaking them. Sandy was very happy with this result. With over 1,000 orcs, order is essential for success. Now, Tong Cang is no longer in the tribe, and without force, it's impressive that things are running smoothly. That day, almost all the arriving refugee orcs received wooden tokens. Those who didn't get tokens also eagerly took baskets to pick wild vegetables, waiting for the right time to join in. When Huguang returned after delivering food, he saw a long line outside the tribe and looked confused. "Sandy, what are they doing?" Sandy smiled and explained her plan to Huguang. "These orcs don't need fancy houses. They can build dormitories, which will solve basic shelter issues soon enough."
But
with so many orcs, once the houses are built, do we have to keep supporting them? The tribe doesn't have that much work, Huguang asked uncertainly. He noticed these orcs didn't have much fighting ability, and even if they went hunting, they probably wouldn't catch many prey. If they get used to it, won't they just rely on the tribe? Who says there's no work? Sandy raised her finger and shook it gently. She was in need of labor. Building houses requires digging soil, making tiles and bricks. The edible fruits like sorghum, potatoes, and radishes we found earlier can be cultivated like herbs, needing land, planting, and watering. Silkworms can also be farmed on a large scale.
And
Sandy paused. And making weapons. Weapons? Huguang looked confused. Yes, Sandy nodded. Most of the tribe's fighting strength is outside. If something happens later, the tribe will have no defenders. Weapons can greatly increase the orcs' fighting power. Things like iron bows, crossbows, and gunpowder for explosives all require a lot of manpower and time to forge. They can even make armor to prevent injuries when facing fierce beasts. Huguang was shocked. There are such amazing things. He thought about it and realized that everything Sandy made was incredible. With that in mind, it didn't seem so strange anymore. "Sandy, what else do you need to do?" "I will support you fully." Snake Liang immediately expressed his support. Sandy didn't hesitate and told Snake Liang about the upcoming tasks. She couldn't do all of it alone. Snake Liang's influence in the tribe is second only to Tinkong, and as the temporary leader, he's the best fit. Sandy explained, first, teach them how to make tiles and bricks, and find a good spot to build houses. "I think the eastern area is good, with few plants and mostly broken stones. We can clear the stones and use them to build houses and pave roads. We also need to find fertile land, clear all the plants, and cultivate it. I've stored plenty of fruit seeds here, so you don't have to worry about that." Sandy has a cave where she keeps supplies. The tribe brings her various hunted animals and fruits every day. Storing seeds isn't suspicious. She eats so much meat that leftovers are common, and fruits are naturally abundant. Fertile land. "Okay, I'll go look for it now," Snake Liang said seriously. For herbivores, a vegetarian diet isn't enough for good nutrition. Sandy suddenly had an idea, recalling the mix-up earlier with Luo Yuer raising chickens for eggs, and added, if there are young wild animals, especially birds and small beasts, bring them back too. A month stuck inside due to heavy rain, and her shopping list grew longer. Since she couldn't go out, she had set aside supplies. She remembered there were chicks for chickens and ducks she could buy. Chickens and ducks lay eggs quickly, and she could supplement her diet from the supermarket. This was the fastest and easiest way to get protein right now. Not to mention, Luo Yuer had also done her a favor and inspired her.
Great.
After discussing, Snake Liang hurried off to make arrangements. In the evening, Sandy finished her work and returned home. Smoke was rising from the chimney. Huan Yun and Hu Chang were busy in the kitchen, while Hu Chiu was tanning today's animal hides in the yard. She didn't see the 3 snake cubs and asked curiously, "Where are Xiao Feng and the others?" "They're in the cave," Huqiu replied. "They said the rabbits had more babies again." "By the way, sister, the rabbits you keep in the cave, there are dozens. I remember you ate quite a few during the rain. Why are there still so many? It's like they never run out." Huqiu pointed toward the cave with his chin. Hearing this, Sandy suddenly remembered she still had a bunch of rabbits. She was busy outside every day, and the 3 snake cubs mainly fed the rabbits by cutting grass. During the rainy month, she stored hay and let Huqiu go feed and clean the rabbits' droppings. She hadn't paid much attention. It was her own rabbits, yet now the 3 snake cubs cared more about them. Sandy felt a bit ashamed. "Second brother, I'll go check on them now." Sandai finished speaking and headed toward the cave. Inside, 3 little snakes heard footsteps and turned around to see Sandai. They immediately hurried over happily. "Mother, today 3 rabbits are having babies. We have so many rabbits at home now. Let's send the male rabbits to the king and others to eat." Sandai's son, Sangfeng, hugged her thigh and called cheerfully. Sangqing also agreed nearby, saying, "Mother, our rabbits are so fat. In a few months, their numbers will grow even more." Sandai smiled affectionately, about to say something about these rabbits, but then she looked around and saw dozens of lively, chubby rabbits jumping around inside the cave. There were at least 70 or 80 of them. The cave had no door, and a small wolf pup was lying at the entrance, its shiny white tail flicking back and forth. The rabbits looked scared and didn't dare come near, but there was no need to worry about them escaping. Sandai hesitated, swallowing her words. Sandai realized there were quite a few rabbits, knowing they breed quickly. But she hadn't expected these rabbits to be so fat and well-behaved, not running around or digging holes like she remembered. The old rabbit cages she used for raising rabbits had long been discarded. She looked at the 3 little snakes and the small wolf pup at the cave entrance, her lips twitching, unsure whose idea it was. Mother, do you think it's okay?" Sangfeng shook her clothes. Sangqing and Sangla looked at her expectantly. They couldn't fight, but they could contribute to the tribe, and they felt proud inside. "Okay, next time I send food, I'll let you pick some rabbits to make cured rabbit meat," Sandai decided firmly, encouraging their enthusiasm. She then carefully observed the rabbits inside the cave. The 3 mother rabbits had already given birth to over 10 pink baby rabbits, and they hadn't finished giving birth. Other rabbits had about 20 more, all heavily pregnant. Sandai had an idea. She distracted the 3 little snakes and bought a dozen new breed rabbits from the supermarket, placing them near the pregnant mother rabbits. She didn't let them get too close, worried that the newborn rabbits might pick up a scent and be eaten by the mother rabbits. With so many rabbits, she saw a good reason to start large-scale breeding. Sandai decided to have Shiliang arrange to build a rabbit house. When she returned home, her parents had already prepared dinner. Sandai worked late into the night, and the family ate later than usual. She used her food container to serve a portion of the meal, planning to send it to Little White with a beastman courier. Little Zai, Wang hasn't been in the tribe these days. His young ones have no one to care for them. It's not good to keep sending food. Maybe we should bring him here to eat with us? Xianyan looked at the food box and suddenly spoke. Yes, Wang takes good care of us, so we should also help take care of his young ones. Or better yet, bring them here to live with us. Let Huqiu clear a room for them, and let Wang and Huqiu stay with us. Tiger Chong agreed. Huqiu raised his hand to vote. I have no problem. He knew Wang's young ones had scars on their faces and felt they were quite pitiful. The 3 little snakes heard their grandparents' words and all perked up their ears, looking very alert. Sandai thought carefully. She wondered when Tinkong would return. She was busy every day and didn't have time to cook, so bringing the young ones here was more convenient. It also meant Xiao Bai wouldn't be too lonely with someone to keep him company. She nodded, that's good. Xiao Feng, what do you think? She looked at the 3 little snakes. Although they were still young, she believed in listening to their opinions because they were part of the family too. Sandai's eyes turned into vertical pupils, and her little face was wrinkled with worry. She immediately shouted, of course not. Before she finished, Her second sister's sweet voice interrupted. Mother, we definitely won't oppose. We will listen to you. Sandai's second sister showed her two small tiger teeth and said obediently. Xiao Feng looked at his second sister with wide eyes. Wasn't she also against Xiao Bai? Why did she agree? Sandai's youngest sister, who always listened to their mother, immediately nodded like a chick pecking rice. Yes, sister is right. Xiao Feng. Traitors. You are all traitors. Sandai looked at Xiao Feng again. Sandai's youngest sister directly pressed his head and nodded. She didn't even give him a chance to oppose. Since everyone agreed, Sandai immediately smiled happily and asked the snake beast to go pick up Xiao Bai. While Xiao Bai was on his way, Sandai went to the kitchen to add a few more dishes. She thought Xiao Bai must be worried about Tinkong these days, probably not eating or sleeping well. Today, she wanted to give him a good meal. The elders and Huqiu also went to tidy up the rooms. Sandai naturally didn't let Xiao Bai stay in Huqiu's room. There were many empty rooms at home. The three young snakes were still young and close, always sharing a room. She arranged an empty room for Xiao Bai to stay in. As soon as they left, Xiao Feng, with a sulky face, looked angrily at the two. Big brother, second sister, why did you agree? Do you want him to take our mother away? Every time Xiao Bai came, mother's attention was all on him. Xiao Feng didn't like it. Of course not. No one can take our mother away. Without thinking, Sang Qing answered. Then why did you hit my head?
Sang Feng pouted sadly.
Sang Qing looked at her sister, Sang Yu, who blinked her eyes softly and said, I don't want to either, but if I refuse, mother will be upset. I don't want to make mother unhappy. Hearing this, Sang Feng's anger quickly eased. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Yes, if mother would be unhappy, he would rather be unhappy himself. And his father is a king. Now, the king is out fighting for the tribe. We shouldn't bully him. That would be very unkind. Sang Yu remembered Sandai's teachings. As a beast, one must be kind and grateful. All right, since it's a special time, I will reluctantly let him stay with us for now. Sang Feng agreed. The three little ones reached an agreement to pause their conflict with Little White for the time being. Inside the cave, Little White waited for the orc who came to pick him up. Auntie Dai wants me to stay at her place? Is that true? The tongue snake orc was very patient. He nodded for the sixth time and confirmed, yes, Sandai asked me to bring you over. Until the king returns, you'll stay at Sandai's house. Do you agree? Although Sandai's family had agreed, they still needed to ask Little White's opinion. Yes, I agree, Little White said excitedly, nodding quickly. Then he remembered something and ran to a wooden box to look for his mask. Wait for me. I need to find my mask. Auntie Dai made it for me. After putting on the mask, he was halfway there when he turned back and ran to get something. Hold on, I want to bring gifts for Xiao Feng and the others.
I don't know what they like.
I have 3 bone knives that I made. Thinking that Sang Feng and the others might not welcome him, Little White instinctively wanted to give gifts to please them. He grabbed the bone knives but had only taken a few steps when he turned back again. No, Sister Sang you might not like bone knives. I'll take my snake shed instead. It's my first time shedding, and Daddy said snake sheds are cool to wear. I can make a skirt for Sister Sang you. Watching Little White keep turning back, the tongue snake orc remained patient and waited calmly. Only when Little White realized he was taking too long did he hurriedly set out. In the brick house, Sandai's family waited for a long time before finally seeing the tongue snake orc bringing Little White. Sandai and the elders came out to greet them, with Huqiu and the 3 snake cubs following behind. Auntie Dai, Little White stood behind the tongue snake orc, feeling a bit shy when he saw so many people. He whispered softly and dared not step forward. He was worried that Auntie Dai's family might dislike him. Huan Yun felt unexpectedly close when he saw Xiao Bai standing behind the Tingsha orc. His usually serious face softened into a gentle smile as he waved and said, You must be Xiao Bai. Dyer often talks about you. You're a very sensible and well-behaved little one. You look really adorable. Xiao Bai's expression froze. Adorable? No orc had ever said that to him before. Is it because he's wearing a mask? Does this old lady not see the scars on his face? Yes, that must be it. If she saw his scars, she would probably dislike him too. Xiao Bai's happiness quickly faded, replaced by complex feelings. He felt like he had deceived Huan Yun. Seeing Xiao Bai standing still and silent, Sandy stepped forward and gently took his hand. What are you standing there for? Let me introduce you. These two are Aunt Dai's parents. You can call them Grandma and Grandpa along with Xiao Feng and the others. Knowing Xiao Bai was very sensitive about his feelings, Sandy pulled him closer. Then she introduced to Hucho. This is Aunt Dai's older brother. Just call him Uncle Hucho. Sandy's big hand wrapped around Xiao Bai's small hand, warm and reassuring, giving him a sense of safety. Xiao Bai finally felt a bit calmer inside. He looked up obediently and greeted everyone in turn. Grandma, Grandpa, Uncle Hucho, hello. I am Xiao Bai.
Wow.
This little cub is so sweet-talking, Huguang said happily, quickly responding. Hucho also smiled and said, since you're here, stay peacefully. Wait here for your dad to come back. We will take good care of you. The three adults showed their love and warmth without hesitation. Xiao Bai looked at their smiling faces and then at Sandy, who was encouraging him. His tense heart slowly eased. Behind them, three little snake cubs watched the scene. Sandfong pouted and muttered quietly, Grandma and Grandpa must be lying. He doesn't like me at all. Sanqing nodded in agreement, whispering only to the others, yeah, that's right. Sandu rubbed his forehead, looking helpless. Male animals really are so childish.
Come on, let's go eat.
The food will get cold, Sandy said, noticing Xiao Bai getting along well with his new family. The Tingsha orc escorted Xiao Bai home and then stepped back to guard nearby. Xiao Bai held Sandy's hand with one hand and carried a leather bag with the other as they entered. He was seated between Sandy and Huan Yun. The three snake cubs felt a little jealous but didn't say anything. During dinner, he kept offering food to Sandy and Huan Yun, worried he might be left out. Sandy was fair and prepared 4 portions of each delicious dish for the children, making sure everyone was treated equally. The dinner was happy and cheerful. Xiao Bai sat quietly, holding his bowl. Before he finished, the food in his bowl would pile up again. He didn't say a word and didn't waste any food, eating everything in his stomach. Seeing his little belly get round, Sandy finally told everyone to stop giving him food and not to serve him anymore. The child was full but was too shy to say so and kept eating foolishly. If she had noticed, he might have overstuffed himself. After dinner, before it got completely dark, Strong and Tiger Hill father and son went to the kitchen to wash dishes while Sandy and Huanyin took Xiao Bai to their room to rest. Before moving in, Sandy had already prepared furniture for each room, beds, wardrobes, and tables. The beds were made with cotton mattresses covered with animal skins, topped with bamboo mats to stay cool in the hot weather after the rain. The windows were open, letting in a gentle breeze, and the room had been fumigated with mugwort to keep bugs away. Xiao Bai, you can stay in this room first. If you need anything or want something, just tell Annie Dai, Sandy said softly. Xiao Bai nodded obediently. The room was clean and tidy, with a faint pleasant smell. It was very beautiful, very different from his father's cave. Was this what life was like when cared for by a mother? Even though he knew he was only staying temporarily, Xiao Bai felt happy inside. Thank you, Auntie Dai. This place is great, and I lack nothing. I won't cause any trouble, the little boy said wisely, making Sandy feel tender. Huanyin also saw how obedient the young one was for the first time. Usually, children his age are full of energy and mischievous, but Xiao Bai was surprisingly well-behaved. Then I'll take you to see other places. There's a toilet downstairs, and if you're hungry, you can go to the kitchen to find something to eat, Sandy said, leading Xiao Bai around to explore. After familiarizing himself with the place, Sandy poured warm water and gently washed Xiao Bai's face and hands before sending him back to his room to sleep. For the first time, Xiao Bai was cared for so carefully. He felt a little dizzy, as if he were dreaming. When he lay on the soft bed, holding a thin silk quilt, he rolled over and whispered softly in his childish voice, If this could also be my home, That would be so good. Xiaobai was reluctant to sleep and stayed excited late into the night. Only when his body couldn't take it anymore did he fall into a deep sleep. The next morning, Sandy went to supervise the arrangements for the refugees who had received wooden tokens. The hunting team had resumed hunting, but they couldn't go too far into the forest. Tiger Chong and Tiger Chiu had already gone out early. Huan was helping with cooking, as her daughter was busy and she couldn't stay idle. She wanted to share her daughter's responsibilities. Since none of the cubs had anyone to look after them, Sandy planned to let them play in the tribe. She didn't want the cubs to be stuck at home and become delicate flowers. Before leaving, she specifically asked Xiaobai for his opinion. Since it was Sandy's suggestion, Xiaobai didn't resist much and nodded happily. Xiaoqing, you're the big brother. You need to watch over your younger brothers and sisters later. Take Xiaobai to play together. If anything happens, come find Mom, Sandy instructed the cubs. I understand, Mom, Xiaoqing replied. Unlike Sangfeng, who showed all his emotions openly, Xiaoqing was more reserved.
Don't worry, Mom.
We won't run around, Sangyu said obediently. Sandy wanted to say more, but Sangfeng had already buried his head and pushed against Sandy's leg like a little calf, saying, Mom, you go busy. No one will bully us. We're pretty strong now. Sandy was speechless. Was she worried about them bullying Xiaobai? Seeing that the 3 snake cubs didn't reject Xiaobai this time, Sandy felt relieved. Maybe after spending more time together, they would get along well. After Sandy and the others left, Sangfeng's smile suddenly faded. He turned to look at Xiaobai, snorted softly, and walked past him, showing he didn't want to talk to him. Xiaobai sensed the distance from the 3 cubs and suddenly remembered something. He ran back to his room. The 3 snake cubs looked at his back with puzzled expressions. What's he doing? Did I scare him away? Is he going to complain to Mom when she comes back? The 3 cubs looked at each other with confused faces. Sangfeng even started to wonder if he shouldn't keep a serious face all the time. Otherwise, Mom might scold him when she returns. Should I go see what he's doing? Sangyu asked proactively. Mom had told him before leaving to take good care of Xiaobai. Seeing his second sister care so much about Xiaobai, Sangfeng's guilt quickly disappeared. He pouted and said, There's nothing to see. We didn't say anything. He just ran back on his own. Although he said that, the 3 of them didn't leave Xiaobai alone to go out. Soon, Xiaobai came downstairs carrying a big bundle, scurrying along. The 3 looked at him curiously. Xiaobai held a package and brought it to the 3 of them. His fair face, partially covered by a mask, was slightly red. He stammered, I don't know what you like. This is for you. Thank you for letting me stay here. The 3 snake cubs looked at each other. Did he give them a gift? Sangfeng heard that he was staying temporarily, and his gloomy expression eased a bit. What is this? He asked. No cub had ever received a gift from a friend before. Sangfeng pretended to be modest, but his eyes kept drifting toward the package. Xiaobai opened it, revealing 3 bone knives shaped like small daggers, with handles wrapped in delicate black snakes that looked very lifelike. His Aunt Dai had taught him how to make them. The 3 knives were identical. The 3 snake cubs usually wore the same clothes and used the same items. When they saw the knives, Sangqing and Sangfeng's eyes lit up. Did you make these? Sangqing asked. Yes, I made them. Do you have the same bone knife? Sangfeng's attention was on whether there was a 4th one like these. Bai shook his head. No, I only made these 3. Sangfeng grinned, then quickly closed his mouth, pretending to be serious. He coughed twice and said, Well, since you put so much effort into this, I guess I'll accept it. Seeing Bai smile faintly, Sangfeng quickly added, Don't think that giving a bone knife means you can compete with us for Mom. If you try to take Mom from us, I won't be polite. Each of the 3 had a bone knife. Usually, their mother didn't let them touch knives because they were dangerous and could cause injuries. She told them to wait until they were older. But these knives were a gift from Bai, not something they asked for. It probably didn't count as disobedience. Sangyu touched the small snake on the handle and looked very happy, as if a real snake was wrapped around it. And this is my snake shed. It's the first time I shed my skin, and I made a skirt from it for you. Xiao Bai handed the snake shed to Sangyu. His father said that the snake shed from the Tung snake tribe could only be worn by their most loved partner or family. He didn't have those feelings for Sangyu, but he instinctively wanted to give her the best. With Sang Feng and Sang Qing, he also wanted to be friendly, not wanting them to dislike him. Xiao Bai thought that maybe it was because they were Diane's cubs and he liked Diane, so no matter what, he wanted to be friends with them. Snake shed? Sang Feng and Sang Qing were surprised. Their mother said their father was also a tongue snake beastman, but they had never shed their skin before. The more times a tongue snake beastman shed, the stronger they became. If this guy shed his skin before them, could he be stronger than them? This was impossible. Suddenly, both of them felt a sense of danger. Could he have fallen for Little Moon? If he wanted to take Little Moon as his partner in the future, wouldn't he easily steal their mother away? The bone knife in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. Sangyu held the snake shed and was surprised to see a faint smile on his delicate face. He actually gave her such a precious gift? Did he have other plans? Do you like it? Xiao Bai asked softly when Sangyu didn't reply. Sangyu's eyes curved into a gentle smile. Thank you, I like it very much. I made this mask, and I want to give it to you. She took out a green pattern mask from her pocket, looking friendly. Xiao Bai was surprised and happily took it with both hands. Is this for me? Sangyu's sister gave him a gift. Does this mean she doesn't dislike him? Xiao Bai felt very happy inside. Sangyu nodded, but she was thinking that the mask was coated with the juice of snake fruit, which her little snake liked to eat. If he had any bad intentions, she could have her little snake bite him right away and make him fall into trouble. Second sister, when did you make this mask? I didn't know. Why did you give it to him and not me? Sang Feng was jealous and stomped his foot in complaint. Sang Qing also looked angry, feeling like his sister was being taken away. That little white was really sneaky. If he couldn't take their mother, he would start with her sister. The sister was too innocent. He couldn't let her have too much contact with Xiao Bai, or she might be tricked. Mother asked us to take you out to play. Let's go quickly, Sang Qing interrupted. If they went out to distract her sister, she wouldn't talk to Xiao Bai anymore. The three snake cubs led the way, with Xiao Bai following behind. Xiao Bai was still happy. At least they were willing to take him out to play. He even took the chance to put on the mask Sangyu gave him, walking more lightly. The young ones in the tribe liked to run to the entrance now. First, they were curious about the outside beastmen. Second, it was lively here. Sometimes, they brought mushrooms they picked, and the beastmen who delivered food would give them a bit of porridge to eat. The three snake cubs also brought Xiao Bai to play nearby. As they walked, suddenly two tiger cubs charged out recklessly and tripped Xiao Bai. His knee was hit and he knelt on the ground. The stones on the ground scraped his knees and palms, causing red blood to seep out. His mask also fell off. One of the tiger cubs picked up the mask and ran away. Hey, you tiger cub, give back the mask. Sang Qing thought these two tiger cubs looked familiar, but before he could see clearly, they had already run out of sight. Ah, my mask. My mask. Little White was panicked and helpless. Ignoring his injured hand, he covered his face with one hand and groped around with the other. They were right at the junction of the tribe. Outside were tents and a gathering of refugee beastmen. Many eyes turned toward him when they heard the noise, and someone noticed the scar on Little White's face. Hey, why does this cub look so ugly? Half his face is scarred. How can he be so shameless to come out? The Black Abyss tribe is supposed to be strong. Why do they keep such an ugly thing? If it were me, I'd just kill a cub like this right away. I think this tribe is just SOSO. These words came from three sneaky-looking male beastmen. They had cut in line earlier, been warned twice, but kept doing it. The tribe stopped giving them wild vegetable porridge. They held a grudge and, seeing Little White's disfigurement, burst out laughing and mocked him. The mask given by Sangyu was snatched away by a tiger cub. Little White still had his own mask, but it was thrown aside. He knelt on the ground, trying to pick up his mask to cover his scars again. One of the small-eyed males suddenly stepped forward and stomped on his mask. The mask shattered into pieces. The three snake cubs' attention was still on the tiger cub, who took the mask. By the time they reacted, Little White's mask was already broken. The small-eyed male arrogantly insulted him. "Ugly thing. Go back to your mountain cave. Don't come out to scare people with such a face." The other two males laughed loudly behind him, as if they were taking revenge for the shame Little White had suffered earlier. All the beastmen's eyes focused on Little White's face. Refugee beastmen outside the tribe, who had never seen Little White before, gathered in groups and whispered among themselves. Beastmen with such physical deformities were usually looked down upon by others. Hearing their gossip and mockery, Little White felt like he was back in a nightmare. His face turned pale. He knelt on the ground, hurriedly picked up the broken pieces of his mask, and desperately pressed it against his face. But it was no use. The small-eyed male kicked him away, knocking the broken mask aside, and sneered, "Ugly thing, how dare you come in front of me? Do you want to scare me to death? Get out of here. Don't dirty my eyes." The other two males echoed with disdain. They looked at the weak, ugly cub and thought he was a stray orphan with no one to care for him. Since he was not welcomed even in the Black Abyss tribe, they felt free to bully him without anyone coming to his rescue. Little White fell heavily to the ground, but did not cry. Instead, he curled up tightly, buried his face, and refused to let anyone see him.
He
finally became friends with Xiao Feng and the others. After what happened, they must think badly of him. Xiao Bai feels very regretful. Why couldn't he take better care of the mask? If he had kept the mask safe, none of this would have happened. The three young snake creatures finally recovered from their shock. Sang Feng raised his eyebrows angrily and glared at the three of them. "What are you doing?" Although he disliked Xiao Bai, seeing someone bullying him made Sang Feng feel an uncontrollable anger. He was more upset than if someone had bullied himself. "Who are you, little brats? I advise you to mind your own business. Believe it or not, I could beat you all up." The small-eyed male, seeing that the person speaking was just a 3-year-old, became even more arrogant. "This tribe isn't that scary." No adult stepped forward, only this tiny little kid. What could a kid do? Rumor has it that the strong beastmen of the tribe are out hunting fierce beasts. Maybe they could take the opportunity to take over the tribe. The three males exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts instantly, and burst into loud laughter. "Try touching my brother, and see what happens." Sang Qing spread his arms and stood in front of Sang Feng. The small-eyed male stepped forward 2 steps and raised his hand. "I can crush you like crushing an ant, little brat."
Ah!
Before he finished speaking, Sang Qing suddenly lowered his head and forcefully bumped his head into the other's stomach. Sang Qing was naturally very strong. With this full-force collision, he heard several cracking sounds of bones breaking. The small-eyed male fell to the ground, screaming and rolling around. The other two males were still laughing, thinking he was just pretending. "Get up, you're acting so convincingly. He'll really think he's tough later." After a while, the screams still didn't stop. One of the males stepped forward and saw that the small-eyed male's mouth was bleeding, clearly injured. He was startled and turned angrily. "You little brat, how dare you hurt my brother?" He was about to transform into beast form to teach him a lesson. At this moment, a refugee beast called out, "That is Sandai's cub. If you dare hurt her cub, you won't be welcome in this tribe anymore." They didn't recognize Xiao Bai, but they knew Sandai's 3 cubs. These cubs looked adorable and often helped with chores. No refugee beast disliked them. Of course, except for these wicked males. The food we eat every day and the tents we live in are all provided by Sandai. If you bully them, don't blame us for being rude. Exactly, bullying cubs is one thing, but where do you get the nerve, males? Many refugee beastmen who had been cared for by Sandai stepped forward. It was clear that Sandai's young one was in trouble. Many of the beastmen were ready to fight back, but the males looked a bit scared. Sandai took off her small bag and crouched down in front of Little White, blocking his face. "Are you okay? Use this to hide. Don't be afraid. When we go back, I'll give you a new mask." Although Sandai and her brothers didn't like Little White, their mother had told them to take care of him. If anything happened to Little White, she would be angry. After all, Little White was the prince's cub. The prince was outside fighting monsters to protect them, but Little White was being bullied in the tribe, which was unfair. Little White held his bag tightly, bowed his head to hide his face, and shook his head without speaking. His body trembled uncontrollably, making Sandai feel soft-hearted. He seemed like he hadn't done anything wrong, so why was he suffering like this? Don't be afraid. My big brother will teach them a lesson, Sandai said softly, gently patting his back to comfort him. The male beastman looked guilty and took a step back, glaring at the main culprit, Little White. We didn't bully him. It's this ugly thing that scared us. Yes, it was him suddenly showing his face that scared us. The male stubbornly argued. You're ugly. Your whole family is ugly. Sandai scolded, crossing her arms. Since Little White was a Tingsha beastman, and he was too, if the male said Little White was ugly, that meant he was calling himself ugly. He pointed at Little White. He's the prince's cub. You're finished. If you bully the prince's cub and the prince comes back, you're done for. Are you trying to scare me? That ugly little thing. How could he be the prince's cub? The male was surprised and quickly denied it, not believing it. Despite his words, he couldn't help but step back. After taking 3 or 4 steps back, the two males grabbed Little White's small eyes and prepared to run away. They knew they couldn't stay after offending the prince. But before they could escape, several Tingsha beastmen charged out of the tribe. With a flick of their tails, they knocked the 3 males to the ground. How dare you bully the prince's cub? You're asking for death. The 3 males' faces turned pale. Could it really be that Little White was the prince's cub? No way. Seeing Sandai rushing over with the Tingsha beastmen behind her, the 3 males shouted, Mother. Seeing Sandai's furrowed brows, Sandai's brothers thought something was wrong. One of them quickly pointed at the males and told on them, Mother, they bullied Little White and even hit him. With a scapegoat here, Sandai thought her mother probably wouldn't blame them. Sandai hurried over, picked up Little White, and looked at his pitiful face. Her heart almost melted with sympathy. She turned to the Tingsha beastmen and said, Catch them. The 3 males were stunned. So this ugly thing is truly the prince of a king. It's over, they're finished. The refugee orcs outside the tribe also looked shocked. They didn't expect that the king's young one would have such terrible scars on his face. But they all kept quiet and didn't talk about it anymore. It was the Black Abyss tribe that kept them alive. Their king was fighting off fierce beasts behind the scenes. They couldn't disrespect the king's young one. Sandy carried Little White to a less crowded place. Seeing this, the other orcs wisely didn't bother them. The 3 snake cubs looked down and followed behind, seeming to have made a mistake and no longer protesting Little White taking their mother's attention. Sandy placed Little White under a tree, soothing him while checking his injuries. It's okay now, Little White. Auntie Di is here. The mask fell off, but it's fine. You're so good, Little White. Even without the mask, everyone would like you. Let me see where you're hurt. Little White's knees, palms, and elbows were bleeding, with small stones embedded in the wounds, and he had a big bruise on his face. After checking, Sandy was furious. How could someone be so rough with a young cub? Wait here, Auntie Di will get some medicine. Before Sandy could get up, Sang Feng ran off bravely. I'm going, Mother. I'll get the medicine. He wanted to help before their mother could scold them, making up for it quickly. Sang Qing stared in disbelief. How could this kid react so fast? He hurriedly said, Mother, I'll go help him fetch water.
Sans YQ.
Do you think this way of acting won't make Mother think you're feeling guilty? Mother, I'll go get Little White's mask. Sang Yu also left a word and then ran after her brother. With both of them gone, she was left alone. If Mother started blaming her, wouldn't she be the only one suffering? Sandy didn't plan to blame the 3 snake cubs. The one who should be punished was the male who bullied Little White. She wouldn't vent her anger on the cubs. Don't be afraid, Little White. Those 3 bad guys have already been caught by Uncle Tingsha. Annie Dai asked Uncle Tingsha to teach them a lesson and avenge you. With Sandy's comfort, Little White finally lifted his head, looking weak and guilty.
Auntie Dai, I am sorry.
I brought shame to you, Dad, and the tribe. They didn't believe he was their father's cub. Maybe he shouldn't have survived that big fire.
How could that be?
Little White is the pride of the king, and also the pride of the tribe. You won't bring shame to the tribe. Because of you, the king wants to protect the tribe even more. We are all blessed by you. Sandy looked pained but still forced a gentle smile and explained softly. But my face, Little White said sadly. I'm so useless. Dad should have better offspring like Xiao Feng and the others. Stronger, livelier cubs like them deserve it. He felt inferior inside and was more envious of the 3 snake cubs. He admired them, so even if they rejected him, he wouldn't be angry because he also believed he was different. Sandai's heart sank. He didn't expect Little White to think so little of himself. You're so stupid, came a soft yet angry voice behind him. Sandfeng had returned with herbs. For some reason, hearing Little White's words made him feel disappointed and frustrated, so he loudly criticized him. Little White stiffened and lowered his head even more. Sure enough, Xiao Feng also thought he was silly and useless. Sandfeng approached Little White, his young voice full of anger. What does it matter if you're good enough or not? You are still the prince's cub, part of the tribe. You only have a scar on your face, not missing an arm or a leg, and you've already shed your skin. Big brother, and I haven't shed ours yet. You're stronger than us. Although he didn't want to admit it, he felt that the prince's cubs shouldn't be treated this way. A voice inside told him Little White should stand up. Third brother is right. You're too kind to them, so they bully you. Sanqing also came back with a large basin of water, loudly agreeing. If I were the prince's cub, I wouldn't be afraid of these guys. All the Tingsha beastmen would respect me. If they dared to bully me, I would make them. Before he finished, sensing his mother's gaze, Sanqing quickly changed his words, make them regret it, and teach them a lesson. Seeing the cubs comforting Little White, Sandai felt pleased and didn't argue. Although she disliked violence, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, it was the best and most direct way. Little White needed to become stronger. At the very least, he must have a strong heart, so he wouldn't be bullied. Little White looked up in surprise, eyes full of wonder. Were they comforting him, speaking up for him? Did they no longer dislike him? Sandu brought a mask. Seeing the scene, she blinked and also approached her brother, holding out the mask. The mask is here. Do you want to wear it? Little White instinctively reached out to grab it, but after pulling it, he found that Sandu hadn't let go. The young girl's eyes curved into a smile as she looked down at him happily. If I don't wear it and the mask gets taken away, I will make a new one for you to play with and fix for you. Xiao Bai felt like drums were pounding in his heart. Could he still do it? Not wearing it?
He turned to look at Sandai.
Sandai crouched beside him, giving a confident smile, seeming to support whatever decision he made. Xiao Bai took a deep breath, his gaze becoming more determined. He withdrew his hand. I want to try. He was still a bit unsure of himself, uncertain. But at least he took the first step. The 3 little snakes looked at each other, and all smiled. Sandai also gave them a thumbs up. Xiao Bai is so brave. Come, Auntie Dai will help you treat your wounds. Xiao Bai obediently let Sandai apply medicine, not even making a sound of pain. The 3 little snakes stepped back a little. Sangyu looked at her brother with curiosity. Xiao Feng, you said you disliked him the most. Why did you just speak up for him and comfort him? Sanqing nodded too. Yeah, aren't you afraid he might take your mother away? Xiao Feng raised his chin and turned aside. I didn't help him. I just can't stand how useless he is. If mother sees him like this, she'll be upset too. That's all. I just don't want her to worry about him. Seeing through her brother's words, Sangyu smiled softly. And besides, he's so useless that our worries are unnecessary. He doesn't have the ability to take our mother away. Xiao Feng snorted. Since he couldn't take her, there was no need to be so hostile toward Xiao Bai. Besides, he even received a gift from him today. Not bad, little brother. Your thinking is getting smarter. You thought of that. Sanqing tilted his head and thought for a moment, agreeing that his younger brother's words made sense. With that in mind, Xiaobai didn't seem so annoying anymore. Meanwhile, Sandai finished bandaging Xiaobai's wound, tying a few delicate little bows. Annie Dai, am I bothering you? You can go do your work. I'm fine now, Xiaobai said thoughtfully. Not at all, Sandai said, rubbing his head gently. She waved to the 3 little snakes. Do you want to come with me? Xiaobai was rebuilding his confidence. Having her take care of him might help, but she also didn't want to neglect the 3 little snakes. So she decided to bring everyone along. Yes, I want to be with my mother, Xiaofeng nodded first, and the others naturally agreed. Mother, it wasn't just those 2 males who bullied Xiaobai earlier. There were also 2 little cubs. Sandai was about to take them to supervise the refugee beastmen working, but Sangyu suddenly tugged her hand softly and spoke in a gentle voice. Sandai immediately stopped walking. Sanfeng seemed to remember something and patted his small head. Second sister is right. I just remembered 2 tiger cubs bumped into Little White, causing his mask to fall off and even take it away. Yes, those 2 mischievous cubs caused it. Did you see those 2 tiger cubs clearly? Can you recognize them?
Sandai asked.
The 3 snake cubs shook their heads together. The tiger cubs ran too fast, and there was a male animal bullying Little White behind them. Their attention was on the male, so they didn't see the cubs clearly.
Annoying.
They should come and apologize to Little White, Sanfeng said regretfully. Although I didn't see clearly, I have a way to find them, Sandua said politely, raising her small hand. Her mask was smeared with snake fruit juice, and if other beastmen found it and got hurt, it would be bad. She needed to take it back. Just as a way to help Little White, yes, just a quick favor. Second sister, do you have a way? Quickly tell me. Sanfeng's eyes immediately lit up, and she shook her arm excitedly.
Outside the tribe.
Snake Liang led the tongue snake beastmen to beat up the 3 male animals who bullied Little White. Get lost. Don't come near our tribe again, or I'll beat you every time I see you. After kicking them hard twice, Snake Liang gave a harsh warning and left. The 3 males rolled on the ground, crying out in pain. The other 2 were okay, barely able to get up, but the small-eyed male was unable to move at all. Quick, help me up. This cub and those tongue snake beastmen are too cruel. Ouch, my waist. The small-eyed male stood up, touched his bleeding mouth, and put on a pain mask. All 3 were bruised and battered, with no intact skin, and their yellow teeth were knocked out, only 2 or 3 still wobbling. They were even leaking air when they spoke. A refugee beastman passing by saw their condition and shook his head, staying away for fear of getting involved. They're just too much. It's just a useless broken thing, and we didn't even do anything to that cub. My teeth, how am I supposed to chew bones in the future? It's all because of that female named Sandai. If her cubs hadn't slandered us, we wouldn't have been beaten. The 2 males complained unwillingly. Being beaten in front of so many beastmen was not only embarrassing but also meant they couldn't enter this tribe anymore. They didn't want to leave but were afraid of more beating. They had such a hard life. Sandai? You know her too? How did she do you wrong? Luo Yuer was coming out to find Tiger Cub when she overheard someone criticizing Sandai, which immediately caught her attention. She approached and saw 3 injured, pitiful-looking males. She had originally taken Tiger Cub out to get some wild greens to eat, but with so many people around, Tiger Cub could easily a bite of food, and the prey brought back by Tiger Lai would be less likely to be divided with Tiger Cub.
Who are you?
Are you a female from the Black Abyss tribe? The 3 males looked cautious. Now, females were only found in the Black Abyss tribe. Most female beastmen among the refugees had died out. But this female, dressed in ragged clothes, thin and gaunt, looked no different from a refugee beastman. Don't be afraid. I am a female from the Black Abyss tribe, but I have a grudge against Sandai. She's two-faced and hypocritical. I also really dislike her. Her 3 cubs aren't good either, Luo Yuer quickly stated her position. The 3 males exchanged glances, a hint of a sneer flashing in their eyes. Could there be a female in this tribe who doesn't get along with Sandai? It seems she isn't as perfect as those beastmen say. Is what you said true? The small-eyed male covered his swollen face and stammered. Of course. I am Luo Yuer. You can ask around our tribe, and you'll find out that I don't get along with Sandai. Luo Yuer nodded and then asked, how did you get those injuries? Did Sandai order someone to hurt you? The three males felt a bit embarrassed, but still exaggerated the story a little. After hearing their story, Luo Yuer was immediately angry and said, Sandai is too much. It's just a mask, and Little White didn't really get into trouble. Why did she have to hurt you like this? Are the king's cubs so special? Beastmen are all equal. She's abusing her power. Hearing this, the three males looked like they'd found a kindred spirit, tears in their eyes. Female, no, Luo Yuer, you are truly kind, much better than Sandai, they said.
Exactly.
I think your tribe's king is blind. Such an important matter should be handled by someone as kind as you. They praised each other like close friends. Luo Yuer and the three males felt very satisfied, as if they had regained confidence. Suddenly, Luo Yuer had an idea. Sandai would flatter and males, so she could also seek support from beastmen to back her up. You've been driven out, injured, and you're probably still hungry, she showed concern and asked. The three nodded in unison. Sandai will teach us too. I will teach you how to identify wild vegetables, make fire by rubbing sticks, and cook wild vegetable porridge. Once you're full, you can find a nearby cave to stay in temporarily. The forest is too dangerous, and I am not as ruthless as Sandai. She is much tougher.
Luer said.
The three males looked happy. Really? You can really teach us? You are the kindest and best female we've ever seen. They were so excited that they forgot about Luo Yuer's appearance, even though she was hungry and cold herself. Luo Yuer had a little plan in her mind. She taught the three what she learned from Sandai. They praised her so much that she felt very happy. At the edge of the tribe, on an open space cleared by the beastmen, there were about a dozen large clay pots boiling with wild vegetable porridge. The hunting team returned, carrying 2 more pieces of pork after killing their prey. The female responsible for cooking chopped the meat into small pieces and put a little into each pot. Sandai said these refugee beastmen needed to work, and since they had been behaving well recently, adding some meat would give them more strength. The females didn't mind. Their own beastmen ate meat porridge too, and they weren't the same level as the refugee beastmen, so they didn't feel jealous. Sandai still care more about them, haha. Suddenly, a yellow shadow ran past the female's feet. She looked down and shouted, Stop. Who's this little brat? Quickly return the meat. She chased after it, but saw the yellow shadow turn into 2. It was 2 tiny tiger cubs just a few months old. Hearing the females shout, the cubs didn't let go of the meat. Instead, they tore at it and gobbled it up greedily. Their mouths, faces, and beards were covered with meat crumbs and blood. You actually stole food. The female's face turned pale with anger. She stepped forward to catch the cubs and teach them a lesson. But the 2 cubs didn't realize they were wrong. They twisted their little bodies, stuck out their tongues, and looked defiant, as if to say, What can you do to us? They turned around and tried to run into the crowd. Just then, a tiny blue snake, only the thickness of a thumb, slithered through the green grass unnoticed. It suddenly bit one of the cubs on the tongue. Yowl. The bitten cub rolled on the ground in pain, crying loudly. It kept pawing at its mouth. Soon, its tongue and face swelled up like a water balloon. The female was stunned for a moment, then quickly grabbed the other cub. You 2 little thieves, I caught you now. When Sandai and the others arrived, they saw this scene, a tiger cub struggling in a female's hand, while another was crying on the ground. Sandy recognized the bite wound on her small snake and pointed at the tiger cub on the ground. It's them. Just now, they hit Xiaobai and stole the mask. The mask had already been bitten into pieces, with a piece of rope still hanging from it, tangled around the tiger cub's leg. Sandy had no doubt about this. Tiger cubs? They look a bit familiar to me. As Sandy wondered, Tiger Lai's angry voice suddenly came from behind.
Sandy.
How cruel you are, hurting my cub like this. Tiger Lai angrily stepped forward, rescuing the tiger cub from the female's hand and looking at it with concern. He had just returned from picking wild vegetables and didn't expect to see his cub being bullied by Sandy. He believed without doubt that Sandy was behind this. I wondered why they looked so familiar. Turns out they are your cubs. Just like you, they are unreasonable. Seeing Tiger lie, Sandy's face also turned cold. The air seemed to be filled with tension. The female quickly explained, "This has nothing to do with Sandy. They just stole some meat used for cooking wild vegetable porridge. I was chasing after them. Who knew they not only ate the meat, but also provoked me. He was bitten by a snake, and Sandy was just passing by." Tiger Lie's expression darkened. Stealing? Snake bite? He looked at the 3 snake cubs beside Sandy. Aren't they all snake tribe beastmen? You and Sandy are in this together, so of course you're helping her. He didn't believe it was just a coincidence. Tiger Lie, if your brain isn't working well, go find a vet, she retorted, annoyed that he was trying to shift blame before she could confront him. Sandfeng also huffed, hands on her hips. Bad guys. It was them who bullied Xiaobai first, stole Xiaobai's mask, and left Xiaobai without a mask and injure him. We're here to settle this. They should apologize to Xiaobai. Yes, they must apologize to Xiaobai. Sanqing immediately agreed. Sandy remained silent, with her siblings standing in a line in front of Xiaobai, blocking him. The 3 of them stood united as always, but this time, it was for their disliked Xiaobai. Seeing how righteous the little ones looked, Sandy felt very pleased. Her 3 little villains had finally been guided onto the right path. Nonsense. My cub is still so young. How could he bully him? Tiger Lie's face darkened further. That was the prince's cub. Luckily, the prince wasn't in the tribe now. Otherwise, whether it was true or not, he wouldn't be able to escape trouble. Thinking of this, Tiger Lie grew even more dislike for Sandy. This female is truly always trying to trap herself. If you don't give me an explanation today, even if you're a female, I won't be polite to you. Tiger Lie pointed at Tiger Cub's swollen pig head and said, with Wang away from the tribe, whether he can return is uncertain. No one is supporting Sandai anymore, so he's wondering what she will do. Big brother, what are you guys talking about? What's this about not being polite? Tiger Hill's curious voice came from afar. He and Tiger Chong just returned from the hunting team. Tiger Chong had already gone back to find Huan Yun. The elders have always wanted him to find a partner early, insisting he must walk around the tribe before returning to increase his chances. So, as he wandered around, he saw his sister and happily ran over. Uncle Tiger Hill. The 3 snake cubs called out in unison when they saw Tiger Hill. Little White instinctively wanted to hide behind Sandai, covering his face. He was afraid Tiger Hill would realize how ugly he was and refused to let him stay at home. But after greeting Tiger Hill and the 3 snake cubs, Tiger Hill just looked at him curiously and said, Little White, you're not wearing a mask today? That's good. No male has no scars. Scars are a male's glory. You should be proud. Good boy, very nice. Tiger Hill patted Little White's shoulder with admiration. Little White was stunned. Uncle Tiger Hill didn't dislike him and even praised him? Before he could fully recover from the shock, Sang Feng started talking rapidly, accusing Tiger Lie. Uncle Tiger Hill, they bullied Little White, stole the meat for cooking porridge and won't admit it. Tiger Hill looked surprised at Tiger Lie. Big brother, did your cub really steal food? Although Huan Yun had cut ties with Tiger Lie, he had liked following him since he was young and was used to calling him Big Brother, so he couldn't change that habit. He always respected Tiger Lie as he would his own older brother. What's stealing? I don't know. Tiger Lie refused to admit it. Tiger Hill kindly advised Big Brother if he really stole food, you should talk to the cub about it. Food is very important in the tribe now. There are so many refugees and beastmen outside who can't fill their stomachs. Every piece of meat can save many lives. The 2 tiger cubs are still young. If they're taught now, even if they do bad things, they can be corrected. Otherwise, it will be too late when they grow up. As for that meat, Big Brother, if you... Tiger Hill wanted to say that since Big Brother is now caring for a partner and 2 cubs, if he can't produce enough meat, he could use his own portion to help. Stealing from the tribe always has to be repaid. But just as he was about to speak, Tiger Lai's face darkened, looking as if he was angered. Stop pretending to be my big brother. You and Sandy are both the same kind of people. We're no longer family. We're just two pieces of meat. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you stole two large prey animals. He felt that Tiger Hill's words were probably meant to favor Sandy and to make him feel guilty about the meat. But where could he get meat now? These days, he's been eating only wild vegetable soup. The vegetables were given to Luo Yuer and Ingshi. Without animal blood, he's completely weak now. Even if he wanted to go hunting again, it would be very hard to catch prey. Tiger Hill's words must be an intentional insult. Big brother you. Tiger Hill looked at Tiger Lai with a surprised expression, his face almost twisting. In that moment, he felt that his big brother was strangely unfamiliar. It was as if he almost didn't recognize him anymore. I'll settle the score for my injured cub next time. Tiger Lai left those words and took his two cubs away. Stop. Stop. You haven't apologized to Little White yet. Sang Feng shouted at Tiger Lai's back. Little White tugged at his sleeve and whispered, It's okay, no need to apologize. Anyway, I didn't get into trouble. Sang Feng rolled his eyes and looked disappointed. Can you have some pride? If you're always so weak, I won't help you if you get bullied again. Little White blinked and suddenly smiled shyly. Thank you for helping me today. Next time is another matter. At least today, they were all helping him. Sang Feng's face suddenly turned red. Who helped you? Don't be so full of yourself. He turned his head and refused to speak to Little White anymore. Sang Qing and Sang Yu exchanged glances and giggled secretly. The third brother was still as insincere as ever. Little White's face still carried a smile, feeling that this moment was very wonderful. He wished their relationship could stay like this forever. He didn't dare to ask for too much. As long as they didn't dislike him like now, that would be enough. Sandy stepped forward and gently patted Tiger Hill's arm. Second brother. Tiger Hill froze in place, staring blankly at Tiger Lai's departing figure, feeling a bit dazed. It wasn't until he heard Sandy's voice that he turned around and muttered, How did Big Brother become like this? He wasn't like this before. He really felt he no longer recognized his big brother. It was as if he had changed into a different person. Seeing his second brother's injured expression, Sandy's heart softened and he explained, Maybe it's not that he's changed, but that we've never truly understood him. For me, Huli is like a main character in a poorly written story. I have no feelings for Huli and I even dislike what he does. However, Huqiu has truly lived with Huli. He sees Huli as a role model and has been doing so for over 20 years. It's understandable that he can't accept such a change right now. Huqiu doesn't speak. Only his eyes look a little dull. Sandai doesn't insist either. She just thinks her second brother is a bit unlucky, first being tricked by a female, then by his brothers. She signals to the children, and they all take Huqiu home together. When they arrive home, Huqiang is carrying a steaming bowl of lamb soup from the kitchen. Seeing Huqiu, he quickly greets, Kai, you're back. Perfect timing. Huqiu, go help in the kitchen and serve the dishes. They're ready. Usually, Huqiu would start talking loudly as soon as he entered, but today he just lowers his head and responds softly before going into the kitchen. Huqiang looks at Sandai with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with him? Did he meet that female again? When he was tricked by a female before, he looked just like this, downcast. Later, during a heavy rainstorm, the whole family was stuck at home and couldn't go out. Sandai thought of ways to keep everyone entertained, and that helped him feel better. No, we just met Huli. Sandai shakes her head. She asks the children to wash their hands and then recounts what just happened to Huqiang. This arrogant tiger, from now on, you and your siblings and Xiao Feng and the others stay away from Huli, Huqiang says with a frown. Whenever they get close to that guy, bad things seem to happen to their family. Dad, don't worry. I'll watch over second brother and the children. Sandai nods. She knows this well. Hearing her words, Huqiang feels relieved. It's easier with a daughter, unlike Huqiu, that silly kid who always gets tricked. At the dinner table, although Huqiu feels down, hearing the children's lively voices makes him feel a little better. Xiaobai takes off his mask, and the elders don't react negatively, which reassures Xiaobai a lot. In the forest, near the territory of the strange beasts, the Black Abyss tribe's orcs are stationed. As dusk falls, several large clay pots bubble away, filling the air with delicious smells. Some males stand guard over the pots, adding wood underneath to keep the fire burning hotter. Luckily Sandai had Snake Liang send these foods and the clay pots. Otherwise, we wouldn't know when we could drive the fierce beasts out of the forest, they say. A Tungsha orc said happily, yes, if we didn't have food, we would not only have to watch out for fierce beasts every day, but also find ways to hunt far away. The nearby forests are corrupted by evil energy, and most places have become wastelands with no grass. Thanks to Sandy, she is truly a blessing for our tribe. Not just that. If we could drive the fierce beasts out of the forest, she would be a hero for the entire orc race. Sandy must be sent by the god of beasts to protect us, said Tong Cang, leaning against a tree and sitting casually. His usually stern face showed signs of weariness from living outdoors. He was usually distant from others, but recently, the tribe no longer feared him as much. They realized that besides being serious and quiet, the king was not as fierce as they thought. When orcs were injured in battle, he even helped them. Hearing everyone's praise, Tong Cang opened his eyes, a faint softness flashing in his gaze. Yes, since Sandy arrived at the tribe, she not only helped him solve Xiaobai's problem but also helped the entire tribe, and even the orcs fleeing from outside. Without her, their journey would have been much harder. As they spoke, the food was ready. The orc responsible for cooking was the first to serve a large bowl and handed it to Tong Cang. King, please eat first. Their food was prepared using Sandy's method, putting various ingredients into a pot and boiling them into a porridge. This way, even wild vegetables tasted like meat, especially with white crystal stones added, giving the orc strength. It was easy to share, and no one objected because the water made it more filling. The orcs ate, feeling it was no different from meat broth, and their appetites grew. Leave it for now. Let everyone eat quickly, then rest. In the past few days, fierce beasts have been active at night, so tonight they probably won't be calm, Tong Cang ordered. The orcs nodded repeatedly, yes, I will go now. Hearing Tong Cang's words, the orcs lined up to receive their food. They ate quickly, tidied up, and then each found a place to rest. Their camp was really just a forest they occupied, surrounded by thorn bushes. The orcs huddled in small groups to sleep. They had come in a rush, and their supplies were limited. All they had was food. They woke up every day ready to fight fierce beasts, with no time to gather dry grass. Being able to sleep peacefully on the ground without disturbance was already the greatest happiness. At night, except for the orcs on guard, everyone else was resting. But by midnight, the guards on duty found nothing unusual. Just as the orc hesitated, a flash of lightning split the dark night sky in two. Immediately, thunder roared. King, it's thundering. It might rain soon. Should we stay here? The night watch orc asked Tinkong. Tinkong looked up at the sky, thought for a moment, and said, find a place to take shelter from the rain. First, move the food inside. If the food gets wet, it will spoil. Leave 2 patrol teams here to watch, and the others should find shelter too. Gather together. Don't spread out too much. Sandai had said that food must stay dry to last. If it gets wet, all their supplies could be lost. They can't chase the wild beasts out of the forest with empty stomachs. Yes, the orc replied and immediately began to act. There were no other orcs nearby, but finding a place to hide from the rain was not hard. The forest had many animal dens, which were no longer used by wild animals. Soon they found a bear cave. Several orcs worked together to make the cave bigger, and just before the rain started, they moved all the food inside. The other orcs looked for other places to hide. Luckily, there was a small natural cave nearby that could hold about 100 orcs. Tinkong ordered the injured orcs to go in first. The rest gathered large banana leaves and big leaves, ran under the trees, and felt the rain pounding down. Tinkong and the others also stayed under the trees to avoid the rain. Seeing the king standing outside with them gave the orcs a strange feeling of strength. During the night, besides the rain, it was very boring. One orc couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if we could move our tribes home here too. If they had a place to stay, they could guard the wild beasts from here. As soon as he said that, an orc laughed and said, "You're dreaming. Moving our home here? Do you want to bring Sandai's house here? That's too heavy to carry." Exactly, dreaming is fine, but let's be realistic. Right now, we're just glad we're not hungry. Asking for too much is too much. The orcs thought he was too greedy. It was impossible to do that. The orc was rebuked but didn't get angry. He just chuckled foolishly. I was just saying it casually. I didn't really mean it. Of course, he knew it was just a dream. King, we are all here to take shelter from the rain. What about the wild beasts over there? If they come out during the rain, should we send some orcs back to guard the area? The serpent orc approached Tong Cang and asked. Anyway, it was raining everywhere, so instead of hiding here, it might be better to hide at the border where we can also keep watch over the beasts. If any wild beasts appear, we would have time to respond. No need, Tong Cang replied confidently. These wild beasts are afraid of rain and won't come out on rainy days. Afraid of rain?
Oh, right.
It seems that during the month of continuous rain before, the wild beasts never came out, the serpent orc suddenly realized. Then he had a bright idea. If they're afraid of rain, what if we dig a river at the border? Would that stop the wild beasts from crossing? Tong Cang shot him a glance and asked calmly, "There are rivers in the forest too. Do you think that stopped the wild beasts from going to different tribes?" The orc hesitated. It seems not. Wild beasts only stay inside during rain, but they're not afraid of water. They can cross rivers too. What was initially just his guess was gradually confirmed during the time he spent in the forest chasing away the wild beasts. Hearing this, the serpent orc looked disappointed. He thought he had found a way to stop the wild beasts from traveling. But then he relaxed again. If it were so easy to solve, why would they have been enemies with the beasts for over 1,000 years? Of course, he couldn't come up with a real solution. The rain stopped in the late night. The wild beasts did not come out, and the orcs returned to their camp, sleeping peacefully for a while. Early the next morning, they saw Sibling leading a group of orcs carrying supplies. "Sibling, did Sandy send you again with food? What's so delicious this time? Last time you brought food, we were careful with it, and we still haven't finished eating it. You don't need to bring so much food. There are many females and young ones in the tribe. Just leave the food for them. We won't starve." Though happy, the orcs also worried that their families back at the tribe might go hungry. They came out to fight mainly to protect their loved ones. If their families had to endure hunger because of them, then their efforts would be meaningless. Sibling ordered the orcs behind him to set down the supplies and smiled as he said, "This time, it's not just food. It's something more useful." More useful? What could it be besides food? The orcs asked with puzzled expressions. Sibling then approached Tong Cang respectfully and said, "King,
What did Sandy send you this time?"
Tong Cang also became curious. The things brought by the young female were not just supplies. They were a surprise.
"I don't know what has been sent this time."
Sibling turned around and asked the accompanying orcs to bring out the items. As they set up, he happily said to Tong Cang, "King, this is a tent made by Sandy. It's much easier and faster to build than a room, and it can protect us from wind and rain." Tent? Tong Cang only saw the orcs bringing out sewn animal skins arranged in strange shapes, along with large and small wooden sticks. Surprisingly, when these sticks were combined, they didn't fall apart. They were tightly connected, as if they had grown together naturally. Not only Tong Cang, but the other orcs were also amazed. What is a tent? Isn't it just animal skins and wood? Animal skins can block rain, but they probably can't be used by too many orcs at once. That's too wasteful. It would be better to keep them in the tribe for the females. Where did the tribe get so many animal skins? "I remember we don't have that many left," the orcs said, feeling that using so many skins for themselves was too luxurious. "It's built with animal skins and wood," Sandy explained. She said it can fit all the orcs to sleep inside. These animal skins were all brought out by Sandy. She said she kept the skins everyone sent her before, and now she's giving them to us. Huguang answered everyone's questions one by one. The orcs stared in shock. Can it really fit all of us to sleep inside? Wow, Sandy is so kind. Those skins are hers, and she's giving them to us. The orcs were deeply moved. Even Tong Cang thought the young female was too kind and naive, not hiding her supplies at all. If he couldn't return, those supplies would be her future assets. Why would she give them all away? All the orcs watched intently. Soon, a large tent was built. Unlike the tents used by refugees, Sandy's was shaped like a Mongolian yurt, bigger and sturdier. Inside, it was made with materials taken from the supermarket, covered with 2 layers of animal skins on the inside and outside. This way, it wouldn't be obvious and would also be windproof and warm. When Sandy arranged tents for the refugee orcs, she also planned to give some to Tong Cang and the others. However, since the items from the supermarket were not easy for other orcs to handle, she did everything herself, which caused some delay. Once it was finished, Huguang immediately sent Sibling to deliver it. The big tent could hold 50 orcs, and if they squeezed a bit, even more could fit inside. Although their cave isn't as spacious and comfortable as others, the orcs are already satisfied with having a shelter to block the wind and rain. Seeing the tents built, the orcs eagerly gather around, touching here and inspecting there. Wow, I can't believe it. Yesterday, I was joking that our big brother was dreaming, and today, Sandy really brought us a place to live. As soon as he said this, the orcs who had argued last night blushed with embarrassment. The orc who spoke just scratched his head and smiled simply. I was just joking. I didn't think Sandy would actually do it. In the eyes of the orcs, Sandy is almost like a god, capable of anything. Amidst their chatter, Huguang had already helped the orcs set up the tents. After assigning the rooms, Huguang picked a few clever orcs and taught them how to take down and rebuild the tents. Their camp isn't fixed. They move it each time they drive out some of the wild beasts from the forest, so they don't lose everything and can also keep an eye on the beasts' movements. Once everything was arranged, Huguang took out other supplies brought from the tribe, 200 gene of white crystal stones, newly brewed alcohol, and herbs that can remove evil energy. Watching the continuous flow of precious supplies, Tinkong asked quietly, "How's the tribe doing now?" Seeing Wang's hesitant expression, Huguang couldn't help but reveal the truth. "Wang, you want to know how Sandy is doing, right?" "The tribe is fine. Sandy is fine. Sandy has also taught us many new things. The refugees outside now have places to stay, and they're working hard. Nothing is wasted. Wang, don't think that just because we received so many supplies, everything is perfect. We now know how to farm, raise chickens and eggs. We're not lacking food. Next time, more supplies will come, and you and everyone else can focus on fighting. Everything in the tribe is good." Hearing Huguang's words, Tinkong felt like he was being told only good news. With so many supplies delivered, how could the tribe still have enough to eat? And so many refugee orcs outside. It's already good if they don't cause trouble, let alone work. Tinkong didn't believe it. He thought Sandy must have told Huguang to say these things to comfort him. He decided he needed to go back soon, so his little female wouldn't wait too long. "Wang, how are things on your side? Are there any casualties? You weren't hurt, right?" Sandy specifically asked me to find out before I left, and to tell her when I got back. Huguang remembered another matter and asked, "Did she ask you to ask that?" Still, he specifically reminded them. Hearing this, the ice in Tinkong's eyes and brows melted a little. It turned out that the young female had been worried about him all along. Yes, these herbs were also brought by Sandai. Sandai said we don't need to hold back. Ingruei planted many, so it's enough. Hearing Ingruei's name, Tinkong's expression darkened again. He said coldly, "Tell Sandai I'm not hurt. Once we drive the fierce beasts out of the forest, I'll return. It just takes some more time." Tinkong spoke casually, but in reality, from the Black Abyss tribe to the fierce beast territory through the forest, an adult orc would need at least 2 days of non-stop running without eating or drinking to reach there. They are only halfway now. Not to mention, after driving the fierce beasts back to their territory, they still need to find a way to trap them so they won't re-enter the forest. That's a very difficult task. Yes, I will tell Sandai exactly as you say, Shiliang replied with a smile. Tinkong always found Shiliang's smile a bit annoying, so he waved his hand and said, go rest. Rest well, then return as soon as possible. Don't delay on the way. Okay. Shiliang happily ran off. In the tribe, on the 6th day after Shiliang's departure, the supply team finally returned. Sandai was waiting outside the tribe, with 4 cubs. Seeing Shiliang return, she hurried over and asked, how is it? Is everything okay with the king? Behind her, Xiaobai looked up eagerly, hoping to hear good news from Shiliang. Shiliang reverted to his human form. They had long been trained by Tinkong, so they always carried animal pelts with them. When transforming back to human form, they would put on clothes. The king is fine, not hurt. Fortunately, Sandai, the methods you taught us worked. The orcs in the tribe and the king don't have to go hungry, and everyone is grateful for you. Shiliang conveyed the orcs' thanks to Sandai. Finally, he said, the king said once we drive the fierce beasts out of the forest, he will return as soon as possible, so you don't need to worry. Looking into Shiliang's eyes, Sandai suddenly felt a bit shy and stammered, I am worried that if something happens to the king, no one can protect the tribe. Shiliang smiled silently. He wasn't 100th as capable as the king, but when it came to finding a partner, he was definitely ahead of both the king and Sandai. Especially after knowing the king's little thoughts, he could see the ambiguous atmosphere between the two at a glance. When the king returns, the tribe will probably have a queen, right? Hearing that her father was safe, Xiaobai also breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Shiliang, how much longer will it take for the father to drive the fierce beasts out of the forest? Father has been away from the tribe for a month. Although I am happy living with Aunt Dai, I still miss him. Snake Liang doesn't know this. Whether the evil beast can be completely driven out of the forest is uncertain. But seeing Xiaobai's innocent expression, I can't bear to disappoint him. I smile and say, it will happen soon, not much longer. Xiaobai, you must trust the king. Xiaobai nods firmly, yes. Sandy feels much more at ease. Now that Tong Cang is not in the tribe, she doesn't want him to come back turned into a villain. All her efforts would be wasted otherwise. In the following days, Sandy works hard to lead the tribe's beasts in farming. Snake Liang finds a large, fertile piece of land west of the reservoir, perfect for planting, close to water for easy irrigation. With the beasts' help, they have cleared 30 acres, planting sorghum, sweet potatoes, and carrots. Sandy buys many seeds from the supermarket's order list, secretly mixing high-quality seeds into the batch. These seeds have high yields and short growing times. For example, the sweet potatoes have already sprouted lush green leaves, and the leaves can be eaten. The carrots have just begun to poke out of the ground, while the sorghum is growing more slowly, still without seed heads. The chicken coop is also built. Sandy initially planned to raise chickens, ducks, and geese, especially since they now have crystal stones from the beasts and the supermarket funds are plentiful. But since the water for the beasts is drawn directly from the river, raising ducks and geese would mean going to the river to let them swim, which she wants to avoid to prevent drinking water mixed with duck droppings. In the end, she decides to raise chickens first as long as the numbers increase. The eggs are collected by the beasts from the forest, but Sandy secretly buys chicks from the order list, pretending they are hatched from eggs, and swaps them out. The beasts are initially confused, wondering why these eggs come from different places, but hatch chickens that look the same. But once the chickens grow and their colors start to vary, they stop doubting. Sandy has a trick up her sleeve. She bought different breeds of chicks, such as pearl chickens, bearded chickens, noble consort chickens, apricot blossom chickens, black chickens, and bantams. The beasts don't recognize these breeds and think they are different wild birds. The tribe's young ones also have a new task, catching insects to feed the chickens. From the smallest to the largest, almost no beast is idle. When Tong Cang left on the 35th day, the first house built by the refugee beasts was completed. Now that there is no leader in the tribe, everyone naturally hands over their assigned rights to Sandy. Outside the tribe, the muddy ground had been covered with gravel, making it clean and bright. The orcs gathered together, quietly watching the young female standing at the front. The only sounds were the faint rustling of hands. Sandy looked at the orcs, who were almost unable to hide their excitement, and didn't waste time. She raised her voice and said, "Thanks to everyone's hard work, the first house is now built. To be fair, I will select 50 of the most diligent orcs to move into the new houses. Each orc will have their own room." The houses for these refugees and Sandy's own house were different. Their houses were dormitory style, with a 5-story building. Each floor had 11 rooms, including one bathroom with a drainage system. Since not all orcs are clean and hygienic and cleaning toilets is difficult and smelly, Sandy decided to build outdoor toilets for everyone, which are public restrooms. Fully modern toilets are impossible here, but this was the best plan Sandy had thought of after careful consideration. As soon as she finished speaking, cheers erupted among the orcs. They seemed very happy with this arrangement. "Sandy, go ahead and announce it. Who are the 50 orcs? I'll definitely be one. I've been working really hard lately. No one works harder than me." "Me too. My crops are growing the best in my field. Sandy even praised me. I must be one of them." The orcs eagerly discussed, waiting for the list to be announced. Sandy took out a sheepskin scroll, unrolled it, and revealed a list she had prepared in advance, filled with names selected by Snake Liang and herself. "I will now announce the 50 orcs. When I call your name, step to the open space on my left. Later, some orcs will take you to choose your rooms. Bear Peak, Wolf Chi, Sheep Ming, Fox Mao, Deer Gao." Sandy read out all the names one by one. The orcs whose names were called cheered happily, proud, and straightening their backs. They eagerly stepped forward from the crowd. Those whose names were not called looked envious and wondered why they weren't chosen. Don't be discouraged if you weren't selected this time. This is just the first group. The next house will be finished in about a week, and I will announce the second group then. Keep working hard, everyone." The orc who has already moved into the house said, "In the future, if there are any supplies in the tribe or females looking for mates, they will be chosen from this list first. Everyone, don't slack off. If anyone is caught lazily shirking work for a long time, their house will be taken away and given to others who work hard." Seeing everyone look discouraged, Sandy quickly shared some good news. This lifted the orcs' spirits again. The chosen orcs didn't dare to be too proud and reminded themselves to work even harder in the future. Now, the tribe has enough workers, and once everything is running smoothly, more people will help build houses. Sandy had already planned the order and timing for building the houses. If all the houses finished at the same time, the orcs living in them might lose motivation. But if houses are completed in batches, it can motivate everyone. The reaction of the refugee orcs was just as Sandy expected. One sharp female voice came from behind the crowd, saying, "Hey, there's a list? Who knows if these orcs on the list are really the hardest workers? There are so many orcs. How can she tell them all apart? I think it's unfair. The houses are built by everyone's effort, but she's the one deciding who lives where. Isn't that just her giving orders?" Sandy looked over and saw Luo Yuer standing among the crowd, looking unhappy and glaring at her. Luo Yuer's words quickly caused a stir among the others. That female has a point. Why should she choose? I think I work harder than them. Exactly. We do all the work. Why should we listen to her? We should decide ourselves who's stronger should get the house. Let strength decide. Sandy often patrols the work sites of the orcs. When she looked around, she saw that those speaking were the orcs who usually like to slack off and don't work seriously. Stop talking nonsense. Even the orcs from the Black Abyss tribe listened to Sandy. Of course we should listen to her. One orc retorted immediately. All the tents we live in and the food we eat are provided by Sandy. Why should we listen to her arrangements? Don't you have any conscience? Without Sandy, you'd all be dead long ago. These orcs work hard every day, but the others only slack off and eat lazily. If a fight broke out, they'd definitely lose to these guys. The troublemakers are shameless orcs. When they hear these retorts, they don't feel ashamed at all. In fact, they shout even louder. One of them sarcastically asked, "Are you so loyal to Sandy because she's your mother, or do you just like her? I heard that Sandai doesn't have a partner yet. Are you planning to find her as your mate?" With your attitude, do you really think she would like you? She only sees you as a tool to do work. Didn't you notice that the Black Abyss tribe won't even let you in? A group of males blushed and got angry after being scolded. They looked at Sandai and didn't know how to reply. Of course, they all liked Sandai. Who wouldn't like such a female? But they had never had inappropriate thoughts about her. They knew their place and were just happy to survive. Sandai deserved the best males. They even worried that she might get angry if she heard such words. If she kicked them out because of this, what would they do? Luo Yuer crossed her arms proudly, waiting to see how Sandai would respond. Sandai glanced at Luo Yuer, gave a signal to Xiliang, then turned and said, "You guys, do you have a problem with the list I announced?" The leading troublemakers immediately replied loudly, "Yes. Catch them, starve them for 3 days, then throw them into the forest. From now on, they aren't allowed to exchange food with the tribe." Several males were stunned. Before they could react, Xiliang led a dozen strong men to arrest them. Being refugees, they lacked enough nutrition and were no match for Xiliang and his men. Soon, the scene fell silent. Sandai smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, I don't need to prove whether my selection is fair. If you have objections, don't participate." True hardworking beastmen wouldn't think it's unfair. The males looked stunned. "Let me go. I have no objections. I was just talking nonsense earlier. Spare me, I know I was wrong." After 3 days of hunger and being thrown into the forest, whether they could escape back was uncertain. At this moment, they realized how fortunate it was that the Black Abyss tribe provided food and let them work. It's too late now. Take them away. Anyone else who thinks it's unfair will be treated the same. Sandai had no plans to let them regret. Such troublemakers should be kicked out early. She was the one setting the rules here. Seeing Sandai quickly deal with those males, Luo Yuer gritted her teeth in anger. What a bunch of yes-men, listening so obediently to Sandai. If anyone didn't know better, they'd think the Black Abyss tribe belonged to Sandai. Seeing her chance to cause trouble for Sandai slip away again, Luo Yuer stormed off in frustration. The refugee beastmen, however, admired Sandai even more. Tsuewei took Yuechan to Sandy's side. "Sandy, you're really amazing. I was worried everyone might cause trouble earlier. I think Sister Sandy looked a bit like Wang just now," Yuechan said shyly, covering her mouth and smiling. Sandy pinched Yuechan's cheek. The girl's face was now rosy and fuller, looking very cute. "Yuechan, you and Tsuewei are getting closer. Now you talk like Tsuewei and even make jokes." "Sandy, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask Xiliang. He'll agree. Besides Wang, only you can handle such things in the tribe." Yuechan's cheeks turned a little red, but she became more eloquent. Hearing her words, Xiliang nodded like a proud little husband and agreed. "That's right. That's right. Our Wang is naturally commanding. Just a look from him, and they won't dare cause trouble. Sandy is smart and knows how to talk." Hee. Sandy didn't believe their jokes. Soon, the top 50 beastmen had all been assigned rooms and had places to stay. After a brief cheer, the beastmen returned to their work, working even harder. Meanwhile, Luo Yuer was furious as she stormed back into the cave. As soon as she entered, she saw 2 tiger cubs running toward her, howling. Luo Yuer rarely interacted with the tiger cubs and didn't like staying with them, but the cubs liked to cling to her. "Get out of here, useless things. Don't bother me." Luo Yuer kicked one of the cubs away. The cubs, still with swollen heads from bites, looked like big-headed dolls. Seeing them, Luo Yuer thought of Sandy's commanding attitude, which made her even more annoyed. Feeling her mother's anger, the cubs trembled and shrank into the corner, not daring to come closer. When Hu Lai returned, he saw this scene and was angry. "Why are you taking your anger out on the cubs? They didn't do anything wrong. They are my cubs. I can hit them if I want," Luo Yuer said confidently, feeling she had done nothing wrong. Her cubs deserved whatever punishment they got. Hu Lai felt it was pointless to argue with Luo Yuer. He comforted the cubs for a while and then took the wild vegetables he gathered today to the cave entrance to cook. Luo Yuer went for a walk outside. She was very hungry. When the vegetable porridge was ready, she was about to serve herself. Eagle Creek returned from outside with a large basin and poured most of the vegetable porridge into it. After eating, Ingshi still mumbled with a dissatisfied look and criticized, "Hulie, you're really not improving. Why is today's porridge so clear? It's almost all water.
You should have put in some meat."
Before, I could even chew on some meat to fill my teeth. Now, there's no meat, no beast blood, and no white crystal stones. Hulie was quite angry.
Easy for you to say.
Why don't you go catch some prey yourself? Luo Yuer scooped in the pot with a spatula, but saw that the porridge was already gone, with only a little stuck to the edges of the pot. Her face darkened. "Ingshi, you don't work or hunt all day, and I haven't blamed you for the house collapsing before. But how dare you eat all the food? What am I supposed to eat?" Ingshi took out a thin stick, lazily picking his teeth, and said, "Hulie is so capable. Just have him cook another pot. I'm a male. If I don't eat enough, how can I have the strength to work?" "Luo Yuer, you're too stingy. Isn't it normal for females in the tribe to let their mates eat well? Look at you now, you're practically a crazy woman." Not only did he refuse to apologize or admit fault, but he also turned the blame around. Luo Yuer was so angry she felt dizzy, clutching her head and taking a long moment to steady herself. How did you become like this?" she asked, still in disbelief. When they first met, he was so understanding and gentle with her. Now, he called her a crazy woman? Luo Yuer couldn't believe her ears. "Change? I haven't changed at all. Luo Yuer, stop overthinking and daydreaming. I'm exhausted and need to sleep. Don't bother me," Ingshi said, then went back into the cave to lie down. He still occupied Luo Yuer's bed. Luo Yuer felt betrayed, her anger rising. She pointed at Ingshi's back and shouted, "You! How dare you treat me like this? Females are greater than the sky. Do you believe I will tell the tribe about you?" In their world, males taking care of their mates was normal. If a male treated his partner badly, he would be abandoned and despised by other tribe members. Ingshi looked fearless. "Go tell them if you want. No one in the tribe supports you. No one cares about us anyway. Whether you tell or not, it makes no difference." He wasn't afraid. When he chose Luo Yuer as his mate, he knew this was part of the deal. If she were like Sandy, whose partner treated her badly, the males in the tribe would refuse her. But no one cared about Luo Yuer. After pretending for so long, seeing that trying to appease her was less and less effective, he simply stopped pretending altogether. You, get out. I will divorce you.
Leave now.
Without you as my partner, you'll just be despised by everyone." Luo Yuer was so angry her face turned green, and she shouted sharply, "Fine, this is what you said. Now you've offended Sandy. With me here, you still have 2 strong partners. Without me, only Tiger Lai is left. Let's see if he can always protect you. If someone tries to hurt you, I won't be able to help." Eagle Creek spread his hands, looking confident that Luo Yuer wouldn't dare to chase him away.
"You!"
Luo Yuer was speechless for a moment. She thought carefully and realized that Eagle Creek did have a point. Even if Eagle Creek was afraid of nothing, having one more person around would make other beastmen hesitate a little. The thought that she couldn't control Eagle Creek made her blood boil. Why was I so blind to like you in the first place? She angrily decided not to speak to Eagle Creek anymore and turned to scrape the pot bottom. In the following days, she couldn't chase Eagle Creek away. Whenever there was food, Eagle Creek would appear first to eat his fill. She and Tiger Lai could only eat the leftovers. Life became even more miserable. Soon, a new period began. For more houses were built outside the tribe, and 200 more beastmen moved in. Although progress was slow, many beastmen still lived in tents, but they saw hope. The refugee beastmen were full of hope for their lives. After building the chicken coop, the tribe also set up a rabbit breeding house. Over the past month, the 3 snake cubs had bred 4 litters of rabbits. The burrows were becoming crowded, so Sandy and the cubs moved the rabbits to the rabbit house. This way, they could expand the breeding. This was Sandy's first industry she personally managed, and she was quite attentive. The The three snake cubs insisted on personally making sure the rabbits were settled before feeling at ease. Early in the morning, she took the three cubs to move the rabbits. Just after finishing, she saw Qing Chui and a few other females talking outside. Qing Chui, what are you talking about? Why are you so happy? Sandy asked curiously as she approached. Sandy girl, come here, come here, Qing Chui said happily as soon as she saw Sandy, pulling her hand to walk over. Sandy looked at her curiously. Qing Chui was friendly and well-liked in the tribe, so she knew many females. This morning, she had already gathered a group of females to help her. Next to them, a dark-skinned female with a steady voice said, "It's the partner Luo Yuer found later." What was his name again? Ishi, another female added. Yes, it's called Ingshi. When they first became mates, he pushed Tigerly aside and became nothing. I heard that now Ingshi has revealed his true nature. He does nothing at home and acts like a boss. Is there any female in the tribe brave enough to be with him? Qing Sui also said, that's right. Luo Yuer doesn't dare to do much with him. She used to be so proud and boasted in front of us. I didn't expect Ingshi to be like this. No one else in the tribe would want him, so she considers herself lucky. The orcs have never seen a female being ridden by her mate before. Today, Luo Yuer's situation is the first, so everyone is talking about it. Another smaller female covers her mouth and says, in my opinion, Luo Yuer is too naive. She was tricked by Ingshi. My mate is also an Eagle Clan orc. Everyone in the Eagle Clan knows Ingshi is lazy and not a good person. Then Luo Yuer was definitely fooled? If she was tricked, she deserves it. I heard that day, other males didn't want to be her mate. She only agreed to Ingshi because he offered her a jar of white crystal stones. She was attracted by his sweet words and flattery. Exactly. She was greedy, so it's her own fault. We can't blame others. It's better they pair up so they won't harm other orcs. The females finished talking, and none of them felt sorry for Luo Yuer. Sandai didn't expect herself to have stumbled upon such gossip. She remembered that this part of the story wasn't in the book. In the original story, Luo Yuer and Tigerly lived happily together, loving each other all their lives. Luo Yuer had many female friends, but only Tigerly was her mate. Now Luo Yuer has two mates, and her relationship with Tigerly is strained, heading in the opposite direction. This is actually a good thing because Luo Yuer can no longer deceive others and harm innocent orcs. Sandai turned around and looked at the three cubs happily feeding rabbits in the rabbit house. As long as Luo Yuer behaves herself and doesn't bother her or the cubs, she doesn't bother with her messy affairs. Just then, a small male with beast ears hurriedly ran over. Sandai, the king is back. The females' voices immediately stopped. Sandai looked surprised, and Xiaobai, hearing the voice, ran out of the rabbit house. Is Dad back? Is Dad really back? Xiaobai hasn't seen his dad for over 2 months. This is the first time he's been away from his dad for so long. The three snake cubs also came out behind him. Sandai said, the king is back. Has he already driven out the evil beasts from the forest? The king is so powerful. She was a little envious of Xiaobai for having such a strong father. Small male with animal ears shook his head and said, I don't know. The king asked me to invite Sandy over. You can see for yourselves once you go. Little White blinked and asked, does Daddy send you to call Annie Dai as soon as he comes back? Yes. Sandy didn't catch the hidden meaning in Little White's words. She was focused on the situation outside, thinking that Tinkong came back to find her. Maybe he encountered an unsolvable problem outside. She immediately said, where is the king? Take me to him quickly. Annie Dai, can I go too? I miss Daddy. Little White tugged at Sandy's clothes and asked. Before Sandy could answer, Sang Feng also mumbled, Mother, we want to go too. Take us along. We can keep Little White company. Sang Yu looked helpless. At this moment, she was using Little White as a shield. Sandy thought that recently Little White had been with the three snake cubs all the time, so she nodded and said, okay, we'll go together. But no making noise or disturbing the king and Little White when they talk. After not seeing each other for so long, She believed Tong Cang missed Little White too. Father and son probably had many things to talk about. The three snake cubs nodded in unison. Sandy then allowed the small male with animal ears to take them there. Qing Chui and the female beast saw this, and didn't go to bother them. They knew the king's visit to Sandy was important, and they couldn't help much by going along. Staying quietly and not causing trouble was the best help. The small male with animal ears led Sandy and the others to the Eagle tribe's beast cave. From a distance, they saw a group of beastmen gathered outside the cave. Even a female beast with a less sensitive sense of smell could detect the bloodstains. Her heart suddenly tightened. Why here? Could Tong Cang be injured? Thinking that Tong Cang knew her blood's effects and called her over so urgently, was he being corrupted by evil energy and about to lose control and go berserk again? Her heart clenched tightly. Without waiting for the small male with animal ears to lead, she quickly ran forward, pushing past the beast men. Make way, let me in to see. Where is the king? Is he badly hurt? As soon as she entered, she saw a line of beast men lying on the ground. All of them were stained with black blood. Eagle Rue and some veterinarians were rushing back and forth, hurriedly treating them. Sandy grew even more anxious, thinking Tong Cang was among them. She hurriedly approached each beastman to check their faces. Halfway there, she heard a deep, familiar voice behind her. What are you looking for? Sandy was taken aback and turned around to see Tong Cang standing behind her. Though he looked a bit tired and had some stubble on his chin, he had no serious wounds. He had a beast hide tied around his arm, and being close, she could faintly smell the crushed herbs. King, are you okay? Seeing the worried expression on the young female she hadn't seen in a long time, Tong Cang slightly smiled. Is there anything wrong with me? He asked, raising his arm to explain. I was just scratched a little by a fierce beast's claw. I treated it with medicine in the forest, and Ing Rue also reapplied medicine just now. It's a minor injury compared to theirs. Sandy finally relaxed and, thinking about her previous wild guesses, felt a bit embarrassed. She was so confused. She hadn't even seen the person yet and was already jumping to conclusions.
Daddy!
Little Bai ran out from behind the crowd, happily rushing to his father. Outside, Bai rarely showed such lively behavior. Tong Cang squatted down and gently lifted Little Bai with one hand. Looking at his face without a mask, his eyes slightly narrowed in surprise. It seemed the tribe had changed quite a bit during his absence. Little Bai, still catching his breath in his arms, turned to Sandy and squinted, saying, Annie Dai ran so fast. We couldn't keep up with her just now. She must be worried about Daddy too, right? Sandy didn't have time to cover Little Bai's mouth. When she saw Tong Cang's gaze, her heart skipped a beat. She looked down and forced herself to answer. All the beasts in the tribe are very worried about the king. Everyone cares about his safety. Worried? Of course she was. Hearing Little Bai's words, she realized her concern for Tong Cang might not be so simple. Tong Cang looked at Sandy's forehead, about to say something. Yes, we're all very worried about the king. Everyone hopes he'll come back soon and drive away the fierce beasts. King, have you driven the fierce beasts out of the forest? Will the tribe be safe now? It must have been hard for you during all this time. The three snake cubs emerged from behind, echoing Sandy's words. The atmosphere was broken, and Sandy felt relieved. For the first time, she saw that even the chatter of the little ones could be helpful. Although the fierce beasts have left the tribe's area, they haven't been completely driven out of the forest. The matter isn't over yet, Tong Cang replied patiently, not angry. Daddy, do you still want to go? You've been gone for so long. I miss you so much, Little Bai said, hugging Tong Cang's neck with a look of reluctance, after hearing that the fierce beasts hadn't been fully driven out of the forest. Tong Cang rubbed his head. Father also misses you all, but for the safety of the tribe, I have to go out. Once we completely drive the evil beasts out of the forest, I will come back. All right, I will wait for you in the tribe, Father. Go ahead and fight the evil beasts without worry. Xiao Bai nodded obediently, not wanting to cause trouble for his father. Sandy didn't notice that after you. Tong Cang had added an extra men. King, is there something urgent you need to do this time? She asked after the father and son finished talking. Tong Cang put Xiaobai down. Go play outside. I have something important to discuss. Xiaobai nodded happily, and the 3 snake cubs, seeing this, also smartly went out with Xiaobai. Tong Cang took Sandy aside and said, This time I came back mainly to bring these badly injured beastmen for treatment. Although you sent some medicine, their wounds worsened badly. Without beast skins, they can't heal. Sandy looked at the beastmen lying on the ground, some unconscious, some crying loudly. She understood. It seemed the situation there was stabilizing. Otherwise, Tong Cang wouldn't have been able to leave to bring these beastmen back. Hopefully Ying can cure them. I wonder if I should. Sandy's words were cut off by Tong Cang's cold voice. No need. Realizing he was too harsh, Tong Cang softened his tone and said again, There are so many injured beastmen. More will get hurt in the future. If I ask you to treat them all, you'll be exhausted. Sandy thought about it and found his reasoning reasonable, so she didn't mention it further. Anyway, if Tong Cang had something to do, even if he didn't say it, she would find a way to prevent him from turning dark. Second thing, Tong Cang paused, signaling to a subordinate nearby. The beastman immediately brought over a bamboo basket. This is a strange kind of stone I found by chance in the place where the evil beasts are entrenched. I don't know if it's useful.
Stone?
Sandy looked curiously. She didn't expect Tong Cang to specifically bring back stones. Inside the basket were many black stones, shiny and dark like coal, but with a glossy layer on top. Sandy's pupils suddenly widened. This is iron ore? Is it useful to you? Tong Cang only cared about that. Yes, it's very useful. Sandy happily looked up and asked, The king said these stones were found where the evil beasts are, and you managed to conquer that place. Are there many more of these stones? There should still be quite a bit inside. That place is a valley, easy to defend but hard to attack. We haven't finished clearing out all the fierce beasts yet. We've only brought back these stones. If they are useful, I will dig more when I return, he explained. Learning that the area was not yet occupied by him, Sandai's reason finally returned. A place difficult for him to conquer must be special. Is that so? Then the king doesn't need to rush. Although these things are useful, they also take time to forge. This is called iron ore. When smelted, the iron is very hard. It can make sharper weapons than claws or bone knives, and can also be used to make armor and shields. Maybe it can help the orcs resist the fierce beast's attacks. He nodded and quickly understood Sandai's meaning. This stone is different from white crystal and coal. White crystal can restore energy, coal can be burned, but this iron ore is extremely hard. Each type of stone has its own features, which is easy to understand. Seeing that Sandai said it was useful, he ordered his subordinates to bring 5 boxes of iron ore. A total of 6 boxes. Sandai. Didn't he say only a little was brought back? Although this isn't much for iron needs, who would bring back so many useless stones that can't be eaten or drunk just to see if they are useful? That's enough. The safety of the king and everyone is the most important. These stones are also for forging to defend against the fierce beasts. If they're used for their injuries, it wouldn't be worth it, he said. Don't worry, I have a sense of measure, he assured Sandai. However, Sandai admitted, I haven't studied how to smelt iron ore. She touched her ear. She had no experience with these in her previous life. Although there was a supermarket, she wasn't all-powerful. Even Sandai doesn't know? Then we can't use these stones? The orc beside her looked disappointed. If they can't be used, aren't they just useless stones? Suddenly, Sandai had an idea. I don't know how, but maybe an orc can figure it out. Who? Do we have an orc in the tribe smarter than Sandai? The orc asked curiously. Thinking that it was difficult for him to return to the tribe, Sandai immediately said to him, King, please come with me. She led him and the orc carrying the iron ore to the mountain cave, where the deer tribe orcs lived.
King.
The king is back. Seeing the arrival of the king, the deer tribe orcs respectfully stepped aside.
King, welcome back to the tribe.
May I ask if you have any orders? Hearing that the king had come, the tribe leader quickly came out to greet him. Tong Cang looked at Sandai, who stepped forward to help the bent-over deer clan leader. Leader, we are here to find Dear Zay. There's nothing urgent. Please, everyone, go about your business. Hearing this, the deer clan leader quickly dismissed his people and personally led the way to Dear Zay's cave. This was the first time the king had visited their mountain cave, where the beastmen of the deer clan lived. Sandai wanted to say she remembered the route to Dear Zay's cave, but seeing the excited look on the leader's face, she decided not to interfere. Dear Zay, come out quickly. The king and Sandai are here. Don't delay in greeting the king, the deer clan leader shouted at the cave entrance. Inside, it was as messy as ever, with even more clutter than when Sandai last visited. Hearing the noise, a head suddenly peeked out from a hidden corner. Dear Zay grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth in the dark cave. Sandai is here? Good, I'll come out right away, he said, ignoring the other person entirely. Dear Zay quickly crawled out from a pile of trash, ran a few steps, then stopped to brush off the dust from his clothes before rushing outside the cave. Sandai, aren't you busy lately? How do you have time to come here? Is there an interesting story you want to tell me? Dear Zay stopped in front of Sandai, but thinking about how dirty he looked, he kept some distance. Beneath his messy hair, his bright eyes like a deer seemed to shine with anticipation as he looked at Sandai. Again? Tong Cang, standing beside Sandai, frowned and said with a hint of danger in his voice, You often come here to see him? He scrutinized Dear Zay from top to bottom. This male was shameless, lacked strength, and was unkempt. Did the little female like this kind of guy? Of course. Sandai and I get along well. Whenever I have free time, she comes back to talk to me. Dear Zay answered without any defense, not noticing the murderous look in Tong Cang's eyes. Since Sandai remembered Dear Zay, she had never forgotten him. From time to time, she would organize some knowledge from her past life to share with Dear Zay. She knew that for beastmen, discovering these things on their own would take many generations of change. Dear Zay was smart, had insight, and thought deeply. With a little guidance, he might achieve even greater things than those in the books. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the deer clan leader anxiously wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly scolded, Dear Zay, the king is here. If you don't come to greet him, what are you talking about?
Dear Zay was indifferent.
The king is here? Could he be here for me? What's the point of me greeting him? He didn't even know who was standing next to Sandai. The deer clan leader felt a chill down his spine, fearing that his head might separate from his body at any moment. King Dear Zay is the person I told you about. Perhaps he can smelt iron or, Sandai quickly explained to Tinkong, then turned to Dear Zay and said, Dear Zay, the king really came to see you today. Sandai and I have something to ask of you. Something for me?
Dear Zay was surprised.
Sandai, you're so capable. If there's anything you need, just tell me. I will do my best to help you. Yes, only you can do this quickly. Sandai nodded with a smile. Tong Cang held back a cold feeling in his eyes and ordered his men to bring in the iron ore. Sandai said, These stones can be smelted into iron. It's a hard and sharp material, perfect for making weapons and armor. But I don't know how to smelt it, so I want you to research it. Research? Dear Zay's eyes lit up. He looked down at the iron ore, liking the idea of research. No problem. Since you trust me, I will do my best. Dear Zay nodded seriously without hesitation. He picked up the iron ore, examined it, then sniffed it at his nose and thought for a moment before saying, Since both white crystal stones and limestone need to be refined before use, I think this iron ore is the same. Fire is the purest way to remove impurities, so I will try using fire. A hint of joy appeared in Sandai's eyes. She didn't expect Dear Zay to think creatively and didn't need to remind him. But I need a place to work, along with lots of firewood and coal, Dear Zay said after some thought. Sandai looked at Tong Cang for approval. Tong Cang exhaled sharply, thinking that only Dear Zay might succeed, and coldly said, I'll have Xiliang arrange everything for you. Tell him what you need. He can also provide manpower. All right, then, while you're at it, call over 2 clever, quiet beast men to help me burn fire and do the work. Dear Zay waved his hand. He didn't like noisy people. Dear Zay, I'll leave this task to you. Sandai sincerely thanked him. If they could succeed in smelting iron, the combat power of the beastmen would greatly improve, and the tribe's defenses could be stronger. From the Stone Age to the Iron Age, that's a huge leap. Of course, Dear Zay said casually, his eyes fixed on the iron ore. Sandai knew he was an enthusiast for research, so she didn't bother him further. After giving instructions, she left with Tong Cang. After seeing off the king, the Deer clan leader felt sweaty all over. He had almost thought the king would overturn the entire cave. Wang, don't worry. Although Lu Zay doesn't seem very reliable, he is very serious about his work. Since he promised he will do it well. Seeing Tong Cang with a gloomy face, Sandai thought he was unhappy with Lu Zay as a candidate. It makes sense. If she didn't know the story, she would also doubt Lu Zay. Tong Cang kept silent with a serious face. After walking a bit more, Sandai heard a deep voice from above. You know him well, it seems you understand him very much. Not exactly familiar, just exchanged a few words. Lu Zay is different from other males. He is focused and only interested in things others ignore, Sandai explained carefully. Tong Cang said sourly, really? I think he likes you. When he saw the young female, he seemed to forget himself. Those who didn't know might think Lu Zay's eyes only saw her. Likes me? Sandai quickly shook her head. No, that's impossible. In the story, Lu Zay is a research fanatic. Others are love-struck, but he is career-focused. His mind is full of knowledge, not romantic feelings. If he liked her, it would be more accurate to say he liked the knowledge in his mind. Tong Cang narrowed his eyes, quickly answering. Was the young female feeling disappointed? They returned to the Eagle tribe's Beastman cave. This time, they brought back 46 severely injured beastmen. Eagle Ruer and all the tribe's healers came to help, busy as bees. Seeing this, Sandai also went to help. Tong Cang looked deeply at Sandai's busy figure. Shiliang, come here. Shiliang hurried over. King, do you have any orders? Are you aware of how often Sandai visits Lu Zay in the tribe? Not very often, maybe once every half-month. Is there a problem with Lu Zay, King? Do you think there is a problem? Tong Cang asked back. Shiliang hesitated. King, Sandai has only seen Lu Zay 4 times. She hasn't met with us or the outside refugees as often. If the king was jealous, that would be too petty. Of course, he dared not say this aloud. Tong Cang shot him a cold look. So, you dare to openly covet her with the refugee beastmen? Shiliang quickly lowered his head. Of course not. Everyone respects Sandai. We don't have any other thoughts. He wasn't trying to please the king. He was telling the truth. Tong Cang kept silent with a serious face. Shiliang quickly realized and asked in surprise, does the king mean Lu Zay like Sandai? He dares. Is he even worthy? Yes. Lu Zay is just a beast man from the Deer tribe. He has no strength, no good looks, and a shy personality. He's not popular with the females in the tribe. None of the females like him, so of course he wouldn't like Sandy. Snake Leon quickly followed the king's words.
But suddenly, it was better not to speak.
When he did, Tong Cang's face grew darker. Are you saying he dares not to like Sandy, making Sandy sad? Suddenly, Tong Cang wanted to crush Lu Zay even more. Snake Liang. Do you want Lu Zay to like Sandy or not? Eagle Ruer finished handling the last beast man and stepped forward. King, the injured have all been taken care of. They just need some rest and can't go out with you anymore. Tong Cang suppressed the coldness in his eyes and nodded. I understand, Snake Liang. Your subordinate reports. Go and deliver my orders. Also, gather 500 beastmen and come with me to defend against the wild beasts. 500? Snake Liang looked shocked and hesitated. King, there aren't that many strong beastmen left in the tribe. Previously, 2/3 of the warriors had been taken away. Now, the remaining beastmen are busy hunting and protecting the tribe. Even if all of them were taken, it wouldn't be enough for what the king needs. Besides, there simply aren't that many beastmen available. I know. Tong Cang said solemnly. No matter their strength, as long as they are healthy and willing, they can come with me this time. Whether they return alive or not, I will reward them greatly. Tong Cang only brought back 46 injured beastmen, but that didn't mean only that many were hurt. There are more wounded at the front, but their injuries are less serious. Since the front line still needs people, he could only bring back the most urgent cases for treatment. Now, he was truly short on manpower. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken anyone regardless of their strength. Listening to the king's orders, Snake Liang realized how serious the situation was. Yes, I will go ask right away. After Sandy finished helping, seeing Tong Cang discussing important matters with Snake Liang, she didn't disturb him. She found the 3 young snake cubs nearby and went home first. Xiao Bai missed his father, so Sandy let him stay and keep Tong Cang company. After Tong Cang left, she would pick him up again. When Tong Cang returned, he didn't bring back great victory news, but his appearance in the tribe was the best encouragement for the beastmen. He was their spiritual support. The beastmen in the tribe were very happy. They worked harder, eager to show their worth in front of the king and gain his favor. After settling the injured orc, it was already getting late. Tinkong stepped out of the crowd and saw Little White leaning against a tree, curled up and asleep. He approached, waved to signal the nearby Tinkong beastman guard to step back, and bent down to pick up Little White. Little White, who was a light sleeper, woke up at the slightest movement. "Dad, are you done?" Little White rubbed his eyes and, seeing it was Dad, immediately smiled. "Why aren't you back to sleep? I heard you're now staying at Sandy's house. Are you used to it?" Tinkong asked gently. "Yes, I am used to it. Aunt Sandy and her family are very kind to me. Fong and the others stay with me every day. We play together. I don't wear my mask anymore and they don't mind," Little White said excitedly, feeling a bit shy when mentioning his face. Tinkong's eyes showed a hint of guilt. "I should have found a way to help you heal, but now the wild beasts are rampant. Once I deal with them, I'll continue to help you find a solution." Little White shook his head wisely. "No need, Dad. You've already worked hard. I've gotten used to it. As long as you and Aunt Sandy don't mind me, I'm happy." Tinkong felt very comforted. He sensed that Little White had changed a lot. He was more cheerful and confident. All of this was thanks to the little female. "Anything I want to do doesn't feel hard." Tinkong rarely smiled and gently hugged Little White, turning to walk toward the cave. "Come on, I'll stay with you tonight." "Really?" "Yay. I want to hear about what's happening outside. I want to know how you defeated the wild beasts." Little White clapped happily. Tinkong's face showed a tender smile. "All right, I'll tell you." In the past, Little White never asked him for stories like this. In the evening, Sandy and Huanyun cooked dinner together. The 3 snake cubs eagerly helped, bringing out the dishes. "It's almost dark outside. Where are Dad and Achio? Haven't they come back yet? Did something happen?" Huanyun looked at the sky with concern. "Today, the king returned. Everyone will probably go visit him. It's normal for them to be late," Sandy comforted. "Besides, there are no wild beasts in the forest now. Dad and second brother are with the hunting team. Nothing will happen," she added. While they were talking, they heard Sangfeng calling from the yard, "Grandma and Uncle Huchiu are back." "See? Just as I said, they're back." Auntie Sandy's words are so clever. Huanyun smiled softly and took Sandy's hand to go outside. As they stepped out, they saw Huqiang with a stern face, standing far apart from Huchiu. "Dad, what's wrong? Why do you look so upset?" Sandy curiously asked. Second brother usually speaks honestly and often makes Dad angry, but he's never made Dad this mad before. Tiger Chong carried the hunted game back to the kitchen, then came out and glared at Tiger Chiu, saying irritably, "Just say it yourself. What happened?" Huanyun also looked curious. Tiger Chiu scratched his head and said, "Today, the king gathered us and said the forest still needs beastmen. We need to find 500 more to defend against the fierce beasts." I also joined." "What?" Huanyun exclaimed in surprise. Sandy was stunned for a moment, recalling that the book indeed mentioned this. It was because her second brother went out for this mission that he was trapped by Tiger Lai and never returned. What's going on? We finally escaped to a safe tribe, and you have no partner. Yet you're going on? Who knows when you'll come back? If something happens to you, what will your mother and sister do? Tiger Chong said irritably. He wasn't unwilling for Tiger Chiu to go, but the situation was special now. A Yun's body had just recovered, and Dyer needed someone to care for her. If Tiger Chiu left again, no one would be home. Father, Tiger Chiu lowered his head, feeling ashamed. He whispered in his defense, I already signed up. Sha Liang has recorded my name. Besides, if the outside situation wasn't urgent, why would the king come personally to gather beastmen? The king also said that regardless of strength, as long as the beastman is healthy and sound, they can participate. Isn't this an urgent need for people? If the fierce beasts outside can't be stopped, how can the tribe be safe? Tiger Chong snapped, furious. All right, you're talking back now, huh? I don't care anymore. If you want to go, then go. If you get killed outside, I won't care. Huanyan looked serious, but said nothing. Sandy's heart sank. Her father's words were final. Father. She quickly stepped forward, grabbing Tiger Chong's arm to calm him down. Father, don't be so anxious. Why say such angry words? Sandy said, then looked at Tiger Chiu. Second brother, Dad is just worried about you. Don't take it to heart. If things turned out like in the book, Tiger Chiu might never come back. She couldn't bear to think about how regretful Tiger Chong would feel if he realized what he said later. I know. I won't be angry with Dad. Tiger Chiu nodded, showing a simple, honest smile to reassure his sister. Seeing his smile, Tiger Chong glared at him again. Luckily, Sandy's comfort kept him from getting more angry. All right, a Chiu has grown up. He just doesn't have a partner yet, but that doesn't mean he's not sensible. Even Dale has already become a mother to 3 cubs. You should speak less, Huanyan said. Sandai was a bit surprised. Her mother has always been strict, and she didn't expect her to not criticize second brother immediately over such a big matter. Mother, I'm sorry. I also made a mistake. I should have discussed it with you first, he said. But when he heard those words, he felt energized and impulsively signed up right away. Second brother, what do you think now? Even Dad, Mom, and I don't want you to go, but you still want to go? Sandai asked. Huqiu hesitated and didn't answer right away. Sandai sighed inwardly. Forcing second brother to stay is fine, but from his expression, he really wants to go. She could stop him temporarily, but not forever. The root of the problem is that second brother trusts Hu Lai too much, which caused this issue. The problem needs to be solved at its source. The wind outside is strong. Yun, your body just recovered. I'll help you inside first, Hu Qiang said, not wanting to deal with Hu Qiu anymore. He looked for an excuse to go inside with Huanyan. Hu Qiu felt even more guilty. He looked at their backs and opened his mouth but didn't speak. Sandai reached out and patted his shoulder. Second brother, if you really want to go, I support you. Really, sister? You don't oppose me going? Hu Qiu asked happily. Sandai nodded. Of course I don't oppose it. Mom and Dad feel the same. They just worry about your safety. This trip is really dangerous. Hu Qiu hesitated for a moment and frowned. But if everyone is afraid of danger and hides in the tribe, who will protect the tribe? Second brother, Mom and Dad just want you to come back safely. You can go, but you have to promise me one thing. Sister, just tell me. Hu Qiu quickly nodded. As long as his sister says it, he would agree to 10 or even 100 things. Second brother, this time you go, you must be careful of Hu Lai. Don't believe anything he says. Mom and I have offended him quite a bit. Now he sees us as enemies. Luo Yuer is also always against me, so he might have other intentions toward you, Sandai said seriously. Hu Qiu looked confused. Sister, how do you know Hu Lai will go? I didn't see him signing up today. Besides, Luo Yuer probably won't let him go either. He didn't like Luo Yuer much either, knowing her personality. She definitely wouldn't let Hu Lai participate. Sandy smiled and said, it's best if he doesn't go. I'm just worried about second brother. Whether he goes or not, I need to tell second brother in advance. Not just Hulai, but also others should be careful. Not all orcs are kind-hearted like second brother. Hu Qiu opened his mouth, intending to say that even if the older brother went, he wouldn't harm himself. But before he could speak, he remembered the last time his older brother got angry at him, acting unreasonable and even misunderstanding him. His words got stuck in his throat. All right, sister's words. Second brother will definitely remember them.
Don't worry, sister.
Second brother will come back safely, Hu Qiu promised seriously. He also needs to find a new father for Xiaofeng and the others. Sandy knew that second brother was honest and straightforward and didn't make promises easily. When he said he would remember, it meant he truly listened. Good, I'm also waiting for second brother to find me a sister-in-law, Sandy said with a smile. Let's go inside and eat. Later, say a few nice words to make Dad and Mom happy. They won't really be angry with you.
Hu Qiu's face fell again.
Asking him to say nice words was even harder than fighting fierce beasts or hunting. At the dinner table, Sandy gave a subtle signal to the 3 snake cubs. The 3 immediately used their secret weapon, sweet words, to finally make the elders smile a little. The next day, Snake Liang summoned the selected beastmen and reported to Tinkong. King, many orcs from the tribe have volunteered to go. I heard that the numbers are not enough, and refugees outside are also eager to join. But most of them are too weak, only just enough in number, not like the strong orcs of the tribe. How many orcs are there now? Tinkong asked. Your Majesty, there are already 460 gathered. Most of them are refugees. They are very eager. I thought the tribe also needs more people, so I selected a few more, Snake Liang replied. Tinkong nodded and then asked for the list of chosen tribe members. Wait, Hu Qiu, isn't that Sandy's second brother? He also signed up? Hearing Hu Qiu's name, Tinkong frowned slightly. This mission was extremely dangerous. If Hu Qiu got into trouble, Sandy would be very sad. Your Majesty, considering Sandy's contributions to the tribe, second brother probably doesn't need to go. But he volunteered, and we can't refuse him, Snake Liang answered. Did he volunteer? Tinkong was surprised. He's quite a brave male. Snake Liang nodded. Yes, some orcs heard about the call for volunteers and didn't want to go. Like Luo Yuer from the tribe, who even boasted that her partner would never go to die. None of Sandy's former clan members participated, he said with some dissatisfaction. Why is there such a big difference between the same tiger tribe orcs? Snake Liang really couldn't understand. Song's deep eyes narrow slightly, and he coldly says, "Follow my orders. Any female in the tribe with 2 or more mates must have 1 mate participate. The number of participants from each tribe is also limited. If everyone retreats to the back, and only the brave orcs fight at the front, isn't that unfair? Even if they need protection, it shouldn't be this kind of orc." Yes, I will handle it immediately. Snake Liang's face brightened. Now, he thought those orcs would have a good show. They wanted to bully Sandy and hide in the back without helping? No way. Inside the cave, Luo Yuer was urging Hulai to go hunting. She was tired of eating the vegetable mush after so long, and the little white crystals that females shared had all been eaten by Yingxi. She felt weak just walking and talking now. Hulai was even worse. His 2 cubs looked listless, with no energy. The whole cave was filled with a dull, heavy atmosphere. Who are you? Why did you break into my cave? Luo Yuer asked nervously as a group of orcs suddenly burst in. The lead orc glanced at her and said, "The king ordered all tribes to send orcs to the front lines. Females with 2 or more mates must also send 1 mate. Who will you send from your 2 mates? To the front lines?"
Why?
With so many orcs in the tribe, why must my mates go? Luo Yuer immediately widened her eyes, unwilling. Of course, she didn't want to lose a mate. Less help to serve her. This is the king's order. We are short of people now. Every female is the same. Do you want special treatment? The lead orc asked coldly. Seeing the fierce look on the orc's face, Luo Yuer felt a bit scared. These males were not like Hulai, they wouldn't tolerate her. Suddenly, she had an idea. Can I just send anyone? Anyone is fine, as long as 1 person is sent. Luo Yuer's eyes sparkled with a clever light. Anyway, Ingshi couldn't be forced to leave, and keeping him was just to annoy her and take her food. If she could send someone, it would be a good thing. She heard that orcs going to the front lines could get benefits. Alright, I will let Ingshi go. Ingshi you. Before she finished, she saw Ingshi sneak out when they weren't paying attention. Think it over and come with us. From now on, all the orcs on the list must stay together. No one is allowed to leave the group until they return from the forest, the lead orc urged. Luo Yuer stomped her foot. It's the one who just ran out. Go catch him and bring him back. I want him to go to the front line. We don't have time for that. We also need to go to the next female. If you can't call him back, isn't there another one? The leading orc glanced at Huli.
Me?
I won't go. Huli frowned and stepped back. Luo Yuer didn't like the cubs, and Eagle Creek wasn't helping. If he left, could the cubs survive in the tribe?
Who would take care of them?
This is the king's order. Whether you go or not is not up to you. Catch him now and don't waste time. The leading orc snorted coldly. Behind him, the orcs moved forward to seize him. Huli was weak and no match for them, so he could only be dragged away.
Stop.
Come back. I told you to find Eagle Creek, not him. Luo Yuer called after them, but it was no use. King, the task is done. Luo Yuer's group went after Huli, and at least 1/3 of the males from other tribes also went. Snake Liang reported to Tinkong around noon. Good job, Tinkong said, then turned to Snake Liang. With your strength, I should have let you go too, but the tribe needs someone to watch over it. You just recently found a partner, so I entrusted the tribe to you. Not being able to stay by the king's side is my regret. I will guard the tribe well, and also guard Sandai for the king. Snake Liang knelt on one knee, looking sincere. You're clever, Tinkong said calmly. Snake Liang knew the king was in a good mood. He chuckled and asked, the 500 orcs you requested have been gathered. How long do you plan to stay in the tribe? Tinkong's eyes darkened slightly. There's one more thing. Snake Liang rarely saw worry on the king's face and asked curiously, is there anything more difficult than gathering people? The manpower is enough, but we need more food. The supplies sent earlier are almost gone. Tinkong looked unhappy, but he didn't plan to ask the tribe for more food. Instead, he asked, how much bait do we still have for the wild beasts? Bring me more. If nothing else worked, they could only defend against the fierce beasts while hunting. There's still some bait. I'll send someone to get more right away, Snake Liang said, then suddenly realized something. Is the king worried about food? He smiled. King, why didn't you say so earlier? Sandai has been thinking about the food issue for a long time. Now, everyone in the tribe can eat enough. Just tell me how much food you need, and I'll send it over. Tinkong was stunned. Everyone can eat enough? But with so much food sent before, how much is left in the tribe? Of course, Wang has been back for a day. Surely he has noticed that the refugees and orcs outside are gaining weight. Yes, Wang just returned, and many things in the tribe he hasn't seen yet. Wang, don't worry first. I'll go ask Sandy to come, said Snake Liang with a smile.
These are all arranged by Sandy.
You'll understand once you see her. Go ahead and invite her quickly, said Song, feeling curious. Inside the brick house, Huqiu volunteered to go, so he didn't need to wait in advance. He could stay at home with his family to say goodbye properly, then gather before leaving. Sandy didn't go out today. She knew Huqiu was kind but blunt, and still cared about Huqiu. Early in the morning, he went hunting, hoping to come back before leaving, so he could bring more food. Sandy was busy in the kitchen, frying beans, making dried potatoes, and unpacking lots of meat jerky from the supermarket. She even wrapped some compressed biscuits in oil paper, packing everything carefully. Although Wang would be responsible for the food of the frontline orcs, it wouldn't be very good. Sandy hoped her second brother could eat less hardship and prepare some extra. It would be nice to enjoy a little feast later. Sang Feng held fried beans in one hand and meat jerky in the other, grinning at Huqiu. Uncle Huqiu, can you go out often?
Huqiu was surprised.
Why do you ask? Sandy said that whenever Uncle Huqiu goes out, Mom makes lots of delicious food. I heard there are even more dishes at night than usual. If Uncle Hu Chiu goes out often, we can eat tasty food every day, hee hee. Sang Feng licked his lips, as if seeing many delicious foods calling him. Sandy came out with fried meatballs and gently tapped Sang Feng's forehead. You little glutton. Uncle Hu Chiu is out hunting fierce beasts. That's very dangerous. You still hope he goes out often? Then the fierce beasts won't be finished. Sang Feng yelped, covering his head. That's true. Well, maybe I'll eat less delicious food. It's better if Uncle Hu Chiu stays in the tribe. His expression looked like he was giving up some precious treasure. The family couldn't help but laugh at him. Sandy turned and saw Snake Liang standing outside. She quickly put down her things and went out. Snake Liang, why are you here? Why didn't you call me? Is there something with Wang? Snake Liang smiled. I just arrived. Wang just returned to the tribe. He's not familiar with the fields and livestock yet. Since he needs to bring food, I want to ask Sandy to go talk to him. As he spoke, he showed an apologetic expression. I'm a male, and I'm not good with words. I can't explain clearly. After thinking it over, I believe it's best for Sandy to go. All right, wait for me a moment. Sandy nodded without much thought. She turned back into the house to tell Huanyun and the others that they were going out, asking Huanyun to watch over the food in the kitchen. Mother is going to see the king? Sandy suddenly moved her ears, holding a bunch of delicious food, her eyes shining with moisture. Can we go too? Little White is probably with the king, and it's a good chance for Little White to try the beans I cooked today. They're crispy and fragrant. After saying this, she noticed everyone was looking at her. Why are you all staring at me? Sandy covered her mouth to hide her smile and asked on purpose. Third brother, you love these foods the most, right? You don't like anyone to take your food. Why are you willing to share with Little White? That's strange. Sandwind also realized he spoke too quickly, blushing as he hurried to explain, I didn't mean to give him my food. I just felt sorry for him. He's never had these things before. No mother, no father. Giving him a little bit is no problem. Sand Qing looked surprised. Third brother, you're so generous today. Before, I asked you to share a bite of your food with me, and you weren't happy. You even got mad at me for a long time. Big brother. Sandwind's face turned red with worry, and he couldn't say anything. The family all laughed at him. Our little Wind is such a good kid. He knows how to share when he has delicious food, which is great, Sandy said with some relief, gently encouraging Sandwind. She could tell that after spending so long together, even though the three snake children didn't seem very close to Little White on the surface, blood is thicker than water. They are still brothers, whether related by blood or not, and there's genuine affection. Sandwind relaxed a bit, proudly lifting his chin and looking at his older brother and second sister. His expression seemed to say, see? Mother is praising me. If you keep laughing, you're going against Mother. Both of them held back their laughter, no longer teasing Sandwind. If you want to go, then go together. When you arrive and see Little White, take him to play nearby. Mother and the king have some important matters to discuss, Sandy said with a smile. The three snake children were very sensible. Whatever she needed to do, she wouldn't hide it from them. They nodded in unison and said, Don't worry, Mother. We'll be good and won't bother you. Sandy quickly packed a portion of food for Little White, then the three snake children headed out. Inside the cave. Little White also wants to follow Tong Cang. Tong Cang knows he has little time to stay with Little White, so he agrees. The two of them leave the cave and wait. Soon, they see Snake Liang bringing Sandy and three others. Xiaofeng, Xiaoqing, Sister Yu, you're here too. Seeing the three snake cubs, Little White's eyes light up. He enjoys playing with Xiaofeng and the others, but usually they're only with him because Annie Dai asked them to. Today, with Dad here, he doesn't need anyone to play with him, so he's very happy. Sandy also smiles, but quickly hides it and puts on a serious face. He walks in front of Little White and hands him some packed snacks. This was made by Mother. Since you weren't here, Mother asked me to share some with you. King is strong, but he definitely can't make such tasty food like Mother. Little White holds the snacks, stunned. Is this for me? Did Xiaofeng really bring him food himself? He feels like he might faint from happiness. Just a little for you, Sandy says casually. Sandy's older brother suddenly wraps his arm around his shoulders and casually interrupts. Don't listen to him. This is what he wanted to bring himself. Mother didn't say anything. Xiaofeng is pushed a bit by his brother's strength and blushes with anger. Why is his brother ruining his moment? Who is really his brother? Thank you, Xiaofeng. I will enjoy it carefully. Little White happily hugs the snacks and sincerely thanks him. Mother is going to check the fields and chicken coop with King. You guys can play behind us, Sandy waves with a smile. The 4 cubs all nod together. Tong Cang's gaze falls on the 3 snake cubs, showing surprise. He thought Little White didn't like playing with younger ones, but seeing him happily with the female cubs, his smile is even brighter than before. Little White looks about the same age as them. At first glance, they really seem like brothers, Tong Cang comments. King, you're right. After Little White took off his mask, he actually looks quite similar to Sandy's 3 cubs. Sometimes I even get confused, Snake Liang agrees. King likes Sandy, so he feels more connected. Sandy's heart skips a beat when he sees Tong Cang staring at the 3 snake cubs. He quickly changes the subject. King, you probably need to head to the forest soon. I'll take you to see the recent planting in the tribe, Sandy says. Tong Cang finally looks away and nods, okay. Sandy breathes a small sigh of relief. They arrive at the fields. The sorghum is already forming heads, and the sweet potato leaves have turned from light green to dark green, a sign that the sweet potatoes are about to be ready for harvest. The radishes are maturing quickly, and some orcs are already pulling them from the ground. The pulled radishes are placed aside, in baskets filled with fresh dirt and white flowers. Sandy leads them along the ridge of the field, explaining about the crops. In the distance, orcs are clearing new land. Seeing that the 30 acres of land have already been harvested, everyone's enthusiasm for farming has grown. Especially the vegetarian orcs, who cheerfully greet Sandy when they see her, happier than they are to see their own mother. Why are these fruits growing so densely? I remember there were no fruits on this land before, Tong Cang says in surprise. King, these are cultivated, not naturally grown. As long as people plant them, many kinds of fruits can be grown. With this land, you don't need to worry about food, Sandy explains with a smile. Cultivated? So, how much food can these lands produce? Tong Cang asks, having heard of the fish and shrimp raised in the reservoirs Sandy previously had dug, which fed the tribe's orcs for a long time. These lands can feed all the orcs for 10 days, or even half a month, Sandy replies patiently. 1 acre of land, just this patch, can produce enough food to weigh as much as 10 to 20 fat wild boars. The 30 acres we have now are all maturing one after another, and new land is being cleared nearby. It takes about 2 to 3 months for the crops to mature again. These seeds were bought from the supermarket. They grow quickly and yield a high amount. That estimate is conservative. Can they produce so much food? Tong Cang is amazed. Not just enough for half a month. These 30 acres, with careful saving and hunting, can support the tribe until the next harvest. King, come take a look here, Sandy says with a smile. She leads Tong Cang to the chicken coop. There are 2 chicken pens in the tribe. One contains over 100 chickens, mostly hens that are already laying eggs. To increase reproduction, Sandy specifically selected a few roosters and hens for breeding and hatching chicks, so she won't have to keep going to the supermarket or hide her activities. Even if she leaves the Black Abyss tribe someday, as long as they don't run out of resources, life here won't be too bad. Are these chickens raised for eating? No, these chickens are for eggs. Each hen can lay 1 or 2 eggs a day. As long as the eggs aren't broken, they can last at least a month. They may not be many, but eggs are nutritious like meat and can supplement energy. Although there aren't many chickens now, as they reproduce over time, the number of eggs will increase. There are also fish and shrimp in the reservoir. Fishing has been banned for 2 months, but now the fish and shrimp have bred again, so fishing can start. Sandai explained this, while showing Tinkong the tribe's new source of income. Besides these, there are rabbits in the rabbit house and silkworms raised by the orcs. After several months of breeding, the number of silkworms has become quite large. Not only does each family raise some, but the tribe also built special silkworm houses for raising them. Sandai also taught the orcs how to make fertilizer, spreading it in the mulberry forests. Although many mulberry leaves are harvested, the fertilizer is enough, and the mulberry trees grow strong. Additionally, the orcs transplanted many young mulberry trees to expand the forest, preventing future shortages of mulberry leaves. With more mulberry trees, there are also more mulberries. While they can't fill stomachs, they are loved by the young animals and females. During the time I was away from the tribe, it has changed so much, Tinkong said in surprise. He looked at Sandai with deeper eyes. Sandai, you've taken good care of the tribe. You've worked hard these days. The king is fighting outside, risking his life. I am safe in the tribe. Doing these small things is nothing, Sandai modestly smiled. She had thought about these things before the flood. But even if she prepared early, the flood would still destroy everything because there wasn't enough time. It would be a waste and cause everyone to panic. It was better to wait until after the flood to start. Also, before, the orcs focused on hunting, so everyone had meat and didn't want to spend too much time or effort farming. Although they trusted her, over time, some people would start to complain. King, you told me to watch over the tribe carefully. I do my best every day. Now you can rest assured. The tribe isn't lacking food, and we can definitely support our brothers outside, Sibling said with a grin. You did very well. Tinkong nodded in approval. With the tribe safe and sound, he could confidently go out to hunt fierce beasts. King, when do you plan to leave? Sibling asked. When the food is ready, Tinkong replied. Sibling thought for a moment. The tribe still has some stored food. You can take that first, and with today's harvest, everything will be ready tonight. Then we leave early tomorrow morning. Tell those 500 orcs to prepare tonight, Tinkong ordered. Yes. Tong Cang finished speaking, and then turned to look at Sandai. Thank you for taking care of Little White these days. Little White has changed a lot, all thanks to you. I haven't seen him so happy in a long time. His gaze flicked to the 4 young ones playing nearby. I didn't do much. Little White is just sensible. As long as he overcomes his fears and goes out more, he will gradually become more cheerful. Sandai smiled softly, not claiming credit. But Tong Cang still insisted, if it weren't for you, Little White wouldn't have come out of the cave. Now he's brave enough to show his face without a mask, all because of you. His deep eyes fixed on Sandai without blinking. Sandai's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head, pretending to look at the cubs. Little White is obedient and sensible. I like him very much. As long as he's well, I'm happy. It's not just to help the king, so don't worry too much. A hint of a smile appeared in Tong Cang's eyes. I didn't say you did it just to help me. Sandai was taken aback. Did this guy really set a trap for her? As clever as ever. The great villain. Seeing her moment of hesitation, Tong Cang's smile grew brighter. I'm glad you like Little White. Claire? Well, yes. The villain doting on Little White so much, and Little White being loved by others, he must be happy inside. Who wouldn't want their precious cub to be loved? King, you're leaving early tomorrow morning. You should go back and rest now. I'll take my cubs home first. You should spend more time with Little White, so he doesn't get upset when he finds out you're leaving tomorrow. Sandai finished speaking and took the 3 snake cubs away. She decided it was better for Little White to hear about Tong Cang's departure from him himself. As soon as the 3 cubs left, Little White ran back to Tong Cang. Dad, are you done? Why don't you spend more time talking with Sandai? You haven't been back for a long time. You should take the chance. Little White blinked, his eyes full of cleverness. If talking could do anything, wouldn't the males in the tribe find mates just by talking? Tong Cang asked with a smile. Little White pondered for a moment and nodded. That's true. Dad, you're the strongest beast man in the tribe. Sandai looks at you and probably wouldn't bother with other beastmen. Recently, so many beastmen came to the tribe, but I haven't seen her pay much attention to anyone. Tong Cang picked him up and strode toward the cave, softly laughing. You're quite clever, remembering all this. Little White stuck out his tongue. If Dad doesn't want to hear it, I won't remember it so clearly next time. Tong Cang gently tapped his forehead. Are you threatening me? The two of them talked and laughed happily all the way. Meanwhile, Sandai led the 3 snake cubs home. Seeing it was still early, she went out alone again. She visited the place where Snake Liang prepared food, using the excuse of checking on things, and secretly took quite a bit of food from the supermarket. Over time, the orcs fighting on the front lines could also eat well every day. In the evening, Sandai personally cooked a big table of delicious food. The happiest person was Sandai herself. Little sister, looking at all this good food, I feel a bit reluctant to leave, said Huguang, watching the family sit around the table. Thinking about leaving soon, he suddenly felt a bit sad. Huguang snorted coldly, you have to go whether you want to or not. You've already signed up, so you can't change your mind. Huguang was silent, realizing he hadn't noticed before that his father's words could be so sharp. He was using his own previous words to tease him. I was just saying that, Huguang muttered softly, not daring to upset his parents at this moment. He was stubborn but not foolish. He knew what to do and what not to do. Second brother, I and mother have prepared your luggage. Although Wang and the others brought enough food, they probably won't stop to cook on the way, so you'll be hungry. There's some food in your luggage to help tide you over, Sandai said with a smile, changing the subject. Okay. Thank you, little sister. Huguang quickly nodded with a smile. While eating, Huanyan also gave Huguang a few instructions. Although Huguang was unhappy, after Huanyan pinched his arm, he at least stopped looking so stern. After dinner, Sandai called Huguang aside and handed him something. Second brother, keep this. If there's danger, you can use it to defend yourself, she said. Huguang curiously took out the item, discovering it was a dagger. The sheath was exquisite, and when he drew it out, he saw the blade was extremely sharp and gleaming with a cold light, unlike the bone or stone knives he had seen before. On a whim, Huguang picked up a stick and cut it with the dagger. The stick split into 2 perfectly clean halves without resistance, and the broken surfaces were smooth. Surprised, Huguang carefully touched the blade, both amazed and delighted. This knife is so sharp, it's really a good blade. But sister, what is this made of? I've never seen a knife like this before, he asked. This knife is made of iron. Yesterday, Wang brought back a type of stone that can be used to extract iron, hard and sharp. Keep it hidden and don't let other orcs know. Use it only in dangerous times, Sandai explained. Sandy's explanation was half true and half false. She was worried and, even after warning her second brother in advance, she still feared that Hule might cause trouble. When she heard her sister's words, Huguang quickly put his sword back into his bag and hid it. Don't worry, sister. I will hide it well so others won't find out and won't cause you trouble, Huguang said, thinking she had secretly given him the weapon to use, worried it might be discovered. Seeing Huqia's response, Sandy realized he misunderstood her intentions. But she didn't explain, thinking it was better this way. The reason didn't matter as long as it wasn't revealed, just in case. There are no weapons sold in the supermarket. The dagger was bought from the supply list, which didn't include many weapons. Only this dagger was suitable for second brother to carry around without being noticed. The next day, Huqiang left early to answer the call. The beastmen gathered at the tribe's entrance. Although Huqiang was stubborn, he still went with Huanyan to see Huqiang off. At the tribe's entrance, the beastmen had already gathered. Although Hule was captured, he had been fed and cared for in the past 2 days, and life was better than when he was with Luo Yuer. After eating food with white crystal stones, he no longer felt weak and gradually accepted the situation. But he was still worried about the 2 tiger cubs being left without anyone to care for them. His face remained serious and full of concern. Outside, many beastmen came to see him off, including females and young cubs. But after scanning the crowd, he didn't see Luo Yuer or the tiger cubs, which made him feel even colder inside. Second brother, remember what I told you. Don't forget, when you're outside, besides the king, the only person you can trust is yourself, Sandy repeatedly reminded Huqiang. Huqiang nodded patiently, saying, I understand, sister. Don't worry, I will always remember. You and our parents at home, take care of yourselves too. Then he turned to his parents. Mom and Dad, don't be mad at me. When I return, I will take good care of you. I will listen to you and try to find a partner. Huqiang's stern face softened a lot after hearing Huqia's words. Whether you find a partner or not isn't important. What's important is that you come back safely, Huqiang corrected with a frown. Huan Yun and Sandy exchanged glances and both smiled. Huqiu, a bit slow to understand, took a moment before realizing what Huqiang meant. Yes, Dad. When I come back, I will, he replied. Huan Yun, who usually spoke little, simply said, Your dad and sister have told you everything. Remember to protect yourself. Huqiu nodded honestly. He respected his usually serious mother very much. While speaking, 3 snake cubs suddenly turned their heads. Mother, the king is coming. Sandai looked back along their gaze and saw Tinkong walking over with Little White. Auntie Dai, Little White happily approached Sandai. Little White trusts you to take care of him. When I return, I will thank you properly. Tinkong lowered his head, his deep eyes fixed on Sandai, showing a hint of affection. Sandai smiled and said, If the king wants to thank me, he doesn't need to wait until he returns. This time, please help take care of second brother. With Tinkong watching over him, second brother would be safer. Even if Tiger Lai had bad intentions, he would be powerless. No problem, Tinkong replied confidently. Tiger Chong and Huan Yun exchanged glances and relaxed, feeling more at ease with the king around. The king will help us take care of Uncle Huqiao, and we will also help take good care of Little White. Sandai's young voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Tinkong looked down and saw Sandai beside Little White. The 2 cubs were about the same height, and even their features looked somewhat alike. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Tinkong suddenly felt that Little White's features also resembled Sandai's, especially when Little White smiled. He shook his head, refocusing, and the more he looked, the more he thought they looked alike. Was it just his illusion? The king, everyone is ready. It's time to leave. A young male ran over to Tinkong to remind him. Tinkong's thoughts were pulled back. He looked deeply at the children and the 3 snake cubs, then withdrew his gaze and said to Sandai, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself and the tribe. After speaking, he turned and walked to the front of the beastmen, transforming into a soaring snake, leading the large team toward the front lines. At night, Tinkong and his team traveled all day and found a safe place to camp and rest. Someone come. King, do you have any instructions? Tinkong looked at his subordinates and asked with narrowed eyes, Are there a few Tingsha beastmen in the team? Are they from other tribes? Yes, your majesty. Several Tingsha beastmen are not from our tribe. They are strong and volunteered immediately to join the king in hunting the ferocious beasts, his subordinate replied. Ask them which tribe they come from, whether their original tribe has males with mates, but the mates are missing, or if any beastmen saw Sandai a few years ago, Tinkong ordered in a deep voice. Yes, his subordinate accepted the order and went immediately. Before long, the subordinate returned. How is it? King, those tongue snake orcs said they have no males like this and have never seen Sandy. They haven't even seen females that look similar to Sandy, his subordinate replied. How far was their original tribe from here? Tinkong asked with a frown. At least half a month's journey away, your majesty. Why are you asking? Do these tongue snake orcs have any issues? The subordinate asked confusedly. The king suddenly seemed concerned about the refugee orcs. Tinkong withdrew his thoughts and waved his hand. It's nothing. Since they are our kin, I just asked out of curiosity. You may go now. Yes, I will leave first. Rest well, your majesty. We need to set out early tomorrow, his subordinate said as he left. After he departed, Tinkong's expression grew serious again. Sandy's 3 cubs clearly carry the bloodline of tongue snake orcs. The tongue snake orc lineage is actually quite small. He had initially thought Sandy's mate was from another tongue snake tribe outside, but today he learned that Sandy and those tongue snake orcs had no connection at all. Who then is Sandy's mate? Why do Sandy's cubs look so much like Little White? This matter is truly strange. It seems he can only investigate further after calming the fierce beasts and returning to the tribe. 3 days later, Tinkong successfully led 500 orcs back to the front line. Just as the fierce beasts were beginning to stir, the orcs on the front line, who had been struggling to hold on, received reinforcements. They quickly pushed the fierce beasts back. Many of these orcs had narrowly escaped death from the fierce beasts before and knew their habits well. In battle, they became even more skilled. Over the course of several days, the fierce beasts were pushed back several thousand meters, and the orc camp moved forward quite a bit. That night, outside, rain fell lightly. Except for the patrol orcs on duty, everyone else could rest in their tents. Huguang, I didn't expect that you don't talk much every day, but when it comes to fighting fierce beasts, you're so fierce. No worse than the Ting snake orcs. A group of males said casually, chatting and joking around. Exactly. When the fierce beasts came, Huguang, how come you weren't afraid at all? I was so scared, I almost lost my claws, one male said. You're all brave orcs of the tiger tribe. Compared to the Ting snake tribe, you're not much different, another added. That's not quite right. Huguang is strong because Huguang is strong. Not every orc in the tiger tribe can compare to Huguang, a male said loudly, looking toward a corner. Some weaklings are just that, worse than some vegetarian orcs. When they see fierce beasts, they just run away and get hurt. That's useless. Tiger Fierce's face turned pale with anger. He glared at the orc who was speaking but dared not make a fuss. Fighting and quarrels are strictly forbidden in the camp. If a fight breaks out, they would be expelled. Everyone stopped talking. I'm not as amazing as you think. My family was chased by evil beasts before, almost separated forever. I was filled with resentment and thought I had to kill more evil beasts to avenge and vent my anger. Tiger Hill naturally saw Tiger Fierce. He felt a bit sorry and quickly changed the subject. Tiger Hill, you're too modest. We all hate evil beasts, and we can't kill many of them. King also trusts you a lot now, making you the team leader to lead us in battle. Tiger Hill scratched his head and smiled foolishly. King, and all of you trust me. I will do my best not to let everyone down. I want to drive the evil beasts out of the forest soon so we can return to the tribe and reunite with our families. When everyone heard about reuniting with their families, their smiles became even more genuine. Bah, what's so great about that? Tiger Hill is Sandy's second brother. Before leaving, Sandy personally asked King to take care of him. Wasn't the number of orcs in Tiger Hill's team always the highest? King is just looking out for Sandy, deliberately taking care of Tiger Hill. He has no real strength. Suddenly, a sour voice came from behind the crowd. Tiger Hill looked over and saw a few skinny, dark males glaring at him angrily. Like Tiger Fierce, they stayed in the corner and didn't talk much with others. An orc next to Tiger Hill patted his shoulder. Don't listen to him. You probably don't know. Most of us came voluntarily. Those few who didn't want to come were forced by King. King said all tribes' orcs must contribute and work hard. Otherwise, how can they let others help kill evil beasts in front while they hide in the back and enjoy? In my opinion, these selfish and cowardly ones are just wasting food. Both sides looked at each other with dislike, exchanging sarcastic remarks. All right. Since everyone is here to serve the tribe, let's rest early. It's going to rain tonight, and it's rare to get a good sleep. Maybe the rain will stop soon. Tiger Hill tried to smooth things over. He was afraid that if he talked too long, his older brother would feel worse. When the orcs heard Tiger Hill's words, they stopped arguing and went back to their beds to sleep. The camp was different from the tribe. Although everyone had tents, they still slept on the ground. Many orcs squeezed together in one tent, which could only fit so many. Tiger Fierce felt both angry and restless, but couldn't sleep. He left with a cold face. Seeing this, Tiger Hill followed worriedly. Big brother, wait for me. Why are you following me? Tiger Lie stopped and asked irritably. Big brother, their words just now weren't intentional. They don't know you well, so they spoke without caution. Your strength is above mine, and if you want to kill the fierce beasts, you probably have killed many more than I have. Tiger Chiu comforted him. Tiger Chiu quickly added, actually, that male was right. I owe my success to my sister. If Wang hadn't looked after me and arranged good jobs for me, I wouldn't have been so lucky to kill fierce beasts. Big brother just had bad luck. With your strength, you could be even stronger. He wanted to make Big Brother less angry, but after he finished, Tiger Lai looked even more upset. Luck. Are you bragging that you have a connection with Sandy, so even Wong favors you? Good luck? No, I just have bad luck. That's why my partner, Luo Yuer, isn't as good as Sandy, and now I'm even below Tiger Chiu. He's saying all this to show that he and Sandy's sister and brother are lucky. They not only have the love of Huanyun, but also seem to be better than me in every way. He had been hungry in the tribe for months and hadn't eaten white crystals. Although he ate well at the camp for a few days, it was still not as good as other beasts who ate white crystals every day. Naturally, on the battlefield, he wasn't as brave or skilled as other beasts. His strength had greatly diminished, even worse than vegetarian beasts. Instead, Tiger Chiu, who used to follow him around like a shadow, was now stepping on him. Tiger Lai was furious and humiliated. No, Big Brother, I didn't mean that. Tiger Chiu hurriedly tried to explain.
Get lost.
Don't let me see you again. I am not your big brother. Tiger Lai pushed away Tiger Chiu's hand and turned to leave. Tiger Chiu stood there stunned, feeling a bit lost. He hadn't said anything wrong, had he? His sister said that if someone got angry, just saying nice words to comfort them was enough. Why did Big Brother get angrier even after he tried? Tiger Chiu sadly returned to his tent. The next day, the rain fell all morning and finally stopped in the afternoon. The fierce beasts tried to attack the camp again, but Tong Cang led the beasts to block them. They killed more than a dozen fierce beasts on the spot, and the rest fled. The beasts cleaned up the battlefield, treated the wounded, and the remaining malicious beasts dragged away and burned the bodies of the fierce beasts. King, today there are fewer injured beasts, thanks to Tiger Chiu. He just saved 2 beasts from the jaws of fierce beasts. Otherwise, we might have lost 2 brothers today. A beast reported. Tong Cang looked at Tiger Chiu with more admiration. You are kind-hearted and capable, but you also need to protect yourself. Don't let Sandy worry about you in the tribe, said Tinkong with admiration. Huqiu cupped his hands and replied, Rest assured, my king. I know what I am doing. I won't do anything I am unsure of, and I definitely won't let my sister worry about me. Tinkong nodded, a soft look crossing his eyes as he thought of Sandy. Before I left, Sandy asked me to take good care of you. Now, it's actually you helping me. Huqiu scratched his head and said, It's only what I should do. My sister said that the tribe is like one family. As they talked, neither noticed a pair of cold, jealous eyes watching Huqiu from the corner. King, it seems like there are more wild beasts outside these days. Are we getting closer to their territory? Huqiu remembered the important matter and asked curiously. Before Tinkong could answer, his subordinate said, You're overthinking. Reaching the wild beast's territory isn't easy. There's still at least half a journey to go. Why is that? It used to be rare for wild beasts to run away. If they're not close to their territory, why would they flee? There are more of them now, Huqiu asked, puzzled. It's a bit strange. Tinkong also frowned. He ordered his subordinate, send someone to follow the fleeing wild beasts and find out why they're running. In the evening, a campfire was lit, and the smell of food wafted through the air. Huqiu didn't like crowds. After taking some food, he carried a steaming bowl of mixed grains to a corner to eat. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and turned around quickly. He saw Tiger Lai standing behind him. Big brother? Huqiu hurriedly stood up. Are you also here to eat? Then I'll go somewhere else. He was about to leave. Tiger Lai reached out and stopped him. You're about to leave as soon as I arrive. Are you still upset about yesterday? Huqiu was stunned and asked blankly, Big brother, you don't want to stay with me? I don't dislike staying with you. We've grown up together. I'm very close to you. I just didn't want to make things difficult for you before, so I avoided you, Tiger Lai explained with a gentle smile. What I said yesterday was too much. Are you still angry with me? Big brother is sorry. Huqiu was surprised and rubbed his eyes, then pinched his own arm. Feeling the pain, he finally showed a happy smile. No, I'm not angry. Why would I be mad at Big brother? He quickly shook his head and asked happily, Big brother, so you don't dislike me, right? Of course, you are my younger brother. How could I dislike you? It's just that mother has never liked me, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. Luo Yuer is also. So I have to act this way. Sorry about yesterday. I hope you're not angry. Tiger Lai looked apologetic and lowered his head. I knew it, I knew why big brother suddenly changed like that. Tiger Hill smiled happily. I'm sorry to have made you sad. It's really my fault, second brother. Please take this bowl of porridge as my apology. You need to eat more now to have the strength to hunt the beast. Tiger Lai handed him his bowl of porridge. Tiger Hill looked surprised and quickly pushed the bowl back. Big brother, this isn't right. Everyone should have only one bowl. If I eat yours, you'll go hungry. Tiger Lai smiled casually. It's okay. I won't be able to do much anyway. It's better for you to eat. Tiger Hill kept shaking his head. That won't do. I understand big brother's kindness. You eat first. Tiger Lai suddenly looked hurt. Second brother, you won't accept my gift. Are you still mad at me? I don't have anything else to give now. Only this food. Please eat it first. When I go back, I'll make it up to you. Seeing Tiger Lai upset, Tiger Hill hesitated. Looking at the steaming bowl of porridge, Tiger Lai pushed it forward again, more urgently. Second brother, hurry and eat. If you don't, it means you won't forgive me. Tiger Hill hesitated but took the bowl. He looked at Tiger Lai and felt a bit suspicious. Suddenly, he asked, Big brother, I'll eat it, but I have a question. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. Tiger Lai sighed in relief and nodded with a smile. You say you've been cold to me because you're worried I'd be upset, but why are you telling me now? Why, especially now? Tiger Hill looked at Tiger Lai seriously. Tiger Lai's expression darkened for a moment, then he smiled warmly and explained gently, because now neither of us is in the tribe. I feel guilty too, and just can't hold it in anymore. Second brother, don't blame me, okay? How could I? I respect you the most, big brother. Tiger Hill also smiled and took a sip of the porridge Tiger Lai offered. Seeing him finally eat, a sharp glint appeared in Tiger Lai's eyes. Second brother, I need to go back first. If someone sees me, they might tell mother. When you finish, go rest. Eat more, don't waste it. All right, Tiger Hill nodded with a smile. After watching Tiger Lee leave, Huguang suddenly changed his expression. He went behind a tree and spat out the porridge he had just drunk. He looked at Tiger Lee's bowl of porridge, poured it all under the tree, and buried it with dirt. Then he started eating his own bowl of porridge. My sister said that when you are outside, besides the king's words, you can trust no one but yourself. Huguang had seen the big brother's changes in the tribe before and kept it in his heart. The big brother wanted to explain with a few words, but even if he was simple, he wouldn't believe so easily. After finishing his porridge, Huguang returned to the camp. Tiger Lee hid in the dark, watching Huguang come back with 2 empty bowls, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Huguang, where did you go? Wang just looked for you. A young male beast ran up to Huguang. Wang looked for me? The big brother wanted to explain with a few words, but even if he was simple, he wouldn't believe so easily. After finishing his porridge, Huguang returned to the camp. Tiger Lee hid in the dark, watching Huguang come back with 2 empty bowls. Inside the tent, besides Tong Cang, there were several brave and skilled leader beastmen, and 2 small but tough beastmen Huguang didn't recognize. Seeing Huguang arrive, Tong Cang looked at the 2 beastmen. Tell me what you've found. One of the beastmen stepped forward. Wang, we found a lair of fierce beasts nearby. It used to be a tribe, difficult to attack, and inside the tent, besides Tong Cang, there were several brave and skilled leader beastmen, and 2 small but tough beastmen Huguang didn't recognize. Seeing Huguang arrive, Tong Cang looked at the 2 beastmen. Tell me what you've found. One of the beastmen stepped forward. Why would fierce beasts build a lair here? The fierce beasts' food sources are mainly other beasts and beastmen. When they leave their territory, they tend to build lairs near places where beastmen gather, gradually swallowing the tribes. All the beastmen looked confused. Tong Cang then turned to another beastman. Wang, we were ordered to mine iron or outside, but we found. Why would fierce beasts build a lair here? The fierce beasts' food sources are mainly other beasts and beastmen. When they leave their territory, they tend to build lairs near places where beastmen gather, gradually swallowing the tribes. All the beastmen looked confused.
Huqiu was surprised.
Why would that be? Are the fierce beasts building their lair here because of the iron ore? The leader beastman nearby frowned. No matter the reason, it seems we need to find a way to destroy this lair first. We still need to mine more iron ore and send it back to the tribe. All right, with this lair here, we can't advance. We must eliminate it first. The beastmen said one after another. He just said that the lair of the fierce beasts is hard to defend and easy to attack. If we force our way in, we might suffer heavy losses. The group of beasts hesitated again. Tong Cang rubbed his forehead and said, then think of a way. First, lure the fierce beasts out of the lair, then kill them. There could be many fierce beasts inside. Rushing in blindly wouldn't work. Suddenly, Huqiu had an idea and suggested, fierce beasts are most interested in living creatures. When they see something alive, they attack uncontrollably. Maybe we can catch some living prey as bait to lure the fierce beasts out. That's a good idea. I also think this method is good. As long as we can lure the fierce beasts out, we will have a way to take over the lair. Huqiu, I didn't expect you to be so brave and quick-thinking when fighting fierce beasts. The group of beasts congratulated him one after another. Huqiu shyly scratched his ear. I'm not very clever. I don't know if it will work. We have to try to see. Also, it's hard to catch live prey. They had already gone deep into the fierce beast's territory, which had been occupied for months. The surrounding vegetation was eroded and turned into a barren land. To catch prey, they had to go to forests in other regions. Tong Cang stood up and said, I'll go catch them. You all keep watch over the camp. When you catch prey, try Huqiu's method. Yes. After assigning the task, Tong Cang took 2 subordinates and went to catch prey. As Huqiu left the king's tent, he heard Tiger Lai calling him. Second brother. Big brother, what's wrong? Tiger Lai hurried over, worried. The king just asked you to come quickly. Did something happen? Huqiu shook his head. Nothing serious. It's about the fierce beasts. When the king returns, he will inform everyone. A dark light flickered in Tiger Lai's eyes. What news is it? I'm your older brother, can't you tell me? The king ordered us not to spread it around. We need to wait until it's confirmed before telling everyone. Otherwise, it might cause unnecessary panic. Sorry, big brother. Huqiu looked apologetic and returned to his tent. Only Tiger Lai remained, his gaze dark as he watched his back. This Huqiu used to be the most clueless, but after staying with Sandy for a while, he became a bit smarter. Now he even ignores his own words. Calling himself big brother, it seems he's not sincere. In the evening, Tong Cang returned with 2 black goats. The goats had no injuries and were caught alive. The king went hunting and didn't take us along. These 2 sheep look really strong. When does the king plan to eat them? Let me kill one. A group of orcs gathered around. Although they weren't short of food, they hadn't had fresh meat in a long time. Many orcs were drooling with greed. The subordinate next to Tong Cang pushed away the orc's greedy hands and warned, This isn't for you to eat. You need to raise it well. Go cut some fresh grass and bring it back. Tomorrow it needs strength to run. A nearby orc looked confused and asked, Not for eating, and we still want it to run?
Why?
When they catch prey, isn't it to improve their meals? There are no such many whys. If the king sends you, just go. The king has his reasons for doing this. Hearing it was the king's order, the orcs didn't dare to object. They immediately fed and cared for the 2 black goats with good food and water. That night, Tong Cang called a few leading orcs to discuss plans. King, the Tiger Hill team has been killing the most fierce beasts lately and is working the hardest. Why don't we handle the hunting of the fierce beasts this time? One leader orc suggested. Yes, this is so dangerous. We shouldn't always let Tiger Hill do it. Other leaders agreed eagerly. Tiger Hill hesitated but quickly responded, King, I'm not tired. Killing fierce beasts is my duty. I want to go. Tong Cang raised his hand to quiet everyone and said seriously, since that's the case, Tiger Hill, take a team of orcs to lure the fierce beasts with prey. Ing Luo and Xiang, you two lead the orcs to hunt the fierce beasts. Tiger Hill was worried that the king wouldn't assign him a task because of his sister, but seeing the situation, he didn't object. Whatever the task, as long as he was working, he was helping the tribe. Yes. The chosen orcs happily accepted the order. Tiger Hill went to the tent to announce the king's instructions. Not many orcs were needed to lure the fierce beasts, or they might scare the prey away. The king told him to pick a few people to follow. Tiger Hill chose 5 orcs who worked well with him. Second brother, take me along too. I want to help. Tiger Lai approached Tiger Hill sincerely. Big brother, what are you doing? Tiger Hill was suspicious. In the past, when there was a task, Tiger Lai would hide in the back, eager not to be chosen. What help can you give? When the fierce beast comes, you can't even run. I think you're just adding trouble. Exactly. Last time, I almost lost my life because of you. I don't know what the king wants with you at the camp. You can't help at all. Several orcs looked at Hu Lai with scornful expressions, sneering at him. Hu Lai looked guilty and said, sorry, I didn't mean to. I currently can't match my second brother's strength, but I want to help. I heard you're going to distract the fierce beast. Even if I can't help much, I can attract the beast. If I die in its hands, I am willing to do my part for the tribe. Hearing this, everyone's faces looked a bit better. You're rare to have this spirit, Hu Qiu. Why not bring him along? Yes, those 2 sheep probably won't last long. If he can help, it's his honor. Hu Qiu frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, big brother, come with us. I'll bring those 2 sheep, and we'll leave soon. Hu Lai nodded happily and stood behind the others. In a corner unseen by the other orcs, his face darkened. His eyes turned fierce as he looked at the backs of the orcs. How dare they mock him? He would make sure they have no way back, no life, no return. Everyone, it's hot. Drink some water, or you'll be thirsty after we leave. You might not get water again for a while. Hu Lai offered several bowls of water to the 5 orcs. You're quite sensible. The 5 exchanged glances, their eyes full of sarcasm. They took the bowls, drank quickly, then threw the empty bowls back at Hu Lai. One of them scolded, you're doing this for the tribe. As long as you make good contributions, forget what you did before. Just don't make mistakes again. Yes, you're right. Hu Lai lowered his head and replied repeatedly. After the 5 finished drinking, Hu Lai took the bowls away. The sun was slanting in the sky. Hu Qiu led 6 people, carrying 2 tied goats, to the outside of the fierce beast's den. As the orc scouts reported, it was a valley with only 1 entrance. If they didn't lure the beast out, going in would be suicide. Hu Qiu quietly approached, then released the black goat. He sharply clawed behind the goat's hindquarters. Instantly, blood-red claw marks appeared on the goat's rear. The black goat, in pain, ran toward the entrance of the beast's den. Look, the fierce beast really came out. Hu Qiu's method works. 1 orc whispered. They quickly hid behind some bushes. From a distance, a few fierce beasts with fierce faces ran out of the den, snarling and clawing at the black goat. The black goat, frightened, ran in the opposite direction. Seeing more and more beasts chasing from behind, Hu Lai's eyes flashed with a sinister light. Hu Qiu and a few orcs hold their breath, carefully watching, afraid to disturb the fierce beasts. The black goat, recently injured and now frightened, runs quickly, temporarily avoiding the beast's pursuit. 39:40. Hu Qiu, there are actually 40 fierce beasts coming out of the nest. I don't know if there are more inside. The orc counts carefully, looking shocked. Whether there are more inside or not, it's better to deal with these outside first. Hu Qiu remains calm and signals everyone to be quiet. They are only a few people. If the beasts are lured over, they will only be waiting for death. As the beasts begin to disappear from view, everyone's tense hearts gradually relax. Suddenly, Hu Qiu is pushed hard from behind, causing him to fall uncontrollably forward. He crashes outside the bushes with a rustling sound. Hu Qiu. The orc whispers urgently. No. The fierce beasts have been lured here. The last beast stops, hears the noise, and notices Huqiu. Its blood-red eyes seem to glow as it frenzies and rushes toward him. Huqiu looks at Hulia with disbelief. Brother, you, the closest person to him, was Hulia. Huqiu was worried Hulia might get hurt, so he kept him close. Unexpectedly, Hulia pushes him aside, intending to harm him. The beasts are coming. You might as well accept your fate here. Hulia's face turns fierce, and he sneers coldly at Huqiu. After speaking, he suddenly pushes the orc next to Huqiu toward him and runs toward the camp. The commotion has already attracted 6 fierce beasts rushing over. This Hulia is so malicious. He's deliberately trying to kill us. The beasts are coming. Huqiu, run first. We will hold them off here. The pushed orc falls on Huqiu, but quickly gets up again. Huqiu, with a serious face, looks at the rapidly approaching beasts and shakes his head firmly. No, I can't leave you here. We leave together. These beasts are smarter than before. Next time, we might not be able to lure them out. We can't give them a chance to go back. The place where the snakes are hiding is still some distance away. Even if they rush over, they won't have enough time to stop the beasts outside. Thinking this, Huqiu stands resolutely. I will lure the beasts away and come back. You all go first, don't worry about me, he says. Then, he transforms into a fierce tiger and charges forward. The orcs behind grit their teeth, glancing angrily at Hulia's fleeing figure. With a determined bite, they also turn into beasts and follow Huqiu. They couldn't just send Tiger Hill alone to face death. It was their responsibility to watch over Tiger Lai, and if anyone was to take responsibility, it should be all of them together. Believing they had escaped to safety, Tiger Lai stopped and turned around to look back. You really think you're a hero? Just a few orcs, and you want to fight the fierce beasts? Since you're asking for death, don't blame me. Tiger Lai sneered coldly, as if he had already seen Tiger Hill die a terrible death. 6 fierce beasts were entangled with the 6 orcs. Tiger Lai didn't rush to leave. He stayed and watched the show. He had secretly put venomous snake poison into Tiger Hill's food, which could weaken the orcs. Even the water the 5 orcs drank was laced with it. Usually, this poison wouldn't cause any feeling, but in battle, it would make them sluggish and slow. In front of the fierce beasts, they were like lambs ready for slaughter. If anyone dared to insult him, he would make sure they paid dearly. Tiger Lai waited with interest. Meanwhile, Tiger Hill was still fighting easily, keeping the fierce beasts at bay, not showing any sign of losing. How can this be? Why isn't the poison working? Tiger Lai's face darkened. This shouldn't happen. Tiger Hill knew the fierce beasts well and had plenty of combat experience. In one-on-one fights, he could quickly kill the beasts. He was about to help his companions when he heard their screams. I suddenly can't move. Me too, what's going on? One orc's movements slowed suddenly, and he was struck hard by a fierce beast's claw. The other 4 orcs looked pale and panicked, staring at their hands and feet, feeling they no longer controlled their bodies. The fierce beasts seemed to sense their distress and became even more savage. 2 of the beasts focused on the injured orcs, biting their thighs and arms, tearing fiercely. The orcs screamed in pain. The others reacted quickly. It's the water. It must be Tiger Lai's water. He's trying to kill us. Tiger Hill, don't worry about us. Run. We can't move, and you can't handle so many fierce beasts alone. Though terrified, the orcs still urged Tiger Hill to escape first. Tiger Hill was heartbroken, realizing he had caused his friends harm. I won't leave. It's my fault. If we die together. I'll pay for your lives. He gritted his teeth and charged forward to block the beasts from his friends. But just after killing one fierce beast with all his strength, his claws barely scratched the beast's hide, doing no real damage. Watching the fierce beast open its bloodthirsty mouth, about to bite his neck, Tiger Hill shouted several companions with wide eyes. Tiger Lien saw this scene and couldn't help but smile. It's good he's about to die. He had long wished for this moment. He wanted to see Tiger Hill's neck bitten through by the beast, so he could go back and tell Sandy carefully. Tiger Hill only smelled a foul odor. Looking at the beast so close, he felt a wave of despair. At that moment, he remembered his sister's words. A sudden flash of insight made him transform back into human form, clutching the dagger she had given him. He clenched his teeth, drew the dagger, and waited until the beast's teeth were about to tear his face. Then he sharply stabbed the beast's throat.
Splash!
Sounded as a blood vessel burst. Hot blood splattered on his face, and the beast collapsed to the ground. The dagger in Tiger Hill's hand still trembled, his pupils dilated. It worked. The beast, which even its claws couldn't pierce, was easily stabbed through by the dagger his sister had given him. The orc, unable to rejoice yet, hurriedly warned, "Tiger Hill, behind you." Tiger Hill felt a deadly aura behind him. He didn't have time to turn around. The stench was already close. His heart sank. Even with his sister's dagger, he feared he might have failed her. Just then, a dark shadow passed overhead.
Bang!
Sounded as a heavy object hit the ground, accompanied by a companion's cry of surprise. "King is here."
Great.
"We're saved." Tiger Hill looked back and saw Tinkong leading a team of tongue snake orcs fighting the beast. His tense heart finally relaxed. Not far away, Tiger Lien saw this scene and was filled with hatred. That guy was so lucky. Just now he was clearly overwhelmed and unable to fight back, yet suddenly he killed the beast. And King arrived just in time. Tiger Lien glared at Tiger Hill with resentment. "This time, you got lucky. Next time, luck won't be on your side." As he spoke, suddenly a beast broke free from the tongue snake orcs and lunged toward him. Tiger Lien's face turned pale with fear, and he hurried to run away. But he couldn't outrun the beast, which immediately wounded his arm and knocked him down hard. The tongue snake orcs quickly surrounded and killed the beast. Tiger Hill narrowly escaped death, still trembling with fear. He hurriedly thanked Tinkong. "Thank you, King." Afterward, he rushed to his companions. "Lang Yi, how are you?" Lang Yi was the most badly injured among the orcs. The other four had recovered and gathered around him. At this moment, Lang Yi had already fainted. His arms and legs were bitten off forcefully, bleeding nonstop. The black blood stained the ground. The four brave men couldn't help but shed tears.
Lang Yi.
He might not make it. These injuries weren't the most deadly. The real danger was that during the fight, the fierce beast hit Lang Yi's head, causing it to bleed heavily and become contaminated with evil energy. Hu Qiu looked grim, full of sadness. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." "No, it's not your fault, Wang. It was Hu Lai who hurt us." "Yes, Hu Lai just ran away. We must catch him to avenge Lang Yi." One of the orcs, clutching his wounded arm, shouted angrily. Hu Qiu suddenly woke up and hurried to find Hu Lai. However, despite searching everywhere, they couldn't find him. "Wang, we found some blood nearby." Hu Lai was probably injured by the fierce beast but managed to escape, reported the scout orc. "Go find him," Tinkong ordered coldly. Lang Yi's injuries were too severe, and he soon stopped breathing. His body, along with the fierce beast, was burned with a big fire so that their evil energy wouldn't pollute the forest. Hu Qiu stood in front of the fire, the red glow illuminating his face, making his eyes look blurry. The other four orcs also stood behind him, guarding him until the fire burned out. "Hu Qiu, don't be sad. We will find Hu Lai and avenge Lang Yi. Although he was your older brother, you've already cut ties with him. You don't need to be upset over such a treacherous orc." The orcs comforted him. Despite feeling sad, they also tried to cheer him up. "Yes, this place is near the fierce beast territory, and there are no tribes nearby. Hu Lai is injured and can't run far. Even if we can't find him, the fierce beast will eat him. You may not have saved Lang Yi, but you saved us. Without you, we would all have died at Hu Lai's hands," they said earnestly. Hu Qiu forced a smile.
"I'm Fine. Don't worry about me."
"I will catch Hu Lai and make him apologize to Lang Yi." Hearing this, the others relaxed a little. When they returned to camp, they saw Tong Cang's trusted aide running over. Huqiu, Wang wants to see you. Today, you distracted the fierce beast and made a great contribution. All right, I'll go now. Huqiu went to Tong Cang's tent, where the leader and other commanders were waiting. News of Hu Lai's actions had already spread throughout the camp. Seeing Huqiu come over, the other orcs comforted him with their eyes. Huqiu nodded in return. The snake should step forward and report, King, today we have killed all the fierce beasts that left their nests. Only the fierce beast nests remain. We waited outside for a long time, but there was no movement inside. There probably aren't any fierce beasts left. Even if there are, there won't be many. Tong Cang nodded, good. Tomorrow, you lead the team to clear out the fierce beast nests. Make sure there are no fierce beasts left inside. Just as the snake was about to reply, Huqiu stepped forward loudly, King, please let me go too. Tong Cang frowned. He initially thought Huqiu was just frightened today and should rest at the camp. But then he thought, since there's little danger in the nests now, going out for a walk could help distract Huqiu and maybe make him feel better. He nodded in agreement. All right, you and the snake go together. Be very careful. After assigning the task, Tong Cang praised the warriors for today and allowed each warrior who went out to receive 2 portions of food. This made the warriors, who barely managed to survive, very happy. The next day, Huqiu and the snake went to the fierce beast nests. As the snake predicted, they only found 2 fierce beasts while searching the nests. A group of warriors quickly subdued the beasts. This used to be a tribe. I didn't expect these fierce beasts to be so clever, occupying this tribe as their nest. No wonder it's so hard to attack, the snake said with feeling. Just then, a small male ran over. Big brother snake, big brother Huqiu, there's a cave ahead. There are no fierce beasts inside now, but there are many dead prey. You should go see. Hearing this, Snake and Huqiu exchanged glances and hurried after the small male. Soon, they arrived at the cave. The cave was large, and once inside, they saw piles of animal carcasses, broken bones, and torn animal skins, looking quite eerie and frightening. Big brothers, it seems these prey were all bitten by fierce beasts. I wonder if they can still be eaten. There are so many. What a pity, the small male said regretfully. Snake frowned. Let's report to the king first. If these prey were bitten, eating them might cause us to catch the fierce energy. But aren't fierce beasts supposed to be without intelligence? Why would they leave so many prey in their nest uneaten? Do fierce beasts also hoard food? Huqiu asked suspiciously. Snake hit his head and said, yes, maybe these prey were left by the previous tribe. Since they died, the fierce beasts didn't eat them. Huqiu shook his head. That doesn't seem right. Look at the bite marks on these prey. Fierce beasts that want food will tear it apart wildly. They never just bite once and leave it. The young male also showed a strange expression. This is really strange. I must report it to Wang when I get back. The 3 of them were talking when suddenly, a faint sound came from inside the prey. Huqiu raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He slowly approached the prey and kicked it. Screech. A cry of pain immediately came from inside. Huqiu looked up and exchanged a surprised glance with the others. There was actually a beastman inside. Who's inside? Come out. Huqiu called out loudly. Under the watchful eyes of the beastmen, the prey's mouth was suddenly pulled open and a small beastman crawled out from inside. Seeing a living beastman emerge from inside the prey, Huqiu and the others immediately became alert. They formed a circle, ready to attack at any moment. The beastman was dirty all over, with long hair tied into clumps, stained with dark red dried blood. Its face and body were red and black, making it hard to see its true appearance. Its small size made it look like a playful cub that had run away, especially under the gaze of Huqiu and the others. Are you a beast or a ghost? How did you come out of the prey's body? This is a monster's den. How could there be a live beastman? Could it be that the prey turned into a beastman, or that a fierce beast turned into one? The beastmen guessed wildly, their eyes full of shock. Prey and fierce beasts can't turn into beastmen.
Don't talk nonsense.
Whether it's a beast or a ghost, if it appears here, there must be something strange. Just kill it, Snake Ean said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the beastman squatted down, holding its head and shouted loudly, Don't kill me. I'm not prey, and I didn't turn into a beastman from a fierce beast. I'm just a beastman. Are you female? Hearing the delicate voice, the beastmen were stunned. The voice clearly belonged to a female, but how could a female appear here? I am female. Please don't kill me. The female nodded quickly, pushed aside her hair covering her face. Under the long hair, although her face was also dirty, her small face and round eyes could be faintly seen. She was definitely a female. The beastmen were all stunned. You're female? Then how did you end up here? Hu Qiu asked in confusion. The female was anxious, her eyes turning red as she kept wiping tears. Hu Qiu couldn't bear to see her cry. He hurriedly comforted her. Don't cry. Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. You can tell us what happened, and we can take you back to your tribe. Gigi looked up with tears in her eyes, staring at the male in front of her. Unlike other fierce and intimidating orcs, he looked helpless and unsure, which made him seem less threatening and more friendly. Gigi hiccuped and sniffled as she spoke. My tribe is right here.
This is my tribe.
I have nowhere else to go.
Boo-hoo.
When she reached a sad point, she couldn't hold back and cried even more. Now, not only Tiger Hill but also a group of grown men didn't know what to do. They could kill fierce beasts, but they didn't know how to comfort a crying female. The orcs were anxious, scratching their heads. Snaking suddenly looked at Tiger Hill and said, Tiger Hill, Sandai is your sister. You have a lot of contact with females. Please think of a way to cheer her up. Constant crying isn't good for her health. They believed that crying too much could harm her. Although many of them didn't have mates, they had been taught since childhood to protect females deeply in their hearts. Tiger Hill glanced at the crying Gigi, scratched his head, and said, I don't know how either. His sister didn't need comforting, and he hadn't interacted much with other females, so he didn't know how to cheer her up. Just as he looked worried, a sudden idea struck him. This female looked similar to a young cub, so maybe, just like with cubs, he could soothe her? Hesitating, he took out a few dried beef strips from his pocket, squatted in front of her, and extended his hand, offering them. Don't cry anymore. You've been hiding here for a long time. You must be hungry. Want to try some dried meat? That's how he usually comforted Sandai. He wasn't sure if this would work on females. Meat, dried meat? Are you giving this to me? Gigi sniffled and couldn't stop crying, her shoulders trembling. But she looked up and fixed her eyes on the dried meat in Tiger Hill's hand. She licked her lips, and her stomach growled loudly at the wrong time. Yes, I'm giving it to you. Tiger Hill nodded and pushed the dried meat closer. Gigi swallowed hard, reached out, and took it, stuffing it into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out, and because of her tears, her normally dark face now had streaks of grayish-white tears, making her look both cute and funny. Tiger Hill couldn't help but smile, wanting to laugh, but seeing her pitiful look, he held back. Do you have water?
I'm thirsty.
Gigi ate the dry meat quietly and asked softly. Yes, I have water. The orc nearby quickly went to fetch water. The water source in the fierce beast's den had long been polluted, so even the camp's water was transported from unpolluted places, carried back using bamboo tubes. Gigi was holding a bamboo tube and took a few big sips. Seeing that several people were willing to help her, she no longer seemed suspicious and gradually relaxed her guard. She looked toward Tiger Hill, still a bit eager, and clicked her tongue softly. Seeing this, the snake asked, Does she still not feel full? Tiger Hill, do you have any dried meat left? Give her a little more. Tiger Hill hesitated, but still took out 2 more pieces from his pocket. That's all we have. If you need more, you can come back to our camp. There's other food there that can fill you up. Female animals, no matter which tribe they belong to, are usually willing to take in others. But first, you need to tell us how you ended up here, Tiger Hill said, focusing on the main matter. Gigi's eyes brightened, and she happily took the dried meat, chewing more slowly this time. She carefully tasted it while explaining, "My name is Gigi. This used to be my tribe. My family and I lived here. One day, a fierce beast attacked our tribe and took over this place. Some of our people escaped, but my parents were slow. We all got trapped inside the tribe. Outside, there were fierce beasts everywhere, and we couldn't get out." She paused, then continued, "The fierce beasts didn't eat us. Instead, they bit many of our tribe members to death and brought back lots of prey they had killed. They piled everything in a cave. When my parents found out, they hollowed out some of the prey and told me to hide inside, stay quiet, and not make a sound." She rubbed her arm with a sad look on her face. Tiger Hill looked a bit embarrassed and apologized. "Sorry about earlier. I didn't know the prey might have monsters inside. I thought the fierce beasts might be hiding here." The snake was shocked. "Have you been hiding here all this time?" The environment of this tribe had been contaminated by fierce beasts for at least a month. How could a monster hide in a fierce beast's den for so long without being found? Gigi nodded. "Yes, my parents told me to hide here. I only come out sometimes to find food. The fierce beasts leave food here, but they rarely come back to eat, so they haven't discovered me." The snake still found this hard to believe. The luck of this female was just too incredible. "And your parents and tribe members?" the snake asked curiously, looking at the other prey. Could it be that all these prey had people hiding inside? Gigi lowered her head, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. "They went out to distract the fierce beast. After I hid, I never saw my parents again." Hearing this, the other orcs understood that her parents were probably gone for good. Xian quickly closed her mouth and didn't ask further. "What should we do now? Should we take these prey back?" a nearby orc asked, changing the subject. Gigi waved her hand quickly. No, these prey are no longer edible." Huqiu looked confused. "Didn't you say you only ate the unblackened meat? How come you can't eat it now?" Gigi explained, "I only eat meat that isn't black. I've been hiding here for a long time, and I've already eaten all the good meat. There's no more left. I can only go hungry." The rats ate the blackened meat and died quickly after being contaminated with anger. Huqiu suddenly understood. No wonder there were so many prey here, and she looked so hungry earlier. Xian and the others checked around and confirmed what Gigi said. The remaining meat on the prey was blackened, a sign of being corrupted by anger. If the orcs ate it, they wouldn't die immediately, but they would be affected by the anger too. It's such a pity. So much prey wasted. If it were still good to eat, it could last us many days. The orc sighed, looking at the mountain of prey with regret. Xian frowned. "We don't know what's going on with these fierce beasts. They suddenly started collecting prey. We've never seen this before in their dens. We should hurry back and tell the king." The others nodded seriously and finished checking the remaining corners before preparing to leave. Gigi ran after them quietly and whispered, "Wait, are all the fierce beasts in the tribe dead? Don't worry, we've killed all the fierce beasts. It's safe here. But you're female, and this place is contaminated. If you stay, you won't survive," Xian kindly reminded her. Gigi shook her head. "No, I want to ask if I can go find my parents. I want to see them one last time before I leave." Xian hesitated and looked at Huqiu. "Why don't you stay here and help her find them? We should report to the king first." "Why me?" Huqiu asked, confused. Xian glanced at Gigi standing behind him, smiling bitterly. "You just calmed her down. Now she only wants to stay with you." At Huqiu, he looked back to see the young girl following closely behind him. She was carefully clutching his clothes, as if afraid of losing him. Seeing that she looked even younger than his sister, Huqiu felt pity and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll help you look. If we can't find them, we must return to the camp before dark." He couldn't risk his life. Gigi's face lit up with hope, and she quickly nodded. "Okay, whether we find them or not, I'll go back with you before nightfall." She knew that if her parents had truly been killed by the fierce beast all this time, there might be nothing left but bones. Finding them would be extremely difficult. But if she left now, this might be her last chance to see her parents. The snake and the others quickly left the fierce beast's den. Huqiu looked at Gigi. You're more familiar with this place. You lead the way. Gigi nodded and still held onto his clothes, walking forward. Huqiu thought to himself, she's like walking a dog. That's a dead end. Surely your parents wouldn't have gone that way, right? Maybe we should look elsewhere. As they moved further along a more remote path, Huqiu's doubts grew. If her parents were trying to lure the beast away, they wouldn't have run into a dead end. It was already getting late, and he wanted to help her find her parents, but if night fell, he'd have to return. Gigi stubbornly shook her head and kept walking. Huqiu could only follow her helplessly. After a few more minutes, behind some bushes, a pair of red eyes appeared. Huqiu's heart tightened, and he immediately shielded Gigi behind him. But upon closer inspection, it was actually a dead, fierce beast. Although its body was decayed, its red eyes remained intact, looking as lively as ever. Gigi suddenly covered her mouth and sobbed softly. It's my parents. Huqiu was stunned. Had she really found them? He hurried to follow and saw two skeletons lying beside the beast. The bodies of the beastmen had decayed faster than the fierce beast, leaving only their hides and bones. One was a leather skirt made by her father, who was very skilled. His was the best in the tribe. They are my parents. Gigi's voice trembled as she gently touched the bones. Huqiu looked closer. One skeleton was clearly in front of the other, the one in front larger with deep bite marks and broken bones. The skeleton behind was much more complete. My parents. They probably didn't think they could escape, so they came here. They distracted the fierce beast while other members of their tribe escaped through the exit. Gigi said this with growing sadness. Huqiu, who is not very talkative, heard this and suddenly spoke up. Actually, outside the exit, there are many orc bones. I guess your fleeing tribe members didn't make it out either. Gigi's crying paused for a moment. Thank you, I feel a bit comforted. The air fell silent for a while. Hearing Gigi cry made Huqiu feel helpless. He hesitated and asked, it's getting late. Should I help you bury your parents? Bury them? Gigi looked back in confusion. Huqiu nodded. Yes, my sister said that orcs should be laid to rest after they die. If we bury your parents, they might rest peacefully. Maybe next time, they could be reborn close to you. Is that so?
Then,
burying them is fine. Although she had never heard of this before, she decided to try. At least, this was the only thing she could do for her parents now. Huqiu didn't hesitate and summoned his tiger claws. He dug a large hole nearby and moved the two skeletons into it to bury them. After filling the grave and covering it with a few handfuls of dirt, Gigi helped to cover it. After finishing, the sky had turned deep blue. Huqiu led Gigi, who kept looking back to the camp. At the camp, it was mealtime. The orcs were lining up by the large clay pot, waiting to get their porridge. Seeing Huqiu bring back a strange orc, the orcs looked at him curiously. Huqiu, who is she? I just heard Snake Ings say you found a female in the fierce beast's nest. Is she the one? She looks darker than charcoal, so skinny. She must have suffered a lot in the beast's nest. Poor thing. Do you pity her? Maybe she can be your partner? One orc teased. The teasing orc quickly shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. I have a partner. The orcs all looked at Gigi with curiosity. She was so scared she hid behind Huqiu. The males here are 10 times more numerous than in their tribe. Although the orcs were curious, they didn't dare to approach or bother her. Such a small female wasn't their top choice, and with danger all around, they had no energy to take care of her. Huqiu originally planned to take Gigi to find the king and ask how to arrange things, so he wouldn't have to worry about her anymore. As they just arrived at the camp, Gigi saw a beastman holding a bowl of porridge, eating happily. Gigi's stomach let out a loud growl. Huqiu looked down and saw Gigi shyly looking at him, clutching her belly, swallowing saliva but not speaking. Forget it. We're at the camp now, and the king probably won't let you go hungry. Just eat first. Once you're full, we'll ask the king how to arrange things for you, Huqiu decided, changing his mind. Huqiu went to get a bowl of porridge. Ji blinked with anticipation, took the bowl eagerly, and sniffed it. What is this? So hot and fragrant. She had never used fire in her old tribe. They ate raw meat and didn't know the difference between hot and cold. It looked like the food had been roasted by the sun. So amazing. This is porridge made with wild vegetables and meat. It's a bit hot. Eat slowly. If you're still hungry, there's more, Huqiu patiently explained.
Hot.
Ji looked confused. Huqiu simply took the bowl from her hands and blew on it. Like this. Once you on it, it won't be hot anymore. Ji's eyes sparkled. She learned to several times, and their heads almost touched as they both blew on the porridge in the bowl. Seeing their faces close, Huqiu straightened up, feeling a bit stiff. Oh, okay, you can eat now. Hurry up and eat. Ji responded with an "oh," holding the bowl and eating eagerly. The bowl of porridge was quickly finished. Ji even licked her lips and tried to use her fingers to scoop the remaining porridge from the bottom of the bowl. Huqiu watched her dark hands suddenly twitch and quickly took the bowl back. Are you still hungry? I'll get you more, he said. Ji nodded obediently and waited patiently. After finishing 4 bowls of porridge, she let out a burp and stopped licking the bowl. Huqiu sighed in relief, thinking that although she looked thin, she could eat a lot. He decided to send her back to the tribe soon, or they wouldn't be able to support her at the camp. She ate more than the males here. Seeing Huqiu staring at her, Ji felt a little shy and asked timidly, Aren't you going to eat? First, I'll take you to see the king and arrange your place, Huqiu replied, shaking his head. His instinct told him he needed to send this little girl away quickly, or he wouldn't be able to get rid of her. When they arrived outside Tong Cang's tent, the snake was reporting today's situation to Tinkong. Hearing Huqiu's arrival, Tong Cang invited them in. King, she is the female we found in the predator's nest, Ji. She said she is willing to join our tribe. How should we arrange her?
Huqiu asked.
Tong Cang's gaze swept over Ji briefly, without lingering. First, settle in at the camp. When the next snake-like creature brings food, let it take her back then, Tong Cang thought. It's not practical to find a beastman to her home. Every beastman in the camp has a purpose and is indispensable. After speaking, Tong Cang looked at Ji. Are you willing to stay at the camp for a while now? Yes, I'm fine with that. I've lived in the lizard beast den for so long. I won't mind staying here. Ji quickly nodded. It's safe here, there's food, and she can eat her fill. Of course, she was willing. Tong Cang nodded. Then let's see which tents still have space, and she can stay in one of those. But all the tents are for males. Wouldn't it be bad for a female to stay with males? Huqiu hesitated. In the tribe, females have their own separate places. Plus, so many males living with one female might cause trouble. What if some beastmen lose focus on hunting the dangerous beast? Before Tong Cang could speak, Ji jumped behind Huqiu, grabbing his clothes with her fingers. Can I stay with him? I don't know the other males and
I'm scared.
Tong Cang looked at Huqiu. Huqiu shook his head firmly, without hesitation. That's not possible. I'm also male, and I can't stay with you. Besides, you're not afraid of the dangerous beast, so what's there to fear about males? This little girl cries so easily, he's worried he won't sleep well. Ji's grip tightened, and she buried her head lower, softly saying, I'm just afraid. Huqiu sighed helplessly, glancing outside the tent. Suddenly, he had an idea. I need to keep watch tonight. I have to hunt the dangerous beast and finish it quickly so I can return to the tribe. I can't look after you. Do the dangerous beasts come out at night too? Ji asked blankly. Of course. Except on rainy days, dangerous beasts are active day and night. So, you can't stay with me, Huqiu said firmly. But if it rains, then maybe I can? Ji blinked eagerly, asking. Huqiu was both amused and annoyed. It just rained a few days ago. Do you think it will rain again just because you want it to? As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of rain started outside, pattering heavily. A beastman opened the tent door and reported, King, it's raining outside, and quite heavily. Should we organize night patrols? Huqiu and the snake-like creature both look surprised. It's raining? No way, such a coincidence. Tong Cang raised his voice. Arrange for night watch and patrols. The other beastmen can rest in their tents. Gigi looked at Huqiu with hopeful eyes, as if saying, it's raining now. Can I stay with you? Huqiu was momentarily speechless, scratching the back of her head. She forced herself to speak. That's not possible either. Even though it's raining, there are so many mouths at the camp that need to eat. Plus, since you're here, with one more mouth to feed, I'll have to find more food. Tong Cang squinted, but didn't expose Huqiu. The food was regularly delivered by Snake Liang's people, so there was no need for them to hunt. However, Gigi heard this and asked, if I have my own food, can I stay with you? Huqiu nodded. As a female, she probably couldn't go hunting alone. Snake Liang instinctively looked outside the tent, but there was no movement. Huqiu sighed in relief. Just as she was about to firmly refuse, a beast man hurried over, happily saying, King, we just finished patrol outside and found a sheep struck by lightning. The meat is still good, so we brought it back. The beast man dragged in a sturdy, fat sheep, weighing over 200 jin. Huqiu was stunned. What was going on? Whatever she wanted, it seemed to happen. Was her mouth blessed? Gigi, however, beamed happily, tugging at his clothes and swinging them. Now we don't need to stay up all night or hunt. We have food. Can I stay with you now? Huqiu looked confused, her words caught in her throat. I say, Huqiu, since she's already asking, just let her stay in your tent. Aren't you worried other males might bully her? If she stays with you, you can keep an eye on her. Snake Liang suggested with a smile. No, that's not possible. Huqiu quickly waved her hands, looking for help at Tong Cang. King, what do you think? Tong Cang squinted again, his gaze sweeping over the thin, black female. Clear out 2 spots in your tent and let her stay there temporarily, Tong Cang decided. This female had survived so long in the fierce beast's den. She was very lucky. Maybe, like the young female, she was favored by divine beasts. If that was the case, it was better to go along with her. Since the king says so, Huqiu, you should take her down to rest. She's a female and has been with fierce beasts for so long. She must be scared, Snake Liang said thoughtfully. Huqiu grimaced but nodded. All right then. King, if Snake Liang comes, don't forget to ask him to take her back. Tong Cang nodded and ordered, you've worked hard today. Go back early to rest. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to find Huguang and the iron ore in the beast's den. Snake Liang, arrange for the beastmen to dig. Tiger fiercely killed the orc in the team, and even if Tiger Hill doesn't pursue it, Tong Cang won't let it go easily. During this time, he also took the opportunity to dig more iron ore. Next time Shiliang comes, he will bring it back together. Tiger Hill took Gigi out of the tent. Gigi looked happy and followed him closely. Tiger Hill took a few steps, stopped, looked back at Gigi, and sighed heavily. I'll take you back to the tent first.
Okay.
Gigi nodded obediently and followed behind. When passing by the tent, she couldn't help but look around curiously. She had never seen such a thing before. It was as livable as a cave. The tribe that could defeat fierce beasts was truly different. Tiger Hill led Gigi into his tent. At this moment, the orcs had just finished eating and were resting inside. The tent was crowded, and because it was raining, the grass on the ground was a bit damp from water brought in by the orcs. The orcs here went out early and returned late, often not sleeping well, so they didn't pay much attention to hygiene. Inside the tent, a strange smell could be smelled. Seeing that Tiger Hill was still bringing an unfamiliar face, the orcs inside looked over. Gigi hid behind him and whispered, Am I going to live here? Tiger Hill frowned slightly, looked at the crowded scene inside, and thought that when he lived alone, it was fine, but the idea of this female living here made him feel uncomfortable. He sighed, grabbed Gigi's wrist, and stepped out of the tent again. Hey, your king said I should live with you.
Where are you taking me?
It's still raining outside. You won't throw me out, will you?
You promised I could stay.
Gigi was a bit panicked, her short legs moving hurriedly. speaking anxiously behind him. Tiger Hill took her to a cave. I won't chase you away. You wait here first and avoid the rain. I will go find some materials and build you a separate place to live, right next to this cave. How does that sound? Tiger Hill explained.
Huh. Why?
Gigi looked confused. The tent is full of males, and it's not good for a female to live there. This is our food storage cave at the camp. Usually there are guards, so it's safe. It's not far from my tent. You can stay here now. Gigi thought for a moment and nodded. All right, thank you. I will repay you someday. Tiger Hill waved his hand without saying much and turned into the rain. There were no extra materials to build tents at the camp. Huguang had to go cut wood and bring it back. Using a large tree, he built a small wooden house. The roof and sides were covered with palm leaves to block the wind and rain. He learned this method from his sister. Since stones and bricks could be used to build houses, wood could be used too. After about 2 hours, the small house was finally finished. Huguang took the animal skins from Sandai's luggage and spread a bed inside the house. It had space for 3 beds, which was small but enough for people to live in. After tidying up, Huguang took Gigi to the house. Take a look and tell me if anything is missing. Gigi looked around, full of surprise. It was the first time she saw a house made of wood that looked like a cave. Nothing is missing. This is perfect, she said after looking around. If you have anything else to do, come find me at the tent, Huguang said, then prepared to leave. Gigi stood still at the door of the house, watching Huguang's back. Just as he took a few steps away, he looked back at her dark face and the dried blood on her body. He rubbed his forehead and then boiled 2 buckets of hot water.
Wash yourself.
The animal skins are inside the house. Change into new clothes. I don't have any more. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Huguang turned and left without looking back. Gigi squatted down, touched the steaming water in the bucket, then looked at her dirty hands. She softly said, "Thank you." Since the tribe was taken over by fierce beasts, she never thought she could survive. She never imagined someone could treat her as kindly as her parents did. When she returned to the tent, Huguang lay down and fell asleep immediately. He was exhausted after a long day and had a peaceful night without dreams. The next morning, the rain stopped early. The orcs hurriedly got up and went back to work. Besides hunting fierce beasts, today there was also a team going to mine iron ore, so everyone was busier. When collecting food, they ate quickly and then went back to work. Huguang was no exception. His task today was to lead a team to hunt and eliminate the fierce beasts so the land would belong to them. When lining up, Huguang instinctively looked around. He didn't see the small black female from yesterday. Is she still not up? Huguang muttered softly. It was normal for females to be delicate and sleep longer. Just as he finished speaking, someone patted his back. "You're here. I just looked for you and found some porridge for you. Please eat quickly. After you finish, we will go hunt the wild beast together." Huguang turned around and saw a small, cute female with a fair face standing behind him, holding a bowl of meat porridge and smiling happily at him.
Are you
the female from yesterday? Huguang froze in place, not recognizing her at first. The female in front of him looked nothing like the small black girl from yesterday. They were not similar at all. "I'm Gigi. It's only been 1 night and you don't recognize me?" Gigi blinked with a confused look, handed the porridge to Huguang, and pinched her cheek. "See, it's me. Yesterday you even built a wooden house for me. Are there any other females in your camp besides me?" Huguang's gaze fell on her rosy, tender cheeks, and he hesitated. "Yesterday you still." She was dark then, but today she looks so fair. "Oh, about that," Gigi said. "Yesterday you brought me water. I washed up, changed my animal hide, and hid among the prey for a long time. I was covered in blood and very dark. It took me a long time to clean up yesterday." Gigi raised her arm in frustration. "My arm turned red from scrubbing before it was clean." Huguang was stunned. It turned out she wasn't the small black girl he brought back, but a fair, delicate young female. Although Gigi had hidden among the prey for a long time, she ate better than the other females in the camp. The meat and blood were like a buffet. Recently, because the wild beasts had been driven back by Tinkong and no new prey was caught, she had only been hungry for a few days. Yet, her face remained rosy, showing she was well cared for before the tribe was taken over by the wild beasts. Huqiu was surprised and didn't notice Gigi's words earlier. So that's how it is. Thank you. Have you eaten yet? Huqiu asked, coming back to himself. Gigi grinned and happily replied, Yes, I ate. Your tribe's orcs are very generous. They gave me several bowls, and I couldn't eat any more. Huqiu looked around at the others. Many males were looking in Gigi's direction. Unlike yesterday, today their eyes showed admiration and flattery. Clearly, a cute, fair female was always popular. Huqiu felt an inexplicable annoyance and suddenly regretted bringing those 2 buckets of water for Gigi yesterday. Eat less. You, as a female, eat more than the males, Huqiu said sternly. Okay, Gigi replied, a little aggrieved. She stuck out her tongue, but didn't dare to argue. She did not forget that she was on someone else's territory. If Tiger Hill was unhappy, he might not even give her food, which would be bad. Gigi closed her mouth, and Tiger Hill said, Next time I get food, I will help you get it. Don't run around outside. If there's danger, I won't help you. Gigi looked confused and asked, But you said yesterday that there wouldn't be any danger in the camp. You even have orc patrols. Tiger Hill paused, thinking quickly. You have so many questions. Are you listening to me or not? Oh, I will listen to you, Gigi replied, and then she didn't ask more, just nodded honestly. Tiger Hill's face looked a little better. This female was a bit troublesome, but she was obedient. After drinking a little porridge, Tiger Hill said, You go back to your wooden house and rest. I am going to hunt the wild beast. Then he gathered his team, divided the patrol areas, and prepared to leave. Tiger Hill, is that female coming to find you? She's been following behind, a orc asked as they left the camp. Tiger Hill turned around and saw Gigi struggling to run over along the path they had just walked. His eyelids twitched and he frowned, saying, Didn't I tell you to go back? Why are you following? I want to go with you to hunt the wild beast. Gigi panted, her face flushed. You're a female. Stay in the camp, Tiger Hill said coldly, and told an orc, Take her back. The orc immediately took Gigi back to the camp. But when the orc returned, not far away, another orc said, Tiger Hill, that female is back again. Seeing Gigi's stubborn expression, Tiger Hill felt a headache coming on. He changed his mind and decided to bring her along, letting her ride on his back. Luckily, they were just out to clear the forest of wild beasts, not to attack their dens, so it wasn't very dangerous. When they encountered a wild beast, he would just put her down. However, Tiger Hill and his team spent the whole day walking through the forest and didn't see a single wild beast. Maybe the wild beasts in this forest have already been cleared out. We haven't seen any today. The wild beasts are really becoming fewer. Soon, we might be able to chase them out of the forest, haha. When the orcs returned to the camp, Tiger Hill's team was talking, but they saw other teams coming back with worried faces and several injured. What happened? Huqiu stepped forward and asked, Sai, today's bad luck. As soon as we went out, we encountered several fierce beasts. They were so aggressive that they nearly fought us to the point of retreat. If we see another one, we might not make it back. Same here today, another team said. Strange, really. We cleared this path 2 days ago, so there shouldn't be any fierce beasts today. After asking several teams, the story was always the same. Huqiu was stunned. Such coincidence? He hadn't encountered any fierce beasts today, but other teams had met more. He looked at Gigi, who was playing with a bunch of grass at the back of the team, and felt suspicious. In the following days, Huqiu continued to patrol with Gigi, but still saw no fierce beasts. After several days, Huqiu couldn't hold back anymore. He ordered Gigi to stay at the camp, threatening she wouldn't get 4 bowls of porridge if she disobeyed. Gigi finally dared not follow and stayed obediently at the camp. Unfortunately, without Gigi, Huqiu's team left the camp shortly after and encountered a fierce beast. Huqiu was speechless. This female beast was too tricky. 1 month passed in the Black Abyss tribe. Most of the refugee beastmen outside the tribe had moved into houses. Sandai and Qingsui walked along a stone-paved road. Looking around, the outside of the tribe was lined with neat houses, each separated by tall trees, making it look spacious rather than crowded. Some trees were even taller than five-story buildings, like ants living in the cracks of nature, insignificant. When Sandai approached, the nearby orcs greeted her warmly. Sandai responded with a smile. After walking around, she noticed several houses were empty, with no one living in them. I just saw some orcs living in tents. These houses are still empty. Why haven't they been assigned to them? Sandai asked curiously. Qingsui, who spent more time here and often followed Xiliang to manage food supplies, knew more about the refugee beastmen. Hearing Sandai's question, Qingsui curled her lips and explained, recently, Xiliang discovered that some orcs were being lazy and not working seriously. They couldn't even finish half of what the other orcs did. So, Xiliang changed the rules. Only those who meet the minimum work standards can move into the houses. That makes sense, Sandai nodded. Since those orcs were lazy, there was no need to give them houses. Qingsui paused and added, actually, they weren't always like this. Recently, Luo Yuer has been coming here often. It's because these orcs have been mixing with Luo Yuer that they've changed like this. Luo Yuer again? Sandy raised her eyebrows. It had been a long time since she heard that name. She didn't expect her to still be causing trouble. After all, in the story, Luo Yuer and Tong Cang were already enemies. Now that Tong Cang's Black Abyss tribe was thriving and growing stronger, Luo Yuer must be making some moves. Yes, it's all Luo Yuer's fault. Now there are fewer beastmen working and many are trying to slack off. Luo Yuer even said, we all eat the same amount of food, but those who work harder are just fools.
King cui comprendo un'apili.
The tribe has been so good to them, yet they still listen to Luo Yuer. If I had known, I wouldn't help them, Sandy said with a slight smile to comfort her. It's okay. Since that's the case, let's set some rules for assessments. From now on, no more ranking. Each beastman must work a certain amount every day to get food and a place to live. If they don't meet the standards, they can move out or go hungry. Qing Chui thought for a moment and smiled. That's a good idea, Sister Sandy. You're so clever and have good ways to deal with them. That way, they can't take advantage of the tribe. I'll go talk to Xiliang and have him arrange things according to your plan, Qing Chui said, about to leave. Suddenly, she remembered something and stopped. What about Luo Yuer? You came up with a way to deal with her this time, but what if she causes trouble again next time? We can't keep waiting for her to cause problems before we deal with her, she added. Wouldn't that make us too passive? Sandy calmly replied, let her do as she wishes. It will help us identify unreliable beastmen. From now on, any beastmen who associate with her won't be trusted anymore. Luo Yuer was married to Hule, who was Tong Cang's sworn enemy. Beastmen allied with Luo Yuer, even if they are still in the Black Abyss tribe now, might rebel in the future. It's better to confront them openly than hide in the shadows. This way, the tribe can better prevent these beastmen from causing trouble.
King cui suddenly understood.
That's true. Those who associate with Luo Yuer aren't good people. Otherwise, why are only a few beastmen lazy? Most of them are hardworking and refuse to talk to Luo Yuer. After hearing Sandy's words, Qing Chui felt enlightened and no longer felt angry. The two continued walking and talking. Suddenly, a clumsy gray wolf pup ran out ahead. Be careful. Qing Chui instinctively reached out her hand to protect the pup just as it was about to fall. The gray wolf pup was about to trip over a stone. Qing Chui quickly moved her hand to shield its head, palm protecting the pup, but the back of her hand hit the stone hard. Chui was pained and frowned, but she quickly comforted the young wolf cub. Don't be afraid, it's okay now. Where are your parents? I'll take you to find them, okay? The young wolf cub was frightened and whined loudly. Chui was about to pick up the cub when suddenly a female stepped out and pushed her aside. The female grabbed the cub and held it in her arms. What are you doing to my cub?
She asked.
He almost fell. I just wanted to hold him, nothing else, Chui explained. The female looked at Chui with suspicion and said defensively, "You're fine, but why are you holding someone else's cub?"
Oh, I see.
You're the female Luer mentioned, the one who hasn't been able to have a cub for years, right? You can't have your own cub, so you want to take someone else's. Do you have no shame? The female's words were full of hostility. No, Chui was speechless and blushed, unsure how to reply. Not being able to have a cub had always been her pain, and now the female was openly saying it. She felt ashamed and unable to lift her head. The surrounding beastmen looked at her with sympathy, making Chui feel even worse. Sandy, with a cold face, stepped forward and pulled Chui close to her. She looked at the female, holding the wolf cub. The female looked unfamiliar, and she had come to the tribe with refugees. Most of the refugee beastmen were males, but some groups fought hard to protect the females and escaped. The female in front of her was one of them, and the cub she held was born outside the Black Abyss tribe. Sandy remembered her a little. "You're not a female of the Black Abyss tribe. Who allowed you to step into our territory?" Sandy asked coldly. They were now inside the Black Abyss tribe's land. Refugee beastmen outside could stay in houses, but they weren't allowed to come and go freely. "I am a female, and I didn't do anything wrong. I just brought my cub in for a walk." "What's wrong with that?" The female stammered, feeling guilty under Sandy's sharp gaze. Sandy sneered. "Our tribe gives you food, not so you can come in and bully our females. Apologize to Chui and get out." "Why should I apologize? I didn't say anything wrong. I was telling the truth," the female said unhappily. Sandy didn't want to argue with her. She grabbed the wolf cub by the neck with one hand and pulled the female's collar with the other, dragging her in front of Chui. She emphasized again, "Apologize." Recently, Sandy had been working hard and had gained strength. It was easy for her to subdue a refugee female. The female was pulled off balance and almost fell. She wanted to call for help but saw that none of the beastmen around were willing to help. Looking at Sandy's cold eyes, she immediately hesitated and nervously said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said you can't have offspring. Please forgive me." "Forget it, Sandy. Let her go out," Qingxue said with a forced smile. "What she said is true. I was all ready." She lowered her head sadly and touched her belly. Females who cannot have offspring tend to have a lower status than males as they age. Sandy pushed the female away and shoved the wolf cub back inside. "Get out." The female, holding the cub, dared not stay any longer and hurriedly left. Chui, don't listen to her nonsense. She keeps calling her Rain, but she's just as bad as Luo Yuer. Saying these things is just to make you angry. You're still young. You'll have cubs in the future, Sandy softly comforted Qingxue. Qingxue shook her head.
"I'm fine.
The veterinarian said my body is very unlikely to conceive.
I've known that for a long time."
"You also said it's difficult, but not impossible. Wanting to have cubs depends a lot on good mood. You should be happier, and then the cubs will come to your belly," Sandy said, holding Qingxue's arm. Hearing this, Qingxue felt a bit better. She smiled and said, "You're always right. I trust you." After they parted, Sandy went home and locked herself in her room, entering her consciousness into the supermarket. Recently, the items in the supermarket had helped many refugee beastmen. She hadn't yet looked at the new items on the supply list. Sandy searched mentally, hoping to find some new herbal seeds to help Qingxue recover her health. But unexpectedly, she saw something surprising. Sandy opened the screen on the counter and scrolled to the last page of the supply list. At the bottom, 3 large characters caught her eye. Birth talisman. Sandy froze. What is a birth talisman? Previously, the supply list only had high-quality crop seeds, medicinal herbs, fish and shrimp fry, and animal cubs. But what is a birth talisman? She thought everything bought from the supermarket was developed in the high-tech era. She didn't expect the supermarket to deal with such mystical items. Sandy was curious about what kind of place her supermarket connected to that it had these strange and rare items. She had never seen anything like this in her past life. Even if she had, they would have been just scam artists, not trustworthy at all. She looked at the price. Each birth talisman cost 100,000. In the past, she wouldn't have spent that much, but now her balance was sufficient, and 100,000 was not a big deal. With a flick of her hand, she bought a fertility talisman directly. She read the instructions and found they were the same as she knew. Burn it to ashes, then soak the ashes in water and drink it. She didn't know when it would take effect or how long the effect would last. This thing is really mystical. Never mind, I'll give it a try. Whatever happens, I'll leave it to fate, Sandai thought as she imagined herself in the supermarket, holding the newly purchased fertility talisman, then immediately heading to the Green Cave. Chui had just gone to find Shiliang and Yuechan and told them about Sandai's plan. When she returned to the mountain cave, she saw Sandai standing at the entrance. "Sandai, why are you here?" Chui asked with a smile. Sandai stepped forward, took her hand, and said, "I need to talk to you. Come with me." Although puzzled, Chui followed her inside. "Is something wrong?" Chui asked cautiously, her heart tense. She couldn't think of any reason that would make Sandai come personally. "Yes, there is something." Sandai blinked and took out the fertility talisman. "You've been worried about not being able to have a child, right? Our tribe used to have a saying, burning this prayer paper into water and drinking it might help you conceive. I brought it to try for you." "Really? Is that true?" Chui's face lit up with joy as she stared at the fertility talisman in Sandai's hand. "Sandai, this thing must be very precious. Maybe you should keep it for yourself instead of giving it to me." After the initial excitement, Chui shook her head and waved her hand in refusal. Although her eyes lingered longingly on the talisman, she still refused. "I don't have a partner, and I don't want to have a child. Why would I need this?" Chui said with a smile. Seeing her hesitation, Sandai directly made a gesture as if she was about to tear the talisman. "You don't need it. I'll just throw it away. It's just taking up space." Seeing Sandai's action, Chui hurriedly stopped her. "Hey, no. You're so foolish. How can you tear such a precious thing?" Sandai smiled at her, and Chui sighed helplessly. "All right, I'll use it. You've been so kind to me. I don't even know how to thank you," Chui said. "That's more like it. I'm happy when you're doing well," Sandai replied. She then took a bowl from the cave, filled it with water, and went outside to get some fire-starting materials. She lit the fire, burned the talisman, and placed the ashes into the water. Chui watched carefully, her expression sincere and devout, as if she were a believer. "All right, the taste might not be very good, but just drink it," Sandy said, handing the talisman water to Qingsue. I thought Qingsue might be a bit reluctant, since the water looked unclean. Surprisingly, Qingsue took the water without hesitation, tilted her head, and drank it all in one go, leaving nothing behind. "Is that enough? Do I need to do anything else?" "Bow. Or something else." After drinking, Qingsue turned to ask Sandy. "Sandy, why do you look so hopeful?" Instead, Sandy felt a bit confused and explained no need, just drink it. "But I can't guarantee you'll get pregnant. It's just possible. The most important thing is to stay in a good mood. When you're happy, good luck will come." Perhaps because she drank the talisman water, Qingsue's smile seemed more genuine. She nodded and said, "All right. I trust you. Miss Sandy, you're so kind to me." "I really don't know how to thank you," Qingsue said, touched. Since Sandy saved the snake, she felt she could never repay her enough. "It's nothing special. When I was busy, you took care of Xiaofeng and others. You've helped me a lot too. We're friends. Helping each other is what friends do," Sandy replied. Qingsue was momentarily stunned, then she smiled happily. "Yes, we're friends. Sandy is my best friend. By the way, it's not just luck. You and Xiong need to work hard tonight too," Sandy said, leaning closer with a wink and a flirtatious smile. Qingsue blushed deeply. "I understand." In the following days, Sandy waited for news from the front line about Tengsong while focusing on leading the orcs in farming and raising livestock. Their first harvest was quite good. Even the smallest plots yielded 1,000 jin per mu. Seeing the success, the orcs expanded their farms. From the initial 30 mu, they now cultivated 100 mu. The water channels dug before the flood came in handy, directing water directly into the fields and saving the trouble of irrigation. Seeing the lush, thriving crops, Sandy felt more confident. "Miss Sandy, you're here too." Hearing the voice, Sandy turned around and saw Chingsue and Shiyong walking over, each carrying a bamboo basket. "I came to see how the crops are doing." "What are you carrying?" "This is our family's silkworm droppings. You said it could be used as fertilizer, right? We've accumulated quite a bit, so Shiyong and I brought it over," Chingsue explained with a smile. Sandy suddenly remembered she had taught the orcs how to make fertilizer. Animal manure is also a good fertilizer. Every day, the orcs clean the rabbit pens and chicken coops and bring the manure over. However, the orcs who raised silkworms had not organized themselves. Unexpectedly, Chingsue was specially sent over. "You all go ahead. I'll wait for you, and we can go back together." The journey back to the tribe was still long, and it was good to have company along the way. Chingsue nodded, and after Snake Yong finished cleaning the silkworm droppings, they returned. The two sisters walked ahead, with Snake Yong following behind, carrying a bamboo basket in each hand. "Chui, I see you don't look well. Are you too tired lately?" Sandai held Chingsue's arm, noticing her pale lips, and asked with concern. "No, I've been doing less work lately. I've been so sleepy, I just stay in the cave. I don't have much appetite. Today, I finally got a chance to come out for a walk." Chingsue touched her face and shook her head. "Are you really okay?" Sandai was worried. As they talked, they turned a corner and didn't notice a figure walking quickly from the other side. Chingsue almost bumped into him, but luckily Sandai reacted fast and pulled her back. "Watch where you're walking. If you hurt the unborn in my belly, you'll regret it." Luo Yuer covered her belly and shouted angrily. Hearing the familiar voice, Sandai frowned and quickly pulled Chingsue back to keep her at a distance. Chingsue also came to her senses and looked at Luo Yuer's belly in surprise. "You're pregnant again?" Her face was full of envy. Why hadn't she been able to get pregnant? But this bad female, Luo Yuer, was already carrying 2 babies. When she saw who was in front of her, Luo Yuer's anger quickly turned into disdain. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you, a widow without a partner. And you, the useless female who can't have babies. Don't you look where you're going? If you hurt the baby in my belly, can you afford to pay?" Luo Yuer spat on Chingsue arrogantly. Pregnant females like her were like a free pass to safety. The tribe would give them extra food. Recently, she had also gained many orcs as allies, making her more powerful. Now that she was pregnant with Eagle Creek's child, Eagle Creek treated her better and was no longer lazy like before. She ate well and looked healthier, and she looked down on Chingsue with an overbearing attitude. Chingsue was a bit angry but thought about Luo Yuer's pregnancy and didn't want to argue. She didn't like Luo Yuer, but the baby was innocent. She wasn't going to bully a pregnant female. "I didn't mean to bump into you. You were walking too fast," Chingsue said, then pulled Sandai to leave. "Stop right there. Do you dare to talk back? Did I tell you to leave? If you hit me, you better apologize." Luo Yuer finally seized an opportunity and wouldn't let it slip away easily. She couldn't teach Sandy a lesson, but Chingsue was Sandy's friend. Bullying Chingsue was like threatening Sandy's reputation. Luo Yuer pushed Chingsue forcefully. Chingsue staggered and hit the tree behind her. Seeing this, Shiyong immediately stepped forward, grabbing Luo Yuer's wrist and angrily asking, "How dare you hit Chingsue?" Luo Yuer was not afraid at all. Instead, she boldly pushed her face forward and said, "I hit her. So what? I have a baby in my belly. Do you dare to hit me? Try it. Our tribe has rules. Hurting a pregnant female is punishable." Luo Yuer looked fearless, making Shiyong's hand drop heavily. "Forget it, Shiyong," Sandy said hurriedly. Just then, Chingsue suddenly bent over, clutching her stomach. Chui, what's wrong?" Sandy quickly stepped in to support her. "My stomach, it hurts," Chingsue said with a pale face and sweating forehead. Shiyong was panicked. "How can your stomach hurt? Did you just bump into something? I'll take you back now." Sandy helped Sue sit down and told Xiong, "Don't let her move. Go call Rue to check on her." Yes, call the veterinarian." "I'll go now," Xiong said, looking lost. Hearing Sandy, he found his way and quickly transformed into his beast form to find Rue. Luo Yuer backed away nervously. "Hey, I didn't push her hard. I just touched her lightly. Don't pretend, stop acting innocent." Sue was too weak to speak, only glancing at Luo Yuer with a feeble look. Luo Yuer panicked even more, sensing trouble. She tried to run away, but Sandy grabbed her arm firmly. "Stop right there. If Cui is hurt, neither you nor your baby will escape." She didn't care whether the baby was innocent or not. Being pregnant with Luo Yuer's kind of female meant bad luck for the baby. Soon, Xiong returned with Rue. Rue quickly looked around and saw Sandy safe, then hurried to Sue and examined her carefully. "Rue, how is Cui?" Sandy asked anxiously. After checking, Rue relaxed his brows and said, "She's pregnant. It's been about 2 weeks. Luckily, she's in good health, and the baby is fine. Just eat well and rest, and she'll recover." Everyone was stunned by Rue's words. "Rue, are you serious?"
I'm pregnant."
Sue was stunned, touching her belly and feeling some relief from the pain.
Rue nodded confidently.
"Yes." Green Jade was so happy she cried, and Snakeyoung was stunned for a moment before coming back to himself. He was so excited he danced around, saying, Cui, you have babies." "No, I have babies. Half a month. That's my babies." Sandai checked the time and realized it had been exactly half a month since Cui drank the birth charm water. What a coincidence. It seemed the charm really worked well. "How is that possible? Didn't you say you couldn't have babies? How come I got pregnant just when I was pushed? This must be a trick. Are you all teaming up to cheat me?" Luo Yuer's eyes widened. Smack. Sandai slapped Luo Yuer across the face. "How dare you hit me? Sandai, you wicked woman." Luo Yuer covered her face, looking shocked. "You should be glad Cui, and the babies are fine. Snakeyoung is male, so he can't hurt you. I'm not afraid. If you keep using your pregnancy to do bad things, don't blame me for making you and your babies wander outside." Sandai sneered. "You dare. I am female. What right do you have to kick me out?" Luo Yuer said bravely. Sandai chuckled coldly, leaning close to her ear and whispering so only they could hear, "Nature is fair, but now the tribe is crowded and watchful. Making you disappear by accident is possible, right?" Luo Yuer's face turned pale. You dare." Her voice trembled with fear. She knew that with Sandai's current ability, she could do it silently and secretly. This wicked woman really wants to harm her. Luo Yuer glared fiercely at Cui and then turned to leave. When they learned Cui was pregnant, both she and Snakeyoung were so happy they couldn't stop smiling. "Quick, pinch me."
Cui, pinch me. Cui pinched Snakeyoung as se weist.
Snakeyoung grimaced in pain. "It's real. I'm not dreaming." "You're not dreaming. But if you stay here much longer, Cui and the babies might be in trouble." Rue coughed softly, offering a kind reminder. Snakeyoung finally came back to himself and hurriedly asked, "Oh, Cui, your stomach was hurting just now. Are you feeling better?" "Veterinarian Rue, is her stomach okay?" "It's nothing serious. Later, you can come to me and get some herbs. Boil them and give Cui to drink for 2 days. Don't move around too much these days, or it might hurt the babies." Rue waved her hand. Snakeyoung relaxed. Sandai and Snakeyoung went together to take Cui back to her mountain cave. Cui held Sandai's hand and kept talking. "Sandai, thank you so much. It's because of you that I have these babies. I don't know how to thank you enough. You're worried about whether my babies will be born safely? I heard that female animals have to go through a dangerous ordeal to give birth. I don't know if it's a female or male cub. Female cubs are better, but they are hard to raise." Sandy patiently listened and comforted her. Once she calmed down a bit, Sandy said, "Don't worry. Eagle Rue is a good healer. No matter what, He can ensure the cub is born safely. Right now, your main job is to eat well, sleep well, and stay happy. Only then will the cub grow up healthy. Qing Chui nodded repeatedly. You're right, I trust you. Sandy's words were like a reassuring charm, making Qing Chui feel at ease. After calming her down, Sandy left the cave and saw Snake Yong kneeling in front of her. Why are you doing this? Get up. Sandy quickly stepped forward to help him up. But Snake Yong refused to move, bowing his head firmly and gratefully saying, Sandy, you are my great benefactor. You saved my life before, and now you've helped Qing Chui get pregnant. Thank you so much. From now on, my life is yours. As long as you don't hurt Qing Chui or the cubs, I will do anything for you, he said. Sandy was surprised and waved her hands quickly.
No, no, no.
Her words sounded like she was claiming the cubs in Qing Chui's belly belonged to her, but she definitely didn't have that ability. Seeing Snake Yong unwilling to get up, Sandy said, if you really want to thank me, then wait until your cubs grow up. Let them help take care of Xiao Feng and the others. Even though the 3 snake cubs hadn't turned evil, they were still villains from the original story. What if she died someday, and they gradually returned to the story's path? Having friends around might help. Snake Yong nodded repeatedly. Okay, I will teach my cubs well, and make sure they respect Xiao Feng and the others in the future. Sandy was taken aback. No, that's not what I meant. Anyway, she still had time. When Qing Chui's cubs grew up, she would talk to them herself. Better not to teach them the wrong things and cause some strange cult or something. Before leaving, Sandy reminded Snake Yong of what to watch out for during Qing Chui's pregnancy. She hadn't been pregnant herself, but from the internet in her previous life, she had learned quite a bit. Things like not getting angry during pregnancy, keeping a good mood, avoiding and not having in the first 3 months. However, snake cubs can give birth after 2 months, and Qing Chui had been pregnant for half a month. So, with proper rest, she would pass the first trimester easily. Snake Yong carefully remembered everything and wanted to bow and thank her again. Sandy hurriedly left to avoid him worrying about shortening her lifespan. There are no good people who are constantly worshipped and bowed to by others. Sandai was preparing to go home when suddenly a bearded orc male ran toward her. Upon closer look, he looked somewhat familiar. Sandai, I finally found you. Luo asked me to come find you. He said the thing you wanted is ready. Go take a look. Hearing his words, Sandai remembered that this person was one of the orcs who helped Luo earlier. Back then, those orcs were clean and neat, but after some time apart, they seemed to have been influenced by Luo. Really? Sandai's face lit up with joy, and she hurried to follow the male. To her surprise, Luo was faster than she expected. It had only been a short time since Tong Cang left the tribe, and Luo had already smelted the iron. Soon, Sandai arrived at the place where Luo was refining iron ore. The cave was not suitable for fire, so Sandai specially arranged a brick house for Luo, which was really just an empty factory building. It was originally meant for Luo to work in, but he worked day and night and ended up living there. When he woke up, he started working. When tired, he simply slept. Luckily, a few other orcs helped out, or they wouldn't know when the house might have burned down. Sandai entered the door and saw piles of iron ore, firewood, and coal stones in the corner. In the middle was a large furnace burning hot, making the room much warmer than outside. Several males were busy moving back and forth, sweating profusely. When Luo saw Sandai, he turned around and greeted with a smile. Sandai, you're here. The male beside him looked at him as if he'd seen a ghost. These days they helped here, but they'd never seen Luo smile. He was always stern or expressionless, with a sour face toward everyone. They thought that was just how Luo's face was. Turns out, he could smile. I heard you smelted the iron. Where is it? Let me see. Sandai couldn't wait and stepped inside, looking around eagerly. Come, come, Luo beckoned, walking to the corner. He kicked aside a pile of stones and dug out a roughly shaped, irregular lump about the size of a soccer ball. Sandai looked at it. Its color was clearly different from the other stones, and when she got closer, she could see her reflection in it. Is this iron? Luer explained, this is from this batch of refined ore. I thought it was all useless and just piled aside. But today, when I was looking for something, I found this scrap of stone that looked different from the others. I wanted to bring you to see. Sandai nodded happily. Yes, it's iron. This is iron. Luer, you're amazing. Luer opened his mouth, and 2 rows of white teeth appeared on his dark face. That's good, that's good. I was worried I wouldn't be able to make the iron you need. This stuff is really amazing. It can melt with fire, but when it's hard, it's even tougher than stone. By the way, you mentioned before that it could be made into weapons. What do these weapons look like? Luer asked curiously. Sandai said, I'll draw it later and give it to you. You can help me shape these irons into weapons based on the drawing, okay? Of course, I want to try making weapons from this iron. It sounds very interesting. Luer nodded. If it weren't for Sandai, he probably wouldn't have the chance to see these in his life. He didn't find it tiring. Instead, he thought a day was too short and not enough.
Great.
I'll leave it to you, Luer, Sandai said happily, counting on her fingers. In half a month, Shiliang will send some supplies to the camp. It will be perfect to send these forged weapons then. I hope they will be useful. By the way, will there be enough time in half a month? Sandai asked, looking at Luer again. Luer nodded without hesitation. Yes, of course. There's enough time.
I've already taught them how to smelt iron.
They've all learned from me. I will personally forge the weapons, he assured, patting his chest. After saying goodbye to Luer, Sandai returned home and started thinking about what kind of weapons to make. Swords and spears, common cold weapons, didn't seem suitable. When fighting monsters, orcs mostly used beast forms, which are several times stronger than humans. If she used swords or spears, they would need to be in human form, and they might not even dodge the attacks of the monsters. Sandai felt stuck. Now that she had the iron, choosing what weapons to make became a difficult problem. I wish there were ammunition and cannons in the supermarket. Sandai racked her brains but couldn't think of a suitable weapon. She lay on the table, crying out in frustration. When the 3 snake cubs returned home, they saw their mother had some paper on the table. Curious, they asked Mom, "What are you doing? Are you writing or drawing?" They had learned many characters from their mother, so they weren't surprised to see the paper. What's this? A bone sword? Mom, it looks good, but why is it so big? Do you have such large bones? Sangfeng picked up a piece of paper, looked at the large cleaver drawn on it, tilted his head, and asked. Sandai took the paper, looked at it, and smiled as she replied, "It's a sword, but not a bone sword. Mom plans to forge it from iron." Sang Qing immediately raised her hand. "I know, it's those stones Brother Luer has been studying recently, right, Mother?" "Yes, that's it." "Little Qing is so clever," Sandai smiled as she gently rubbed Qing's head. "I heard Brother Luer has already made iron. Why does Mother look worried just now? Is something bothering you?" Sang Yu stood nearby, speaking softly with concern. "Mother wants to make useful weapons from this iron to send to Uncle Huqiu so they can fight the fierce beasts, but she hasn't decided what kind of weapons to make yet," Sandai explained casually. She didn't think her children were too young to know everything. "Weapons?" Sang Feng blinked with big, dark, wet eyes, showing a worried look. "I can't think of what kind either. I want to fight the fierce beasts with Uncle Huqiu, but our claws aren't sharp enough. When we sharpen them, they become dull. Uncle Huqiu said that when we grow up and our claws are sharp enough not to break, he will take us to fight the fierce beasts." The little cubs' minds jumped quickly, and soon they thought about fighting the fierce beasts instead of weapons. "Claws? You're a snake tribe beastman, silly. That's not called claws. Those are fingernails," Sang Qing laughed openly. "Uncle Huqiu is joking with you. You'll never grow sharp claws." Sang Feng froze in place. He blinked for a long time before reacting. He looked up and wailed, "Ah, Uncle Huqiu tricked me. I can't grow claws, so how will I fight the fierce beasts in the future?" Listening to their conversation, Sandai couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Little Feng, don't worry. Snake tribe beastmen don't have claws. but they can still fight fierce beasts. Look at Wang. He's also a snake tribe beastman, but he's the strongest in the tribe.
You should learn from him, she said.
Only then did Sang Feng stop crying. He sniffed and looked at Sandai.
Really?
Of course. When has mother ever lied to you? Hearing this, Sang Feng was comforted.
He clenched his small fists.
Okay. I want to learn from Wang. Even if I don't have claws, I want to become very strong. I will hunt fierce beasts and catch prey for mother in the future. Sandai couldn't help but smile widely. She never expected that after 2 lifetimes of not being able to eat her husband's big pancake, she would first enjoy her son's big dream. As she smiled, suddenly an idea struck her. That's right, claws. The most common weapon for beastmen is their claws. If they could make weapons shaped like beast claws and attach them to their own claws, they could use them when in beast form. It would only require simple adaptation and no systematic learning. The iron claws are extremely sharp, so even if a fierce beast bites them, they won't get hurt. It's really a perfect solution. Thinking of this, Sandy excitedly hugged Sang Feng and gave him a kiss on the forehead. Xiao Feng, you're really a good child for Mom. Mom has thought of making some weapons. After saying this, Sandy stopped drawing the blueprints. Her drawing skills are just average and can't capture the claws in perfect detail. She plans to tell Luer her ideas directly, so he can make them. If that doesn't work, there are many beastmen in the tribe, and she can find some to model the weapons. Sang Feng was kissed, covering his forehead, and giggled foolishly. Mom kissed him, and since he doesn't have an older brother or sister to kiss him, she must like him the most. You 3 stay home and play happily.
Mom will go out again, Sandy said.
Then she left with her thoughts and went to see Luer. When she finished and returned, it was already evening. Xiao Bai and the 3 snake cubs helped Huanyan wash vegetables and gather firewood in the kitchen, while Huguang was in charge of cooking. Seeing Sandy rush back in a flurry, Huguang sighed. Hu Qiu went out, and now Sandy is so busy every day. If she had a partner, maybe things would be a bit easier. Huanyan flicked a torn vegetable leaf at his face and said, Stop talking nonsense. Qiu and Sandy are doing serious work. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Sandy would be sad if she heard. She's already working hard enough. If she needs a partner, it should be someone worthy of her. When Huanyan spoke, Huguang immediately dared not make a sound. When they heard about finding a partner, the 3 snake cubs looked at each other. Sang Feng grinned and said, We also wanted to find a partner for Mom before, but she found out and got upset, so we didn't dare. Huanyan looked at Huguang. Did you hear that? If you make Sandy unhappy, I won't let you go. Huguang shrank his neck, thinking, I was just saying it. I didn't really mean to do it. Why so fierce? Xiao Qing, who did you want Sandy to be with back then? Huguang asked, changing the subject. It was Eagle Rue, the beast doctor, and Snake Liang. But Snake Liang liked Sister Yuechan. As for Eagle Rue, I don't know why, but he's been coming to see Mom less and less lately, Sang Qing replied honestly.
Why?
I remember Eagle Rue was very good to us. He even saved Hu Qiu. He's a great benefactor to our family. If he and Sandy could be together, that would be good, Huguang said regretfully. Does he not like Sandy either? Xiao Bai argued from the side. There's no beast man in the tribe who doesn't like Auntie Sandy. Even if there are such things, they are definitely the fault of those orcs. Sang Feng looked confused, resting his chin on his hand. But why doesn't everyone find their mother as a partner? I noticed that the males in the tribe are happy to see her, but they seem a little afraid of her and don't dare get close. Sanghua playfully poked his puffed cheeks. I know. Mother said it's because everyone likes her, but also respects her. Because of respect, they don't dare get too close. Little Bai blinked and secretly remembered this in his mind. Thinking about how Dad treats Aunt Dai, it seems different from other males. Dad isn't very close to Aunt Dai, but he's not afraid of her. Dad doesn't respect her in the same way. Maybe he still has a chance for Aunt Dai to be his mother. What's all this noise about? When Sandai entered, she saw the family happily talking and couldn't help but smile. Mother, Grandma said she will make something delicious for us. Sangfeng was the first to rush over, hugging Sandai's leg and acting cute. He knew what words would upset her, so he chose not to say anything. Huanyan saw this and added, "Dyer, you're tired today. What do you want to eat tonight? Mother will cook it for you." Sandai didn't think much and smiled. "Whatever Mother makes, I'll eat. There's nothing to choose." The family was happy together, and even Little Bai caught the cheerful mood, smiling constantly. Half a month later, Luze forged the iron into the shape of beast claws, as there wasn't much or brought back by Tong Cang, so the iron they had was limited. They could only focus on common beast claws for now. There were 5 pairs of tiger claws, 5 pairs of wolf claws, 3 pairs of leopard claws, as well as cow hooves, deer, and sheep. Luze also made 2 pairs of deer claws, forging sharper claws onto the claw covers. They weren't sure if the orcs would get used to them, and since there wasn't much iron, they only made 2 pairs to try. Luze was very interested in making these things. When handing them to Sandai, he reminded her, "Sandai, if the king finds these weapons useful, remember to ask Xiliang to get more iron ore. Otherwise, there won't be enough next time. Last time was too little." "Okay, don't worry. If the king has iron ore, he will have Xiliang bring it back without us asking," Sandai replied with a smile. Luze scratched his head, puzzled. "Sandai, why do you sound like you know what the king is thinking?" "Of course I do. I mean the king and I think the same. We're both working for the tribe." Sandai hesitated and changed her words midway. Luze nodded suddenly, "Yes, but Wang seems to listen to you all the time. Whatever you say, Wang will do. It doesn't matter. Anyway, if there's anything, talking to you is always right." "That's not what I meant." Sandai wanted to explain further, but Luze had already left. Feeling a bit headache, she rubbed her forehead, feeling like she had been misunderstood. Meanwhile, after packing up the weapons, Sandai checked the supplies ready to be sent. The closer they got to the territory of the fierce beasts, the lower the temperature. So half of the supplies were animal skins. The food included dried fish, salted meat, salted eggs, and silkworm pupae. Most of these meats were salted for long storage and to reduce the amount of white crystal stones needed. They also brought 5,000 jin each of harvested sorghum, sweet potatoes, radishes, and other crops. New crops like potatoes, rice, Chinese cabbage, and peanuts were planted but not yet mature, so they would be sent next time. After the flood, many fruits grew back in the forest. Sandai asked the orcs to pick and cut them into small pieces to dry as fruit snacks and kept 1,000 jin aside for future delivery. Altogether, the supplies totaled over 20,000 jin. Snake Liang led 60 strong orcs forward, each carrying several hundred jin of goods. For humans, this might be impossible to move, but for orcs, it was no problem, just slightly slowing down their pace. Everything was ready. Sandai and the tribe's orcs saw off Snake Liang's team. The group looked forward eagerly, hoping Snake Liang would bring good news from the front line. At the front, in the camp, King, Sandai sent more supplies with Snake Liang. "I heard they brought some good things this time." Tong Cang, who had just finished killing a batch of fierce beasts with his team, ran over excitedly. "Snake Liang is here?" Tong Cang looked toward the camp. Although he knew Sandai wouldn't come himself, he thought Snake Liang might bring news from Sandai, so he hurriedly quickened his steps. In the open space in the middle of the camp, Snake Liang had already delivered the supplies, stacking them into a small mountain. All the orcs in the camp gathered outside, looking very happy. With these supplies, they could last a long time. Many orcs missed their loved ones and families, and they approached the orcs who delivered the supplies, anxiously asking about the tribe's situation. When they learned that everything was fine, the orcs fighting in the camp finally showed relieved smiles.
"King."
Seeing Tong Cang return, the orcs immediately dispersed, making way for him. Tong Cang quickly walked over, without focusing on the supplies. First, he looked at Xiliang and asked, "These supplies were sent by Sandai. Is everything in the tribe okay?" Xiliang smiled happily and seemed to understand what Wang wanted to ask, so he deliberately changed the subject. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Everything is fine in the tribe." Bai is staying with Sandai, and most of the refugees and beastmen outside the tribe are also settled. Seeing Wang's displeased frown, the atmosphere grew tense. Xiliang knew he had gone too far, so he quickly added, Sandai is doing well too. The iron ore you brought back last time has been turned into weapons by Lu Zhe. She asked us to bring them here, saying that Wang should distribute them for everyone to try. Hearing that there were weapons and that Sandai had sent them, the surrounding beastmen gathered around eagerly. Weapons? What kind of weapons? Are they for us? Sandai is so kind. She's so far away, but still thinking of us. What do these weapons look like? A group of big men, like children begging for candy, stretched their necks to look behind Xiliang. Xiliang quickly took out the weapons. Tong Cang's gaze shifted over and saw that what Xiliang held were several silver objects shaped like beast claws, slightly larger than their own claws. What are these? How do we use them? Tong Cang asked with some doubt. These are beast claws forged from iron by Lu Zhe. Sandai said that when we take beast form, we can put these iron claws over our own claws. It will make us more powerful, and if we get bitten by a wild beast, we won't get hurt. These iron claws are very strong, Xiliang explained, demonstrating by picking one up. Since he didn't have beast claws, he held the iron claw in his hand and swung it at a large tree nearby. Suddenly, a rushing sound of wind was heard, and the tree crashed down with a loud bang, dust flying everywhere. The beastmen gasped in surprise. That's amazing! Xiliang isn't even in beast form, and his human strength is so small, yet he can easily cut down a big tree? Look over there, the stones at the bottom of the tree are also split in half.
Wow!
These iron claws are so sharp, they're even better than the strongest beast claws. The beastmen were stunned, unable to speak. A flash of excitement crossed Tong Cang's eyes. With these iron claws, their fighting ability would improve greatly. Maybe they could even drive the wild beasts out of the forest and return to the tribe sooner. How many of these iron claws did you bring?
Tong Cang asked.
This is all of it. Snake Liang took out the 2 bamboo baskets behind him and said, Sandai also mentioned that if there is any iron ore here, let me bring it back together. Dear Zhe can continue forging. Last time, the iron ore the king brought back could only make these iron claws. Tong Cang glanced over and saw only tiger claws and wolf claws. He frowned and said in a serious tone, Is that all? Nothing else? None of these are useful to him. Could it be that the little female forgot about him? Snake Liang was momentarily stunned, then quickly explained, King, Sandai said that what needs to be improved are these ordinary beastmen. You're so strong that even without iron claws, you can easily defeat fierce beasts. Since you don't have claws, they didn't make any for you. Making them would be a waste. Tong Cang's expression softened a bit, and he smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, Sandai really thought carefully. Bring those iron claws to the suitable beastmen first. Those who don't get any can wait for next time. Snake Liang wiped his forehead and quietly let out a breath of relief. Luckily, he reacted quickly. The king is getting harder and harder to please. The beastmen rushed forward, eager to be the first to use the iron claws. Tong Cang's subordinates held the claws and looked at the beastmen, saying, Don't push, don't push. Let me see. 3 tiger beastmen, 3 wolf beastmen. Tong Cang glanced at Hoju, who stood back quietly and didn't compete, and ordered, Give 1 pair of claws to Hoju. Distribute the rest, based on strength. The subordinates replied immediately, Yes, King. I originally planned to give Hoju a pair too. He's the strongest among the tiger beastmen. Hearing this, the other beastmen felt a bit embarrassed to compete. Those with weaker strength wouldn't be able to use the claws to their full potential, so it was better to give them to others. Killing more fierce beasts was also good. It would be a waste for them to use the claws. Though they admired, they all stepped back a few paces, watching others put on the claws and excitedly trying them on. Hoju was called forward and felt a bit shy. He already had a dagger secretly given by his sister. If he took the iron claws, would that be unfair to the other beastmen? Just as he hesitated, his subordinate said, Hoju, you should take them quickly. Everyone is eager to get them. You're strong, and the claws will be most useful in your hands. Plus, these claws were only made because of Sandai. If you don't have them, we all feel a bit embarrassed to use them." The other beastmen nodded in agreement. Hoju was strong, and as Sandai's younger brother, no one would compete with him. Hoju then shyly accepted them and said, "I will work hard to defeat the fierce beasts and not let everyone down." Soon, all the iron claws were distributed. The 21 orcs who received the claws all transformed into beast forms and eagerly went into the forest to test their new power. Some were even eager to find the fierce beasts. With a single glance from Tinkong, the orcs instantly quieted down. Nearby, Shiliang smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry. This time, we will bring back the iron ore. In a month, we will send new weapons." Sandai said everyone will get a share. Hearing Shiliang's words, the orcs finally smiled. They would have their share too. Sandai truly cared about each of them. Tinkong said, "Let's move all the food to the cave for safekeeping. Shiliang, come with me." Shiliang quickly followed Tinkong into the tent. Before Tinkong could ask, Shiliang carefully explained the recent situation of the Black Abyss tribe, especially Sandai's, in detail. At the end, he added, "Sandai asked me to say hello to you. Are you hurt? If so, you should get medicine quickly. If it's serious, go back to the tribe. Don't delay." Hearing his caring words, Tinkong's lips curled up. He could imagine the young female standing in front of him, showing concern. "I'm not hurt. Tell her I'm fine, and she doesn't need to worry." After exchanging information, Shiliang took 60 orcs to rest in the tent. While they rested, Tinkong led some people to move the mined iron ore. During this time, their camp didn't move. This was because, after discovering Gigi's location in the fierce beast's nest, they found several similar nests nearby. All these fierce beasts shared one trait. They hoarded food. And all the nests were occupied by orc tribes. Clearing out these fierce beasts was difficult, so Tinkong decided not to move the camp while digging for iron ore. When Shiliang and the other orcs finished resting and the baskets of iron ore were ready, they prepared to leave early the next morning. Tiger Hill had also brought Gigi early. Seeing the unfamiliar Shiliang and the orcs, Gigi hid behind Tiger Hill and quietly asked, "Can I stay here? I want to stay. It's close to my home, and I won't cause trouble." Tiger Hill frowned, pulled Gigi's hands from his arms, and said firmly, "No, it's dangerous here. We don't have time to protect you. It's safest if you go back to your tribe." Hearing this, Gigi's mouth pouted, her eyes reddening, looking very upset. "You." Tiger Hill hesitated, feeling sorry, but he still forced her to step back in front of Shiliang. "Snake Liang, this is Gigi. We found her in the beast's nest. She is the only survivor of her tribe. Please take her back and care for her." Snake Liang looked surprised. He had been about to ask why there was a female in the camp. He didn't expect her background to be so strange. "You're really lucky to have survived in the beast's nest," he said. "Don't worry, when we return to the tribe, no one will hurt you. There are many females in the tribe who can keep you company." After hearing this, Snake Liang also remembered to comfort Gigi. Maybe she knew she couldn't change the situation in Tiger Hill, so she didn't speak anymore and simply nodded in silence. Tiger Hill and Snake Liang exchanged glances and then set out. Before leaving, Gigi stood behind Snake Liang, her big watery eyes staring at him without blinking. Even when sitting on the orc's back, she kept looking back. Tiger Hill felt a strange feeling in his heart, worried he might be too soft, so he went straight back to the tent and didn't see the team off. Snake Liang noticed Gigi's actions and joked, "Are you so reluctant to leave Tiger Hill?" Yes. He's the best orc after my parents died. He saved me and gave me delicious food." Gigi nodded without thinking. Maybe she was remembering the tasty food, and she licked her lips unconsciously. "Don't worry, Tiger Hill is being taken care of by Wang, who is Sandy's brother. Wang won't let anything happen to him. Once we drive the beast out of the forest, Tiger Hill will return to the tribe. You can rest assured and wait for him there," Snake Liang said softly. Gigi blinked in confusion. "Sandy, who is she?" Why does Wang treat her so well? And the beast. Will there really be a day when we drive it out of the forest? Sandy is a very powerful female. She made all the food, weapons, tents, and houses for our tribe, Snake Liang said firmly. With Sandy and Wang, we will definitely defeat the beast. She looked curious. She suddenly wanted to see what this powerful Sandy looked like. Would she be like Tiger Hill? Thinking this way, the journey to the Black Abyss tribe didn't seem so difficult anymore. At the camp, Tiger Hill heard the noise outside disappear. He came out and saw Snake Liang's team had vanished completely. He suddenly felt empty inside. He scratched his ear and decided to walk around. As he walked, he found himself at Ji's small wooden house. It was already cleaned and tidy, as if no one had ever lived there. Tiger Hill felt even more empty and a little uncomfortable inside. Clearly, he had previously wished for that girl to leave. Tong Cang came out of the tent and saw Huguang standing under a tree, lost in thought. Why don't you go back and rest? You just finished killing the evil beast yesterday. Are you worried about something? Thinking of Sandai far away in the tribe, Tong Cang approached and asked in a deep voice. Huguang turned around and realized it was Wang. He quickly shook his head. No, I'm not tired, Wang. I want to keep hunting evil beasts, but... His voice paused, and his usually honest and firm eyes showed a hint of doubt. It's just that, can we really drive the evil beasts out of the forest? They are endless, and the forest is so big. Even if we chase them out temporarily, we can't always have so many beastmen guarding the forest. Wouldn't that mean many beastmen can never return to the tribe? Driving the evil beasts away is difficult, but guarding the forest and preventing them from entering is even harder. Tong Cang's gaze was serious, and his tone was calm. It can be done. Really? Huguang hesitated. He looked at Wang with a curious look in his deep eyes. You don't believe it? Huguang quickly shook his head. I believe in Wang, but if it takes sacrificing many beastmen to achieve peace, is it really worth it? Will some beastmen refuse? After all, they are fighting here for the hope of returning to the tribe and reuniting with their families. Tong Cang stood with his hands behind his back, not explaining. Huguang grew anxious. Was he angry because of what he just said? He was trying to think of how to explain himself and calm Wang down, when Tong Cang suddenly said, "Come with me." Without warning, Tong Cang transformed into a soaring snake and quickly darted into the nearly desolate depths of the forest. Seeing this, Huguang didn't hesitate and quickly turned into a tiger, following behind. The two ran through the forest, one in front and one behind, for what felt like hours. From dawn until the sun was high in the sky, they kept running. The plants around them, increasingly eroded and decayed, turned the land into a poisoned black color. The entire forest looked lifeless, silent, without a single insect or bird call. Huguang felt the air was thick with a sense of death. It seemed as if countless black eyes were watching him from the shadows, giving him a chilling feeling. Finally, Tong Cang stopped. In front of them was a vast area of thick black fog. This is... Huguang was stunned by what he saw and couldn't speak clearly for a long time. Tong Cang's cold voice came from beside him. Beyond the fog is the territory of the evil beasts. You can go ahead and look. After hearing Tong Cang's words, Huguang cautiously moved forward. He saw that the black mist below was actually a deep, bottomless cliff. The black fog covered the air behind the cliff, making it look like flat ground. The area beneath the cliff was so dark that it was impossible to see with a hand stretched out. All the darkness seemed to come from this black fog. King, is the fierce beast coming out from here? Huguang took a moment to calm down and realized something. The cliff in front of him was small, and the black fog only covered this area. If that was true, then they only needed to guard this black fog area. This way, they could save a lot of people. Yes, Tong Cang replied confidently. Although he didn't know if there were other exits of the fierce beast territory elsewhere on the continent, in their forest, this was the only one. King, how do you know? I've never heard any orcs talk about what the fierce beast territory looks like.
Could it be?
Huguang looked at Tong Cang with disbelief. The only answer was that Tong Cang had come alone last time. He didn't bring anyone with him. Such a dangerous place, and the king came alone to take the risk. Hu Qiu suddenly felt respect. The king was truly remarkable, not only powerful but also carrying more responsibility than them. I also came here by chance. Now you can rest assured, Tong Cang said calmly. It was as simple as talking about the weather, just one step away from the fierce beast territory. Hu Qiu nodded strongly. King, I believe we can send the fierce beasts back and keep them from ever stepping into the forest again. The two of them didn't stay long and hurried back to the camp. On the way, they inevitably encountered some fierce beasts. Luckily, their goal wasn't to fight. They managed to shake off the beasts and headed straight to the camp without any danger. At the Black Abyss tribe, Sandy and her 4 cubs arrived early outside the tribe, waiting. Today, Snake Liang should be returning to the tribe. Little Bai clutched her clothes and stretched her neck, constantly looking out. Sandy knew that although Little Bai was always obedient, never causing trouble or asking about the front lines, she was very worried about Tong Cang's safety. The 3 snake cubs also missed Hu Qiu very much, so Sandy decided to bring the cubs to wait for the latest news. After about half an hour, a surprised orc ran back to deliver a message. Snake Liang and the others are back. Snake Liang has returned from the king. Besides Sandai, many orcs in the tribe are also thinking about their partners, fathers, and brothers who are far away in the forest. When they hear news from the orcs, everyone in the tribe rushes outside to look forward eagerly. Brother Xiliang, I see Brother Xiliang. Sandai, who is short, quickly climbs a tree like a monkey. Sanqing jumps and also tries to climb up, while Sandua is not as agile, so she just steps onto a stone and tiptoes. Xiaobai waits anxiously, but can only see the heads of those in front. His small face wrinkles into a bun shape. Seeing the lively Sandai, he also jumps onto the stone, hopping up and down until he can see the figure of Xiliang. Hey, why is there a female behind Brother Xiliang? Sandai's voice comes again. Sandai smiles and says, Xiaofeng, are you mistaken? How could there be a female in the camp? Third brother didn't see wrong. I saw it too. Hey, she seems to be wearing animal skins given by mother to Uncle Huqiu. Sanqing also stretches his neck, his young voice filled with surprise. Hearing this, Sandai becomes curious. Since he didn't see wrong, where did the female come from, and why is she wearing Huqiu's animal skins? Soon after, Xiliang's group arrives at the tribe. They set down the iron or they brought back. Xiliang immediately finds Sandai to report the situation. Sandai finally notices that there is indeed a small female behind Xiliang. She has a doll-like face, fair skin, and a rosy complexion. Although tired from the journey, she still looks lively. The animal skins she wears are embroidered with the name Huqiu, so she must be the one who brought the skins for second brother. Brother Xiliang, who is she? Are you looking for a new partner? Sandai asks casually, sliding down from the tree like a monkey and running to Xiliang. Sanqing frowns and gives him a slap on the head. Don't talk nonsense. Sister Yuechan will be upset. Males can only have one partner. Don't you know that?